Star Odyssey Chapter 393 to Chapter 443. The insect wave quickly appeared, and everyone began to fight against the parasites. This place had been unlocked once before, and the second time was not as complicated. In less than half a day, Luin had opened up a path to leave. Unfortunately, he had to rush out. He had originally planned to charge entrance fees, but that was no longer appropriate. Otherwise, he would incur the wrath of the crowd, and if some people died because of him, it would be tantamount to starting a feud. It was not worth it. However, he had already found a new way to make money, and his future was promising. Luin was looking forward to it. Northgate Lai did not act against Luin again, and many people were curious about what Luin had obtained. However, no one believed that he could escape, and it was only a matter of time before he handed it over. After a while, Luin was the first to reach the edge of the broken limb. He boarded his personal spacecraft, and the explorers immediately rushed out. Many Lameters also boarded their spacecraft and rushed out as well. Northgate Lai's speed was about the same as Xianxia's, and they both rushed out of the broken limb at the same time. Northgate Lai was just about to say a few words to Xianxia when he saw a scene that left him speechless. Xianxia had turned into Luin. Northgate Lai blinked in confusion. "What are you doing?" Xianxia calmly replied, "See you later." He then accelerated out of the limb and flew off into the distance. Northgate Lai was stunned in place, unable to react for a long time. Lily appeared behind him. "What's wrong, Brother Lai?" Northgate Lai's expression changed, and he suddenly attacked a personal spacecraft that was flying off into the distance, forcefully stopping it. He stared at the person inside and saw that it was another Luin. To be more precise, it was Luin. Lily was shocked. "What's going on?" Northgate Lai was furious, and he glared at the person inside the spacecraft. "Why did you turn into Luin?" The person trembled in fear. "Luin used lockbreaking as a condition to force us to swear that we would turn into him and leave the Northline flow zone." Northgate Lai was shocked, and he looked behind him. Explorer after explorer flew out of the broken limb, and a few of them looked like Luin. What was even more hilarious was that a small spacecraft flew past, and the dozens of people on it all turned into Luin. Cultivators cared about their hearts, and since they had sworn an oath, they would not go back on it unless it was something too important. Thus, the scene that Northgate Lai was witnessing had occurred. This scene was astonishing, as it had never happened before, and Northgate Lai did not know what to do. It wasn't just Northgate Lai. Outside the centipede's body, many of the cruisers and stronger powerhouses who were helping Northgate Taisui hold up the centipede's body were also stunned. How could there be so many Luin? There were many people who had entered the centipede's body, and they all rushed out one by one. Some joined up with the powerhouses, while others left immediately. Xianxia, for example, flew off into the distance like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. He was still wearing Luin's appearance. At this point, the real Luin had already flown quite a distance away. He turned back to look, hoping that he could escape. This method was to buy time. However, before he could rejoice for long, the spaceship suddenly stopped. No, it should be said that the entire starry sky stopped. The void was dragged by an indescribably terrifying force, and all the spaceships in an unknown area were forcefully dragged back. Luin sighed, there really was no way to escape. An old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands had unimaginable strength. "Seventh bro, just accept your fate. Actually, the pikes aren't that important. That corpse was nailed to death by 5 pikes, and the pikes weren't retrieved. You should know that they aren't that important. What's really important are the words," the monkey said helplessly. Luin sat peacefully within the spacecraft. He knew that the monkey was right, and the pikes were just weapons. He did not care too much about them, but he did not accept threats. Was this his fate? Not necessarily. The centipede's body was placed in outer space not too far away from the Northgate family. Many powerhouses had used a planet as a foundation to create a continent out of thin air for the centipede's body. At this moment, more than 100 powerhouses stood in outer space, not daring to make the slightest sound. Northgate Taisui was shrouded in the void, and no one knew where he was looking. With Northgate Taisui at the center, the entire universe was like a giant whirlpool. Everything in outer space was pulled in, regardless of whether it was a person, a spacecraft, an astral beast, or even a celestial phenomenon. Nothing could escape Northgate Taisui's power. This power caused even enlighters like Boss Northgate, Granny Chan, and Taisa to tremble. They were not even on the same level. With a bang, a spacecraft exploded, and the man inside returned to his original appearance in a panic. Northgate Kong waved his hand, and the man was taken away. Then, another spacecraft exploded. Spacecraft after spacecraft exploded. Regardless of whether they had changed their appearances or not, as long as they were in a spacecraft, they were all captured. Even explorers could not escape, and none of those who had entered the centipede's body could escape. Even the nearby shipping spacecraft and military forces were unable to escape. Everyone was forcefully placed on a planet not too far away. Xianxia was there as well, and he stared expressionlessly at outer space. Jared sneered. This Luin had been blinded by greed. How could he possibly escape from an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands? He was too naive. The Blaze Realm had suffered heavy losses during this trip to the centipede's body. 2 elders had died, one at Lu Yin's hands. The other had not died, but Jared had sent him on his way. As for the culprit, it was still Luin. From now on, the Blaze Realm's enmity with Luin would grow, and this was Jared's greatest gain. Northgate Lai stood beside Northgate Kong, his eyes fierce as he glared at the people who had taken on Lu Yin's appearance. A small spacecraft's hatch opened, and dozens of people who had taken on Lu Yin's appearance walked out. They were all timid, and Northgate Kong's face darkened. He impatiently waved for them to be taken away. Everyone in the surrounding space had been captured, and Northgate Kong inspected them one by one. Actually, he did not need to do it himself, but since Northgate Taisui had spoken, he had to do it himself, which made him rather unhappy. With a bang, a spacecraft exploded, but there was nothing inside. Northgate Kong frowned. No one? Where was everyone? On a planet, a wooden-faced man quietly looked at the sky. Next to him was the middle-aged captain who had spat out smoke rings. Next to him were dozens of mercenaries. Brother, you're very calm. Not bad. Only with this kind of mentality can one survive in the universe. It's been a long time since I've seen a youth as calm as you, the captain lamented as he looked at the wooden-faced man. On the other side, Xianxia glanced over. Actually, although the universe is dangerous, as long as one's heart is as steady as a rock, has the courage to face difficulties, and is willing to sacrifice for their companions, one will be able to make a name for themselves. The captain sighed once more, and the atmosphere around him suddenly turned heavy. The wooden-faced man's expression did not change, and he continued to look at the sky. The captain blew out a smoke ring. I've sacrificed too much for my companions. Captain, we pledge our lives to serve you, the dozens of mercenaries shouted, attracting quite a few people's attention. Xianxia frowned and glanced at them strangely again. Jared growled from nearby, shut up. The captain pursed his lips. The wooden-faced man glanced at Jared. Shut up. He said it well, and I'm touched. Jared was furious, and he clenched his fists. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I'm from the Blaze Realm. I'm from the Ice Realm. The wooden-faced man curled his lips. Jared was so angry that he trembled. The captain sighed as he looked at the wooden-faced man. Little brother, do you want to join my mercenary group? I like you. Brother, you'll have a bright future if you follow the captain, the dozens of mercenaries shouted. Xianxia glanced over again and was left speechless. At this moment, Northgate Taisui turned around in outer space. His gaze swept past all the powerhouses and landed on the planet where the captive had been placed. The void around his body distorted, and his appearance could not be seen. However, his eyes seemed to appear in everyone's hearts, and they felt like they were being oppressed by the vast stars. Finally, Northgate Taisui's gaze landed on the wooden-faced man. Come out, kid. The man was pulled out, and his appearance changed. He was Luin. Luin was helpless. When the spacecraft had been captured, he had deliberately put on his universal armor and snuck into the small spacecraft. He had been placed on the planet with the dozens of Luins, but he had still been found. The moment he was pulled out, the captain and everyone else were stunned. Wasn't this Luin? How had he gotten in? Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. This person was rather interesting. Jared was furious. So it was this bastard. The middle-aged captain swallowed his saliva. Had he said too much just now? In outer space, countless people watched as Lu Yin's body was covered in a layer of star energy, making him look like a marionette. This layer of star energy ensured that he would not explode in space. In reality, Northgate Taisui did not know that Lu Yin would not explode even without the protection of star energy. His strength as a Lammeter was enough to survive in space. Northgate Lai sneered when he saw Lu Yin being pulled out. He had already said that Lu Yin would not be able to escape. Lillian frowned. This was too unwise. Poison Flame's gaze turned sharp. He had hoped that Lu Yin would escape so that the Blaze Realm could take action. In front of such great benefits, Lu Yin's status would not be able to protect him. Alright, kid. As a representative of the 10 Arbiters Council, you were able to witness the Northline Flow Zone's Northgate platform competition. My Northline Flow Zone has treated you with great respect, but leaving without saying goodbye is a little too much, Northgate Kong said calmly. Everything was under control. Lu Yin apologized. I'm sorry, Northgate family leader. I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave. Northgate Kong nodded. You can leave, but shouldn't you share what you obtained from the centipede's body? Kid, you're a smart person, so there's no need for me to spell it out so clearly. Don't worry, I won't let you leave empty-handed. If not for Northgate Taisui, Astral 10 would have been able to guarantee Lu Yin's safety. However, at this moment, Lu Yin did not even have any thoughts of contacting Astral 10. His goal had been clear from the start. He would only keep one of the 3 pikes, but even if he had to hand it over, he would not be threatened. Family leader Northgate, are you referring to the 3 pikes that I obtained from the centipede's body? Lu Yin asked loudly. Many people were shocked. It was actually the pikes. Everyone left the centipede's body and had long since told everyone what had happened, especially the fact that the invisible attack had come from a pike. Such a pike was definitely not ordinary. There were also many who knew that Lu Yin had obtained 3 pikes, but they were not surprised. Northgate Kong smiled. Kid, there's no point in talking too much. Or perhaps, who are you waiting for to take you away? You're underestimating the Northgate family. Lu Yin was helpless. Northgate family head, I'm very curious. Although the spear has an attack that can kill spiritual force, it's only effective against the weak. You can ask Northgate Lai, who's behind you, and he'll be able to avoid the attack. It's not that useful to your Northgate family. You don't need to worry about that. Hand them over. Northgate Lai barked. Lu Yin sighed. I'm sorry, Northgate family head, but you're too late. I'll keep one for myself, but the other 2 have already been given to someone else. Northgate Kong's face sank. Kid, don't think too highly of yourself. Your identity is indeed troublesome, but it's not enough to render my family helpless. If you think that you can rely on your identity to safely roam the universe, then that's child's play. Lu Yin's identity was enough to strike fear into the outerverse, but it was not enough to stop the innerverse's great powers. When the benefits reached a certain level, one could calculate the gains and losses. To the Northgate family, the ancient item within the centipede's body was extremely valuable, and it was enough for them to bear the responsibility of the Lockbreaker Society and the 10 Arbiters Council. However, with Northgate Taisui around, the Northgate family was not afraid. The 10 Arbiters Council would not recklessly go against an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands just for Lu Yin. Even if Lu Yin died, there would still be someone to help cover up the truth. As long as both sides could maintain their dignity, the Northgate family would be able to settle this matter by paying a small price. As for the Lockbreaker Society, they would also have to pay a small price. The rules seemed fair, but there would always be a group of people who were above the rules, and the only thing that mattered was whether something was worth it or not. Nobody would break the rules in a battle between the younger generation, but things were different now. The pikes came from ancient times, and the Northgate family had to keep them. Lu Yin raised his gadget and tapped on a screen. Northgate family head, the person I'm giving them to has a sensitive identity. Why don't you have a chat with him? An old man appeared on the screen. His black and white hair was mixed with a trace of gray, which was the symbol of the Night King clan. This old man was Night King Yuanjing. The Day-Night clan had been keeping a low profile as of late, and all of their focus had been placed on the Astral Beast domain in order to rescue the third Night King. The information that Luin had given them had not been wrong, and they had indeed found the entrance to the great realm of nothingness. However, things were not that simple. Even if they managed to enter the great realm of nothingness, they would find it difficult to rescue the third Night King. They would encounter all sorts of dangers, which gave Night King Yuanjing and the rest a headache. Night King Yuanjing was just about to contact Luin. Even though he knew that Luin probably did not know anything, he was still looking forward to it. However, before he could reach out to Luin, Luin had already contacted him. Night King Yuanjing was delighted to see Luin. "Little Lin, how did you find the time to contact Grandpa Yuanjing?" Night King Yuanjing's appearance not only shocked Northgate Kong and the others, but even Northgate Taisui looked over. The Night King clan was not something that the Northline flow zone could afford to provoke. Many people felt their hearts skip a beat. Didn't Luin have a grudge with the Day-Night clan? How could he still contact the Night King clan? Luin was also delighted to see Night King Yuanjing. "Grandpa Yuanjing, Little Lin obtained 3 pikes from an ancient centipede. I was planning on giving one to Zhuo Day Night, but I couldn't contact her. Does Grandpa Yuanjing know where she is?" Night King Yuanjing's eyes lit up. "Ancient centipede? Little Lin, where did you get that ancient centipede?" Luin pointed his gadget into the distance, and a giant centipede appeared before Night King Yuanjing's eyes. Night King Yuanjing was astonished. It really is an ancient centipede. Suddenly, Night King Yuanjing's pupils shrank when he saw Northgate Taisui. The scene fell silent for a moment. Northgate Taisui looked at Night King Yuanjing, and the distorted void around his body calmed down. His appearance appeared before everyone's eyes, and he looked like an ordinary old man. Night King Yuanjing hesitated when he saw Northgate Taisui's appearance. "You look familiar." Northgate Taisui spoke with an aged tone. "So it's an expert from the Night King clan. I haven't seen you in a long time." Night King Yuanjing's eyes flickered, and he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Northgate Taisui." Northgate Taisui laughed. "You're quite knowledgeable if you can recognize me." Night King Yuanjing sighed. "It's rumored that Senior Northgate Taisui has gone into seclusion and hasn't appeared for many years. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to meet Senior today." Northgate Taisui shook his head and smiled bitterly. "What's there to meet with an old man like me?" He then glanced at Luin. "Kid, you're quite capable to be able to bring out the Night King clan. My Northgate family isn't greedy, so you can keep one for yourself and gift one to the Day-Night clan. As for the last one, my Northgate family will purchase it. How about it?" Night King Yuanjing looked at Luin. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that Luin was using him to avoid disaster. However, he didn't care, as this was the prestige of the Night King clan. Even an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands would still have to give the Night King clan face. Besides, they had also obtained a spear from the ancient centipede. Luin was curious as to whether or not this spear could bring back any information from ancient times. Furthermore, the Northline flow zone did not have the ability to monopolize this centipede. Luin relaxed, as he had made the right bet. Northgate Taisui was also afraid of the Night King clan, but Luin did not know whether to be happy or worried. The Night King clan was too overbearing, and it would be troublesome to make an enemy out of them. Luin had already gone too far on the road to becoming their enemy. At this moment, Lu Yin's emotions were very complicated. Because he had brought out Night King Yuanjing, the Northgate family had become fearful and had achieved his goal, but because the Night King clan was too powerful, he was worried about his future. However, now was not the time to think about such things. He took out a spear and threw it at Northgate Kong. Since Senior has spoken, this Junior has no reason to disobey. Northgate Kong's mouth twitched. Why wasn't Luin so obedient earlier? Northgate Lai's face sank, as the nature of the situation had changed. A puny Lameter had actually taken the initiative and had even provoked the ancestor to personally speak up. This was too humiliating for them. Luin looked at Night King Yuanjing and smiled. Grandpa Yuan Jing, there's also a spear for Zhude Knight. Where is she? Night King Yuan Jing smiled. That girl has a wild personality, and I'm not too sure either. How about this? You keep it for now, and there'll be a banquet soon. You can personally give it to her then. Luin was confused. Banquet? Night King Yuanjing smiled. It's hosted by my Night King clan, and it's a grand banquet for the younger generation to exchange knowledge. Zhenwu will also be there. Little Yin, you can get closer to him. After all, he's one of the top elites of the younger generation. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Arbiter Zhenwu would also be there. Banquet? He did not refuse, as this was an invitation from Night King Yuanjing. If he refused, it would be too disrespectful. However, he was a little apprehensive about going to the Night King clan. He wouldn't be assassinated, right? With the Night King clan's strength, even if they killed him, no one would dare to say a word. No, he had to think of a way. Haizaj Lian could protect him, but he really did not want to reveal his relationship with the Pirate King. It would affect his reputation too much. After ending his conversation with Night King Yuanjing, Luin looked at Northgate Kong and smiled. Northgate family head, how much is the Northgate family willing to pay for this spear? Northgate Kong looked at the spear in his hand. He could not tell what material it was made of, but it had an invisible sharp aura. This aura could attack one's spiritual force, but it was not very effective. At most, it could be used against ordinary explorers, but elite explorers would be able to avoid it. There were no written records on the spear, so its overall value was not as high as Luin had expected. It was no wonder why this brat had been so straightforward. Brother Lu, how much do you want? Northgate Lai asked. It was not appropriate for Northgate Kong to be involved in such matters, as he did not want to discuss the price with a junior. Luin thought about it. How much can you pay? How much do you want? Can you give me as much as I want? That depends on whether it's worth it or not. That's right. Just tell me how much it's worth. Northgate Lai was furious. He was an expert on the top 100 rankings, but he was actually haggling with this person. It was too embarrassing. Northgate Kong casually tossed a cosmic ring to Luin. There's 100-star essence inside. That should be enough. He then left without looking back. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. 100-star essence was a sum he had never seen before. In addition to what he had obtained from the centipede's body and what he had left, he now had nearly 150-star essence, which was roughly 15 million star crystals. How much money was that? It was a bit of a headache for him to hold on to. That spear was definitely not worth that much, but Northgate Kong did not want to waste his breath on Luin. He also understood that Luin had made such a big deal because he did not want to be threatened, and he did not want to open his mouth. The Northgate family had been treated as a stepping stone, and they had to be treated as a stepping stone. This was the effect that Luin had wanted. Even an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands could not threaten him, so anyone who wanted to make a move against him would have to open their eyes. However, after this incident, Luin and the Northgate family would be at odds. It would be very difficult for him to smoothly control the younger generation of the Northline flow zone unless he defeated Northgate Lai. Luin looked up and coincidentally met Northgate Lai's gaze. Northgate Lai bore a grudge against Luin. If Luin had been able to snatch the spear from the centipede's body, then he would not have had to deal with this matter. The Northgate family had even sent out Northgate Taisui, but he could not even threaten a junior. This was a loss of face, and the family would place all of this on Lu Yin's head. Brother Lu, we'll meet again at the Nightfall banquet. I'd like to see your skills then, Northgate Lai said coldly. Luin smiled. Alright, we'll meet again at the Nightfall banquet. Northgate Taisui removed the seal on outer space, and everyone could leave. Many people looked at Luin in amazement and admiration. He had guts, and even Northgate Taisui could not threaten him. Jared looked at Luin with even more shock. Xianxia sized up Luin seriously before leaving. He would also appear at the Nightfall banquet, and they would meet again at that time. Right now, there was an awkward situation. There were no more spacecraft, and almost all of the people who had been captured had been destroyed. Everyone was now searching for a new spacecraft. Luin was still fine, as Lily and had immediately contacted him and gifted him a spacecraft as a gesture of goodwill. Although Luin had some animosity with the Northgate family, he had also exposed his abilities, so many people were still trying to get on his good side. Brother Lu, the spear should be useless to you. You haven't learned any spear fighting skills. Why don't you sell it to my Lily family? Lily and took the opportunity to ask. Her eyes blinked as if she was looking forward to it. Luin shrugged. Sorry, but I want to keep it as a souvenir. Lily and rolled her eyes. Alright, feel free to contact me if you want to sell it. My Lily family has the money. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. As long as he agreed, he would immediately receive another 100-star essence. However, he decided against it after thinking about it for a while. This sort of weapon that could attack spiritual force was still worth studying. Right, Miss Anne, is the Northgate platform competition over? Luin asked. Lily and replied, it's over. The Northgate family won, so you can report to the 10 arbiters now. Luin nodded and then piloted a spacecraft towards Astral 10's location. 7th bro, why didn't you sell the spear? It's not that useful, and it might have been a standard weapon in ancient times. Didn't you see that Night King Yuanjing didn't care about it? The Day-Night clan also has such a weapon, and the Northgate family wants to buy it so that they can study the centipede more conveniently. Besides, it's easy to covet it if you carry it around. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Right, have you translated the words I asked you to record? What did it say? Luin asked. The monkey rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm omniscient? Who knows how ancient these words are, and civilizations might have been wiped out multiple times. How could they be so easily translated? This thing involves all sorts of mysteries of the universe, all sorts of knowledge, all sorts of cultures, and all sorts of... Alright, take your time translating, Luin hurriedly said. News of what had happened in the Northline flow zone quickly spread, and with the network connecting the entire universe, news spread faster and faster. Northgate Taisui's reappearance, the ancient centipede's appearance, and the corpse that had been split apart by 5 spears within the centipede's body attracted the interest of countless people. The Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, the Sylvan Dragon Clan, the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's first grade hall, second grade hall, and so on and so forth. Although Northgate Taisui was capable of suppressing many people, he would definitely have to compromise when facing a powerhouse from a major faction. The ancient centipede could not belong to the Northgate family alone. Amidst these events, Luin had been in the limelight. He had stolen 3 pikes and had the Night King clan as his backer. All of this news had made Luin even more famous. Luin was the most famous of the publicly acknowledged candidates for the 10 arbiters. Within the Northgate family's study, Northgate Kong had an ugly expression on his face as he glared at Northgate Lai. The ancestor is very disappointed in you. You can't even deal with a Lemaitre Jr. The resources that the family has invested in you have all been wasted. Northgate Lai respectfully replied, Father, although Luin is a Lemaitre, his strength cannot be measured by common sense. This person definitely has the strength to fight against someone on the top 100 rankings. There's no need to quibble. You failed this time, so the clan will naturally punish you, Northgate Kong said impatiently. Northgate Lai looked up. Father, Luin wasn't the only one who benefited from this trip to the centipede's body. Northgate Kong's eyes lit up, and he looked at Northgate Lai. What do you mean? Northgate Lai slowly answered, I saw a pattern inside the centipede's body and memorized it. I didn't let anyone else see it. He then raised his hand and used his star energy to manifest the pattern that he had seen inside the centipede's body. He had destroyed this pattern when Lily and the others had arrived, so no one besides him had seen it clearly. Suddenly, the void distorted, and Northgate Taisui walked out and studied the pattern carefully. Northgate Lai lowered his head and respectfully stood to the side. After a while, neither Northgate Taisui nor Northgate Kong were able to figure out anything. Northgate Taisui shook his head and sighed. It's too ancient, and all of its information has been lost in the river of time. There's no way to verify it. He then slowly disappeared, but before he disappeared, he said, Not bad, Junior. Follow the ancestor and show off the Northgate family's might at the Nightfall banquet. Northgate Lai was delighted, as the ancestor was going to personally instruct him. He looked at Northgate Kong. Northgate Kong nodded. Go. Cultivate well with the ancestor. As long as Luin cannot defeat you, he will not be able to control the younger generation of the Northline flow zone. Northgate Lai nodded. He had been very confident that he could defeat Luin, but now that he was following the ancestor, his sights were no longer limited to Luin, but rather to the top of the top 100 rankings. Although the Northline flow zone was a small flow zone, it was still equivalent to a weave in the outerverse. It would take at least a week for a normal spacecraft to reach Astral 10. If it was a black hole-grade aurora, then it would only take a few hours. Luin felt pity for the destroyed black hole-grade aurora as he examined the spear. He hadn't had the time to examine it before, but now, he carefully examined the spear. It was cold to the touch, and it was not light. There were no words or images on it, only black bloodstains that had gradually disappeared. Luin did not know what material this spear was made of, but it gave off a natural pressure when he held it. Luin tried to bend it, but he found that it was abnormally tough. Even with his strength, it was difficult to break it, and only overlaying stacks could break it. It was a weapon that was very suitable for explorers. This spear is useless against powerhouses above the explorer realm. Does that mean that the person inside the centipede's body was only an explorer? But how can an explorer not decay after so many years? Even the words on the walls have decayed. Luin was puzzled. It's simple. Either these 3 spears are different from the ones that were stabbed into the corpse, or an absolute powerhouse transformed the decaying into something magical and used these spears to kill a powerhouse who hasn't decayed after so many years. It's just like how 7th Bro can easily kill an explorer. With a pair of chopsticks, the monkey explained. These were the only 2 possibilities. Luin gripped the spear tightly, as the latter was most likely the case. He did not know what kind of powerhouse could survive so many years without decaying, nor did he know what kind of person could kill such a powerhouse. The universe was too vast, and it had experienced the destruction of more than one civilization. Much ancient information was in the hands of powerful civilizations, and he was suddenly very interested in this information. At this moment, his gadget beeped. It was a notification that he could not refuse from the 10 Arbiters' Council. Luin looked over and saw that when Xianxia had personally sent him a notification, asking him to report everything that had happened in the Northline flow zone. Luin knew that the 10 Arbiters wanted to know more about the centipede's body and Northgate Taisui, so he did not hesitate or hide anything. He wrote down everything in detail and sent it to Xianxia. By the way, monkey, how long do you think Northgate Taisui has been alive for? I don't know. That kind of old freak can live for tens of thousands of years and freeze himself for no reason. Who knows when he'll come out again? Maybe he's still alive even after your grandson is dead. The monkey pouted. Luin frowned, as the monkey's words were unpleasant. Northgate Taisui or the 3rd Night King? Who's stronger? The monkey boasted, 7th Bro, how can you compare Northgate Taisui to the 3rd Night King? That's the 3rd Night King. He's one of the top 3 powerhouses in the entire history of the Night King clan. Although I don't know his exact power level, he's definitely stronger than Northgate Taisui. They're not even on the same level. Otherwise, why do you think Northgate Taisui is afraid of Night King Yuanjing? If Northgate Taisui could compare to the 3rd Night King, then the Northgate family would have ascended to the heavens long ago. Through Northgate Taisui, Luin could directly sense the power that could topple the universe. It was only then that Luin understood the implications of revealing the 3rd Night King's existence to the Night King clan. Once the 3rd Night King was safely released, then the Night King clan would ascend to the heavens. Are you sure that the 3rd Night King won't be able to escape? Luin was still worried. I'm sure, absolutely sure. You have to believe that the Void Wanderer ancestor has lived for countless years, and that kind of abnormal strength has been tempered over the years. Although it doesn't necessarily have much attack power, it's enough to drag out a single person. Even if the entire Night King clan was sacrificed, it still wouldn't be enough to drag him out. Besides, do you think that the other powerful clans in the Astral Beast domain are just decorations? Luin was still worried. The Day-Night clan had existed for a very long time, and who knew what kind of abilities they had. However, he could no longer interfere in this matter, so he could only resign himself to fate. If the descendants of the Day-Night clan's Day King bloodline found out that he had revealed the third Night King's whereabouts, they would definitely hate him to death. A few days later, Lu Yin arrived at Astral 10. As soon as he arrived, he heard news that Big Pao and Little Pao had become explorers and had successfully graduated. The two had been adopted by Astral 10 since they were young, and the other students had gradually left Astral 10. In the end, only the two of them had remained. Actually, with their abilities, they could have broken through long ago, but they had never wanted to leave. Now that Astral 10 had stabilized, and with Lu Yin overseeing it, the two of them had finally decided to break through to the Explorer realm and roam the universe. An academy was an academy, after all. The universe was where the strong lived. Lu Yin saw Big Pao and Little Pao at the trial zone entrance, as well as Xiao Luo, Michelle, Hui Day Night, and a few other students. No one was surprised by Lu Yin's return, as they had all heard about what had happened in the Northline flow zone. They were all shocked that Lu Yin had dared to negotiate with an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands. Congratulations on successfully graduating, seniors, Lu Yin said with a smile. Big Pao flipped his hair. Graduation is a must. Junior, wait for me. I'll challenge the top 100 rankings in a while and scout for you. Alright, stop bragging. Even if we work together, we can't beat someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. Little Pao was speechless. Big Pao rolled his eyes. I'm not bragging. It's a goal. It's youth. Lu Yin smiled. I'm looking forward to the moment when Senior enters the top 100 rankings. Haha, Junior has good taste. Don't worry, Senior's Flame God Spear excels at subduing the top. Big Pao laughed happily. Subduing the top? Seventh bro, stay away from him. This guy's thoughts aren't pure. The monkey shrieked. Where do you plan to go after graduation? Lu Yin asked. Little Pao replied, Chaos Flow Zone. Lu Yin was shocked. Chaos Flow Zone, one of the 8 great flow zones? Little Pao nodded, but he didn't say anything else. He smiled at Lu Yin. Junior, we'll leave Astral 10 to you. This is our home, so I hope that you can protect it well. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the others. When he saw Michelle, he felt a little awkward. I'll help you comprehend Battle Force. Michelle frowned. There's no need, I've already comprehended it. Then, Battle Force appeared around her body. It was the same as when Lu Yin had first comprehended it, and although it had yet to reach the level of one line, it was indeed Battle Force. Comprehending Battle Force and not comprehending Battle Force were two different concepts. Michelle's strength had reached a new level. During this period of time, Lu Yin had improved very quickly, but the others had not been slow either. Being able to enter the Astral Combat Academy was a testament to one's talent, and everyone had broken through to the Lamita realm. Astral 10's overall strength was considered to be in the upper echelons of the Astral Combat Academy. However, this only applied to them, as the students who entered Astral 10 in the future might not be lucky enough to be taught by so many mentors. After chatting with everyone for a while, Lu Yin was about to go find old Kai, but Xiao Luo stopped him. Do you know where Silver is? Xiao Luo asked. Lu Yin shook his head. Xiao Luo was helpless. It looks like he really has gone missing. He then looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, will you go to the Cosmic Sea in the future? Lu Yin was surprised. Why do you ask? Just curious, Xiao Luo replied. Lu Yin thought about it. Maybe. If it's possible, please take me with you. I also want to explore the cosmic ocean, Xiao Luo said. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, I'll contact you when the time comes. After a few simple words, Xiao Luo left. Lu Yin had never been able to see through him, but Xiao Luo had never shown any enmity towards him, nor had he ever harmed him. More importantly, this person had a primeval surname that allowed him to freely roam the universe. Entering Astral 10 proved that his surname was legitimate, but Lu Yin had scouted the internet and found no strong family with the surname Xia. Forget it, Lu Yin decided to ignore him. The universe's various powers were intricate and complicated, and Luin didn't even know which powers there were, let alone guess Xiao Luo's identity. Lulu hadn't returned yet, but he had enough money on him to pay off his debt. He didn't like owing others, but since she wasn't back yet, he decided to wait until the next time they met. It was only 50-star essence, and Luin already had a way to become rich. It was too simple. Old Kai, your student has returned, Luin said respectfully from the treasury. Old Kai looked up. You're more troublesome than I thought. Luin was confused. Cause trouble? The students didn't cause any trouble. Is that so? News of your exploits in the Northline flow zone have already spread. Old Kai rolled his eyes. That can't be. I didn't do anything. Kid, do you know what the rebirth of Northgate Taisui means? Aside from certain places and events, old freaks with power levels over 400,000 won't appear. However, if they do, it means that they have complete control over the entire Northline flow zone. There's only one Northgate Taisui in the entire Northline flow zone, and he's the stabilizing force of the Northline flow zone. When he appears, even the Blaze Realm and the Sword Sect have to give him face. You actually managed to take advantage of him, which means that this matter is far more influential than you becoming the champion of the tournament of the strongest. Luin knew that Northgate Taisui's appearance would have great influence, but he had not expected it to be this great. Old Kai, I'm just borrowing the Night King clan's power to protect myself. I didn't do anything. Old Kai solemnly replied, the process isn't important, the results are. The courage, methods, and background that you've displayed during this entire incident have all surpassed the standards of a normal student. Right now, you're no longer an ordinary student in everyone's eyes. You're like Night Queen Yanqing, a freakish genius with a powerful background. Do you know what this means? When he saw Lu Yin's confused expression, Old Kai laughed. It means that someone wants to deal with you, and it won't just be you alone. They'll also use all of your resources. Once they make a move, you'll definitely die with no chance of survival. Your enemy will target you with the same mindset as Night Queen Yanqing, and they'll take into account all possible contingencies. Luin frowned. When he had first arrived in the Northline flow zone, he had been hunted down by a hunter. Now, if someone wanted to attack him again, not only would they send out hunters, but they might even send out peak hunters like Poison Flame. Someone like that would kill him without any chance of survival, and he would die without knowing why. Not even a trace of information would be leaked. Luin had racked his brains, and he had even used Night King Yuanjing to show that he would not be threatened. This was equivalent to pushing himself to the edge of a cliff. If someone decided to deal with him, it would definitely be a thunderous blow. However, Luin did not regret his actions, as the strength that he had displayed had already surpassed the protection that his status provided him. Once news of the Northline flow zone spread, it would put an end to any potential attacks. There were pros and cons to this. Right now, what he lacked was a power similar to Rabbit Lei's ability to launch a counterattack. When he saw Old Kai's calm demeanor, Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he respectfully asked, Old Kai, I'm from Astral 10. Does Astral 10 have a way to protect me? Old Kai raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You want us old fellows to stay close to you and protect you? Of course not. It's just that this is the treasury, and I hope to obtain some self-defense items, Luin said expectantly. Old Kai's eyes narrowed, and he licked his lips. This is a self-defense item. The treasure pavilion does have it, but... Old Kai's right hand tapped lightly on the table. Every time he tapped, his thumb rubbed against his index finger and middle finger. Then, he tapped the table again, repeating the same action. This action was obviously asking for money, but it wasn't too obvious. Accompanied by the sound of tapping on the table, it strangely had an unfathomable aura. Luin stared at Old Kai's fingers, and waves surged in his heart. This action was too cool, and he thought back to the many times he had asked people for money. His actions were vulgar, inelegant, and stingy, but Old Kai's action was too grand. It was easy to understand without appearing unscrupulous. It was the quintessence of asking for money that had been honed over countless years. Luin stared blankly. He knew what his greatest gain today was, this action, this grand action of asking for money. Old Kai coughed when he saw Luin staring at his right hand. kid, why are you in a daze? Lu Yin stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. He subconsciously said, Old Kai, I really need to learn more from you. Old Kai was baffled. Lu Yin had just realized that Old Kai had purposely used what had happened in the Northline flow zone to scare him. This old man's desire for money was no less than Lu Yin's. I exchanged my spear for some money in the Northline flow zone, and I want to donate it to the academy. Would you be willing to accept it? Lu Yin asked carefully, afraid that he would ruin the elegant, unfathomable action of asking for money. Old Kai smiled and looked at Lu Yin with gratification. You've grown up, kid. You know how to repay the academy. Very good, very good. Give it to me. The academy is planning to recruit new students soon, so we need a lot of money. Lu Yin's face twitched, and he reluctantly took out a Mavis Bank card. There are 1,000,000 star crystals in this card. Please accept it on behalf of the academy. Old Kai's eyes lit up, but he did not seem too excited. His fingers continued to tap on the table leisurely. It was clearly not enough. That was what the old man meant. Seventh bro, is this your grandfather? He's the same. Being greedy for money is part of your family's tradition, the monkey said. Lu Yin's face darkened, and he blocked the monkey before taking out another card. There are 1,000,000 star crystals in this card. Please accept it, Old Kai. Old Kai's breathing quickened, and his lips curled up. However, he did not accept the card and instead looked up at the sky. Lu Yin gulped, and his expression turned even uglier. The old man knew that he had scammed the Northgate family out of 100 star essence, and he was not going to take it all away. That was 100 star essence, which was equivalent to 10,000,000 star crystals. That was too much. However, Lu Yin would not skimp on the money that he had to spend. Since the old man had mentioned the dangers that Lu Yin would encounter in the future, it was obvious that he had made preparations. Lu Yin could only say that this amount of money was not enough to meet his expectations. Lu Yin steeled his heart and took out 30 star essence, along with the 2,000,000 star crystals that he had received earlier, and handed them all to Old Kai. Old Kai laughed heartily and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You're filial, kid. Not bad, you're a good kid. The academy did not nurture you for nothing. Good, good, good. However, you've contributed to the academy, so the academy will not treat you unfairly. Take this. Old Kai tossed the item over to Lu Yin. It was a square object that was about the size of a palm and had a strange frame made of green bamboo. There was a black metal ball in the center that was sealed on 3 sides, and the last side was completely open. Lu Yin felt strange as he held the item. Old Kai, what's this? This is called a money bomb, kid. Don't underestimate it. If you hold it properly and aim it at your enemy, it can launch an attack that can instantly kill a hunter. Of course, you have to catch them off guard, Old Kai explained in a sinister tone. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he looked at the item in his hand. This thing can instantly kill a hunter? Old Kai proudly replied, of course. This is my secret weapon, and it's the only one in the entire universe. Lu Yin felt like he had been cheated. What, you don't trust me? Old Kai was unhappy. Lu Yin stared at the money bomb, as he truly did not trust the old man. After all, it was a life-saving item, and he had spent almost 50 star essence just to obtain this item. He felt a little indignant about it. However, he had already spent the money, and Old Kai's expression told him that he could not get it back. Helpless, Lu Yin put it away and bitterly thanked Old Kai. Thank you for the gift, mentor. Old Kai stroked his mustache. One money bomb costs 50 star essence, 2 for 80 star essence, and 3 for 100 star essence. You can have as many as you want. Kid, you have to patronize my business more in the future, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin's face darkened as he left. 50 star essences were gone just like that, and Lu Yin's heart ached. He thought that Old Kai would give him something that looked like a bluff, something that could scare off his enemies. Instead, he'd given him something so lousy. As he walked, Lu Yin felt indignant, but he did not dare ask Old Kai for a refund. After some thought, he decided to head to the Sand Ocean. Coco and Zora were together in the Sand Ocean, and the giant syringe was especially eye-catching. Lu Yin's appearance made Coco very happy. Brother Lu, you're back. Luyin smiled and nodded at her. I heard that you sparred with the students from Shangwu Academy? How did it feel? Coco pouted. I couldn't beat them. Luyin laughed heartily. Every time he faced Coco, he was always happy. Don't be discouraged. Your strength lies in healing, not fighting. But then, he suddenly paused. Healing? Was Coco's healing ability even useful? Hearing Lu Yin's encouragement, Coco resolutely carried the syringe. Brother Lu, don't worry. I'll definitely treat my injured companions well. Lu Yin laughed dryly. I'll do my best. After bidding farewell to Zora, Lu Yin headed deeper into the Sand Ocean to look for the Sandmaster. It didn't take long for Lu Yin to find the Sandmaster. The Sandmaster held the money bomb in his hands with a helpless expression. What do you want to ask? Student wants to know if this thing is useful? Lu Yin asked. The Sandmaster casually tossed the money bomb to Lu Yin. It's useful, but use it with caution. What do you mean? Lu Yin was puzzled. The Sandmaster thought about it. If possible, try not to use it. And if you do, try not to reveal your identity. This thing has a bad reputation. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he felt like he had been cheated. Old Kai said that the money bomb can instantly kill a hunter. I don't know. The Sandmaster nodded. It can be used to catch them off guard, but a weapon is still a weapon. A hunter won't just stand there and let you hit them, so you have to catch them off guard. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was effective, then it was good that he hadn't been cheated. Mentor, is there a problem with the money bomb's reputation? The Sandmaster muttered to himself, seemingly unsure of what to say. He waved his hand. You'll know in the future. Alright, you can leave now. This place is of no use to you. The Sandmaster then left. Lu Yin was helpless. If the Sandmaster didn't want to talk about it, then there was nothing he could do. After leaving the Forgotten River Sand Ocean, Lu Yin did not look for anyone. Instead, he went to a ruin in Astral 10. It was time for him to reach the peak of the Lamita realm. It had been some time since Lu Yin had broken through to the Lamita realm. For others, reaching the peak of the Lamita realm would be somewhat difficult, as they either did not have enough money or their star energy absorption rate would be too slow. However, for Lu Yin, it was not that difficult. He had money, and he could do whatever he wanted. In addition, he also had the Sirius technique, which allowed him to absorb star energy 9 times faster than normal. As long as he had the money, success would come naturally. Lu Yin raised his hand out of habit, and the die appeared. He still intended to roll 4 pips and enter the time-stop space to absorb star energy. He tapped out a finger and watched the die spin. Strange, why do I feel like I've forgotten something? His expression changed as he watched the die slowly come to a stop. Crap, he hadn't rolled it for so long. Could it be a 6? In the next moment, the scene in front of him changed, and he saw darkness before balls of light. He was speechless. He had really rolled 6 pips. A 6 pips cost too much money, far more than any other roll. It was gone in the blink of an eye, and he wanted to find a random ball of light to merge with. Right now, the most important thing was to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, but after some thought, he decided against it. Since he was destined to roll 6 pips, he could only accept his fate. However, while 6 pips was a huge cost, it was still very useful. A strong attractive force appeared, and Lu Yin looked at a ball of light in the distance. Without hesitation, he fused with it. Anything that could attract him would be suitable for him, and he hoped to merge with the powerhouse's body. The scene in front of him changed again, and Lu Yin opened his eyes to clearly see his surroundings. Was he on a spacecraft? Chaotic information flooded his mind, and before Lu Yin could even observe his surroundings, he was shocked by the information he received. His pupils shrank, and his entire body went cold. The person he was merging with was from the Neo-Human Alliance. More accurately, it was not just the Neo-Human Alliance. There were corpse kings within the Neo-Human Alliance, and there were also other allied powers. This person was from a powerful clan called the Spectre clan. He's here. A raspy voice sounded out from beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced over and saw that this person was a corpse king, and one that had reached the level of a hunter at that. This Corpse King had cultivated to the Corpse King transformation, which was enough to crush a normal hunter and even challenge an enlighter. In outer space, a spacecraft approached Luin. It had a strange design, and it seemed to belong to a certain power. There was a single word engraved on the outside of the spacecraft, Yulan. Through the fusion, Luin learned that this operation was a joint plan between the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse Kings and the Spectre clan. Their goal was to confirm one thing: the Yulan court, which was related to the Sword sect by marriage in the first flow zone, had a secret technique. The Yulan court was one of the Seven Court's 7 names, but many years ago, they had betrayed the Seven Court's Yulan family. They had been protected by the Sword sect and had maintained a marriage relationship with the Sword sect for many years. For example, the current Sword sect's successor, Lu Xiaoqiu, was engaged to the Yulan court's little princess, Yulan Yi. The Yulan court was considered a branch of the Seven Court's Yulan family, and logically speaking, it was impossible for them to have a secret technique. However, the Neo-Human Alliance had received news from an unknown source that the Yulan family did not have a secret technique. This was the reason for this operation. The Neo-Human Alliance wanted to confirm whether the secret technique was in the Yulan court's hands. This was information that Luin had obtained from the person he had fused with. The reason why the person he had fused with knew so much was because his identity was not simple. Within the Spectre clan, this person had a very high status. At the very least, he was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with this Hunter Corpse King, even though he was only an explorer. He had received so much information all at once, and it was all about the Neo-Human Alliance and the Seven Courts. Luin did not even feel like sensing the explorer's strength, and he just looked up at the sky in a daze. At this moment, in outer space, the Yulan court spacecraft came to a standstill. The next moment, there was a violent explosion as the Neo-Human Alliance's experts attacked the spacecraft, causing ripples to appear in the void. These experts were all space-exploring powerhouses. Inside the spacecraft, Yulan Yi buried her head in Grandma Du's arms, looking very afraid. Grandma Du's gaze turned vicious. Neo-Human Alliance trash, how dare you attack the little princess? The Yulan court will not let you off. The Sword sect will not let you off either. A Corpse King's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged at Grandma Du, punching her. Grandma Du shouted, and star energy appeared in front of her to block the Corpse King. Bang! The shockwave shattered the spacecraft, and Grandma Du spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she was a cruiser, her physical strength was still far from being a match for the Corpse King. The Corpse King attacked again. Grandma Du pushed Yulan Yi away like a madwoman. Little princess, run! She then slammed into the Corpse King, and her body turned into an indescribably terrifying color. With her at the center, half of the spacecraft was enveloped in her venom, including the Yulan court experts and the Corpse King. Even the Explorer Realm Corpse King could not withstand Grandma Du's lethal venom, and they all melted. Yulan Yi donned her universal armor and fled the spacecraft, sorrowfully watching Grandma Du's tragic death. With a boom, the remaining half of the spacecraft exploded once again. Yulan Yi was sent flying by the shockwave, and when she looked around again, she saw that the Yulan court spacecraft was no longer in space. There was only a single Corpse King with gray eyes. Hidden in a distant spacecraft, Luin frowned. The Neo-Human Alliance had sent 2 Corpse Kings that could transform into Corpse Kings for this operation, and one of them was even a hunter. It seemed that the Neo-Human Alliance valued the Yulan court greatly. Even if it was just a guess, they had still sent out such powerhouses. It was just like how the great Yu Empire's Yu family had all died, and even their corpses had disappeared. Luin felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. As he received more and more information, Luin also understood why the Yulan family of the 7 courts did not have any secret techniques. It was because the Yulan family's techniques could only be passed down to a single person, which was different from the Yu secret art. The Yu secret art could be cultivated, while the Yulan secret art could only be passed down to a single person. While Luin was still receiving information, Yulan Yi watched as the gray-eyed Corpse King came closer and closer. Her expression suddenly became very calm, completely different from her previous terrified expression. It's been so many years, but you've still discovered it. That means that there really are people from the Neo-Human Alliance within the 7 courts. Yulan Year's tone was indifferent. She was clearly only about 12 years old, and she was still a very young girl, but her expression and tone made even Luin shiver. Luin ignored the information and continued to stare at outer space. Beside him, the Hunter Realm Corpse King's eyes widened, and it stared at outer space as well. Since you want to know so much, I'll fulfill your wish and let you die with a clear understanding. Yulan Year lifted her pretty face, her eyes cold like the depths of hell. Ripples rippled out from her eyes, and Luin felt a chill run down his spine. This was not power, but more like an indescribable threat that threatened all living things. Yulan's secret art, hidden time, Yulan Year calmly said. The next moment, an unbelievable change occurred, and Lu Yin's worldview was toppled. Yulan Year had grown up. This little girl was clearly only about 10 years old, but the moment she used the secret technique, her body began to grow, and she gradually turned into a pretty girl in her 20s. Her face was beautiful, and her gaze was cold. It was like a poisonous datura flower had bloomed in outer space. This change shocked not only Luin, but even the Hunter Realm Corpse King beside him. Yulan Year smiled. Are you surprised? This is the Yulan secret art. It can hide the changes of time, and it's passed down to only one person. This is what you want. Take this secret with you and die. After she spoke, an old man appeared beside Yulan Year. The old man had appeared without a sound, as if he had always been there and had existed since time immemorial. The moment the Hunter Realm Corpse King beside Luin saw the old man, he was shocked. 7 quarts, Elder Yulan, Yu Yifan. The old man looked up and swept his gaze across the area, looking at the spacecraft hidden in the distance. He tapped the void, and the entire universe trembled. The next moment, everything in Lu Yin's field of vision turned to ash. Planets, celestial phenomena, and the dark heavens, everything that could be seen vanished. This was a boundless and terrifying power, and it was similar to when he had encountered Northgate Taisui. This old man had a power level in the hundreds of thousands, and he was an old monster. To the side, the Hunter Realm Corpse King's eyes turned gray before turning green. It leaped up in a futile attempt to escape. The old man shook his head in disdain. Green Eyes transformation. You can't escape. The Corpse King, the spacecraft, and everyone on it, including Lu Yin, instantly turned to dust and disappeared from the heavens. Yo Year was envious of this shocking scene. I wonder when I'll have such power. The old man looked at Yo Year reproachfully. Nonsense. I told you to hide the secret technique, but you didn't listen. If it wasn't a hunter but a Corpse King on the same level as me, then this secret would have been exposed. Yo Year stretched lazily, revealing her exquisite curves. Grandpa Fan, do you know what it feels like to be imprisoned by a secret technique? Ever since I inherited the Yo secret technique, my body hasn't been able to grow any bigger. It's very painful, so I have to release myself occasionally. The old man snorted. Fortunately, this secret has been protected. The Neo-Human Alliance's strength in the first flow zone has been weakened, and it will be some time before they can act again. Take this time to get closer to Lu Xiaoqiu and the Sword Sect and borrow their strength to protect you. I don't want to get along with losers, Yo Year said unhappily. The old man was helpless. The 13 swords get stronger the further you advance. Although Lu Xiaoqiu lost, there are very few people in this universe who can be his opponent once he becomes an explorer. That Luin and that person from the technocracy were just accidents. Yes, Yo Year helplessly replied. In the distant astral 10, Luin suddenly opened his eyes, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had just experienced death at the hands of an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. He had never felt so close to death even when he had faced Northgate Taisui, and he had never expected to meet such a monster again so soon. More importantly, he had discovered an incredible secret. The Yo Court in the first flow zone had once been a member of the 7 Quarts Yo family. They had betrayed the 7 Quarts and been protected by the Sword Sect, but the Sword Sect had never known that the Yo family's secret technique was in the Yo Court's hands. That old man who had appeared at the end had actually come from the 7 Quarts. In other words, the Yo Court had never truly betrayed the 7 Quarts. Otherwise, the Yo family's elder would not have appeared to protect the little princess. Also, the Yo secret technique had only been passed down to a single person, and that little princess was called Zhou Yi. That old man had used his boundless power to destroy a part of the starry sky. Even the network couldn't transmit any information to the outside world. He thought that no one knew his secret, and he was probably the only one who knew this secret apart from a limited number of people. Aside from this, there was also the matter of the Neo-Human Alliance and the Spectre race. The Spectre race higher up that had fused with Luin had too much information, and Luin was unable to sort it all out for the time being. However, even if he only remembered a portion of it, it was enough to shock the universe. Luin panted heavily as he tapped on his gadget and wrote down some addresses. These addresses were the locations of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds. Right, there was also the secret of the Spectre race. Luin opened the network and searched for the Spectre clan, but the results he obtained were that there was no such clan. He then used his honor points to search for more information, but he still couldn't find anything. This clan was rather secretive, and almost no one knew about them. The Spectre clan had the aura of death within their bodies. This was the most important characteristic to identify the Spectre clan. Luin tried to recall what he had felt during the fusion, but he realized that he had received too much information at once, so he hadn't been able to feel it in time. This fusion had allowed him to learn too many secrets, and Luin muttered to himself for a long time. He didn't know whether or not he should reveal the locations of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds, but in the end, he decided against it. Nobody would believe him, and even if someone did, the Neo-Human Alliance would have long since fled by the time they searched those locations. Luin did not believe that they did not have any spies among the upper echelons of the various human organizations. If even the 7 courts had been infiltrated, then there was no need to even mention the upper echelons of the various organizations. Luin rubbed his temples. The more he learned, the greater the pressure he felt. The universe was too vast, and there were too many organizations. The more he came into contact with those great organizations, the more Luin felt that the Great Yu Empire was insignificant and insignificant. In the outerverse 72 weaves, there were probably no more than 100 almighty enlighters. What about the innerverse? There were even old monsters with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. Even deeper in the innerverse was the cosmic sea, and there was also the Neoverse, which had never been revealed. The various organizations were as diverse as the stars in the night sky. Fortunately, as humans cultivated, their lifespans also increased. The more unfathomable the universe was, the greater the desire to explore and conquer it. However, the most important thing right now was to check how much money he had left. Luin trembled as he opened his cosmic ring. His heart sank, and he had the urge to curse out loud. The star essence that the Northgate family had given him and the leftover from before were all gone. Even the million star crystals were gone. Luin held in grief, as he had become poor again. This had happened too quickly. He had only watched a show, but all of the money that he had worked so hard to earn was gone. Now, he only had 100,000 star crystals and 2 million cosmic dollars left. He had originally wanted to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, but now, he had to delay it again. He did not know how long he would have to delay it. Although the opportunity to earn money inside the centipede's body was good, it was not something that could be obtained at any time. As he looked at his empty cosmic ring, he had the urge to sell off the secrets that he had just obtained. Since he had no more money, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Luin calmed himself down, thought about it, and then walked towards the trial zone entrance. He remembered that there were some mysterious places in the trial zones, and it was rumored that even the 10 arbiters had gone there. He wanted to give it a try. After greeting the trial master, the first place that Luin went to was the Tao of Purgatory's sky platform. There was a saying in the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones, the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death, the Tao of Purgatory's sky platform. Luin had once heard someone mention it, but he did not understand what it meant. Out of the 3 realms and 6 Taos, only the Tao of Heaven and the Tao of Purgatory had legends of the 10 arbiters. As such, the sky platform and the Ocean of Death were much more mysterious than the other trial zones. This was not Lu Yin's first time in the Tao of Purgatory. When he had first chosen the trial zones, he had chosen the Tao of Purgatory, and his first death had occurred there as well. He had always remembered Spear Mountain's area master, Frankfurt. However, there was no need for revenge now. As his strength had increased, his mentality had changed as well. Besides, he had also embarrassed Frankfurt back in the tilting tower. News of Lu Yin's appearance in the Tao of Purgatory quickly spread, and many students from the Astral Combat Academy rushed towards the Tao of Purgatory. They all knew that there was only one place in the Tao of Purgatory that could attract Lu Yin, the sky platform. Dao Bo had yet to return to Astral 6, and Sharon had taken his place in the sky platform. When Sharon saw Lu Yin, his expression changed. His gaze was sometimes fierce, sometimes respectful, sometimes remorseful, and sometimes panicked. It was a complicated mix of emotions. Lu Yin laughed. "Senior Sharon, we haven't seen each other in a while. Are you thinking of filming a movie?" Sharon gulped and laughed dryly. "Student Lu, how do you have the time to come to the Tao of Purgatory?" Lu Yin shrugged and pointed ahead. "Rumor has it that the 10 Arbiters once ascended the sky platform. I want to give it a try as well." "Senior, you won't refuse, right?" Sharon naturally did not dare to refuse. Even if Dao Bo appeared, he would not be able to stop Lu Yin. Of the 9 trial zones of the Astral Combat Academy, aside from Star Sibyl, none of the other realm masters were worthy of Lu Yin's attention. Of course, Lu Yin was not arrogant, and he would abide by the rules that he had to abide by. Sharon did not want to waste any more words with Lu Yin. He was eager to leave, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would expose him. Lu Yin was rather interested in Sharon, but not as a person. Rather, he was interested in the unveiled sword. A sword that came from a source box was very valuable, and even a pike could be sold for over 100 star essence. Even if the unveiled sword was slightly cheaper, it would still be worth a lot. The pike's main value lay in its research and not in the sword itself. Lu Yin felt that the unveiled sword was very sharp. "Senior, when will you have the time to show me the might of the unveiled sword?" Lu Yin asked. Karen's brows rose. "There will be a chance in the future." At this point, more and more students had gathered. Lu Yin walked past Sharon and raised his head to look ahead. This was the sky platform. The so-called sky platform was not the stone steps that most people imagined, nor was it a solemn staircase to the heavens. It was just a series of spheres arranged from bottom to top. It looked very ordinary, but the higher one went, the blurrier their vision became, and the void was distorted. It was because these spheres were shaped like planets and the void was distorted at the very top that it was called the sky platform. It was rumored that when one sat on the sky platform, they could occasionally feel the power of ancient powerhouses. The higher one went, the more they could feel. Back then, one of the 10 Arbiters had reached the top of the sky platform, and their power had undergone an incredible transformation. This was the legend of the sky platform. Dao Bo had controlled the Tao of Purgatory for a long time, but he had not been able to reach the top of the sky platform. At most, he could only sit on one of the spheres and cultivate. Every year, many students obtained Dao Bo's approval and attempted to reach the top of the sky platform, but none succeeded, including Star Sibyl. Lu Yin was now publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy. His attempt to reach the sky platform had attracted everyone's attention. "I don't know if Lu Yin will succeed. The higher one goes, the more likely they are to disappear. It's too strange. I remember that Senior Dao Bo also mysteriously disappeared when he was close to the top, but no one knows how. My senior second brother-in-law's cousin's sister said that she doesn't know either," a fatty mumbled. The moment he finished speaking, the gazes of the people around him turned unfriendly. "If you don't know, then why are you still talking? Does anyone know which arbiter was at the top of the sky platform?" someone suddenly asked. No one answered. Even if they knew, they would not dare to say it. The names of the 10 arbiters could not be casually mentioned. Lu Yin walked to the bottom of the sky platform and looked up. The sky was distorting, but he did not think too much about it. He stepped onto the first sphere, and his entire body suddenly felt different. It was as if an indescribable power had appeared. It could not be seen or touched, and it did not affect his body at all. However, for some reason, it caused his heart to palpitate. He muttered to himself for a moment before stepping onto the second sphere. Just like that, he walked up step by step. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, and more people gathered around him. Feng Sheng, Lu Xiaoyun, and even Star Sibyl had appeared. The higher Lu Yin went, the more obvious that indescribable power became. However, it did not affect him at all. He did not know where this power came from, and he could not tell what kind of power it was. Even old monsters like Northgate Taisui and the 7 Quartz Elders with power levels in the hundreds of thousands were powerful, but they were still traceable. However, the power that surrounded Lu Yin's body was untraceable, and it made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat. Lu Yin did not dare to be careless. He removed the star energy barrier on his right arm and returned to his peak state. He released his domain and activated his serious art. As his strength increased, that mysterious force strangely weakened. It was very strange. At this point, Lu Yin had already reached the middle section of the sky platform. Very few students could reach this point, and those who could were almost all at the level of an area master. Below the sky platform, Frankfurt, Tu Bo, Heart Phoenix, Euro, Longzhe, and the rest all appeared and looked at Lu Yin. Ascending the sky platform was a major event, and it was like diving into the ocean of death. When Lu Yin neared the peak, that mysterious force increased once more. The void around him distorted even more, but this distortion was not caused by that mysterious force. He stepped onto another sphere, and the mysterious force increased once more. Lu Yin felt as if his body was being rejected by the void, as if the entire void wanted to erase him. This was probably why those students had disappeared. It was because of this mysterious force. 5-lined battle force appeared around Lu Yin's body, and a dark golden radiance blossomed. Many students cried out in alarm. Following the appearance of Lu Yin's battle force, that mysterious force weakened once more. It was very strange, and indescribable. This force gave Lu Yin the feeling that he could be erased at any moment. He had fought with many people since he started cultivating, and he had even personally experienced the enormous power of the 7 Quartz Elders that could obliterate the heavens. No matter how strong one's power was, it would still take time to kill someone. That time could be long or short, but it would always take time. However, when faced with this strange power around him, Lu Yin felt that if he was even the slightest bit weaker, he would be gone without a trace. 7th bro, why do I feel a little nervous? Did you come to some incredible place? The monkey asked. The trial zones, the Tao of Purgatory, and the sky platform. The monkey was confused. The Astral Combat Academy's trial zones? Suddenly, it exclaimed, the ruins of the Rune Technology civilization? You did say that before, Lu Yin said. No wonder I had this feeling, the monkey muttered. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Have you experienced this before? The monkey hurriedly replied, of course not. Anyone who dares to experience the power of the rune technology is courting death. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as the monkey was definitely lying. He had definitely experienced this power before, which meant that this inexplicable power was the rune technology's Daos. Now was not the time to pursue this matter. He raised his head. He was only a few steps away from the peak. Below him, everyone stared anxiously. Lu Yin's current position was the limit that Dao Bo had reached. Back then, Dao Bo had only been a few steps away from the peak, but then he had completely disappeared. He had died mysteriously. Lu Yin took a step forward, and the inexplicable power increased once more. However, it still did not pose a threat to Lu Yin. He took a second step, and the inexplicable power became even more apparent. The feeling of being rejected grew even more intense, and a sense of danger caused his back to turn cold. Lu Yin took a deep breath and took a final step forward. Above his head was the distorted void, and at this moment, the inexplicable power was causing his domain and battle force to dissipate as it tried to erase his entire being. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as an intense sense of danger appeared. He felt as if he was about to be erased. There was clearly no attack, but this feeling was very intense. He did not know how powerful the 10 arbiters who had reached the peak had been back in the Astral Combat Academy, but he had tied the Divine Fist's record, so he was confident that his strength was no weaker than that of the 10 arbiters. The inexplicable sense of danger grew stronger. Lu Yin's body was not injured, and there were no external attacks. However, his entire body began to turn transparent. Everyone held their breaths. He was about to disappear. This was it. They had seen this scene many times before, and all of the losers had mysteriously disappeared like this. Luin was shocked. This should not be happening. Could it be that he was weaker than that 10 arbiters? How was that possible? The 10 arbiters had also been leaders when they reached the top of the sky platform because explorers were not allowed to enter. This meant that Lu Yin's current strength could not compare to the 10 arbiters when they had been leaders. Then, just how strong were the 10 arbiters? Was the Divine Fist's record fake? No one would reveal all of their trump cards. This phrase suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind. The Divine Fist's record was left for future generations to surpass, but what future generations could surpass was always the record on the surface. No one knew the Divine Fist's true strength. Through the sky platform, Lu Yin could clearly feel the invincible strength of the 10 arbiters. Everyone had underestimated the 10 arbiters, their strength was unparalleled and unfathomable. Lu Yin's body became more and more transparent as his existence was being erased. He still did not have the qualifications to reach the top of the sky platform. However, just as Lu Yin was about to completely disappear, his body suddenly solidified once more, and that inexplicable power rapidly weakened. The crowd did not understand, but they could only see the result. Lu Yin had reached the top. The sky platform had existed for countless years in the trial zones, but only a few had ever reached the top. According to the records, only a few students had ever reached the top, and of those few, only the 10 arbiters had been leaders. The others had all been explorers who had made an exception to reach the top. Lu Yin was the second leader in history to reach the top. The moment Lu Yin reached the top, all of the Astral Combat Academy's headmasters opened their eyes at the same time. At that moment, Lu Yin's name was recorded in the history of the Astral Combat Academy. A leader who can reach the top of the sky platform. What a genius, an old voice said from Astral 6. The sky platform exists only to encourage and pass down inheritances, not to test leaders. Since ancient times, only explorers have reached the top, but in recent years, 2 leaders have reached the top. The universe has indeed changed, a voice from Astral 2 said. That's a good thing. The faster the younger generation grows, the more at ease we old folks will feel, a voice from Astral 5 said. If they grow too quickly, they won't be able to temper their minds. The 10 Arbiters' Council is too tyrannical, and they're easily broken, a voice from Astral 9 said. It doesn't matter. It's a good thing for young people to have some drive. This kid will probably go to the Ocean of Death next. The Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death and the Tao of Purgatory's sky platform. Hee, an old voice from Astral 1 said. It's a pity that this kid came from Astral 10. That old guy doesn't even know that his academy has produced a genius. What a pity, a voice from Astral 4 said. In the Tao of Purgatory, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Just as his body was about to completely disappear, he had suddenly recited the Stonewall Scriptures. He had always felt that reciting the Stonewall Scriptures would always have a miraculous effect whenever he encountered a problem that he could not solve. Sure enough, it had worked again this time. The Stonewall Scriptures seemed to have given him a cheat, and it had forcefully dispersed that strange aura, allowing him to successfully reach the top. It was a pity that he had not relied on his own abilities to reach the top. He was still a bit weaker than the 10 arbiters when they had been leaders, but he did not know how much weaker he was. Speaking of which, Lu Yin's current strength was already quite abnormal. His dai, his various fortuitous encounters, and his inexplicably powerful body had all been combined together, but he still could not catch up to the 10 arbiters. He really did not know how the 10 arbiters had cultivated. Regardless, he had reached the top. At this moment, he felt as if he had stepped into another space. Half of his body was on the sky platform, while the other half had already sunk into the distorted void. The scene that he saw was completely different from the others. He saw countless strange runes that seemed to have cut up the entire Tao of Purgatory. This was the true appearance of the trial zones, the legacy of the Rune Technology Society. Seventh bro, what did you see? Tell me about it, the monkey shouted. Half of Lu Yin's body was on the sky platform, so the monkey could not see what Lu Yin was seeing. Lu Yin did not know how to describe it either. Seeing was one thing, but not understanding was another. He had a confused expression on his face, as he had no idea what the benefits of reaching the top were. It would be better for him to experience a battle between ancient powerhouses. Below him, countless people were also watching anxiously. No one had seen the 10 arbiters reach the top, as they had all been chased away. No one knew which arbiter had reached the top, and Luin was the only one in recent years to reach the top. Many people were still hoping that he would draw out an ancient inheritance to broaden their horizons, but after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. "Why does it feel like Luin has been cut in half?" someone muttered. The others looked up, and it did indeed look like it. "Seventh bro, half of your butt is exposed. Do you feel unsafe?" the monkey asked. Luin looked at the countless runes in the sky and frowned. The more he looked, the more dizzy he felt. His eyes began to ache, and 2 streams of tears unconsciously flowed down his cheeks. He closed his eyes, not daring to open them again. However, when he did so, his body actually began to slowly disappear, which frightened him so much that he immediately opened his eyes again. He opened them, but they were so sore that he could not bear it. It was as if someone had used a strong light to stab his eyes. He wanted to close them, but he did not dare to. He was not stupid, and he knew that there had to be a reason for his eyes to ache. With his strength, it was impossible for his eyes to ache for no reason. Perhaps it had something to do with the reward for reaching the top. Luin forced himself to keep his eyes open, and he stared at the countless runes until he felt dizzy. Inexplicably, he began to recite the Stonewall scriptures again, but they were ineffective this time as well. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He closed his eyes and his body suddenly vanished from the Tao of Purgatory, just like the previous failures. Below him, all the students were silent. Did he succeed or fail? No one knew, because no one knew what the person who had reached the top looked like. On Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Luin suddenly opened his eyes, but then subconsciously closed them. It was too sore. What was going on? "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Coco's voice traveled over. Aside from her, Zora, Xiao Luo, and the rest were all present, and they had all seen Luin reach the top. Luin waved a hand and closed his eyes. "It's nothing. Let me rest for a while." Coco was worried. "Brother Lu. What's wrong with your eyes? Are you sick?" "Coco, let me give you an injection." Luin immediately waved a hand and closed his eyes. "There's no need, Coco. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after a nap." Coco felt that it was a pity, and she grunted. Since Luin was in such a state, the others did not want to disturb him, and they all left. Luin leaned against the Trial Zone Mountain and tried to open his eyes. A glimmer of light entered his eyes, and there were also traces of lines. "Eh? Lines? Aren't these runes?" Luin was startled, and he immediately opened his eyes to look around. He could not see it himself, but if anyone else saw his eyes, they would discover that they had changed. They were deeper, like the starry sky, and carried an indescribable dignity. He looked around, and sure enough, the space around him had changed. There were a few lines that could also be called runes. What had happened to his eyes? Even with his domain and serious art activated and a lock-breaking tool in hand, he could not see these things. Now, he could see them with just his eyes. His eyes had changed. Ordinary people could only see space, but cultivators could see the flow of star energy. The stronger they were, the more obvious they could see. This was especially true for lockbreakers, as they could control the flow of star energy and use their perception of star energy to unlock. Domain experts could also sense the changes in star energy. When Luin had first obtained the Giant Emperor's third eye, he had been able to see space even more deeply. When he had comprehended his domain and combined the three, his vision had surpassed many people, and he had even surpassed most lockbreakers. However, those were different from what he could see now. These were runes. Luin did not know what these runes were, but could they be manifestations of energy on a deeper level? Also, were his eyes all right? He wanted to ask the trial master about this, but for some reason, he did not feel like doing so. There were some things that happened to him that might not happen to others, and revealing too much would not do him any good. Luin rubbed his eyes and exhaled. He looked around. Would he see lines in everything in the future? That would not do. He tried to withdraw his star energy from his eyes, and the lines disappeared. Sure enough, everything was based on star energy. Seventh bro, what did you see in the sky platform? The monkey was very curious. Luin calmly replied, what do you think I saw? How would I know? The monkey rolled his eyes. Luin did not argue with him. The damned monkey seemed to be threatened, but in reality, he knew better than anyone what he should and should not say. He would not hide anything that he could tell him, and he would not reveal anything that he did not want to. Xiao Luo and the others left to give Luin some time to rest. He really did need to rest, and he mainly wanted to see if there were any problems with his eyes. If there were, he could ask the trial master for help. In a corner of the universe, there was a planet that was surrounded by layers of cyclones that formed an incomparably sturdy protective net. Below the net was a group of powerhouses, and the weakest of them was an explorer. The strongest was a hunter dressed in imperial robes. These people looked no different from ordinary people, but their legs were especially long. Each of them was more than 3 meters tall. This group of space-exploring powerhouses looked up at the sky, and their eyes filled with unprecedented worry and fear. Outside Cyclone Continent's protective net, a long-haired young man had his hands in his pockets as he leisurely looked down. This is your last chance. Accept the 10 Arbiters' Council's right to judge, educate, and adjudicate the younger generation of Cyclone Continent. Below the cyclone barrier, the middle-aged man in imperial robes spoke in a deafening voice, outsider, the Cyclone Continent does not accept threats, nor is it willing to come into contact with the outside world. Please leave. The young man raised his head and helplessly flicked his hair. To be honest, I don't like dealing with this sort of thing. It's too dirty, but who told you to be in my territory? He then vanished. The entire space remained unchanged, and there was no sense of strangeness. It was as if the young man had never appeared. Below the protective net, many of the powerhouses were stunned. Where had he gone? The next moment, the entire planet trembled, and the cyclones that had surrounded the planet for countless years were stripped away layer by an invisible force. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and he suddenly stared at a spot in the void. He raised a hand to attack, and the void distorted to reveal the long-haired young man. He did not even turn around, allowing the hunter to attack. However, the hunter's attack strangely disappeared as it neared the long-haired young man. It vanished without a trace, and not even a single ripple appeared. Many of the powerhouses from Cyclone Continent were shocked, and they all looked on in confusion. The long-haired youth turned around and smirked. I am one of the 10 arbiters, and I cannot be attacked. The 10 arbiters. He then raised his hand and aimed it at the hunter in imperial robes. The hunter then vanished, vanishing from this space. All of the powerhouses from Cyclone Continent were stunned. What was this? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to continue existing, the long-haired young man said leisurely as he smiled and glanced at the enormous planet below. Not long after, the planet that had once surrounded the cyclones disappeared from outer space. It was like a speck of dust that had vanished without a trace. The long-haired young man flipped through his gadget in boredom. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he laughed. He actually reached the top of the sky platform. Interesting. I wonder if he opened his eyes. My path is not lonely. Luin stayed at the Trial Zone Mountain for 2 days, but his eyes did not feel any discomfort. He finally relaxed. During these 2 days, Coco and the others did not disturb him. Big Pao and Little Pao had already left Astral 10 for Chaos Flow Zone. Luin walked out of the Trial Zone Mountain and arrived at the Trial Zone entrance. He then respectfully said to the Trial Master, Mentor, this student has some questions to ask. The Trial Master opened his murky eyes. If you want to ask a question, you must first grab a teleportation stone. 1 stone for 1 question. Luin nodded. He was not surprised and walked towards the teleportation stone. Currently, Astral 10 had 3 teleportation stones. One of them was fixed while the other 2 had been snatched by Luin. Aside from him, no one else had managed to snatch a teleportation stone. Xiao Luo and the others were very strong, but the chances of encountering someone stronger in the ported battles were too high. Lu Yin had been defeated many times, let alone Xiao Luo and the others. Lu Yin's record in the ported battles was 134 wins and 108 losses. His best win streak was 19, which was quite good. However, that was in the past. Now, after being strengthened by the strengthening fruits twice, his power had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He wanted to increase his winning streak to 30 matches, as that was one of the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings. To challenge the top 100 rankings, one could not just directly start a fight, as the other party had the right to refuse. In fact, the Astral Combat Academy even encouraged people to refuse in order to maintain the authority of the top 100 rankings. If anyone could challenge the top 100 rankings, then it would be too much of a joke. The top 100 rankings experts would be annoyed to no end, and they would not be able to kill everyone. Thus, generally speaking, those who did not have the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings would not be accepted. However, once accepted, the challenge would still be valid. For example, if Lu Yin defeated Northgate Lai, then he would be able to enter the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's previous battle with Northgate Lai was also one of the reasons why he had wanted to enter the top 100 rankings. However, after some thought, he decided against it. The greater his fame, the more benefits it would bring, but if someone wanted to attack him, the intensity of the attacks would be different as well. He had not been threatened by Northgate Taisui, which had exposed his powerful network of connections. If his enemies wanted to deal with him, they would definitely consider Night King Yuanjing, which would target his network of connections. If he entered the top 100 rankings, then the attacks targeting him would be even stronger. Not only would they target his network of connections, but they would also target him personally. Being famous was not necessarily a good thing. As soon as he stepped into the range of the teleportation stone, Lu Yin's vision blurred as he activated the battle for the teleportation stone. Winning 15 matches in a row was not too difficult for Lu Yin. As long as his luck was not bad, there were less than 100 people in the younger generation who could defeat him. In the 16th match, his opponent was actually a sentinel. Lu Yin was speechless, as he felt like he was looking at a newbie. At this moment, the newbie's heart was crumbling as he stared dumbfoundedly at the two bright red words in front of him. 7th Bro. Yesterday, his senior brother had told him about the situation of the red names, and his tone had been filled with fear and reverence for them. Today, he had encountered one. Screw you. The newbie had just cursed in his heart when his entire body disappeared. Lu Yin exhaled and snatched another teleportation stone. It was not enough, so he continued. Victory in the 17th match, victory in the 18th match, victory in the 19th match, victory. At this point, Lu Yin had reached his peak, but it was still not enough. Soon, he had won the 22nd match, and then the 23rd match, victory. Bang! The floating stone shattered, and the figure in front of him dissipated. Lu Yin looked up, he had won the 30th match. After winning 30 matches in a row, he now had the qualifications to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings. There were several qualifications to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings, and he could challenge anyone as long as he met any one of them. This meant that he could challenge anyone on the top 100 rankings as long as he had the confidence to do so. Of course, his opponent could still refuse, but rejecting someone who had the qualifications to challenge someone would be seen as a sign of fear, which had a different meaning. As long as he had the qualifications, he could challenge anyone on the top 100 rankings at any time. Lu Yin opened his eyes. Lu Xiaoqiu should be there soon. With his strength, he should be able to win 30 matches in a row. Although there were many youths in the universe, the division between them was very obvious. The 10 arbiters were always at the peak, and below them were the top 100 rankings. There might be hidden powerhouses, but there were not many. Lu Yin was confident that there were less than 100 people in the universe who could defeat him, and those who could defeat Lu Xiaoqiu would not exceed a few hundred either. More importantly, he and Lu Xiaoqiu were still leaders. Once they broke through to the explorer realm, there would be very few people in the universe who could defeat them. There were only 2 matches left before he could snatch the next teleportation stone, so Lu Yin continued to enter the ported battles. Just like the previous battle, the scene that appeared was still the sky. Countless giant rocks floated in the sky while white clouds circled the area. It was a beautiful scene. Across from him, a tall figure appeared with the words Second War King written above his head. Luin was shocked when he saw this person's nickname. War King? He remembered that there was one of the 10 arbiters who was called the War King, but this person was actually called the Second War King. This person was truly arrogant, but what was even crazier was that this person actually sat down on a rock and waved at Luin. His meaning was obvious, he wanted Luin to attack as he pleased. Luin narrowed his eyes and carefully observed this person. With such courage, he either did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, or he was truly powerful. Which type did this person belong to? Luin could not tell, as he could not sense any dangerous aura from this person. He seemed like a normal person, and the more he acted like this, the more abnormal it was. Suifeng had been too tired recently, and he had not had a single month of vacation. He had not been able to accumulate drafts, so he was really tired. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Thank you. Actually, Suifeng had thought about working full-time, but there were many brothers who liked to read this novel, and there were also many who read pirated versions. His income was too low. And he would not even be able to support himself if he worked full-time. He would have to go to work, but his promise of 2 chapters a day would not change. Once again, thank you for your support. Today is Children's Day, and Suifeng wishes all of you to live younger and younger. I'll add a chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you. If possible, Suifeng asks all of you to support the original version. Thank you. Luin tried flicking out with his finger. With his physical strength, even an ordinary explorer would not dare to underestimate this attack. However, the wind directly hit the Second War King. The Second War King casually patted the spot that had been hit and waved at Luin again. Luin took a deep breath. He was now certain that this person was truly strong. Luin rarely met someone who could ignore his attack. Only the experts on the top 100 rankings could do so, but he did not know what this person's ranking was. Luin did not hesitate. 5-lined battle force appeared on the surface of his body and illuminated the sky. His domain was fully released, and star energy filled his eyes as he saw faint lines in the void. These were runes. When those lines appeared in his eyes, Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he stared at the Second War King in shock. At this moment, the number of rune lines that the Second War King represented was unimaginable, and it even repelled the void. Lu Yin's star energy could not sense the Second War King's strength, and perhaps his power level could not be measured either. However, the number of rune lines clearly indicated that this person was extraordinarily strong. The more rune lines one had, the more powerful one was. The number of rune lines that the Second War King represented far exceeded Lu Yin's own. The Second War King looked at Luin with interest and waved at him again. Luin knew that this battle boded ill for him. Changes in star energy and power level could deceive others, but rune lines could not. This person was much stronger than him, but so what if he was stronger? There was no way out of a ported battle. Luin took a deep breath and his body instantly disappeared, reappearing in front of the Second War King. He knew that this person would not dodge, so he decided to use his strongest attack. The Second War King's eyes went wide, and there was an intense excitement in the depths of his eyes. What a fierce attack. Not bad at all. Bang! Shockwaves spread out in all directions, shattering the rocks and shattering the sky. 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm. This was Lu Yin's strongest attack, and he did not hold back as he struck the Second War King's body. The Second War King's body, which had been sitting cross-legged, was slammed into a boulder. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy muscles. Lu Yin's strongest attack had deeply imprinted itself into the Second War King's body, leaving behind a deep imprint. 30 stacks crushed the void and completely exploded within the Second War King's body. Luin leapt up and retreated 100 meters. He gravely looked at the Second War King, who had collapsed into a boulder. Although this attack had been powerful, it was definitely not enough to defeat this person, as the number of rune lines representing this person had not decreased by much. He guessed that the number of rune lines not only represented a person's strength, but also their life force. If the rune lines disappeared, that person would disappear. If it was as Luin had guessed, then the Second War King was barely injured. Within the boulder, the second War King opened his eyes and straightened his upper body. He lowered his head to look at the palm imprint that had been imprinted into his body before looking up at Lu Yin and slowly clapping. A cold glint flashed across Lu Yin's eyes. This person was clearly looking down on him. The second War King slowly stood up and patted the dust off his body. He looked at Lu Yin, and then his lips suddenly curled up. He leaned back and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to suck in all the air in the area. Lu Yin frowned and stared at the second War King. Was this a battle technique? As the air was sucked in, the second War King's body began to swell. The palm print disappeared, and it was impossible to tell that he had been attacked. Lu Yin watched in astonishment as the space around him distorted, and an intense sense of danger welled up within him. Suddenly, the second War King faced Lu Yin and viciously opened his mouth to roar. Lu Yin felt the space in front of him shatter as everything turned white. The second War King seemed to have transformed into a demon as he shattered the void. Everything that Lu Yin saw and heard turned into nothingness, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already at the trial zone entrance. Defeated. Lu Yin looked at his own hands. He had been easily defeated. The second War King was too abnormally powerful. Not only had he been able to withstand Lu Yin's strongest attack, but he had also been able to instantly kill Lu Yin. Facing the second War King was like facing Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin had been unable to retaliate at all. This person was definitely in the top 20 of the top 100 rankings, and Lu Yin had a feeling that he was even stronger than Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin, 164 victories, 109 defeats. The trial master suddenly spoke up, his aged voice echoing out. Outside the teleportation stone, Michelle was shocked and looked at Lu Yin. You lost? Lu Yin had not expected Michelle to be here, and he nodded. Yes, I lost. Michelle was in disbelief, as there were very few people in the younger generation who could defeat Lu Yin. Did you run into an expert from the top 100 rankings? Lu Yin shrugged. I'm not sure, but I think so. What's his name? Michelle asked. Lu Yin replied, this is a ported battle, so there's only a nickname. There's no name. What's the nickname? Maybe I know who it is. Michelle was very curious, as anyone who could defeat Lu Yin was definitely a top expert of the younger generation. Lu Yin replied, the second War King. Michelle's eyes narrowed, and she shook her head. No wonder you lost. You lost without any suspense. Do you know who it is? Lu Yin was curious. Michelle nodded and looked at Lu Yin. I sympathize with you because you ran into the fourth on the top 100 rankings, Avery. Lu Yin was shocked. He knew that the second War King's ranking should be very high, but he had not expected it to be this high. What did it mean to be fourth on the top 100 rankings? He was definitely the next 10 arbiters, and as long as the 10 arbiters abdicated, they would still be part of the younger generation. Being fourth on the top 100 rankings meant that there were no more than 20 people in the entire universe who could defeat him, and that included the 10 arbiters. You ran into Avery, so it's not strange that you lost. He should have allowed you to attack him, right? Did you hurt him? Michelle asked curiously. Lu Yin thought about it. Maybe not. Michelle was not surprised, and she stepped into the teleportation stone's range. Lu Yin was still immersed in his shock. His luck was too bad, no, it was too good. He had gotten a taste of the strength of the top 5 in the top 100 rankings. Avery? There would definitely be a battle in the future. After losing to Avery, Lu Yin's hopes of snatching another teleportation stone had been dashed. Of course, he could continue to participate in ported battles, but the chances of encountering a freak like Avery were not high. He should be able to snatch a few more teleportation stones, but he did not have the energy to do so. He walked up to the trial master and said, Mentor, I managed to snatch a teleportation stone. The trial master grunted. Ask away. Lu Yin took out the half of the white fruit from his cosmic ring. I would like to ask about the use of this fruit. The trial master looked at the white fruit in Lu Yin's hand, and his gaze gradually deepened. After a while, he said, it's filled with vitality. In ancient times, when technology was not advanced, this fruit was a treasure used to treat serious injuries. But now, technology has advanced, and its ability to treat injuries and illnesses has greatly increased. A fruit of this level is not very valuable, and it can at most be used as a catalyst to create medicine. Luin asked, Mentor, are you saying that this fruit is not very valuable? Is it because there's only half of it left? First, it's not old enough. Second, there's only half of it left, so it's not very valuable. Luin asked again, if it's an old fruit that's filled with vitality, would it be very valuable? The trial master replied, it's impossible to estimate. There are some fruits that are filled with vitality that can bring someone back to life. Unfortunately, the age of those fruits is too high, and they only exist in the hands of the superpowers. Ordinary people cannot see them. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he put the white fruit away. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. To others, half a fruit was indeed useless, but to Lu Yin, it was extremely valuable. As long as he had money, he could turn this fruit into a spirit, and bringing the dead back to life would no longer be a dream. This thing was equivalent to another life. Using a strengthening fruit to exchange for this was worth it. Lu Yin felt that he should find more natural treasures, but he couldn't think of anything else. He didn't have any money, and he didn't even have the resources to cultivate. He had to think of a way to earn money. The Great Yu Empire was currently expanding all over the Frostwave Weave, and while it had gathered many resources, it had also consumed a lot of them. It was barely able to fill the gap in funds from the war with the Ross Empire, so it was temporarily impossible for it to take money from the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin returned to the Trial Zone Mountain, intending to cross the Ocean of Death and see what was on the other side. The Tao of Purgatory's sky platform and the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death were not random phrases. Since he had returned to Astral 10, he naturally wanted to take a look. Otherwise, if he became an explorer one day, he wouldn't be able to enter the trial zones. Brother Lu, are you going to the Tao of Heaven? Coco asked as she walked over with Zora by her side. Lu Yin nodded. I want to take a look at the Ocean of Death. Coco was excited. That's great. Let's go together. Lu Yin was surprised. You want to go too? Coco nodded. The Ocean of Death isn't the sky platform, so we can form a team to go. Me and Sister Zora want to go as well. Lu Yin didn't refuse as he thought of the cosmic sea. Perhaps he could use the Ocean of Death to get used to it in advance. One person would never be able to accomplish anything. Since you're going to the Ocean of Death, why don't you count me in? Xiao Luo walked over with a smile. There were only the four of them at the Trial Zone Mountain, so Lu Yin nodded. Alright, I'll see you on the shores of the Ocean of Death. Alright, let's go together. Coco was very excited. Xiao Luo watched Lu Yin's back and smiled. He then sat down cross-legged and entered the Tao of Heaven. Ever since Lu Yin had ascended the sky platform, many people had guessed that he would go to the Ocean of Death. After all, with his strength, there was no telling when he would break through to the explorer realm. If he wanted to enter the Ocean of Death as an explorer, he would have to obtain the Academy's approval. The process was rather troublesome, so there was a high chance that he would attempt it right now. Many students had waited on the shores of the Ocean of Death for this speculation. Their efforts paid off, and they had finally waited for Lu Yin to arrive. The waters of the Ocean of Death were turbid, and anything that fell into it would sink. Even birds would find it difficult to cross. It was rumored that there was an island on the other side of the Ocean of Death where countless ancient powerhouses' skeletons were buried. There were even inheritances there, but no one could verify these rumors. Even one of the 10 arbiters had avoided talking about it after crossing the Ocean of Death. Quang Wang's situation was tragic. Of the 9 trial zones, the Ocean of Death was the most useless. Even the sky platform could increase Dao Bo's chances of receiving an inheritance. Only the Ocean of Death was a place where Quang Wang could do nothing but enjoy the scenery. Quang Wang had always been filled with resentment towards the Ocean of Death. He had tried to cross it multiple times, but he had failed each time. This time, he planned to follow Lu Yin. June 1st, Children's Day. Windborn hopes that all of his brothers will be as happy and pure as they were when they were children. I'll add a new chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you all for your support. If possible, please tip me. When they saw Lu Yin appear, many students were eager to give it a try. Teams could be formed to cross the ocean of death, and many wanted to follow Luin. Who knew, they might even be able to reach the legendary island. Luin stood on the shore of the ocean of death and gazed into the distance. The water and the sky were one color, and it was a vast expanse of dark yellow. It was like the yellow springs that buried all living beings, and it was a chilling sight. Was there really an inheritance on the other side of the Dead Sea? Were the 10 arbiters who had ascended the sky platform and the 10 arbiters who had crossed the ocean of death the same person? Or had more than one of the 10 arbiters succeeded? Luin was very curious about all of this. Long time no see, Brother Lu. Kuang Wang walked over from nearby, casually pushing back a few students who had tried to strike up a conversation with Luin. Luin looked at Kuang Wang and smiled. Long time no see. Senior, you're becoming more and more elegant. Kuang Wang laughed. These people all want to cross the ocean of death with you, but they aren't qualified. Luin did not deny it. He was not a bad person, but he was not a good person either. If he brought along another person, then it would be even more dangerous. There was no need for him to try it out for no reason. Aside from Coco and the rest, the others would need to be strong enough to follow him. For example, Kuang Wang's appearance made it obvious that he wanted to cross the ocean of death as well. Brother Lu, let's not beat around the bush. I hope to cross the ocean of death with you. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them, Kuang Wang said heroically. Luin was tempted, and he looked at Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang should be very rich. After some thought, he said, I heard that Senior is from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's Divine Grade Hall. That's right, said Kuang Wang proudly. Luin looked at Kuang Wang. Is the Divine Grade Hall very rich? Kuang Wang was stunned, and he stared blankly at Luin. He had not expected Luin to ask such a question. When he saw Lu Yin's curious gaze, Kuang Wang dryly replied, he should be very rich. I don't know. Oh, Luin grunted as he tapped the air with his right hand. His 3 fingers rubbed against the air with each tap. His actions were exactly the same as old Kai's, filled with a noble, elegant, and mysterious aura, the action of asking for money. Kuang Wang looked at Luin and waited for him to continue. However, he discovered that Luin was no longer speaking. Instead, he heard a strange tapping sound that caused the void to tremble. Kuang Wang lowered his head and saw Lu Yin's actions. His mouth stiffened. Brother Lu, how much do you want? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sure enough, this action was both obvious and generous, as well as noble and reserved. Let's see how much you think it's worth. Kuang Wang nodded and stared blankly at Luin. Alright, I'll send you the money when we get out. Luin happily told Kuang Wang about his Mavis bank account, and that he had money again. Of course, it wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. At this moment, Kuang Wang's heart was filled with complex emotions. He had never thought that the most powerful person in the Astral Combat Academy would be such a person. Asking for money was too tacky. Shouldn't experts have the demeanor of an expert? When he saw Lu Yin's delighted expression, Kuang Wang turned his head away. This person's understanding of experts might be wrong. Soon, Xiao Luo arrived, followed by Coco and Zola. Senior, how did you guys cross the river in the past? Kuang Wang replied, the ocean of death has a strange ability to decompose star energy, and it's even more so for life forms. That's why you can only use star energy to form a boat. As for whether or not you can reach the end, that will depend on whether or not your star energy can withstand it. There's also the possibility of illusions. Illusions? Luin and the others were astonished, as none of them, including Xiao Luo, had crossed the ocean of death before. Kuang Wang solemnly explained, the most troublesome are illusions. These illusions make you believe that they're real even though you know they're just illusions. More importantly, they can destroy a person's spiritual force. Luin and Xiao Luo looked at each other. Spiritual force? That was not good. At their level, they had no way to effectively defend against spiritual force attacks. Luin had memorized the Stonewall scriptures, which had given him an invisible defense against spiritual force attacks. Lu Xiaoqiu had learned the 13 swords to attack the spiritual force, and most of the Day-Night Clan's battle techniques had spiritual force attacks attached to them. However, these were all passive. Actually, with their true abilities, they did not have the qualifications to come into contact with these kinds of battle techniques. Luin did not know if his current defenses against spiritual force attacks could withstand illusions, but he hoped that the power of these illusions would not surpass that of the spear in the centipede's body. Luin had a feeling that anything that was connected to spiritual force was not to be trifled with. At that moment, a figure flew over from nearby. It was Fengshan. "You guys want to cross the ocean of death? How about I join you?" Fengshan asked casually. Everyone looked at Luin. Luin looked at Quang Wang. Coco and Zora were confused. What did he mean? Quang Wang had the right to make the decision? Quang Wang's mouth twitched, as he knew what Luin meant. He hurriedly pulled Fengshan to the side and whispered to him. Fengshan listened and then looked at Luin in shock. Luin acted very naturally. A gentleman loved money, and he had earned it in a proper way. He had put in the effort, and it was only right that he be rewarded. Otherwise, why would he bring these people along? He was not a nanny. Soon after, Quang Wang and Fengshan walked over. Fengshan nodded at Luin and sized him up in amazement. Are we going now? Luin nodded. Use star energy to form a boat. Let's go one by one. Zora will start first. Zora acknowledged, and her star energy surged to form a small boat that floated on the shore of the ocean of death. Senior Quang Wang, why aren't we flying over? Coco asked. Quang Wang replied, because the further in we fly, the greater the resistance. We can only cross. Coco grunted and looked at Zora with concern. Sister Zora, can you handle it? The others also looked at Zora. Everyone's strength was different, and their star energy was different as well. The ocean of death naturally had different levels of star energy decomposition. Zora carefully sensed the star energy in her body, and her expression turned ugly. 3 days at most. All right, we'll switch in 3 days, Luin said. The group then boarded the small boat and headed towards the depths of the ocean of death. Many students watched from the shore, and quite a few decided to team up and follow behind Lu Yin's group. Wuda was one of them. After the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest, his newspaper had become more and more popular. Although he was still often hunted down, with the help of external funds, many of his students had joined him as well. There were now more than 10 people who had decided to team up and cross the ocean of death. Besides Wu Da's group, many others had joined forces as well. They probably felt that there was a high chance of reaching the end of the ocean of death by following Lu Yin's group. Everyone was silent as they sat on the small star energy boat. Star energy appeared on Lu Yin's fingertips, and when he touched the water, he frowned. Something wasn't right, this wasn't just decomposition. This feeling was similar to the sky platform, it was rejection. Star energy gathered in his eyes, and when he opened them, he saw that the entire ocean of death was filled with rune lines. The rune lines represented by Zora's star energy were just like the small boat in the middle of the ocean that could disintegrate at any moment. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the more rune lines there were. Luin couldn't even measure how many there were, but it far exceeded Avery's. This was the true face of the ocean of death. He looked up again and saw that the entire trial zone was formed by an enormous amount of rune lines. It wasn't a natural environment, and the amount of rune lines represented was enough to make him faint. Everything formed by a natural environment had far fewer rune lines than the ocean of death. The monkey had said that rune technology had flourished for a period of time, and its combat methods had been very strange. It had directly erased an opponent's rune lines, which was a form of erasure. In that case, if Luin wanted to erase the ocean of death, he could also erase the rune lines. However, Luin didn't know how to erase another person's rune lines. He didn't understand such a power. He removed the star energy from his eyes, and everything returned to normal. The small boat steadily headed towards the depths of the ocean of death. More than 10 small boats followed behind them. One day later, while the group was resting, Coco suddenly cried out. Ah, if we die in the ocean of death, won't the Tao of Heaven appear in the ocean of death again? Quang Wang was startled by Coco's words, and he rolled his eyes. No, the ocean of death is very special. If you die in the ocean of death and enter the Tao of Heaven again, you'll only appear on the coast. That's good. Coco patted her chest. Luin looked at Zora and saw that her face was ugly and slightly pale. He filled his eyes with star energy again, and after observing for a while, he determined that Zora's star energy would run out in at most half a day. A day and a half? That was less than half of what she had expected, which meant that the ocean of death's star energy rejection had doubled. Luin looked back and saw that none of the small boats had fallen behind, and they were all following behind them. Be careful. Fengshan barked as he released his green domain. He raised a hand and slapped to the left. Everyone looked over and saw a war spirit wielding a spear that was thrusting towards the group. Fengshan's palm collided with the war spirit's spear, causing the small boat to sway and the war spirit's spear to shatter. Fengshan's eyes flashed, and a stream of air revolved around his palm. Whirlwind slash. With a whoosh, the void split apart, and the war spirit was instantly obliterated by the whirlwind slash. Zora heaved a sigh of relief. Coco cried out, "There are war spirits here." Quang Wang nodded and solemnly said, "That's right. There are war spirits in the ocean of death. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zora asked with an ugly expression. Quang Wang helplessly replied, "I forgot." Everyone was speechless. The appearance of a war spirit means that the person who formed it has crossed the ocean of death. Everyone, be careful. If we're unlucky, we might run into one of the 10 arbiters, Fengshan said as he licked his lips. Coco was afraid. "Senior, don't scare us." Fengshan smiled bitterly. "I'm not scaring anyone. No one knows how a war spirit forms. Perhaps your war spirit will form in the next second as well. Do you remember the astral combat tournament? Brother Lu and Lu Xiaoqiu were having a good fight when their war spirits suddenly formed and ran away. Luin recalled that during the astral combat tournament, he and Lu Xiaoqiu had both formed war spirits during their battle. Hee, I heard that quite a few students died at the hands of the 13 swords. That was Lu Xiaoqiu's war spirit. I wonder who was unlucky enough to run into Brother Lu's war spirit, Quang Wang gloated. Fengshan glanced at him. No matter who it is, it won't end well for them, including you. Quang Wang pursed his lips, as Fengshan was right. With Lu Yin's power level during the astral combat tournament, his war spirit could easily crush them all. If we can really run into one of the 10 arbiters' war spirits, then this trip won't have been in vain, Xiao Luo said with some interest. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at the ocean of death. He hoped to run into one of the 10 arbiters' war spirits and experience their strength when they were still emitters. He did not believe that the difference between them was that great. Third update, brothers, happy holidays. Dream of your childhood, and I hope that everyone will always maintain that most sincere happiness and innocence. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. Everyone turned around to look. A small boat had been smashed into pieces. Several students on the boat had been killed by a fighting soul. They had no power to fight back. Quang Wang's expression changed. A realm master's battle prowess. This war spirit's original form is a realm master from the academy. Luin raised his hand and aimed his palm at the war spirit. Space render palm. The air pressure formed by the space-splitting palm crossed the surface of the Dead Sea and fiercely attacked the fighting soul. The fighting soul turned around and stretched out both of its palms, colliding with the air pressure formed by the space-splitting palm. However, in an instant, its body collapsed and disappeared into the Dead Sea. Lu Yin's space render palm had easily killed a realm master, which shocked Fengshan and Quang Wang. How had this guy become so strong? Luin retracted his hand. It was not that he wanted to help anyone, but since this war spirit had appeared, if he did not destroy it, it would continue to attack until everyone was destroyed. In the end, he would still have to take action, so he might as well deal with it now. Thank you for your help, Chief Disciple Lu. Thank you. In the distance, many students were grateful. Fengshan looked at Luin in amazement. Brother Lu, your strength has long since surpassed the limits of the Astral Combat Academy students. 30 stacks is rumored to have tied the record of the 10 arbiters. You really are strong. Pervert, Quang Wang muttered. Luin smiled and shook his head. The records of the 10 arbiters only exist in legends, and no one knows exactly what they are. Brother Feng, there's no need to place too much importance on them. Fengxiang sighed and looked towards the depths of the ocean of death. The 10 arbiters are the benchmark of the younger generation, and they are the benchmark of this universe. Everyone's goal is to surpass the 10 arbiters, but not a single person has managed to do so. 30 stacks is the record that the 10 arbiters left behind. At this point, Fengxiang looked at Luyin seriously. If Brother Lu can surpass that, then it will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. That's not a good thing. Fengxiang looked at him seriously, but he didn't say anything. To the side, Xiao Luo glanced at Luyin. He didn't say anything either, but there was an inexplicable smile on his face. Another half a day passed, and Zora's face was pale. It was obvious that she could not hold on any longer. "Coco, take her place," Luyin said. "Oh," Coco replied, and she hurriedly used her star energy to form a boat. Zola said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't think that I wouldn't even last 2 days." Luyin shook his head. The deeper you go, the greater the ocean of death's ability to decompose star energy. You don't have to blame yourself, anyone else would have done the same. Fengxiang nodded. That's right. Quite a few people have changed boats behind you. You're not bad. It's considered average, Kuang Wang said lazily. Coco frowned and glared at Kuang Wang. Sister Zora isn't average. She's definitely one of the top students in the Astral Combat Academy. Kuang Wang sneered. He wasn't making fun of Zola. This was his attitude. However, this attitude made Coco very unhappy. The little girl rarely got angry, but as long as it involved Zola, she would get serious. Now, in her eyes, Kuang Wang was looking down on Zola. This made her very unhappy, so she took out the syringe and stared straight at Kuang Wang. Both Kuang Wang and Fengxiang were stunned. What is this? Coco glared at Kuang Wang. I want to give you an injection. Are you kidding? I'm not sick. Kuang Wang shrieked. Even someone like him panicked when faced with such a long syringe. Even though he was far inferior to Kuang Wang, he still felt an indescribable chill. Coco snorted. Your breath stinks. Kuang Wang was speechless. Zora smiled bitterly. All right, Kiki, I don't have any other intentions. Take back your innate gift. Coco pouted and glared at Kuang Wang again before the syringe disappeared. Kuang Wang was helpless. Brother Lu, your academy is quite unique. You have all sorts of innate gifts. Fengxiang was shocked as well. Such a large syringe is more intimidating than any weapon. Luyin felt a chill every time he looked at the syringe. This is Coco's innate gift. She was born in Windrift Hall and is very skilled in healing. Who wants to try it? No need. No need. The two spoke up at the same time. Although Coco's battle prowess couldn't compare to Zola's, her star energy was much more resilient. Even so, she could only last for a day before collapsing. The further in they went, the more difficult it became. Next up was Xiao Luo. According to Fengxiang and Kuang Wang's estimates, Xiao Luo would last for at most a day, which was already a very high estimate. If Coco had been in his place, she wouldn't have been able to last even half a day. However, Luyin was very confident in Xiao Luo's abilities. He had specially observed Xiao Luo and found that his rune lines were no less than Kuang Wang's or Fengxiang's. In other words, Xiao Luo had the power of an academy leader. During this period of time, Luyin had been improving, and Xiao Luo had improved quite a bit as well. During the Astral Combat Tournament, he had possessed the power level of an area master, and now, he had risen to the power level of a realm master. This was no simple improvement. Of course, rune lines couldn't completely see through a person. For example, when Luyin had used his domain and battle force on the sky platform, his rune lines had increased, but they weren't fixed. The same was true for Xiao Luo, Fengxiang, and Kuang Wang. It could only be said that the three of them were about the same if they didn't use their battle techniques or innate gifts. But once external forces were added, it was hard to say who was stronger. Xiao Luo steered the boat, and only 3 boats followed behind him. One of them was from Wu University's newspaper, and Luyin didn't recognize the other 2. They're still following us at a time like this. Not bad, Luyin said as he glanced behind them. Fengxiang glanced back. One is from the newspaper, one is from Shamrock Enterprises, and the last one is from who knows where. Kwang Wang glanced over. It's the spirit hunters. The words spirit hunters attracted Lu Yin's attention, as there had always been spirit hunters in the trial zones. These people all came from large organizations, and they didn't compete for the trial zones. Instead, they specialized in hunting war spirits. What's the purpose of the spirit hunter's existence? Coco asked. Kwang Wang replied, hunting war spirits. I don't know the exact reason, but before I came to the Astral Combat Academy, the seniors from the Divine Grade Hall warned me that if I couldn't become the student leader, then I should form a spirit hunter team. They didn't tell you the purpose of hunting war spirits? Lu Yin asked. Kwang Wang shook his head. I heard that it's related to the trial zone's inheritances, but so many years have passed, and I've never heard of anyone obtaining an inheritance by hunting war spirits. At most, they'll be able to comprehend the battle techniques of past powerhouses. There are many such inheritances, and you can run into one just by walking around. There's no need to hunt war spirits at all. It should be related to the phenomenon that occurs when a war spirit dies. The formation of a war spirit is related to the trial zone's greatest inheritance, and everyone wants to obtain it. It's not a pity to pay a high price for it, Feng Shang said. Lu Yin looked at the spirit hunters. They didn't know the reason, but he did. They definitely wanted to experience the power of the rune technology through hunting war spirits and use it to get closer to the inheritance. However, this method wasn't very useful, and they might as well reach the top of the sky platform. Of course, even the student leaders couldn't do so, let alone the spirit hunters. This was a dead end, but it was also the only way. Since the seniors from the large organizations had warned these people to form a spirit hunter team, did they know about the rune technology? A day passed, and the ocean of death still had no end in sight. Xiao Luo's expression was normal, and he didn't seem to be affected at all. Feng Shang and Kwang Wang looked at each other in shock. They had just been discussing who would be the next replacement, but now they realized that Xiao Luo didn't need to be replaced at all. This was strange, as this person's strength far surpassed the other students. They hadn't paid much attention to Xiao Luo at first, as there were so many students in the Astral Combat Tournament, and it was normal for a few to be comparable to an area master. But now, they had to re-evaluate Xiao Luo, as ordinary area masters couldn't do what he did. At this moment, there were only 2 boats following behind Lu Yin's group. One belonged to Shamrock Enterprises, while the other belonged to the Spirit Hunters. As for Wu De and the others, they were all gone. It's about to begin, Kwang Wang said solemnly. Everyone looked at him. The illusion is about to begin, Kwang Wang said once more. Coco was afraid, and she leaned closer to Zora. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he silently recited the Stonewall Scriptures. He had already formed a habit of reciting the Stonewall Scriptures whenever he encountered an unpredictable situation. There was a fluctuation in the void, and Lu Yin and the others turned to look. The Spirit Hunter's boat gradually disappeared, and a war spirit appeared beside it. The Spirit Hunters were definitely not weak, as they had at least an area master. However, they still couldn't resist a war spirit, and it was another war spirit with strength comparable to a realm master. It was indeed easy to encounter a powerful war spirit in the ocean of death. Shamrock Enterprises. Boat was the closest to the war spirit, and Lu Yin and the others could only watch as the war spirit attacked Shamrock Enterprises people. Tubo attacked first, but his attack directly pierced through the war spirit, causing it to disappear into nothingness. It's an illusion, Kwang Wang shouted. Everyone was shocked, and they looked over again. The Spirit Hunter's boat was unscathed, and the students on it looked at Lu Yin's group strangely. On the other side, Shamrock Enterprises' boat was also fine. Lu Yin frowned. If this was an illusion, then was the Stonewall Scriptures useless? If Tubo hadn't attacked in the illusion, what would have happened? Xiao Luo asked. Kwang Wang's expression turned serious. One of us would have died. Coco's face went pale. Lu Yin's brows rose. Was the attack diverted? I don't know. I've been to the ocean of death several times, and I've encountered such a situation before. The illusion seemed to be attacking Tubo, but it was actually attacking one of us. If we were hit by the illusion, one of us would have had their spiritual force wiped out and died, Kwang Wang explained. Zora hugged Coco tightly. Women were naturally afraid of such strange scenes, and she subconsciously looked towards the depths of the ocean of death to see if there was an end. However, the moment she turned her head, a pair of blood-red eyes stared straight at her. Blood flowed from the eyes and dripped onto Zora's hands. The blood was cold, and Zora's entire body turned cold. Her pupils shrank as she screamed in fear. Luin and the others immediately looked over, but they couldn't see anything. Coco jumped in fright and hugged Zora. "Sister Zora, what's wrong?" Everyone looked at Zora. Zora was still in shock, and her eyes flickered as she gasped for breath. Her face was pale. I saw a pair of blood-red faces. Kwang Wang said, "This is an illusion. Remember, you must defend against the illusion's attacks, because being hit means death." Luin frowned. This was very troublesome. Couldn't they sense it beforehand? He suddenly thought of something, and star energy condensed in his eyes as he looked at the ocean of death. At this moment, the ocean of death had become countless rune lines in his eyes, and many of them were gradually condensing behind Coco. Luin suddenly attacked, aiming a palm behind Coco. His palm energy pierced through the void and dissipated on the surface of the ocean of death without causing any ripples. Kwang Wang looked at Luin in shock. "You saw an illusion?" Luin did not know how to explain it. He had not seen it, but it should be said that he had seen the illusion in advance and destroyed it. "I could sense it." "Impossible, no one has ever been able to sense an illusion in advance," Kwang Wang immediately said. "What you saw might be what the illusion wanted you to see." The others agreed with Kwang Wang. Luin could not explain this, as the ocean of death and the sky platform came from the same source. His eyes had mutated on the sky platform, and he had seen the rune lines as soon as he entered the ocean of death. This was definitely not an illusion, but he could not explain this to Kwang Wang. "You don't have to worry about that. In any case, you guys don't have to worry. I can deal with the illusion in advance and focus on crossing the ocean of death," Luin said confidently. Kwang Wang wanted to say something, but Xiao Luo interrupted him. "Regardless of whether Luin is telling the truth or not, we can't change anything. Just listen to him and attack the next time we see an illusion." Kwang Wang nodded, as Xiao Luo was right. "Alright, everyone, remember to attack immediately if you see an illusion." Zora was still in shock, and Coco comforted her. Kwang Wang and Feng Shang's expressions were not good. Only Xiao Luo remained calm, as if he trusted Luin. "Seventh bro, this place is haunted," the monkey spoke up. He had not spoken in a long time, and he could not hold it in any longer. Lu Yin's eyes scanned his surroundings, and he casually sent out another palm strike to disperse the condensed rune lines. This time, the rune lines appeared beside Kwang Wang, who thought that Luin was attacking him and almost retaliated. While Lu Yin's side was fine, Shamrock Enterprises and the Spirit Hunters' boats also entered the illusion's location. Luin turned around, and his pupils shrank. The Spirit Hunters' boat was completely enveloped by rune lines, and even he could not see through them to see the people inside. Everything pointed to disaster. As expected, the Spirit Hunters were quickly finished. Now, only Luin and Shamrock Enterprises were left. But not long after, the students from Shamrock Enterprises also disappeared into the ocean of death. In the end, they were the only ones left. The boat went deeper and deeper into the ocean of death, and 2 more days passed. Xiao Luo was gradually unable to hold on any longer, and his replacement was Kwang Wang. Compared to Feng Shang, Kwang Wang's strength was not as good in the ocean of death. By now, they had already been traversing the ocean of death for about 5 days. The star energy boat's speed was neither fast nor slow, and they had already traversed a very long distance in these 5 days. However, they still couldn't see the end of the ocean of death. The seawater became murkier and murkier. When one looked at the bottom of the sea through the surface, one would feel like one was being devoured. Luin maintained star energy in his eyes as he observed his surroundings, ready to act at any moment. Kwang Wang and Feng Shang were also certain that Luin could sense illusions in advance, which left Kwang Wang in disbelief. Even Star Sibyl could not do such a thing, but Luin could. This completely toppled his understanding of the world. He wanted to ask several times, but he didn't. Big brother Xia, you're very tired. Do you want Kiki to give you an injection? Kiki looked at Xiao Luo with concern. Xiao Luo shook his head and smiled. No need, Kiki. Even someone like Xiao Luo, who was always calm in the face of danger, did not dare to let Kiki have an injection. Kiki had never tried this treatment on anyone in the Astral Combat Academy, which made her feel very wronged. Zora could not bear to watch any longer. Kiki comes from the Windrift Hall. Although her syringe is very long, it doesn't pierce through the body. Instead, it follows the meridians to treat injuries and even recover one's physical strength. Her innate gift is very famous in the Windrift Hall. Kiki hurriedly nodded and looked at Xiao Luo expectantly. Fengshan could not hold back any longer. Actually, your explanation is even more horrifying. Zora was helpless. Kiki was dejected, as she had not treated anyone in a very, very long time. Be careful, there's something strange, Lu Yin suddenly said as he looked ahead. This was the first time he had revealed such an expression since entering the depths of the ocean of death. Fengshan and the rest followed his gaze and saw a figure walking across the ocean of death, getting closer and closer. Kiki cried out and looked into the distance in fear. Zora's face also went pale, as if she had seen a ghost. This was the ocean of death, but there was actually someone walking on it. Lu Yin straightened up. It should be a war spirit, and an extraordinary one at that. It could also be an illusion, Kuang Wang said. Lu Yin could not determine this, as the figure had appeared in the distance and had not formed within his field of vision. By the time he had seen it, it had already formed into a human figure with rune lines that could not be distinguished. How do you guys think an illusion is formed? Is it the same as a war spirit? Does it come from someone who has appeared before? Xiao Luo slowly asked as he stared at the approaching figure. That's possible, Kuang Wang said. If that's the case, then does that mean that the illusion also has the power of someone who has appeared before, as well as a spiritual force attack? Xiao Luo asked. His words caused everyone to shudder, as this location was already very deep into the ocean of death. Those who could reach this location were basically all student leaders of the various academies, which meant that they were at least at the Realm Master level. A Realm Master with a spiritual force attack. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Wasn't this equivalent to Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword? Lu Yin had also thought of this. Everyone, be careful. From now on, no matter if you encounter a war spirit or an illusion, you must face the power of Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword. How are we supposed to face that? We might as well just die. Kuang Wang was speechless. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else present was a match for Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword. The figure gradually approached, and everyone could clearly see that it was a war spirit. The war spirit suddenly attacked and pointed at the group. The void suddenly split open, and a sharp edge slashed out. Fengshan's scalp went numb. It's an innate spatial gift. Be careful. Lu Yin waved a hand and tore through the void, slicing the space in front of him horizontally to collide with the war spirit's attack. A cross-shaped void crack appeared above the star energy boat, and an enormous pressure pressed down. Be careful. Lu Yin suddenly leapt out and used flash to close in on the war spirit. He raised a hand and struck out with a palm. The war spirit in front of him actually had a rare innate spatial gift. Although he did not know what it was, anything that involved space was very troublesome. Dark Void's void explosion was one such example, and even Michelle's innate gift of the Red Lotus had been defeated by it. Lu Yin had to eliminate this war spirit first. The war spirit did not have any thoughts of its own, and it did not know how to retreat. When it saw Lu Yin's attack approaching, it waved its hands, causing the void in front of it to crack apart and form a defensive force field that resembled a mountain range. Lu Yin twisted his body and forcefully dodged it. He then used flash to appear behind the war spirit and pressed down with a palm. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger and used secret sidestep to forcefully shift his body. A spear pierced through the void where he had been standing, and another war spirit appeared. With his domain and Sirius activated at the same time, as well as his eyes, Lu Yin did not need the Giant Emperor's third eye to use secret sidestep. Fortunately, this was the case, or else he would have been at a disadvantage with that spear. There were actually two war spirits. No, Lu Yin's gaze swept past the two war spirits in front of him, and he looked at Fengxiang and the others. War spirits had also appeared on their side, but Coco and Zora were already dead. There were no visible wounds on their bodies, and they had died in the same manner as the people inside the centipede's body. Lu Yin clenched his fists and used secret sidestep to approach the two war spirits, causing the void in front of him to crack apart again. Innate spatial gifts were very difficult to deal with, but they could not be stopped by Lu Yin's secret sidestep. A spear formed from star energy pierced towards him, but Lu Yin did not dodge. If he was prepared, then these two war spirits' attacks would not pose a threat to him. Lu Yin quickly dealt with the two war spirits. In the end, these war spirits were only Limeters, and any Limeter would not be Lu Yin's match. Fengxiang and Xiao Luo each faced a war spirit. Fengxiang was doing well, but Xiao Luo was clearly not as strong as he wanted to be, and he was barely able to resist. Kuang Wan did his best to control the boat. After Lu Yin dealt with the war spirits, there was no longer any suspense in the battles, and Lu Yin finished them off one by one. Kuang Wan relaxed. For war spirits appeared all of a sudden, and they're all realm masters. How ruthless. On the boat, Zora and Coco's bodies had already disappeared. If they entered the Tao of Heaven again, they would only appear on the shore. What a pity. We shouldn't be too far from the end, Xiao Luo said. The closer we get, the greater the danger. I believe that the previous crisis was not the greatest, and there will definitely be more to come, Kuang Wan said. Lu Yin agreed. If the previous crisis had been the same, then it would not have been able to trap the Astral Combat Academy's geniuses for countless years. The Ocean of Death had left behind a legend, and it was not just because of these war spirits. There were definitely stronger war spirits ahead. On the other side, Wu De hurriedly recorded everything that had happened in the Ocean of Death. Not only did he record his own experiences, but he also recorded the experiences of Lu Yin and the others. Before the existence of the Academy newspaper, crossing the Ocean of Death had always been a mystery. Details had only been passed down by word of mouth between friends and classmates. Now, with the development of the Academy newspaper, the Ocean of Death had been unveiled. It's not enough, it's still not enough. We don't know what lies ahead. This information isn't enough to attract powerful students, Wu De lamented. He stood on the shore of the Ocean of Death and thought for a while before suddenly noticing Coco and Zora. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran over. Hello, my name is Wu De. After the two girls had died, they had endured their headaches and entered the Tao of Heaven once more. Just as Kuang Wan had said, they had appeared on the shore. Coco curiously sized up Wu De. Zora blocked in front of Coco. The founder of the Academy newspaper, Wu De. We've heard of you before. Why are you looking for us? Wu De rubbed his hands in embarrassment. When did the two of you die in the Ocean of Death? After he finished speaking, he saw that Zora and Coco's expressions were unfriendly. Wu De knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly corrected himself. No, that's not right. I just wanted to ask where the two of you were and what you saw. Don't worry, I won't let you tell me for nothing. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me directly. Zora calmly replied, sorry, but we were brought in by the Academy leader. Unless he agrees, we can't talk about the situation inside. Wu De licked his lips. You're talking about Lu Yin, right? I'm very familiar with him. Don't worry, he won't say anything if you tell me. Zora did not believe him. Wu De continued, Lu Yin is the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy. If I lie to you, I'm afraid that he'll shut me out. Tell me, and the two of you will be my younger sisters from now on. No, older sisters. Zora frowned, this person was really thick-skinned. Coco whispered, Sister Zora, he doesn't look like he's lying. Why don't we tell him about the illusion? Illusion? What illusion? Wu Da's ears perked up. His hearing was exceptionally sensitive, and his eyes glowed. Kiki jumped in fright and stopped talking. Zora glared at Wu De. Don't think that I don't know you. You're used to being hunted down every day, and you're probably not afraid of anyone in the entire Astral Combat Academy. You're a pain in the ass, so we have nothing to say. If you want to know, ask Lu Yin. Wu Da's expression turned bitter. Sister, just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone that you told me. Zola ignored him. Wu De begged again and again, but it was useless. However, he didn't beg for long because more than 10 students came out to kill him. He ran faster than a rabbit. It wasn't just Wu De, everyone was curious about what they had encountered, but Zora and Coco simply stood by the shore and didn't say anything. Not long after, Michelle arrived as well. Dark Void, Mengyu, and the rest of Astral 10's students arrived at the shore and waited for Lu Yin's results. Astral 10's current status was completely different from before, and no one dared to make a move against them. Even if Lu Yin graduated in the future, Xiao Luo and the others would not be easy to deal with. In the depths of the Ocean of Death, Kuang Wang's star energy transformed into a boat that swayed leisurely on the surface of the Ocean of Death. At this location, the Ocean of Death was even more murky. The Ocean of Death's decomposition of star energy has increased, Kuang Wang said solemnly. Feng Shang frowned. How long can you last? At this speed, it'll take at most 2 days. If we speed up any further, we might not even last a day, said Kuang Wang. Xiao Luo looked at Lu Yin and asked, that means that if we don't count Lu Yin, we can still cross the astral sea for about 3 more days. Brother Lu, how long can you last? Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before replying, I'm not sure, but the decomposition speed will increase. A conservative estimate would be a day. 4 days? It'll take us 10 days to cross the Ocean of Death. It'll be troublesome if we still don't reach the end, said Feng Shang helplessly. An idea suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind, but it disappeared in an instant. He had not been able to grasp it, and he was rather annoyed. He felt that this idea would definitely be useful, but he just could not recall it. Suddenly, the Ocean of Death began to tremble. Everyone was bewildered. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings before finally looking at the bottom of the sea. His expression changed. Be careful. Something's coming out from the bottom of the sea. That can't be, right? There are creatures at the bottom of the sea? Kuang Wang exclaimed. He had never heard of such a thing. No one could answer him, and not even Lu Yin knew what would emerge from the bottom of the sea. The tremors grew more and more intense. Soon, a towering pillar of water rose from the side of the small boat, brushing past Kuang Wang's shoulder as it rushed upwards. Then, it splashed out and fell into the sea. The few of them were at a loss. There was nothing. Xiao Luo caught a glimpse of red, and when he looked at Kuang Wang, his expression changed. You're injured. Kuang Wang was startled. He touched his cheek and was overwhelmed with shock. The water column had touched his face just now, and just a touch was enough to injure him. The seemingly harmless water column was actually so powerful. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked towards the bottom of the sea. He then used his star energy to forcefully change the boat's position, causing a pillar of water to shoot up into the sky and splash out like a fountain. Senior Kuang Wang, leave quickly, Lu Yin said sternly. Kuang Wang did not dare to be careless and immediately increased his speed. Behind him, pillars of water soared into the sky and chased after them. After half a day, the towering water column finally disappeared. Kuang Wang panted heavily and waved his hand. I can't take it anymore. Feng Shang, you take my place. Feng Shang had no choice but to use his star energy to form a boat and take Kuang Wang's place. The chase had consumed a lot of Kuang Wang's energy. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. The Ocean of Death could actually attack on its own, which was too strange. He could not help but look back, and what he saw made his hair stand on end. He saw a pair of eyes staring at him from within the Ocean of Death. Those were the eyes of a human. There was someone in the Ocean of Death. Lu Yin raised a hand and unleashed a space render palm towards the Ocean of Death, causing a giant whirlpool to form on its surface. The pair of eyes sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared. Lu Yin's heart raced, and a chill ran down his spine. That was a human, right? No, that was impossible. No human could possibly survive in the Ocean of Death. It had to be a war spirit, one that was incomparably powerful and even had the ability to predict danger. That ability to predict danger had to be an innate gift, or else the war spirit would not have been able to avoid them. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Xiao Luo and the other two looked at Lu Yin, and then at the Ocean of Death that Lu Yin had attacked. Luin answered, those water columns weren't an attack from the ocean of death. They were from a war spirit. War spirit? Kuang Wang was horrified. That's impossible. A war spirit would definitely chase after us if it encountered us. It wouldn't hide. Xiao Luo replied, not necessarily. If the war spirit's original form had a strange innate gift, then it wouldn't be impossible for it to hide. No wonder I felt a chill. It was actually an attack from a war spirit. To be able to reach this position, the war spirit's original form must be extremely powerful. Could it be one of the 10 arbiters? Feng Shang guessed. Luin shook his head. That's impossible. If it was one of the 10 arbiters, then the war spirit would not have hidden. It would have killed all of us. Brother Feng, please don't scare us. The 10 arbiters have come to the ocean of death before, but they might not have formed a war spirit. What if we really encountered one? Kuang Wang was dissatisfied. That pair of eyes had been hidden too deeply, and if not for the fact that Lu Yin's own eyes had experienced the changes at the sky platform, he would not have been able to see it. Even so, because the eyes were too deep, Lu Yin could not see how many rune lines there were, and he could not determine its strength. However, it was definitely not one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the rain list in Astral 10's rain observatory. Back then, he had barely been able to enter the rain list. The Astral Combat Academy had been incomparably glorious, or rather, Astral 10 had been incomparably glorious. Although entering the rain list only represented one's control of star energy and not one's battle prowess, one's control of star energy represented a portion of one's strength. Lu Yin estimated that the person at the top of the rain list had been no weaker than the younger 10 arbiters. He still remembered that person's name, Xiao Chen. If Astral 10's rain list had so many powerhouses, then what about the 10 great academies? There must have been many powerhouses born there, and there must have been extremely powerful individuals among them. The war spirits formed by those people would definitely be powerful. Although it was rumored that the 10 arbiters were products of the universe's great changes, and it was impossible for the universe to produce a younger generation that could compare to the 10 arbiters, rumors were just rumors. Who knew if there were any freakish geniuses that had been born before? Some freakish geniuses were incomparably powerful in the Lamita realm, but they would weaken when they broke through to the Explorer realm. In the countless years of the Astral Combat Academy's history, there might have been a few who could compare to the 10 arbiters when they were Lamiters. That pair of eyes had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts, and with Kuang Wang's lack of star energy, their time had been shortened by another day. Ahead of them was still the unknown end of the ocean of death. Lu Yin was glad that he had brought these people along. Otherwise, even if he had enough star energy, his heart would have been stifled. Another day passed, and everything went smoothly. However, the ocean of death's decomposition of star energy had sped up, and Feng Shang could only hold on for another half a day. This kind of aimless journey is the most troublesome, Kuang Wang said helplessly as he lay on the small boat. Be content. Who knows how many students envy us for being able to come here? Maybe you'll be able to see the end of the island in the next second. Lu Yin suddenly asked, Senior Feng, your surname is Feng. What's your relationship with the Tempest Flowzone's Feng family? Feng Shang replied, I'm the third son of the Feng family. Lu Yin nodded. The surname Feng is very rare. I met someone called Feng Tao at the border warfront. Feng Shang smiled. He's my younger brother, and he told me that he met you. Back then, he didn't know his limits and even wanted to challenge you and Silver. Haha. Lu Yin laughed. Although he hadn't spent much time at the border warfront, that place had left a deep impression on him. There were strange astral beasts, iron-willed soldiers, and a merciless battlefield. That was a place where men should be. Right, Brother Lu, you seem to be really short on money, right? Kuang Wang asked. After interacting with Lu Yin for a few days, the two had become much more familiar with each other, and Kuang Wang no longer had any misgivings. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm used to being poor. Aside from my innate gift, cultivation is also a waste of resources. Without money, I can't do anything. Kuang Wang's eyes lit up. Actually, you can go to our Beast Tamer's flow zone to catch astral beasts. No matter what you catch, there'll be people who want it. Don't listen to him. There are so many people who go to the Beast Tamers flow zone to catch astral beasts every year, and there's not much money to be made. Besides, the Divine Grade Hall, First Grade Hall, and Second Grade Hall all have specialized teams to catch astral beasts. Outsiders can't get involved, Feng Shang ruthlessly exposed. Kuang Wang was annoyed. Is Brother Lu an average person? With Brother Lu's ability, you can catch rare astral beasts at any time and sell them for sky-high prices. Feng Shang sneered. You're talking about rare astral beasts yourself. It's not a matter of whether or not you can catch them, but whether or not you can even find them. Don't blame others for your lack of luck. What's the point of staying in the ported battles and tormenting those newbies? Don't spout nonsense. I'm just trying to increase my combat experience. Besides, I've died quite a few times. I even ran into an expert from the top 100 rankings a while ago. You asked for it. Right, Brother Lu, did you run into any experts from the top 100 rankings in the ported battles? Feng Shang suddenly asked. Kuang Wang and Xiao Luo were curious as well. Lu Yi nodded. Avery. Avery? Kuang Wang and Feng Shang cried out in surprise, and they looked at Lu Yi sympathetically. He must have lost quite miserably, and he must have been completely crushed. Xiao Luo answered, Avery. He's ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings. His defense is extremely powerful, and he calls himself the Second War King. He's from the Spirit Seal Flow Zone's Nightmare Barbarian tribe and has an innate gift of sound. He then looked at Lu Yi with interest. I'm curious. Did he use any sound techniques against you? Feng Shang and Kuang Wang also stared at Lu Yi curiously. Lu Yi thought about it. Yes. The three of them looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Brother Lu, your strength is definitely high enough to make Avery acknowledge you, Feng Shang exclaimed. What's wrong? Lu Yi was confused. Feng Shang explained, Avery has a special characteristic when facing his opponents. He'll let his opponent attack first, and he'll only use sound techniques if he acknowledges his opponent's strength. If his opponent's strength doesn't satisfy him, he'll just use his physical strength to crush them. Many people in the universe call this Avery's dividing line. Avery usually doesn't refuse challenges. Many people want to gain his recognition, but it's very difficult. Generally speaking, only experts on the top 100 rankings can meet Avery's requirements. Brother Lu, your strength has reached that level, Xiao Luo said. Lu Yi was shocked. This Avery is really arrogant. He has the right to be arrogant, Feng Shang said. Kuang Wang rolled his eyes. It was annoying to hear his name being mentioned all the time. 7th bro, we have to teach this Avery a lesson when we have the time. What's with Abu's line? Show off, we have to beat him up. After we beat him up, we'll set a standard for the harem, the monkey shouted. Lu Yi suddenly thought of a problem. Isn't the Soul Dream tribe in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone? The Soul Dream tribe uses musical battle techniques, which are quite similar to the Dire Barbarian clans. The Dire Barbarian clan and the Soul Dream tribe have been enemies for generations. Their hatred runs deeper than anyone else's, Xiao Luo said. This was the first time Lu Yi had heard of this, so he was rather curious. Rumor has it that the Dire Barbarian clan has a tradition of snatching beauties from the Soul Dream tribe as wives. Whoever manages to do so is a warrior. The Soul Dream tribe also has a tradition of killing anyone from the Dire Barbarian clan without mercy. Killing a member of the Dire Barbarian clan is equivalent to being a warrior of the Dire Barbarian clan. These two clans have been killing each other for countless years. How interesting. Lu Yi laughed. The Dire Barbarian clan is very arrogant, and Avery is the epitome of arrogance, Feng Shang continued. Kuang Wang rolled his eyes. His name was always mentioned. Focus on controlling the boat. Don't overturn it. No need. Lu Yi stood up and stretched his arms. Prepare for battle. It'll be very tiring. Feng Shang and the others were puzzled, as they hadn't seen anything. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked straight ahead. In his eyes, the entire ocean of death was churning as countless rune lines converged in front of him, gradually forming human figures. These were war spirits that had the ability to attack spiritual force. At this moment, Feng Shang and the others also saw them, and their expressions turned ugly. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9. Kuang Wang was stunned. 9 war spirits, and they should all have the strength of a realm master. We're in trouble. Feng Shang smiled bitterly. This should be our end. Xiao Luo's gaze was solemn, and even his expression changed. Lu Ying took a few steps forward and walked in front of him. I'll try my best to pull as many as I can. The rest will be up to you guys. He then used Flash to vanish as 5-lined battle force appeared around his body. Sirius activated his domain and unleashed a palm strike at the 9 war spirits in front of him. The wind from his palm covered the sky as he attempted to engulf all 9 war spirits. With his battle prowess, so what if 9 world overlords joined forces? He wanted nothing more than to deal with all of them by himself. The result was just as Lu Ying had hoped, and the 9 war spirits all attacked him at the same time. They completely ignored Feng Shang and the others as more war spirits appeared in the surroundings. Kuang Wang said in a low voice, "That's impossible. How could there be so many war spirits in such a deep place? There must be some fake ones among them." Feng Shang shouted, "Who cares if it's fake or not? Let's fight." In an instant, the battle in the depths of the ocean of death began. During the astral combat tournament, Lu Ying had already possessed the strength to crush realm masters, and now, he was even more terrifying. A war spirit had been dispersed by a single palm strike from him, but these war spirits were able to enter the depths of the ocean of death. Each of them had their own abilities and innate battle techniques. These war spirits were all monstrous geniuses from the Astral Combat Academy. Although they could not compare to the top 100 rankings in terms of absolute power, they had all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Even if Lu Ying wanted to destroy all of them, it would take some time. There were 2 lockbreakers among them, and they used their lockbreaking techniques to neutralize Lu Yin's overlaying stacks. One of the lockbreaker war spirits gave Lu Ying a familiar feeling, as their fighting style was exactly the same as Dao Bo's. Could it be Dao Bo? The war spirit's domain collided with Lu Yin's, and the war spirit's battle force collided with Lu Yin's, causing the ocean of death to tremble. Behind them, Feng Shang and the others were facing a bitter battle as they were surrounded by 7 war spirits. Kuang Wang was the first to fall, as his azure dragon was dispersed by a war spirit's 4-lined battle force the moment it was released. His emperor butterfly grass was also torn apart by another war spirit, and he was the first to die. Feng Shang was not faring much better. His 7 spinning slash destroyed a war spirit, but he was also heavily injured by another war spirit. In comparison, Xiao Luo was actually the one who was able to hold on the longest. His lock-breaking techniques could neutralize the war spirit's attacks, but he definitely would not be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Ying defeated 3 war spirits in a row, and then a fierce attack came crashing down from the top of his head. To one side, a war spirit slashed out with its sword, tearing through the void. On the other side, a strange cold wind appeared in the ocean of death, and it tried to freeze Lu Ying. Although there were many attacks, none of them reached the limit of what Lu Ying could withstand. The war spirits were dealt with one by one, and by the time he destroyed the last war spirit, Xiao Luo had perished together with another war spirit. 16 war spirits attacked Lu Ying, 8 of which were fake while the other 8 were real. Aside from Lu Ying, no one else could withstand the combined attacks of 8 realm masters. Lu Ying floated a meter above the ocean of death and looked up. He could not fly any higher, and as he thought about it, the star energy beneath his feet transformed into a boat, and he stood atop it. In the end, he was the only one left. The ocean of death was not easy to cross. He did not know if this was the most difficult part, but it probably was not. Among the past generations of Astral Combat Academy students, there should have been 10 realm masters who had joined forces to cross the ocean of death, but they had still been defeated. This proved that the ocean of death had the power to wipe out 10 realm masters working together. The Astral Combat Academy's 10 realm masters working together was enough to contend with an expert from the top 100 rankings, and the power of the attacks just now had not reached the level of the top 100 rankings. While Lu Ying was thinking about this, a war spirit slowly appeared in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He stared at the war spirit. It was very strong. The war spirit approached Lu Yin step by step, an umbrella formed from star energy in its hand. It walked across the ocean of death and walked out of the black and yellow fog. When it was about 100 meters away from Lu Yin, it lowered the umbrella and pointed the tip at Lu Yin. Strange insects flew out from the umbrella and rushed towards Lu Yin. These insects were like centipedes that had grown 100 times in size. They were ferocious and terrifying, and they tore through the void as they passed. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he waved a hand, causing a strong gale to push the insects away. He looked up and saw that a giant umbrella had appeared in the sky at some point, covering the entire area. Inside the umbrella was a 1,000-meter-long insect that had 5-lined battle force imprinted on its body. With a whoosh, the giant insect rushed towards Lu Yin, its huge body wrapping around him in layers as it entrenched itself in the void around Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt a wave of dizziness. Not good, there's poison. He did not dare to be careless and used flash to avoid the attack. He then slapped the insect's body with a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave. Palm, breaking apart a section of the insect's body. Even the 5-lined battle force imprinted on the insect's body could not withstand the attack. The war spirit wielding the umbrella ferociously rushed towards Lu Yin and struck out with both of its palms. The star energy in its palms underwent a strange transformation, as if it had been compressed. Lu Yin raised his elbow and met the war spirit's attack head-on. The void transformed into a wave that swept out, and Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his arm. What a ferocious palm strength, and its ability to compress star energy had actually reached the standard of 20 stacks. This person was definitely one of the few realm masters in the history of the Astral Combat Academy, and among the current realm masters, only Star Sibyl could contend against him. This ferocious palm strength was capable of damaging Lu Yin's spiritual force, but unfortunately, it was useless against Lu Yin. The insect entrenched itself once again, completely enveloping Lu Yin and the war spirit. The intense poisonous gas caused Lu Yin to feel dizzy. He did not hesitate and struck out with both hands. One of his palms landed on the war spirit's body while the other landed on the insect's body. The two palms caused both the insect and the war spirit to crumble, turning into rune lines that dissipated into the ocean of death. It was truly difficult to find someone who could match Lu Yin in the Astral Combat Academy, even if it was the past generations of students. It was a pity that Fengxiang and the other two had died. Otherwise, they might have been able to recognize who that war spirit was based on. The umbrella, the insect, and the 5-lined battle force were all too obvious. Just as Lu Yin was about to take a break, the entire ocean of death began to boil once again. This time, it was not just the space that was boiling, but rather the entire ocean of death. Lu Yin's face went pale, and he leapt up into the sky. He endured the pressure and looked into the distance. Regardless of whether it was in front or behind him, the entire ocean of death was boiling as endless rune lines shot up into the sky and condensed. Lu Yin landed on the star energy boat and gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene before him. How could this be? Almost all of the rune lines in the ocean of death were being condensed, and they were all trying to force him out. Based on the strength of this force, how had the people of the past reached the end? How had the 10 arbiters done this? Just like the sky platform, Lu Yin increasingly felt that the 10 arbiters' strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. 7th bro, why do I feel like my heart is palpitating? Is something terrifying about to appear? The monkey asked in a panic. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The entire ocean of death was churning, including the shores of the ocean of death. Many students looked on in horror. The ocean of death was actually boiling. Others could not see it, but Lu Yin could see an even more terrifying scene. Endless rune lines filled the sky from the bottom to the top. These rune lines represented power, and Lu Yin was being resisted by the entire ocean of death. I can't block it. I definitely can't block it. Lu Yin kept repeating these words in his heart. This was the ocean of death, or rather, the power of the Tao of Heaven's trial zones. 7th bro, what's going on? I feel like I can't breathe, the monkey tattoo on Lu Yin's right arm said in a panic. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly opened them and sat down cross-legged. Since he could not block it, then he would take a gamble. The Tao of Heaven does not allow for good communication. Leap through the heavens and lie down. the Tao of Heaven gives. Leap through the boundless expanse and lie down. Why are you chanting at a time like this? Just run, the monkey shouted. Luin ignored him. From start to finish, he had not been able to recite the entire Stonewall scriptures. He could only recite a little bit at a time and gradually increase the amount. There was always a limit, and once he exceeded it, he would faint. Faced with the power of the entire ocean of death, he had to use the Stonewall scriptures to resist it. The ocean of death was destructive to spiritual force, but the Stonewall scriptures perfectly countered it. It all depended on whether the limit of the Stonewall scriptures that he could endure was enough to resist the ocean of death. Around the boat, the water of the ocean of death began to rise, and droplets of water filled the entire space. Gradually, the rune lines condensed into an attack high up in the sky. It was a finger that Luin had engraved in his heart. It was a finger that he would never forget, could not shake off, and yet could not recall, a finger. Every time Luin fainted, this finger would appear and crush the heavens, wanting to completely crush him. He had seen this many times, but he could not suppress his boundless rage each time. Now, the ocean of death's illusion had penetrated his heart and projected this finger. The moment the jade-like finger appeared above the ocean of death, the Tao of Heaven trembled, and the 9 trial zones trembled as well. It was as if something incomparably terrifying had been projected. The various deans of the Astral Combat Academy all opened their eyes, and strange emotions welled up in their hearts. The sky was collapsing. At this moment, Luin was nearing his limit from reciting the Stonewall scriptures, and he was about to faint. However, before he fainted, he opened his eyes and looked at the finger. His pupils shrank, as this jade-like finger was too familiar. He stared at it as it pressed down, causing the heavens to crumble. Luin saw a scene that was deeper than the void and deeper than a black hole. What was that? And the way this finger was pressing down made him see something different. He could no longer care about his rage as he stared at the finger and continued to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He did not know why, but he was still reciting the Stonewall scriptures even though he had already surpassed his limit. Luin did not feel like he was about to faint, and because he was reciting the Stonewall scriptures, he could clearly see the many changes that the finger was pressing down on him. These changes, this method, this power that could crush the heavens, this was a battle technique. A single finger could traverse the heavens and suppress eternity. The ocean of death's boundless rune lines had barely managed to condense this finger, but the entire Tao of Heaven could not withstand it. All of the students were forced out of the Tao of Heaven, and it was not just the Tao of Heaven, all of the students within the 9 trial zones had died. It was as if all living things could not grow under this finger. This was a finger that reached the heavens, and it contained an unimaginable power. It was targeted only at Luin, and because of the Stonewall scriptures, Luin could clearly see that he could learn it. The finger pressed down from above the ocean of death. An instant passed, but it also seemed like an eternity. The Tao of Heaven trembled, and just as the finger was about to crush Luin, it dissipated. The ocean of death could not withstand it any longer. Even if this finger was just a phantom, the Tao of Heaven's rune lines could not withstand it. This was an unparalleled power. The moment the finger disappeared, Luin completely fainted, but before he fainted, he released the monkey. The changes in the 9 trial zones attracted the attention of the Astral Combat Academy, and the 9 deans all walked out in an attempt to understand what was going on. The trial zones were too important to the Astral Combat Academy, but they were destined to be clueless. It was unknown where, or when. Perhaps it was the future, or perhaps it was the past, or perhaps it existed in the long river of history. A pair of clear and beautiful eyes opened. So you're in that part of the starry sky. No one knew the reason for the change in the Tao of Heaven. Although some guessed that it had something to do with Luin, everyone from Astral 10 agreed that Luin had also been forced out of the Tao of Heaven. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. The ocean of death was filled with a blackish-yellow fog as usual. Luin lay on the small boat, showing no signs of waking up. The monkey sat on the boat in a daze, barely managing to keep it from dispersing. The monkey's strength was at most comparable to a realm master, which was Quang Wang's level. It would be difficult for him to maintain his current position for long. Fortunately, the little boat still had Lu Yin's star energy, or else it would have already been decomposed. Even so, the monkey estimated that he would not be able to last more than a few days. What kind of crappy place is this? There's not even a ghost here. I'm not a rower. There can't be a war spirit, right? I can't hold on any longer. That thing just now was a finger, right? It's too scary. Speaking of which, seventh bro, no, I mean, how did this bastard survive? What kind of spell was he chanting? Looks like this bastard has a lot of secrets. He's always trying to hide from me. How many times have I told him that we're one and can't be separated? How many secrets do you have that can compare to progenitor Wushang's hide? There seems to be a ghost. The monkey headed in the direction of the chatterbox and did not return. While Luin was unconscious, he had been talking non-stop, and he had not even repeated himself. He had forcefully turned the lifeless ocean of death into a tea party. The little boat was noticeably thinner, and the monkey wailed, "Seventh bro, wake up. I can't hold on any longer." No, a man can't say that he can't hold on any longer. Speaking of which, I wonder how Sister Fengjiu is doing. She must be very lonely. Tui, can she be more lonely than me? What is this ocean of death made of? Can it be drunk? I'm actually thirsty. After an unknown amount of time, Luin felt as if his head was about to explode. He woke up in a daze, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the monkey staring straight at him. Luin frowned, and he raised a hand to slap the monkey. The monkey slammed into the little boat and cursed, "Bastard, you're crazy. Why did you hit me?" Luin rubbed his head and stood up. "Ever since I let you out, you haven't stopped talking nonsense. My headache is all because of you." The monkey felt wronged. "How can you blame me? Where are you looking? It's so lifeless, and I can't even see the end of it. It's so scary, it's like a ghost. There were even war spirits that appeared earlier, which scared me to death." Luin rolled his eyes. "You're a tomb raider, and you're afraid of ghosts? Speaking of which, you're a ghost yourself." "I'm a mighty monkey, not a ghost. Also, that's not called tomb raiding. That's called archaeological research." "Research," the monkey shouted. Luin was speechless. All right, I got it. Research." He then looked at the boat and saw that there was only a thin layer left. It would probably disintegrate in a few more hours, and it had to be hard on the monkey. Luin took action and quickly solidified the boat. He recalled the monkey and looked into the distance. I wonder how much longer it will take to reach the end. He then steered the boat deeper into the sea. As the boat headed towards the ocean of death, the phantom finger appeared in Lu Yin's mind again and again. If not for the Stonewall scriptures, he would not have been able to see those changes. Similarly, if not for that finger, the Stonewall scriptures would have caused him to faint. They were actually resisting each other. Luin had always felt that the Stonewall scriptures were mysterious and had a great background. That finger had confirmed his suspicions, as it was a finger that could transcend the void. Although he could not tell how strong an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands was, he had a feeling that they could not reach the level of that finger. Whether it was in his dream or in stargazing deck, he could only see that finger pressing down on him, but he could not see it clearly. Now, he could clearly see that the owner of that finger was definitely a woman. That finger was a terrifying battle technique. Since it was a battle technique, he could learn it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he had already seen the many transformations of that finger. To be able to transcend the heavens meant that this battle technique surpassed any attack method that he had mastered. The Sirius palm could not keep up with his current level, the Skybeast claw was not powerful enough, and the Day-Night fist was not his forte. His attacks were too simple, and he only knew overlaying stacks. If he encountered a strong opponent who could defend against overlaying stacks, he would be at a disadvantage. There were Lemeters who could match up to him, and some of them might be able to withstand 30 stacks. In other words, he was currently lacking a trump card. That finger had given Luin hope, and he was certain that it was stronger than any battle technique. This was an intuition that could not be refuted. He had to learn it. But even if he fainted and saw that finger, it would be useless. Dreams were not controlled by humans, and he could not learn the finger's transformations in his dreams. After thinking about it, Luin knew that there was only one way: stargazing deck. The first time he had ascended the stargazing deck, he had seen that finger. More importantly, the stargazing deck was controlled by one's will, and one could even use lock-breaking tools. Furthermore, he had seen the skybeast claw that had been engraved on Limitless. The stargazing deck not only allowed him to see that finger, but it also allowed him to see the skybeast claw, killing two birds with one stone. Luin decided to request to ascend the stargazing deck after leaving the Ocean of Death, and he hoped that the Star Master would allow him to do so. "Seventh bro, look ahead," the monkey suddenly cried out. Luin looked up and saw a different scene in the distance. It was the outline of an island. Luin stood up excitedly, he had finally arrived. Ever since the Astral Combat Academy had taken control of the trial zones, very few people had been able to reach the end of the Ocean of Death. Now, he had finally arrived. The boat gradually drew closer, and Luin could clearly see the island. It was a very ordinary island. As they got closer, Luin became more cautious, afraid of encountering something. When the boat reached the shore, Luin felt that it was a little surreal. Was he going to go up just like that? "Seventh bro, let's go. I want to see what's at the end of the Ocean of Death," the monkey said anxiously. Luin stepped onto the island, and it felt very real. It felt like soil, but it was a little sticky. He squatted down and touched the soil, and his expression changed. It was blood, the soil had been soaked in blood. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and he released his domain. Everything within 100 or even 1,000 meters had been soaked in blood, and not a single trace had been left behind. How many people had died in this process? "Seventh bro, look. There are footprints over there," the monkey cried out. Luin turned around and saw a row of footprints that extended into the depths of the island. They should have been left behind by the previous arbiter. There's only one set of footprints. Could it be that only one of the 10 arbiters has been here before? The monkey guessed. Luin did not know, and he walked over to the footprints and observed them. The footprints are very small. Either the person is young, or it's a woman. It should be a woman. "Didn't they say that one of the 10 arbiters has been here before?" the monkey asked. Luin agreed with the monkey's guess, and he turned to look into the depths of the island. A dark canyon opened up, and he might be able to enter the island after passing through it. Luin did not hesitate and stepped into the canyon. As soon as he entered, a gust of cold wind swept past him, causing his hair to stand on end. Just as he was about to speak, there was an explosion in his head. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. What right do you ants have to kill me? What right do you have? 5 has changed the heavens, and 5 has become 6. From now on, this region of space has been covered in a veil of hypocrisy. I can't accept this. The heavens have changed, the heavens have changed. I want to rebel. I want to kill. I want to kill until this region of space flows with blood." Luin covered his head and panted heavily as he looked ahead. These voices should have been left behind from ancient times, and they were accompanied by the gust of cold wind. They were filled with unwillingness and resentment. "What the hell?" the monkey shrieked. "Did you hear that, seventh bro?" Luin didn't have time to reply. He quickly walked out of the canyon and saw that the ground was littered with corpses that had been reduced to white bones. Flags fluttered in the wind as the corpses disappeared in an instant. Lu Yin's arrival had caused a slight noise that caused everything within 10,000 meters to turn into nothingness. Just like the centipede's body, everything that had been left behind since ancient times couldn't withstand even the slightest bit of destruction. Luin stared at the scene in front of him in shock. The entire island was covered in corpses. How many people had died? There had to be at least a few 100,000. The sky was filled with explosions and countless voices. "We are unwilling to accept this. The younger generation has no hope. How can we accept this? I am the 6th, and I will kill all the 5s. The sky has changed, the sky has changed. From now on, this sky is the 6th. Luin crouched down and endured the bombardment of voices. Blood flowed from his eyes, ears, and nostrils, dripping onto the island. The monkey didn't make any more noise, it had probably fainted. Luin panted heavily and opened his mouth to try and reduce the volume of the voices, but it was no use. He even pierced his eardrums, but the voices still entered his mind and caused him to be out of his wits. Although these voices weren't attacks, the power they contained could still cause damage to Lu Yin's spiritual force. He couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful these powerhouses had been when they were alive. Luin couldn't take it anymore, and his body gradually trembled. He couldn't take it anymore. His gaze turned fierce as he ran forward. Even if he died, he wanted to see what the deepest part of the island was like. As he ran, the ancient objects around him quickly turned to dust. This was a trial zone, but the effects were just like reality. Luin quickly rushed forward. The island wasn't large, and he quickly reached its depths. His eyes narrowed when he saw 5 spears that nailed a dried corpse to the ground. It was exactly the same as the one in the centipede's body. What was the meaning of this? Was this some kind of sacrifice? Luin couldn't figure it out, but before he could take a closer look, an even more ferocious voice entered his mind. Countless noises caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body disappeared from the island. Not far from where Luin had died, another pair of clear footprints could be seen. They were exactly the same as the ones he'd seen when he'd first entered the island. This person had also come to this place, but the outcome was unknown. At Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Luin suddenly opened his eyes. His head felt like it was about to split open, and he subconsciously grabbed his head and almost fell over. Coco, Xiao Luo, and the others were all present, and they hurried over when they saw Luin open his eyes. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" Coco asked. They all looked at Luin. Luin took a few deep breaths and looked at the ground. He gradually recovered and waved a hand. "I'm fine. Let me rest for a bit." "Oh," Coco acknowledged, and the group left the Trial Zone Mountain to wait for Luin outside. They were very curious about what was in the depths of the ocean of death, and they were certain that the changes in the Tao of Heaven were related to Luin. After all, Luin was the only one who had yet to emerge. Luin rested in the Trial Zone Mountain for an entire day before leaving, and he was in low spirits. The Trial Master glanced at Luin. "Kid, have you reached the end of the ocean of death?" Luin nodded and looked at the Trial Master. "Does Mentor know anything?" The Trial Master shook his head. "I do not know." Luin didn't believe him, but he didn't ask any further because Coco and the others had arrived. "Brother Lu, have you reached the end of the ocean of death?" Coco hurriedly asked. Xiao Luo, Zora, Michelle, Dark Void, Mengyu, and the rest were all present, and they all looked at him. Luin took a deep breath. "I'm here." Everyone was shocked. Even though they had some guesses, they still couldn't believe it when Luin confirmed it. "What's at the end of the ocean of death? Is there really an island that's filled with the corpses of powerhouses and ancient inheritances?" Mengyu hurriedly asked. Luin smiled bitterly. "If there was an ancient inheritance, then I wouldn't be in this state." He looked around at everyone and then said, "There really is an island at the end of the ocean of death, and it's also filled with the corpses of powerhouses. But aside from that, there's nothing else." They clearly didn't believe him. "Liar, there's an inheritance at the end of the ocean of death. This has been confirmed a long time ago," Coco said bluntly. Luin shook his head. "I'm not lying to you, and there's no need for me to do so. Perhaps someone else has obtained an inheritance, but I haven't." Everyone sighed. Regardless of whether they believed him or not, it was impossible for them to obtain any more information from Luin. Xiao Luo asked, "Aside from you, are there any other signs that someone else has reached the island?" Luin nodded. "Yes, and the signs are very obvious. It shouldn't have been that long ago. It should be one of the rumored 10 arbiters," Xiao Luo said before leaving. He didn't seem interested in the inheritance. The others also left one after another, allowing Luin to rest. Luin knew that they didn't believe him, but there really wasn't any inheritance. However, the information he had gathered was linked to the centipede's body. Those spears should have come from the same power, and there were also those loud noises. 5? 6? Revolution? Rebellion? Hypocrisy? Slaughter? These words echoed in Lu Yin's mind for a long time, but he didn't understand what they meant. Perhaps the trial master knew, but he didn't plan on telling Lu Yin. After 10 days in the ocean of death, his greatest gain was probably the change in that finger. Right, stargazing deck. After resting for a day in the trial zone mountain, Lu Yin felt that he could go to stargazing deck now. He couldn't wait to teleport there. The Astral Combat Academy was divided into 10 academies, and one thing they all had in common was that each of them had a stargazing deck. Many people said that the stargazing deck was the most important thing in the 10 academies, not the trial zones. Lu Yin hadn't understood this before, but he gradually understood now. The stargazing deck allowed him to see the past. It also allowed him to use his lock-breaking tool to see things more clearly, as if he was actually there. This kind of power was not something that the trial zones could compare to. Student Lu Yin requests to ascend the stargazing deck, Lu Yin said loudly from below. The Star Master opened his eyes. In principle, each person only has one chance to ascend the stargazing deck. I've already given you 2 chances, so no more. Lu Yin said loudly, Mentor, you said that the same scene won't change even if I repeat it. That's why you don't allow me to do it again. However, I'm confident that I can see different things even if it's the same scene. Please give me another chance. The Star Master asked, Kid, do you think that the Academy should make an exception for you? Lu Yin was stunned and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. The Star Master looked at Lu Yin. Since ancient times, there have been countless people with extraordinary innate gifts. It's not as if no one in Astral 10 has reached your current level. Even the 10 arbiters from back then refused to repeat their request. You should leave. Lu Yin was helpless. Even the 10 arbiters had rejected him. Mentor, can't you give me another chance? The 10 arbiters are the 10 arbiters, not Astral 10 student. I've contributed to the Academy, and bled for it. The Star Master replied, Leave. Lu Yin sighed. This old man was abnormally stubborn. If a student wants to ascend another Academy's stargazing deck, will you stop me? Lu Yin suddenly thought of this question and hurriedly asked. The Star Master replied, The other Academy's stargazing decks have nothing to do with me. However, I must remind you that no academy allows students to ascend the stargazing decks twice. That means that students can ascend the stargazing decks in other academies, but they can't repeat it. Just like Astral 10, right? Lu Yin asked expectantly. The Star Master did not reply. Lu Yin understood. There were 10 academies and 9 stargazing decks, which meant that he could ascend the stargazing decks 9 times. He only had 9 chances to comprehend that finger technique. Lu Yin bowed to the Star Master and then left the stargazing deck. He couldn't wait to go to the other academy's stargazing decks to observe that finger technique. He really lacked a powerful battle technique. Before leaving Astral 10, Lu Yin was called over by Old Kai, who had learned that Astral 10 was going to recruit students in the Innerverse in the near future. Old Kai wanted to know if Lu Yin wanted to return. Lu Yin was Astral 10's signature student. Lu Yin calculated the days and shook his head. I don't have time in the near future. The Day-Night Clan's Day-Night Banquet is about to begin, and I've been invited. Old Kai was surprised. Day-Night Banquet? Lu Yin nodded. Old Kai's gaze and expression were strange. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, Since you've been invited, it's not good to decline. Alright, Astral 10 doesn't need you anymore. Thank you, Old Kai, Lu Yin said and then turned to leave. Old Kai suddenly said, Right, the Day-Night Clan's Day-Night Banquet is very grand. Kid, try to keep a low profile. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he still replied, Got it. I've always kept a low profile. Old Kai's mouth twitched, as he couldn't tell how this kid was keeping a low profile. If anyone asks about Astral 10, just say that you're not familiar with it. Lu Yin blinked. But I'm from Astral 10. You said you weren't familiar with him. This is for your own good, said Old Kai. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There was something wrong with this old man, and he had sensed it when the Day-Night Banquet was mentioned. Could he have stolen something from the Day-Night Clan? Old Kai felt uncomfortable under Lu Yin's gaze. Alright, hurry up and leave. I still have to make money bombs, so I don't have time for you. Right, don't use money bombs in the Day-Night Clan's territory. Remember, don't ever use them. Luin was certain that this old man had offended someone from the Day-Night Clan. What a scam. Did he scam Luin? There was no way he could get anything out of old Kai, so Luin immediately went to look for the Sandmaster. He wanted to find out more, but the Sandmaster remained silent and said the same thing as old Kai. You have to keep a low profile during the day-night banquet. Remember, keeping a low profile is the way to go. But Sandmaster, you once said that a person needs to be bold. Boldness is the foundation for increasing battle force, Luin answered seriously. The Sandmaster rolled his eyes. That depends on the time. Anyway, it's for your own good. Just do whatever that old man tells you. He won't harm you. Then tell me what happened, said Lin Feng. You don't need to know about the older generation. Remember, don't ever use money bombs. Student. Alright, that's enough. Let's go. Luin had been chased away by the Sandmaster, but he was still unwilling to accept it. Old Kai's attitude had been too strange, and Luin could not allow himself to be cheated without knowing why. More importantly, this was the Day-Night Clan. Even if he had the backing of the pirate king Haizage Lian, at most, Haizage Lian would seek revenge after his death. Luin would not normally expose himself to unpredictable dangers, as this was not a training session. He was just attending a banquet, so there was no need to risk his life. Unfortunately, the Rain Master, Star Master, and Trial Master did not mention anything. Luin was already considering whether or not he should reveal Haizage Lian's background when his gadget beeped. It was Lily and who had contacted him. Luin was shocked. How had she managed to contact him while he was still in the academy? However, he quickly recovered. Lily and was also a student of the Astral Combat Academy, so she could naturally contact him. Hello, Miss Anur, Luin greeted. Brother Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Lily and replied. Not at all. What's the matter, Miss Anur? Luin asked. It's nothing important. I just remembered that I haven't toured Frostwave Weave yet. Brother Lu is the uncrowned king of Frostwave Weave, so I hope that Brother Lu can take care of me when I visit Frostwave Weave. Miss Anur is too polite. I'm not some uncrowned king. Of course, if Miss Anur visits Frostwave Weave one day, I'll definitely be a good host. Just a good host? Aren't we friends? Or is Brother Lu looking down on a little girl from a small family in a small flow zone? Lily and sounded aggrieved. Luin hurriedly replied, of course not, I misspoke. If Miss Anur visits Frostwave Weave one day, I'll definitely be a good friend. Haha, I'm just kidding. Alright, it's settled then. See you in Frostwave Weave. See you in Frostwave Weave. Luin hung up and muttered to himself. Lily and was the heir of Northline Flowzone's Lily family and an explorer, so there was no need for her to inform him of her trip to the Outerverse. Luin thought back to her attitude when they had first met and how she had intentionally flattered him. Could it be related to Frostwave Weave? Otherwise, why would she suddenly contact him? Was there something in Frostwave Weave worth paying attention to? Luin did not understand. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Luin laughed. Ever since he had become the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, many things had become complicated. Perhaps she was just casually chatting to get closer to him. He didn't take the matter of Lily and to heart and rested in Astral 10 for another 2 days before heading to Astral 7, which was the closest to Astral 10. Over the past 2 days, Feng Sheng and Quang Wang had both contacted him to ask about the Ocean of Death. Luin and the rest of Astral 10 agreed that he had been forced out of the Ocean of Death just like everyone else. The two of them did not suspect anything, as they had never believed that Luin had anything to do with the 9 trial zones. Even the headmaster had not been able to find the reason. Although there was no result from crossing the Ocean of Death, the two still transferred the money to Luin. Lu Yin's account at the Mavis Bank now had an additional 1.5 million star crystals. It was not much, but it was not little either. After all, the two of them were still students. Astral 7 was located in the erudite flow zone, and according to the coordinates, it would take a long time for a normal spacecraft to arrive. He didn't have that much time to waste, so he had no choice but to buy an Aurora spacecraft from the Treasury before he left Astral 10. It was said that Astral 10 had kept the Aurora spacecraft for a very long time, and it had been upgraded to the Radiant grade. A normal single-person Aurora spacecraft cost more than 10,000 star crystals, but a Radiant grade spacecraft cost 100 times more than that. It cost 1,000,000 star crystals. According to the market price, a Radiant grade spacecraft was not worth that much, but the market always paid attention to supply and demand. Radiant grade spacecraft were urgently needed everywhere, and the Aurora Spacecraft Company did not sell many Radiant grade spacecraft every year. In addition, many people were in urgent need of them, so the price had skyrocketed. Fortunately, Luin could afford it. Although 1,000,000 star crystals was a painful price to pay, he had already obtained over 100 star essence, so it wasn't that painful. However, Old Kai's smug expression made Luin unhappy. With a Radiant grade spacecraft, the time it would take to reach Astral 7 was reduced by 10 times, and it would only take him less than 10 days. He could afford to waste 10 days. This time, Luin did not wait like a normal person. He used his honor points to board the Northline Flow Zone's tributary ship and headed towards the Tempest Flow Zone. The Tempest Flow Zone was very strange, and it was rumored that there were strange storms that swept through the void. These storms would automatically avoid planets, but they would not avoid spacecraft or space-exploring powerhouses. Furthermore, these storms appeared without warning. Thus, it was very dangerous to fly in the Tempest Flow Zone, as very few people could survive once they were sucked into a storm. Even after countless years, the Tempest Flow Zone had not been able to find the cause of these storms. They had even invited an old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands to investigate, but he had not been able to find anything. After that, many people from the Tempest Flow Zone had moved away, and only a few powers had remained. This caused the Tempest Flow Zone's overall strength to decline day by day. Even so, the Tempest Flow Zone's Phone family and the Fire Scorpion sect were still very powerful. Otherwise, they would not have been able to intimidate the Northline Flow Zone. The shortest path to Astral 7 was through the Tempest Flow Zone. Otherwise, it would take at least 10 days to go around the Tempest Flow Zone. Lu Yin's goal was to travel through the 10 astral academies, which was equivalent to traveling through the entire Innerverse. It would probably take him half a year to a year, so there was no time to waste. He still had to return to the Great Yu Empire. He did not know if it would be worth it to spend a year on stargazing deck. Fortunately, he would not waste a year, and he would be able to memorize more and more of the Stonewall scriptures. He would just treat it as a trip to broaden his horizons. There was also the Day-Night Clan's banquet, which happened to be on his way. Every time he thought about the banquet, Luin would feel slightly flustered. Old Kai's attitude was just too strange. The Tempest Flow Zone sky was no different from the other regions. It was still dark, and only the stars emitted light that illuminated the darkness. Sometimes, Luin wondered if he would ever be able to reach the end of the universe. What was at the end of the universe? Was it a barrier? Was it chaos? Or was it an ocean? Then what was on the other side? Even the progenitor that the monkey had mentioned would not be able to answer this question. Seventh bro, have we left Astral 10? The monkey woke up. He had fainted on the island at the end of the Ocean of Death, and he had only woken up now. Luin grunted. How do you feel? My head hurts. The monkey sounded uncomfortable. Seventh bro, do you still remember those words? Did you ask your mentors what they meant? Luin shook his head. Right, have you translated the words from the centipede's body? No, we don't have the time. Also, I've been confused by those voices. Where are we? The monkey asked. The Tempest Flow Zone, Luin casually replied. Where? The monkey shrieked. Luin frowned. The Tempest Flow Zone. Why? Is there a problem again? Nonsense, why are you here? Don't you know how the Tempest Flow Zone got its name? Don't you know how dangerous it is? You'll definitely die if you get sucked into the storms, the monkey shouted. Luin calmly replied, it's not that serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone left alive in this flow zone. The probability of those storms appearing is too low. Someone calculated that there's a 1 in a million chance of encountering them. Seventh bro, do you know how high the probability of encountering a spacecraft is for a 1 in a million chance of encountering it? It's like looking at the tempest flow zone from a high vantage point, and it's filled with storms. The monkey was speechless. Don't worry. The Feng family, the fire scorpion sect, and many other powers live here. That's because they know the pattern of the storms and know the safe routes. You barged in without knowing anything. Even a 1 in a million chance is considered low. How do you know that I don't know the pattern? Do I even need to say it? Do you? No. The monkey was helpless. Seventh bro, can't we do things more safely in the future? The universe is so big, and anything can happen. Luin was annoyed. Do you really think that I didn't do my homework before coming here? This route is the safest route to cross the tempest flow zone. Bullshit. The information on the network is based on the experiences of ordinary people. The safest route is in the hands of those powers, so how could they possibly announce it? Do you know why no one has attacked the tempest flow zone for so many years? Because of this, no one wants their own fleet to be swallowed by the storms as soon as they arrive. These storms threaten the safety of the tempest flow zone, and they're also the greatest barrier against external attacks. That's why no one would announce the safest route, just like in the cosmic sea. Luin thought about it and agreed. Forget it. Since we're already here, let's just go with the flow. The monkey felt helpless. I feel like I'll be killed by you one day. Why are you so afraid of the tempest flow zone storms? Luin was puzzled. The monkey muttered to himself for a moment. An elder in my family was swallowed by a storm, and not even his corpse was left behind. That elder was an enlighter. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to another academy instead of taking such a risk. Right, if he didn't know anything, he could ask the local tyrant. Lu Yin immediately contacted Feng Shang. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Feng Shang appeared on his screen. Lu Yin replied, Brother Feng, can I ask if there's a safe route for me to cross the tempest flow zone? Feng Shang was puzzled. Why are you going to the tempest flow zone? I'm going to Astral 7. The fastest route is through the tempest flow zone, Lu Yin answered. Feng Shang was even more puzzled. Why are you going to Astral 7? To exchange information, Lu Yin replied. Feng Shang was speechless. Which route are you taking now? Lu Yin showed his route to Feng Shang, who replied, Sure, no problem. As long as you don't deviate from the path, it's fine. Although this route isn't the safest, the chances of encountering a storm are much lower than the other routes. It won't be easy for you to encounter one. There's no safer route? Lu Yin looked forward to it. Feng Shang's expression turned serious. The Tempest Flow Zone's safe routes are equivalent to the secret passageways to break through the Tempest Flow Zone's fortresses. Do you think I can tell you that? Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Alright, goodbye. Wait. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin. You've been to Astral 7. Are you going to the other academies? How did you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Feng Shang shrugged. I guessed. If you're going to Astral 8, remember to notify me in advance. You're going to welcome me? Lu Yin laughed. Feng Shang's expression turned serious. I'm going to leave in advance. Lu Yin was speechless, and he ended the call. Seventh bro, this Feng Shang isn't bad. He's an honest person, the monkey said. Lu Yin watched as his own spacecraft overtook the others one by one, and he was satisfied with his speed. However, when he thought about the black hole grade Aurora, his mood soured. He still owed the Outerverse Youth Council a black hole grade spacecraft. No, he owed Wendy Yushan. That spacecraft had been specially given to her by the council, but he had destroyed it. Forget it, Wendy Yushan is an explorer, so she shouldn't mind. Lu Yin comforted himself. After reciting the Stonewall scriptures for a while, Lu Yin fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the monkey suddenly shouted in panic. Lu Yin was woken up by the noise. What's all that noise about? Look, those spacecraft are all heading back, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked ahead. Spacecraft after spacecraft swept past him and rushed back. Luin felt that something was amiss, especially when he saw two single-person spacecraft crash into each other and explode. He decisively changed his route and headed back the way he had come. Spacecraft would plan their own routes in space, and when two spacecraft reached a certain distance, they would automatically switch routes. It was impossible for them to crash into each other. The only possibilities were that the spacecraft's systems had malfunctioned, or that the pilots were too panicked and did not want to wait for the spacecraft to replan their routes. Thus, they had frantically chosen their own route. "What's that?" the monkey shouted in panic. Luin looked up, and his pupils shrank. He saw a gray torrent sweeping towards him at an extremely fast speed, swallowing up spacecraft after spacecraft. Every time it swallowed a spacecraft, the gray torrent would pause for a moment, but it would quickly sweep forward again. Luin finally understood why those spacecraft had fled in such a panic. This was a storm, and that bastard Feng Shang had said that it was difficult to run into one. "Run, seventh bro." Luin looked at the system and tried to replan his route, but the storm's force field had destroyed it. Luin had no choice but to choose his own route and head back. Spacecraft after spacecraft were swallowed up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Radiant-grade spacecraft were not slow, and they were about the same speed as the storm. Luin relaxed, as the storm would not last for too long. He should be able to escape. "Careful," the monkey shouted. Luin gritted his teeth and steered his spacecraft to the left. He had almost collided with another spacecraft, and he would have been finished if he had. He would have definitely been swallowed by the storm. At that moment, a small spacecraft beside him turned around and flew back. It was also a Radiant-grade spacecraft that was far more expensive than Lu Yin's single-person spacecraft, and its speed was about the same. At this moment, only the speed of Radiant-grade spaceships could escape the engulfment of the storm. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy as he stared straight ahead, afraid that another spacecraft would crash into him. Suddenly, he felt that the line to his right, which was the rune lines, was being strangely condensed. He turned around and saw a person standing on the small spacecraft. The person was coldly glaring at him with a palm that was ready to attack. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This wasn't good. This person wanted to use him to slow down the storm so that they could escape on their own. Based on the number of rune lines that had been condensed, this person was a cruiser, and not an ordinary one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford a Radiant-grade spacecraft. "Seventh bro, be careful," the monkey shouted. Luin released the monkey. "You control the spacecraft." He then retrieved an item from his cosmic ring, which was the money bomb that he had bought from Old Kai. Since Old Kai wanted to send him to his death, then Luin would not sit still and wait for his death. "Old Kai, I hope that you're reliable." There were still a dozen people on the small spacecraft to the right. "Captain, let's attack. We don't know how long this storm will last, and we might not be able to escape." At the top of the spacecraft, the cruiser's eyes were cold as he stared at Luin. "My apologies, but you can only blame your bad luck for blocking this calamity for us." He then attacked with his palm, and a giant palm print traversed the heavens and pressed down on Lu Yin's personal spacecraft. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What a powerful attack. Lu Yin's power level had to be over 80,000. He didn't even think about it as he pointed the unsealed side of the money bomb at the cruiser and poured star energy into it. The next moment, a ray of light shot out and instantly pierced through the cruiser's giant palm print before crashing into the cruiser's body. The cruiser had never imagined that a Lemmeter would be able to unleash such an attack, and he had no intention of dodging. He lowered his head and saw that his abdomen had been pierced. He was dead without a doubt. How could this be? He was an existence who dared to challenge hunters above his realms. His true strength was enough to challenge powerhouses with a power level of over 10,000, but he had actually died at the hands of a Lemmeter. The people in the small spacecraft were stunned as well. The captain had died just like that? Luin hadn't expected the money bomb to be so tyrannical. A single ray of light had instantly killed a cruiser, and the cruiser hadn't even been able to defend himself. It was no wonder why Old Kai had said that it could instantly kill a hunter. This kind of destructive power was indeed enough to kill a normal hunter. 50 star essence was not expensive. The money bomb could only be fired once, and after that, the metal sphere in the center would shatter, and the sealed jade bamboo would also dim. Luin put the money bomb away and looked at the small spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft also looked at him in shock. As for the dead captain, he had long since been swept into the storm. The two parties weren't too far apart, and Luin could clearly see the resentful and venomous gazes of those people. However, those people quickly forgot about Luin. The money bomb's attack had not only killed the cruiser, but it had also destroyed the small spacecraft's roof. The small spacecraft's roof kept shaking, and it didn't take long for it to shatter. The small spacecraft's speed also gradually decreased. Luin didn't feel any sympathy for them. If that cruiser hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have retaliated either. These people were willing to sacrifice others for his sake, and regardless of whether or not there was any enmity between them, they deserved to die. The small spacecraft gradually fell behind, and Luin turned around and focused on operating the spacecraft. The monkey also fused into his arm. Suddenly, the spacecraft trembled, and Luin looked up. Another person had appeared at the top of the spacecraft, and it was a cruiser. This person was tightly clinging onto Luin's spacecraft. A cruiser's speed couldn't compare to a Radiant-grade spacecraft, so if he wanted to escape, he would have to rely on Luin's spacecraft. Seventh bro, look. The storm's subsiding, the monkey shouted. Luin turned around, and sure enough, the storm had shrunk. The small spacecraft was very lucky and hadn't been swallowed up yet. However, even if it hadn't been swallowed up, it still wouldn't be able to escape once the storm completely subsided. There was a loud boom as the cruiser slapped down from the top of the spacecraft, causing the spacecraft's speed to slow down slightly. Luin was furious, as this person had wanted to use his spacecraft as a scapegoat to buy time for the small spacecraft. Seventh bro, kill him. The monkey was furious as well. Luin placed a single palm on the top of the spacecraft, and a dark golden glow appeared on his palm as he activated his battle force. 30 stacks exploded forth, and with the toughness of a Radiant-grade spacecraft, it could withstand a cruiser's attack. Luin's 30 stacks passed through the vibrational force of the metal and slammed into the cruiser's body. The cruiser only felt a huge force assault him, and he almost couldn't block it. His internal organs were in pain from the vibrations, and he looked at the spacecraft in shock. A Lemmeter actually had the strength to injure a cruiser? There weren't many people in the universe who could do this, and this person could not be allowed to live. Through the personal spacecraft, Luin and the cruiser clashed with each other with vibrational force. Gradually, the top of the spacecraft was unable to withstand the two cruisers' attacks, and cracks began to appear. Seventh bro, we can't keep fighting. The spacecraft can't take it, the monkey said. Luin was helpless, as his opponent wasn't easy to deal with. After all, this was a cruiser with a power level of over 50,000. The exchange between the two slowed down the spacecraft until it was now level with the small spacecraft, and it was gradually overtaken by the smaller spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Luin's spacecraft was devoured, they would be able to buy a little more time, and that little bit of time would be enough for them to escape. The cruiser panted heavily as he leapt onto the small spacecraft's top. He looked at Luin with an intense fear and lingering fear. A Lemmeter had been able to fight against a cruiser, and the cruiser could only think of a few famous people in the universe. Even if this person wasn't one of those people, he definitely had a great background, and it was impossible for him to remain nameless. Such a person had to be killed, or else there would be endless trouble in the future. Everything had happened too quickly, and Luin had no time to use his multiple identities to threaten his opponent. Even if he did, it would be useless in this situation. It was either the cruiser died, and even if the 10 arbiters personally took revenge for him, that would be a matter for the future. Luin's current identity could not save him. The cracks on the top of Luin's spacecraft grew larger and larger, and its speed became even slower than the small spacecraft's. It's over, it's over. It's been devoured. It's over. My celestial ice phoenix clan, my harem, the monkey lamented. Luin clenched his fists and looked at the approaching storm. He gritted his teeth and looked at the small spacecraft. He punched the top of the spacecraft and used the spacecraft's flash to close in on the small spacecraft. The people in the small spacecraft were disdainful, as there was still a cruiser above them. The cruiser saw Lu Yin's attack and did not dare to be careless. He used his full strength. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Yin could deal with this person, it would not have been so easy. After all, the difference in power level was too great. However, something appeared in Lu Yin's hand, progenitor Wushang's hide. The cruiser saw it, and his mind exploded. He did not even have the chance to resist before he fainted. This was progenitor Wushang's power. Lu Yin's attack had not been intended to take these people down with him. He had only wanted to use the small spacecraft to escape, and he had also kicked the cruiser into the storm. He watched as the storm swallowed up the cruiser's spacecraft and the cruiser. The cruiser panted heavily as the storm grew smaller and smaller. He should have been able to escape. However, Lu Yin's money bomb's attack had caused too much damage to the small spacecraft. The top of the spacecraft had shattered, and the cruiser had been swallowed up by the storm along with the small spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, the universe fell silent, and the storm disappeared without a trace. Several days later, in Astral 8, Feng Shang was in a daze as he read the news about the tempest flow zone. When he saw the storm that had just passed by, he immediately contacted Lu Yin. The storm had passed not long after Lu Yin had contacted him. However, he was unable to contact Lu Yin. Feng Shang put down his gadget and sighed, "You can't be that unlucky, right? Brother Lu, you're really unlucky." Since ancient times, very few people who had been swallowed by a storm had ever returned alive. Of course, some had survived, but everyone's experiences were different. Some said that they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, some said that they had fallen into a sealed space, some said that they had fallen into a forest, and some even said that they had fallen into a golden sea. When asked how they had returned, no one knew. It was as if their memories had been erased. Gradually, however, many people discovered a common point: anyone who could return alive was a good person. It was impossible to determine the definition of a good person, but anyone who could return alive from a storm was kind-hearted, and almost none of them had killed anyone before. Not all good people could return alive, but those who did were all good people. Lu Yin did not define himself as a good person, so he had done everything he could to escape the storm, but he had still been swallowed in the end. When he woke up, all he could see was a forest, but it was not a tall forest. Instead, it was a forest of short trees that were about 2 meters tall. He had never seen such a forest before, and he rubbed his head. He had been too careless. Ever since he had become famous throughout the universe, he had stopped being cautious. Based on his previous personality, he would not have taken this path even if there was a 1 in a billion chance of encountering a storm. Thankfully, he had not died. He looked around again, but it was still silent. He looked up and saw a bright light in the distance. He did not know if he was looking at the sky or the universe, but it was too bright and golden. The golden light in the distance extended all the way to the sky above the forest. Lu Yin stood up and called out to the monkey, but there was no response. The damned monkey had gone silent again, its defenses were too weak. Lu Yin tried to fly, but he found that he could not do so. He would be pressed down by an unknown pressure when he was half a meter above the ground. He could not fly in this area. The forest was 3 meters tall, which meant that he could not exceed its height. Then, did this mean that the forest could not grow because of this pressure? Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. Lu Yin turned around and thought for a moment before slowly approaching. No matter what, he had to find the person first. He remembered that he had been swallowed by a storm and should have died. Where was this place? Not long after, the trees in front of him swayed and a large area was pushed to the side. A man appeared in front of him in a panic, and the two looked at each other. The man was delighted to see Lu Yin and pointed behind him. There's a ghost." Lu Yin's hair stood on end. "Ghost? Are you sure?" The man nodded and looked back one more time before hurriedly running past Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and his expression changed. Was this a war spirit? A war spirit, a war spirit. There was no mistaking it, it was a war spirit. If there were war spirits here, could this be a trial zone of the Astral Combat Academy? That was impossible. That man was clearly a middle-aged man, so it was impossible for him to have entered the trial zones. Furthermore, he was only a seeker and had not even started cultivating. He couldn't even enter the Astral Combat Academy's main gate. Since it wasn't a trial zone, where was this place? Why was there a fighting soul? The war spirit only had the strength of a sentinel, and with a wave of his hand, it turned into rune lines and disappeared. The man was stunned when he saw this scene from a short distance away. He stared at Luin in disbelief. You killed a ghost? It's not a ghost. Alright, tell me, where is this place? The man panicked. Within the storm. Luin frowned. Within the storm? There's a forest? The man shook his head, his face pale. I don't know. In any case, I was swallowed by the storm and woke up in this damned place. There's nothing here besides ghosts. He then looked at the cosmic ring on Lu Yin's finger and asked expectantly, can you give me something to eat? There's really nothing here. I've been starving for days. Lu Yin nodded, but just as he was about to give the man something, an overwhelming pressure pressed down on him. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he subconsciously retracted his aura using the invisible aura technique before using his domain to blend into the environment. The man was crushed into a puddle of blood by this pressure. Lu Yin did not allow himself to make a single sound as he stood in place. Not too far away, a war spirit swept past without stopping. Lu Yin did not dare to look, as this pressure clearly surpassed that of a hunter. A hunter war spirit. This was definitely not a trial zone. Was this the inside of the storm? The formation of a war spirit came from rune lines, so did this place have something to do with the rune ancestor? Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the puddle of blood on the ground. If there was even a hunter war spirit here, then there might be even more powerful ones. He was in danger, so he had to be careful. With that in mind, he walked in the direction of the dazzling golden light. He did not know how large this forest was, and he could not see the end of it. Lu Yin walked through the forest for 2 days, and he encountered quite a few war spirits along the way. Some were strong, some were weak, but fortunately, there were not many that could pose a threat to him, and he managed to evade them all. However, he did not see a single living person. With the speed of the storm, hunters might be able to escape, but cruisers would not. Thus, it was rare for a hunter or above to be swallowed up by the storm, and even if there were, it would be an accident. Lu Yin also saw quite a few spacecraft in the forest, both large and small. One of the larger spacecraft had just been killed not too long ago, and fresh blood had stained the floor and flowed into the forest. The biggest difference between this place and the trial zones was that the victims were truly dead, unlike the trial zones where they simply vanished. Lu Yin casually destroyed a war spirit and then looked at the corpse on the ground. This person was only a melder who had died not too long ago, so a corpse did not pique Lu Yin's interest. What he was interested in was that this person was actually one of the people who had been on the small spacecraft. Lu Yin remembered that their clothes were very unique, and they had probably been custom-made for a group. Since this person had appeared here, it meant that the others on the small spacecraft were not too far away. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If not for those 2 cruisers, he would not have ended up here. He had to get his revenge. Anyone who had fallen into this forest would probably head in the direction of the golden light, and Lu Yin believed that those people were no exception. The further he went in the direction of the golden light, the more war spirits he encountered. Unfortunately, he still did not see a single living person. Along the way, Lu Yin destroyed at least 20 war spirits, which was something that he could accomplish with his power level that rivaled a cruiser's. However, most people would not be able to do so, and death was a common occurrence. Not long after, Lu Yin saw smoke rising from a kitchen, but it was quickly blown away. His eyes lit up, there was someone there. He immediately rushed over. In the distance, a large swath of trees had been cut down, revealing an empty space where a dozen people were gathered. Are you looking to die? There are so many ghosts here. What if they're attracted here? Someone shouted in a low voice. Around him, the others glared at a young man. The young man was terrified. I am sorry. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and move, just in case, someone else suggested. The person beside him was dissatisfied. It wasn't easy for us to create an empty space, and now we have to leave? Then you stay behind and deal with those ghosts. 2 people, go to the spacecraft and bring the supplies out. Who knows how long it'll take to get out of this damned place? I heard that very few people are able to make it out of the storm alive, and those who do are all good people. Bullshit, are there still good people in the universe? Don't be naive. Soon enough, the dozen or so people left the empty space. After they left, several war spirits appeared. They had made a wise decision to leave, but their luck was not good. They had not even left a kilometer when they met a cruiser war spirit head-on. The dozen or so people turned pale with fright, and they subconsciously split up to escape. However, against a cruiser war spirit, these people could not escape at all. Just as the war spirit was about to kill them, two figures rushed out from two different directions and attacked the war spirit. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds rang out as the war spirit was destroyed. The two figures retreated a few meters and stared ahead. Luin looked at the person who had attacked the cruiser war spirit with him, and his expression changed. It's you. When the person saw Luin, his expression changed as well. He was the cruiser who had been knocked unconscious by Luin with progenitor Wushang's hide and thrown into the storm. It's you. When he saw Luin, the person became excited, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Great, I never thought that I would run into you here. The heavens have allowed me to take revenge for my brother. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent surged. You tried in vain to make someone else die in your place. Whether it's you or your brother, both of you deserve to die. You're the one who's going to die now, the cruiser shouted, and his body transformed to become as sturdy as a rock. Luin was shocked. It was actually an innate gift, and this person had actually been hiding his strength. Luin did not plan on fighting against a cruiser with an innate gift. Progenitor Wushang's hide appeared in his palm once more, as this was his true trump card. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure swept over them, and Luin and the cruiser looked at each other in shock. It was actually a hunter war spirit, and the two of them charged towards the golden light without hesitation. All of their personal grudges had been thrown to the back of their minds. Luin had hoped to use his invisible aura technique to hide, but he knew that the cruiser would not let him escape so easily. He had no choice but to flee together. The pressure increased, and Luin felt a chill run down his back. He could already feel the war spirit's aura, and more rune lines were condensing. The war spirit was about to attack. He gritted his teeth and gripped progenitor Wushang's hide tightly. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should throw it out. But before he could think further, the hunter war spirit changed directions and chased after the cruiser. Luin was stunned. It hadn't attacked him? What was the reason? Could it be because of progenitor Wushang's hide? According to the monkey, progenitor Wushang and the symbol progenitor were both progenitors. Perhaps at that level, the power left behind by both parties could sense each other, which was why Luin had been able to avoid being killed. No matter what the reason was, Luin relaxed. As long as the war spirit had not attacked him, everything was fine. The cruiser sensed the war spirit chasing after him, and his soul almost left his body. He did not have the ability to challenge a hunter like his elder brother, so he immediately sped up and fled. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he did not move too far away. Instead, he kept a distance between the cruiser and the war spirit. In the forest, a terrifying aura swept out, causing many trees to collapse. At the very front, a cruiser was fleeing for his life while a war spirit chased after him. Even further behind was Luin. This region of space was abnormally sturdy, and it was impossible to tear through the void to move. Thus, all three parties were moving at roughly the same speed. Above their heads, the golden light grew more and more dazzling. Luin stared into the distance with a shocked expression. Through his transformed eyes, he could see an indescribable amount of rune lines condensing in the distance. The amount of rune lines that had been condensed was enough to pierce through the horizon, far surpassing the amount that had been condensed in the ocean of death. What was this thing that could condense so many rune lines? Compared to a hunter's rune lines, the amount of rune lines condensed in the distance seemed endless. Luin suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and two streams of blood flowed down his cheeks. He hurriedly lowered his head and wiped his eyes. No, he couldn't look anymore. He quickly withdrew the star energy from his eyes. He looked up again, but this time, he didn't see rune lines. Instead, he saw a mountain that towered in the distance and blocked part of the golden light. The mountain's shadow was reflected by the golden light, and it seemed to divide the forest into two. The three of them chased each other through this shadow. Luin couldn't imagine what was in the distance, and he couldn't even see it. It was definitely an incomparably terrifying accumulation of power, and its power level was definitely in the hundreds of thousands. After some more time, the cruiser was gradually caught up. The hunter's war spirit tried to test the waters, but the cruiser ended up spitting out blood. The cruiser saw Luin, who was right behind them, and he bellowed in anger. Luin immediately stopped. With the hunter's war spirit in front of him, he didn't care how angry the cruiser was. The cruiser had no choice but to continue fleeing. However, since he had been caught up, his chances of escaping were slim. He pushed aside the forest in front of him and leaped up. When he looked up again, the scenery around him had changed. He was no longer in the forest, but in front of him was a golden sea. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the golden sea. Behind him, a terrifying force attacked, and the cruiser's body turned to stone. He turned around and raised his arms in front of him, but there was a thump as he was sent flying by the war spirit. He crashed into the white beach and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up in fear, but he found that the war spirit was no longer chasing after him. Instead, it was standing at the edge of the forest, facing him from a distance. The cruiser was ecstatic, as this thing was afraid of the golden sea and didn't dare to approach it. Luin noticed this as well, and he brushed past the war spirit to appear on the white beach. He looked into the distance at the boundless golden ocean and the towering mountain that stood on top of it. This mountain was the culprit that had caused his eyes to bleed, and it was definitely not an ordinary mountain. It had rune lines that could possibly reach a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Cough cough. Luin turned around. The cruiser stood up with great difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Luin coldly. Why didn't that thing attack you? Do you know how to get out? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he slowly approached the man. If I were you, I wouldn't be thinking about how to get out. Instead, I would be thinking about how to survive. The cruiser laughed as he retrieved something from his cosmic ring and swallowed it. Do you think that I won't be able to beat you just because I'm injured? You're underestimating cruisers. Cruiser was cruiser, but cruiser. Cruiser too. But. Two. Across from him, the cruiser stared at Luin. He was well aware of his own injuries, and even with Shamrock Enterprises' special medicines, they would not be easily healed. Furthermore, the person in front of him was not weak at all, and he was an absolute monster amongst Lameters. More importantly, the cruiser had not forgotten that he had been mysteriously knocked unconscious in outer space. This person had a strange weapon. He thought about it for a moment and then closed his eyes. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled bitterly. Sure enough, the cruiser was on guard. Neither of them immediately attacked. To Luin, it would not be wise for both of them to suffer in such an uneasy environment. Seventh bro, where are we? The monkey suddenly asked, startling Luin. He was in the middle of a confrontation with the cruiser. On the white beach, neither Luin nor the cruiser spoke. Instead, it was the monkey who rejoiced and said something about not dying this time and how lucky they were. Luin could not shield his right hand as he was on guard against the cruiser. We were wrong in space, but you killed my brother. How about we write off our debt? The cruiser was the first to speak. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. It's just that in an environment like this, neither side will benefit. I've been in space for many years, and I have more experience than you. It's best if you listen to me. Luin muttered to himself for a moment before replying, all right. The cruiser opened his eyes. Of course, he did not dare to look directly at Luin in fear of being ambushed by progenitor Wushang's hide. We're inside the storm, and it must have moved us to a hidden space. It's almost impossible for us to leave. What? In the storm? Hidden space? Seventh bro, you haven't escaped yet, the monkey wailed. Luin was annoyed, and he blocked the star energy in his right hand. Rumor has it that people have made it out alive. Those people's memories have all disappeared, the cruiser replied. Luin looked at the golden ocean and realized that any ruin related to rune technology would have an ocean, such as the Ocean of Death and the Golden Ocean. The cruiser glanced at Luin. He wanted to know why he had not been attacked by that thing, but he knew that it would be pointless to ask. He needed to heal first and then deal with this person after he recovered. Luin pointed at the tall mountain in the middle of the Golden Ocean. Say, do you think we'll be able to leave if we climb up there? The cruiser nodded. That's possible. The two did not speak further. The cruiser just wanted to quickly heal while Luin walked to the side of the forest and broke off a tree branch. He then walked to the side of the Golden Ocean and used the branch to test the water. The cruiser watched the scene unfold. The branch touched the water, but nothing happened. Luin hesitated for a moment and then shot star energy from his fingertip into the ocean. Aside from some ripples, nothing else happened. It should be normal seawater, the cruiser said, hoping that Luin would personally experience the water. Luin was not fooled. Yes, it's just normal seawater, but there's a golden light. Perhaps there's a great treasure beneath this ocean. The cruiser's eyes lit up, as it was not impossible. He looked up at the sky and saw that the golden light covered the sky and even dyed the ocean golden. He would not believe that there was no great treasure. He did not wait for Luin to act and personally tested the water. His finger touched the surface of the water, and although it was cold to the touch, it did not harm his body. He was delighted, as it really was normal seawater. This meant that there really was a great treasure at the bottom of the ocean. He excitedly looked into the distance. Could this be a blessing in disguise? However, the man's face quickly turned gloomy, as he wasn't the only one here. He glanced over at Luin, who was staring at the mountain in a daze. Why do you keep staring at that mountain? He asked, puzzled. Luin replied, the great treasure might be hidden there. The golden light is clearly coming from the other side of the mountain, the cruiser said. Luin thought about it and then nodded. That's true. He then turned his back to the cruiser and looked in the other direction. The cruiser's eyes twitched, and his fingers curled. He wanted to launch a sneak attack, but after some thought, he decided against it. He would wait until his injuries were better before attacking. He would not allow Luin to live, as this person had killed his brother. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he turned around and sat down cross-legged. Let's rest for a bit. There was no night in this space, and it was always enveloped in golden light. Luin looked at his gadget. It had definitely been affected by the space, as it had stopped working. He silently calculated the time. It had been 5 days since he had entered this place, and he had stayed on the beach for more than a day. That cruiser had not done anything to him this entire time. Luin gradually relaxed his vigilance and stared at the golden ocean in a daze. Do you have anything to eat? The cruiser suddenly asked as he looked at Luin. Luin shook his head. The cruiser replied, I'm going to the forest to see if there are any spacecraft wreckages. What about you? Luin replied, you and I don't trust each other, so it's not a good thing for us to be together. The cruiser replied, this place is very strange, so it's best if we work together. How do you want to work together? Luin was surprised. The cruiser's eyes narrowed. We'll take turns looking for food and exploring the ocean. Luin muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. All right. To show my sincerity, I'll go look for food first. Don't worry, I won't hide once I find it. I'm still hoping that we can find the great treasure together and leave this damned place. The cruiser then walked into the forest. Luin calmly looked at the mountain and fell into deep thought once more. A long time passed, but the cruiser still did not return. Luin relaxed and closed his eyes to rest. In the forest 1,000 meters away from Luin, the cruiser opened his eyes and stared at Lu Yin's back. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time and had not left. He had been waiting for the moment when Luin relaxed before launching a sneak attack. Rather than working together, it would be safer to capture this person and use him as a scapegoat. The cruiser did not use any star energy, as he was afraid that Luin would sense his presence. He gripped a tree branch tightly and charged out of the forest, thrusting the branch towards Lu Yin's back. With his physical strength as a cruiser, even if he did not use any star energy, a full-strength attack was enough to instantly kill an ordinary explorer. Although this person was freakish, the Cruiser did not believe that this person's defense could surpass an explorer's. The cruiser stabbed the branch towards Luin, and by the time Luin reacted, the branch had already pierced his back. However, the expected blood did not spurt out. The cruiser only felt a rebounding force snap the branch and almost injure his hand. He stared at Lu Yin's back in disbelief. How could his physical body be so powerful? This person's physical strength was no weaker than an ordinary cruiser's. Before the cruiser could react, Lu Yin's back was ripped apart, revealing progenitor Wushang's hide. The cruiser's eyes stared straight at progenitor Wushang's hide, and his mind went blank. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground with a deathly pale face. Lu Yin slowly stood up and looked back at the cruiser. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." These were the last words the cruiser heard before he regained consciousness. How could Lu Yin relax when facing an enemy? He had the monkey use his innate gift of shadows to hide progenitor Wushang's hide on his back, waiting for the cruiser to launch a sneak attack. The cruiser was on guard against progenitor Wushang's hide, and he would not open his eyes in a direct confrontation. Lu Yin would only have a chance of succeeding if he allowed the cruiser to launch a sneak attack from behind. The results were as expected, and the cruiser launched a sneak attack on Lu Yin's back and was stunned by progenitor Wushang's hide. "Seventh bro, you're amazing," the monkey shouted in admiration. Lu Yin put away progenitor Wushang's hide and coughed. The tree branch had not been easy to defend against, and he had been injured as well. He took off the man's cosmic ring, cut his finger, and dripped a drop of blood into it. He opened the ring and poured out a large pile of items. This cosmic ring was not as big as the one that Northgate Lai had given Lu Yin, but it was not small either. There were many things inside, including 10 bottles of Shamrock Enterprises special medicine, as well as some unknown medicines, weapons, star crystals, and even star essence. Lu Yin was shocked. This person's wealth was not small. His brother's strength was not simple, and so was this person's. These two were elites among cruisers, so they should have some sort of background. However, that was not important since everything belonged to him now. Lu Yin looked through the items and found that the most attractive were the star crystals and star essence. There were 220,000 star crystals, which was not a lot, and 10 star essence, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 star crystals. Not bad, not bad. It was enough for his use. After drinking a bottle of Shamrock Enterprises special medicine, Lu Yin immediately felt much better. There were also 3 Mavis bank cards, a chip, and a bunch of other things that he did not understand. To these people who wandered the universe, the most important things were resources and medicine, as well as battle techniques. This group had been led by this person's brother, so the most important things must have been with him. What a pity. Still, it was not bad to have obtained these things. The wealth of a cruiser allowed Lu Yin to temporarily escape from his poverty problems. Although he did not have much money, he could at least buy another Radiant-grade spacecraft. Lu Yin was depressed that every spacecraft he bought did not have a good ending. "Seventh bro, what should we do with this guy?" the monkey asked through gritted teeth. If not for this person, they would not have fallen to such a state, and they did not even know if they could leave this place. Lu Yin crouched down and pressed a hand against the man's abdomen, mercilessly using 30 stacks. There was a boom, and the white beach shook as the man was sent crashing into the sand. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes. He had been awakened. When he opened his eyes, the man felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen. His organs felt like they had been destroyed, and his injuries were much worse than before. Lu Yin stood on the beach and looked down with a cold gaze. I didn't do it on purpose, I just wanted to test your vigilance. After all, we have to work together, and I can't work with someone who isn't vigilant." Lu Yin was disdainful. "You tested it?" The man panted heavily and exhaled. "I've tested it. Let's work together happily." Lu Yin laughed. "Of course, I'll be happy working with you. At the very least, I'll be happy." Then, under the man's panicked gaze, Lu Yin transformed the star energy at his fingertips into threads that wrapped around the man and tossed him into the golden sea as if he were fishing. "No. Let me go. I beg you, I'll give you resources, battle skills, and weapons. Please, let me go." The man's words were drowned out by the seawater. "Seventh bro, this guy is really shameless," the monkey mocked. Lu Yin's fingertips swayed, and the man in the water trembled in fear. Although the water was normal, he didn't know if there was anything else here. Humans were always afraid of the unknown, and he was swung around like a swing by Lu Yin. It took him a while before he was finally pulled onto the shore. Pfft! The man spat out another mouthful of blood, and his entire body was drenched as he lay on the beach. Lu Yin saw that the man was unharmed and muttered, "It looks like the beach is safe, but I don't know if the deeper areas are safe or if there are any terrifying creatures." The man's face paled when he heard this, and his fear grew. Coupled with his heavy injuries, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. "Seventh bro, you used him as bait to test the waters?" the monkey asked. Lu Yin grunted. "This space is too strange, and I didn't dare take the risk." "You're too cruel," the monkey grumbled. Lu Yin was annoyed. "No, he'll use you. Pick one." "Seventh bro, I think that you're too smart. Why didn't I think of using this guy as bait? I should learn from seventh bro and improve every day," the monkey immediately flattered. Lu Yin casually fed a bottle of medicine to the cruiser, as he was afraid that the man would die. If he did, it would be troublesome, and it would be difficult to find another cruiser as bait. This person had a grudge against Lu Yin, which was why Lu Yin could use such methods without any hesitation. If it had been anyone else, Lu Yin might not have been able to do so, even though he admitted that he was not a good person. After resting for a while, Lu Yin woke the man up again and tossed him into the sea once more. This time, he began his grand career of fishing. Lu Yin admitted that this was not his first time fishing. For example, he had fished on the Astral River Arc before, but he had always been afraid that he would catch a monster. This time was no different. The sea and the mountain were indescribably terrifying to him. The number of rune lines was equivalent to the influence that the objects themselves had on the universe. The sea and the mountain had condensed far too many rune lines, to the point that Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He did not dare to approach the mountain at all. Lu Yin circled the white beach and used the cruiser as bait as he walked into the distance, hoping to see if there was an exit. 2 days later, Lu Yin casually tossed the cruiser into the sea once more. The cruiser's initial fear had now grown numb, and he wished that he could just die. At least he would not have to suffer. "It looks like either the coastal waters are safe, or the sea itself is safe." "You're very lucky," Lu Yin commented. Not far from him was the cruiser, who had just been struck by Lu Yin's palm. The cruiser coughed up blood and glared at Lu Yin. "Kill me. Kill me if you can." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You don't need to provoke me. You don't want to die, or you can kill yourself. I won't stop you." The cruiser clenched his fists, and his body trembled, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or fear. "All right, let's continue fishing," Lu Yin shouted and tossed the man into the sea once more. Another day later, Lu Yin looked back at the path he had taken. Sure enough, he had deviated from the path. From the moment he had used the cruiser to test the sea, he had walked along the beach in a straight line. After walking for 3 days, he had deviated towards the forest and was now slightly further away from the sea. This slight difference meant that the path was curved, which meant that this sealed space was circular, regardless of whether it was the Golden Sea or the forest. Of course, this was just a guess. Perhaps the sea itself was slanted, but Lu Yin believed in his own conjecture. After deducting the angle of deviation from the path, the possibility of this place being circular was very high. If it was circular, then Lu Yin calculated again. With his current speed, it would take him at least half a year to complete a full circle, which was too long. He turned to look at the tall mountain in the middle of the sea, as that was the only place where there could be a variable. He did not want to be trapped in this sealed space forever. Even if approaching the mountain was dangerous, it was still better than being trapped here for the rest of his life. "Monkey, did you manage to translate the text?" Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and asked. The monkey bitterly replied, "I've recalled all the autobiographies and written records that I've read, but I only managed to translate one word, hate." "Hate? Hate who?" Lu Yin was curious. "I already said that I only managed to translate one word. There are 11 words in this sentence, and the word hate takes up 4 of them. Being torn apart by 5 spears is indeed quite hateful," Lu Yin muttered. "All right, continue translating." He then looked at the bound cruiser maliciously. At this moment, the man was still numb, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. The resentment in his eyes towards Lu Ying grew deeper and deeper. When he sensed Lu Yin's gaze on him, the man's heart sank, and he subconsciously wanted to jump into the sea. Lu Ying gently tugged on the star energy rope. "Don't be in such a hurry to jump, brother. We've worked hard to explore the coastal waters over the past few days, so we need to set our sights further." The man's scalp went numb, and the resentment in his eyes was replaced by fear. What are you trying to do?" Lu Ying grinned and casually tossed the man into the sea. The star energy rope at his fingertips continuously extended, and the man was flung into the depths of the sea. His face was deathly pale, as the depths of the sea were a completely new area for him. It was filled with the unknown and terror, and he recalled the terror of being thrown into the sea for the first time. He couldn't help but shout for help, but it was useless. Lu Ying had already made up his mind to explore the mountain. He felt that he might be able to leave the mountain by climbing it. Plop! The man was thrown into the sea more than 10 kilometers away, a distance that ordinary people couldn't see. Only cultivators could, but Lu Ying could see even further. With the man's current injuries, Lu Ying couldn't weaken his star energy if he wanted to ensure that he could subdue him. This distance was already his limit. Any further, and the man would be able to break free from Lu Yin's star energy bindings and escape. Lu Ying stood on the beach and waited nervously. An hour later, he suddenly pulled on his star energy and dragged the man back to the shore, where he landed heavily on the beach and panted heavily. "It seems like there's nothing in this sea," Lu Ying muttered to himself. The man glared at Lu Ying viciously before looking towards the mountain, his thoughts unknown. After several days of exploration, Lu Ying finally decided to go deeper into the sea. He felt that it was safe. "Seventh bro, be careful. This place is very strange. Let's explore for a while longer," the monkey advised. Lu Ying shook his head. "I can only control this person to a maximum of 10 kilometers. Any further and he'll run away. If we want to explore further, we'll have to go deeper into the sea." The monkey knew that Lu Ying was right. He didn't want to be trapped here forever. Lu Ying walked on the golden sea and didn't plan on going in circles. He headed straight for the mountain. From the beach to the mountain, he estimated that it wouldn't be too far. Every once in a while, he would use the man as bait and explore for half a day. Only after confirming that it was absolutely safe would he continue. After repeating this process for several hundred kilometers, the mountain was very close. He estimated that he would only need to explore it a few more times. Plop! The man was thrown into the sea for the umpteenth time, but he was sure that there was nothing in the sea and that it was very safe. His fear gradually disappeared, and his thoughts cleared. Through the water, he saw Lu Ying cautiously scanning his surroundings. He suddenly used his innate gift and forcefully broke free from the star energy bindings, rushing towards the other side. Lu Ying felt his star energy break free, and he quickly acted, but it was too late. He had underestimated a cruiser's recovery ability. Although he would occasionally leave injuries on the man's body, the man had still recovered enough to break free of Lu Yin's star energy. He had just been holding back, waiting until he was confident that he could break free before acting since the mountain wasn't too far away. Lu Ying watched helplessly as the man slipped away like a fish and sighed. Forget it, if the bait was gone, then so be it. He looked up at the mountain in front of him. That was where he should go. Cultivation was always accompanied by danger, and it was unavoidable. Lu Ying glanced at his right arm. There was still a bait there. "Seventh bro, you're so cool," the monkey suddenly spoke up, his tone full of flattery. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. This damn monkey was too shrewd. He couldn't stay here any longer, so he headed towards the mountain. In the distance, the cruiser hid in the sea and watched Lu Ying head towards the mountain. He relaxed, as his gamble had paid off. This person couldn't possibly chase after him in the unfathomable depths of the sea. The only way out of this space was that mountain, so he had to follow it and use himself as bait. This time, it's the other way around. I'm going to use you as bait. The closer he got to the mountain, the more he could feel the restrained aura. Lu Ying didn't know how to describe it. It was domineering, fierce, and unparalleled. He could think of many words to describe it, but he had never encountered this aura before. The mountain was cylindrical and plunged straight into the sea. Luin arrived at the side of the mountain and looked up, but he couldn't see the top. He raised a hand and touched the mountain wall, but it was extremely hard. He used a bit of strength, but he couldn't break through it. Even with his strength, he couldn't break through the wall, so one could only imagine how hard it was. Endless rune lines condensed into a mountain, but what exactly was this mountain? Lu Yin's eyes blazed as he began to climb, as he couldn't fly here. Seventh bro, do you think this mountain is safe? The monkey asked nervously. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know, but regardless of whether it's safe or not, we have to climb. This is the only path. As Lu Yin climbed, the cruiser gradually floated up from the bottom of the sea. He maintained a certain distance from Lu Yin, as he believed that this distance was safe. Seventh bro, that guy's close to the mountain, the monkey said. Lu Yin grunted. Wait until he starts to climb up, then grab him and use him as bait. All right. The monkey was excited, but he was also a little scared. He had almost been used as bait by Seventh bro. He had to catch this bastard, as he could only be the bait. As he watched Lu Yin climb higher and higher, the man's gaze turned cold. He grabbed onto the stone wall with both hands and began to climb. Suddenly, the man's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with boundless fear. His body was disappearing. Seventh bro, look below, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin lowered his head, his expression changing drastically. What's going on? What did he do? I didn't do anything. I just bumped into a mountain, the monkey shouted in fear, as he was terrified. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he stared down. At the very bottom, the cruiser had completely vanished from this space. His entire body was disappearing bit by bit as if he had never existed. This scene was extremely horrifying. Seeing one's own body disappear, anyone would feel despair. The cruiser had never thought that he would die in such a manner. Although his death was painless, the despair and fear in his heart surpassed anything else. It wasn't just the man, Lu Yin was terrified as well. The mountain wall that his hand had touched made him feel like he was approaching hell. He understood that the man's existence had been negated. This was the rune technology's battle style. They directly negated the enemy's existence in the universe and completely eliminated them. This was a rather strange and terrifying method of attack. A living person, and a cruiser at that, had just vanished without a trace. He had only touched the mountain wall. This was a mountain, and no one would think that it had any offensive capabilities. Furthermore, it was so strange that it overturned the common sense of the world. Seventh bro, I think we should leave. The monkey was panicking. He had almost touched the mountain wall with his shadow, and now that he thought about it, he was scared. He had almost died as well. Lu Yin nodded. The icy mountain wall was like his icy heart, and he couldn't wait to let go. It was like he was holding on to a bomb that could explode at any moment. He felt like he was walking on the edge of a cliff, and he believed that he would never forget this feeling for the rest of his life. Lu Yin let go of the mountain wall and planned to jump into the sea, but the next moment, his face paled as his clothes disappeared. He subconsciously grabbed onto the mountain wall again, and the disappearing process stopped. Seventh bro, what's going on? The monkey was horrified. Lu Yin didn't know either. I can't leave. If I do, I'll disappear as well. No way, it's the opposite? That guy disappeared when you touched the mountain wall, but you can't leave it. What the hell is this? Try again. You can't die here, the monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned and let go of the mountain wall with one hand. It was fine, but he slowly let go of his other hand as well. His clothes started to disappear again, and he quickly grabbed onto the mountain wall with both hands. I can't let go of both hands at the same time. Monkey, it looks like we have to climb up or die. The monkey wailed, I've roamed the astral beast domain for so many years, and I've been to countless strange places. I've read all sorts of biographies of famous people, and I've even experienced the great tomb of the envoys. I've never heard of a mountain that can make someone disappear, and I never thought that it would be in a place like this. My dear sister Fengjiu, my celestial ice phoenix harem. Seventh bro, it's all your fault. Lu Yin was helpless. Alright, Instead of wasting time, why don't you think of a way to help me climb up? The exit might be at the top. I hope so, seventh bro. Whether or not we survive will depend on fate, the monkey said listlessly. Luin took a deep breath, and his gaze became resolute. Since he was going to climb, he would do his best. He did not believe that he would really die here. Luin did not know how tall this mountain was, but he knew that he could not see the top. He could only climb, and there was no way back. Gradually, he could no longer see the surface of the sea, and he could only look upwards. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. Luin climbed for 5 days, and when he grew tired, he would stop to rest and chat with the monkey for a bit before continuing. The scenery in this space was always monotonous, and the higher he climbed, the more he could see into the distance. He saw the forest, the white beach, and the occasional black dot that was either a person or a war spirit. The people in the forest definitely could not see Luin, and they would never expect that there was someone climbing up the mountain. While Luin was working hard to climb, the Great Yu Empire's war to reclaim Frostwave Weave was nearing its end. The captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 imperial squadrons were all cruisers, and there were very few people in Frostwave Weave who could compare to them. When Undying Yushan had been in power, he had already formulated a strategy to unify Frostwave Weave. As long as there were no other powers holding them back, it would be too easy for the Great Yu Empire to unify Frostwave Weave. Unifying Frostwave Weave depended on military might, while governance depended on stability and the economy. The Great Yu Empire's economy was in a slump, and even though they had the support of Interverse powers like Watermoon Villa, the threat was too great. The surrounding weaves all tacitly placed a blockade on Frostwave Weave's economy, preventing it from recovering. Even if they managed to unify the entire weave, they would still decline due to economic collapse. Xianxia and the others had been trying to contact Luin over the past few days, hoping that he would take charge, but they could not reach him. Wendy Yushan had even gone into seclusion to cultivate the Yu secret art. With no other choice, the Great Yu Empire could only slow down their progress in reclaiming Frostwave Weave while simultaneously developing more planets and finding ways to maintain their economy. Chaos Flow Zone was one of the 8 great flow zones of the Interverse, and it represented the dark side of the Interverse. In Chaos Flow Zone, order meant that there was no order at all, and the strong were respected here. There was a planet in Chaos Flow Zone called Deep Crimson Planet that was ruled by Deep Crimson Hall, and it was where their headquarters were located. Deep Crimson Hall was one of the powers in Chaos Flow Zone, and it only ruled over a single region. Compared to Stony Mountain, it was like an ant that could be destroyed at any time. However, Deep Crimson Hall had its own methods of survival. In a huge city on Deep Crimson Planet, there was an endless stream of various aircraft. This was especially true at night, when the roads around the city were completely sealed off and turned into a racetrack. Everyone knew that the city's master, Wu Kuang, loved exciting aircraft races, and he would compete with others every day. His cultivation was limited, and he would use modified aircraft to determine the winner. Today was no exception. Dozens of aircraft shuttled through the air, causing the air to distort as they disappeared from the racetrack in the blink of an eye. Wu Kuang's eyes were filled with excitement as he drove his aircraft past one after another, laughing maniacally. The other aircraft did not give way to each other, but none of them could compare to Wu Kuang's. Wu Kuang's flying style was especially barbaric, and he loved to crash into others, which made it so that the other aircraft did not dare to approach him. Gradually, Wu Kuang took the lead. Just as Wu Kuang thought that the night's race was over, another aircraft suddenly overtook him and viciously slammed into him. Wu Kuang was shocked, as someone from Deep Crimson Planet actually dared to ram into him. His position in Deep Crimson Hall was not low, and he ruled over an entire city. He was also an explorer with a power level of close to 50,000, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the cruiser realm. Even in the entire Deep Crimson Hall, he was ranked within the top 10. Others who competed with him did not dare to ram into him. Wu Kuang licked his lips. Interesting. He then drove his aircraft into the other. Bang! Bang! The two aircraft collided violently on the racetrack, causing sparks to fly. Many of the following aircraft were stunned. Someone actually dared to ram into Wu Kuang? Was that person looking to die? There was a mountain path ahead, and the two aircraft collided once more, causing dazzling sparks to fly as they brushed past the mountain path. Just as the two aircraft made a turn on the mountain path, Big Pow raised his head from within the aircraft that had rammed into Wuquang's aircraft. His eyes flickered with a cold-killing intent, and he looked completely different from when he had been in the academy. He raised his hand, and star energy manifested. Flame God Spear. With a low shout, Big Pow shot out a star energy bullet that was wrapped in two-lined battle force and directly hit Wuquang. Wuquang had never thought that someone would dare to assassinate him, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block. The bullet pierced through his palm and then his entire right arm, tearing through the void and splitting the entire mountain path in two. Behind him, many of the other participants hurriedly stopped and stared blankly at the mountain that had been split apart. Little Pow was also in the spacecraft, and after Big Pow had attacked, he raised his hand as well. Black flame-like lines spread from his palm, and his two-lined battle force formed a giant black flaming palm print. Black flaming palm. The black flaming palm pressed Wuquang into the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Wuquang's power level was close to 50,000, he was still an ordinary explorer and could not compare to an elite explorer. Both Big Pow and Little Pow were explorers, but they had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy and had been personally taught by Astral 10's mentors. Their strength could not be measured by their power levels, and when the two worked together, Wuquang was easily suppressed. There was a loud bang as the Infernal God Gun's bullet pierced through Wuquang's forehead, causing a huge crack to appear in the ground that extended towards the city. "Let's go!" Little Pow barked, and the two immediately left. Not long after they left, the entire city was sealed off, and experts from Deep Crimson Hall appeared to search for the killer. News of Wuquang's death was immediately reported to Deep Crimson Hall's Hall Master, Bo Sr. Deep Crimson Hall had two Hall Masters who were known as the Bo Duo. They were Bo Sr. and Bo Jr., and both were hunters. It was because of their existence, along with nearly 10 cruisers, that Deep Crimson Hall was formed and occupied the surrounding space. When Bo Sr. learned of Wuquang's death, he was enraged and ordered a lockdown on Deep Crimson Planet. The culprit had to be found. However, Big Pow and Little Pow had not left and were instead hiding in the city. Although Deep Crimson Planet was huge, it was not too difficult for hunters to search the entire planet. There were not many people on Deep Crimson Planet who had the strength to kill Wuquang, and they were also afraid of being found, so it was better for them to hide in the city. Wuquang is the first. With our strength, aside from the Bo Duo, we should be able to deal with the rest, Big Pow said solemnly. Little Pow looked at the list of experts from Deep Crimson Hall and shook his head. There are cruisers with power levels over 70,000. It's too dangerous to deal with them. Big Pow took a deep breath. Old Kai only gave us too many bombs to deal with the Bo Duo. We'll have to figure out how to deal with the rest. There will be a way. We'll take revenge for that year, Little Pow said coldly. The Golden Ocean was always calm, as always, and there seemed to be no life within it. Luin was still climbing the mountain, but when he looked down, he could no longer see the sea. Even the forest in the distance felt close. How many days had it been? He calculated that he'd been climbing for 10 days, which meant that he'd been here for half a month. From this position and height, he felt that he could jump into the forest with a single jump. When he raised his head again, he still couldn't see the top. "Seventh bro, why do I feel like we've been either crossing seas or climbing mountains during this period of time?" "You must have some sort of conflict with the symbol ancestor," the monkey said unhappily. Luin was left speechless, as the monkey was right. Ascending the sky platform, crossing the ocean of death, and now climbing a mountain were all related to rune technology. "Monkey, tell me more about the symbol ancestor," Luin said. "I don't know. I've already told you everything I know. The existence of progenitors is a secret, and very few people know about it. If I wasn't an archaeologist, I wouldn't have been able to come into contact with them." "How long has rune technology existed?" "I said I don't know, but according to the records of the strong, it was very short, very short." "A flash in the pan?" "More or less. Anyway, that expert mentioned it in his autobiography. His record of the rune technology was just one sentence: one piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven. One piece of heaven covers another piece of heaven? What did that mean? Luin did not understand, and he suddenly recalled the voice that had been left behind on the island at the end of the ocean of death. The sky had changed, and the fifth, the sixth. Could it be related to that? What about the symbol ancestor? How much do you know? Luin asked again. The monkey was helpless. I don't know. The symbol ancestor has existed for too long, and his civilization has even gone extinct. It's already pretty good that there are records of him. If you want to know more, you'll have to find a great power in the Neoverse, such as the Three Dark Hands or the Hall of Honor. Perhaps they'll have some records. How long can a progenitor live? Luin did not give up and continued to ask. The monkey did not immediately answer this question and muttered to himself for a long time. I don't know. Logically speaking, even an existence like the Third Night King has lived for a long time and doesn't die easily. Progenitors should be eternal. But I've never heard of any progenitors in this universe, Luin interrupted. The monkey did not reply. Could it be that all of the progenitors that have existed have died? Luin guessed. The monkey replied, I don't know, seventh bro, don't think too much about it. You won't be able to come into contact with a progenitor for at least 1,000 years. No, it should be 10,000 years. No, it should be 100,000 years. In any case, it's impossible for you to come into contact with a progenitor in this lifetime. Emissary? Luin was stunned, as he seemed to have heard of it before. Right, the monkey had mentioned that he had visited the great tomb of an emissary. An emissary is the name given to a powerhouse whose power level exceeds 500,000, and it means that they are the emissaries of the heavens. Such an existence is practically immortal. The Northgate Ticeway that we saw previously had a power level of 400,000 at most, and he would never be able to break through to become an emissary. Otherwise, the Northgate family would not have gone into hibernation. Let's put it this way, there are no emissaries in the outerverse, but there might be a few in the innerverse, the monkey explained. Luin was filled with anticipation. What did it mean to have a power level of 500,000? With a single glance, the universe would be destroyed. This was an emissary. Actually, an emissary is a bit too high a goal for you, seventh bro. After all, you were born in the outerverse. Why don't you set a lower goal like Northgate Ticeway? The monkey probed. Luin snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Let's continue climbing. The monkey pursed his lips. Who knows how long we'll have to climb this stupid mountain? It's a waste of my time. If only Sister Fengjiu was here, my dear Sister Fengjiu. With Lu Yin's cultivation, climbing the mountain was not difficult, but when he reached a certain height, he discovered that his star energy had been suppressed. His expression immediately changed, as this was a difficult situation. Without star energy, he could only rely on his physical strength to climb. He looked at the mountain peak that he still could not see the top, and he felt a sense of despair. Without star energy, the monkey was basically blocked, and Luin was once again alone as he continued to climb the mountain in silence. He did not know if anyone had ever climbed this mountain before. There were no signs of climbing along the way, and when he thought about the disappearance of the cruiser, it was possible that this mountain would disappear if anyone touched it. The only reason he was an exception might have something to do with the sky platform and the ocean of death. Another 10 days passed, and these 10 days were very painful for Luin. With his physical strength, climbing the mountain was not difficult, but whether it was eating or resting, he had to climb the mountain. He had been maintaining the same posture for 20 days, and he still could not see the top. This process was very boring. Below him, the forest was just beneath his feet, and all he could see was gold. He could no longer see anything else, and he did not know if he was still in that sealed space. More importantly, he did not know when it had started, but his spiritual force had been suppressed. This formless pressure was like boiling a frog in warm water. It was not fierce at first, but the higher he climbed, the more intense it became. At his current position, even with Lu Yin's spiritual force resistance, he felt a little tired. It was impossible for a normal emitter to reach this point, and even an ordinary explorer would not be able to do so. The spiritual force pressure from this position was equivalent to Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword during the Tournament of the Strongest. Luin shook his head vigorously. He did not care anymore and continued climbing. He had no other choice, he could only climb or die. Another 5 days passed, and Lu Yin's mind was groggy. The spiritual force pressure from this position was quite strong, and he was almost unable to bear it. The mountain peak in front of him changed, and he seemed to have reached the peak. Lu Yin was delighted, and he endured the pain of fainting as he climbed 1,000 meters in one breath. He used all of his strength to support himself, and his entire body fell onto a section of the mountain peak. He panted heavily as he lay flat on his back. This must be the peak. He scanned his surroundings and then looked behind him. His expression changed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This was not the peak. There was another peak behind him. No, there were 3 peaks that reached into the sky. There were 3 peaks at the top of a mountain, and this place was definitely not far from the highest point. Lu Yin did not care too much and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 2 days, and while he slept, his hands did not dare to leave the ground for fear that he would disappear. At this moment, the day-night flow zone was bustling with activity. The day-night banquet was about to begin, and the day-night clan welcomed the young powerhouses from all over the world. Night Queen Yanqing, Jilian Day-Night, Tiankong Day-Night, Ro Day-Night, Xue Day-Night, and the other outstanding disciples of the Day-Night clan all rushed back. The day-night banquet was a tradition of the day-night clan, where they would send out invitations to the younger generation of the universe for them to interact with each other. It was a way for the day-night clan to communicate with the outside world, and all young people hoped to be invited to the day-night banquet. The day-night banquet was like a social circle. Of course, invitations were just invitations, and not everyone would attend. After all, the universe was too vast, and many people were too far away from the day-night flow zone. The experts on the top 100 rankings were all invited to the day-night banquet, but at most 4 or 5 people would attend each time. The rest would politely decline. The day-night banquet was held on the main planet of the day-night clan, Night King Planet. This planet was incomparably huge, and it was one of the largest planets in the universe. It was like a monster that floated in space, and it was rumored that the first Night King had been born on this planet. To the Night King clan, this planet was sacred. Night King Planet was rarely open to the outside world, and there were countless planets around it for outsiders to visit. Only gatherings like the day-night banquet would be open to the public, and only those who had been invited could enter. At this moment, there were dozens of spacecraft hovering in space outside of Night King Planet, watching as 2 figures confronted each other in the distance. The day-night banquet had invited geniuses, and there were many geniuses who were enemies or disliked each other. The rules of the day-night banquet were that all grudges would be resolved in space, and no one was allowed to bring them to Night King Planet. Thus, every day-night banquet, the area outside of Night King Planet would be bustling with activity, and it would become a battleground for all sorts of battles. Night King Planet would not stop this. In space, a man and a woman looked at each other and then attacked each other. Both of them were quite young, around 30 years old, but they were both explorers from great powers. Although they could not compare to the experts on the top 100 rankings, they were still among the top of the younger generation. After all, they were qualified to participate in the day-night banquet. The more intense their battle became, the more people came to watch. Just as the victor was about to be decided, a small knife tore through the void and appeared out of nowhere. It circled around the 2 of them and then disappeared. The 2 of them stopped in their tracks. A trace of blood appeared on each of their necks. They were so close to dying. Everyone stared blankly at this scene before looking in another direction. There, a strange spacecraft had flown past, and a small knife had been shot out from that spacecraft. That's the Lingling clan spacecraft. The Lingling clan? That terrifying clan? Does this mean that the saber is the legendary obelisk? Definitely. That knife's power level isn't even at the level of an explorer. It's only a meter, but it instantly defeated 2 elite explorers. Aside from that person, who else can do that? In outer space, a man and a woman bitterly looked at each other. They had fought to the death, but in the end, they had been defeated in an instant by someone else. They hadn't even gotten a chance to see what their opponent looked like. On Night King Planet, Night Queen Yanqing was watching the scene on her screen. She was excited. He really came. That's right, that's Obelisk. That person is here. Behind Night Queen Yanqing, a Day-Night clan member was puzzled. Obelisk? I think I've heard of it before. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up. In the current universe, among the younger generation of Lemeters, there are only 3 people who are qualified to be called invincible: Xianxia from the Cosmic Sea, Mu Rong from the 10 Arbiters Council, and Ling Ke from the Lingling clan. The Obelisk's mighty slash is Ling Ke's battle technique. The Day-Night clan member was shocked. I remember now. He once killed 5 explorers with a single slash, and one of them was even qualified to challenge the top 100 rankings. Is that Ling Ke? Night Queen Yanqing nodded, her eyes filled with excitement. She had invited Ling Ke, and her goal was simple: to suppress Luin. To her, Luin was a stain that could never be erased. There was also Zhanlong Day-Night, but unfortunately, he had disappeared from Shenwu continent. Otherwise, she could have asked Ling Ke to teach him a lesson as well. Fortunately, Luin had been invited, so he would definitely appear. Everyone praised Luin as an unequaled Lemeter, but she had learned from her older brother, Arbiter Zhenwu, that 30 stacks was just a standard that the Divine Fist had announced to the outside world. 30 stacks was not the only thing that could truly make one an unequaled Lemeter. Xianxia, Mu Rong, and Ling Ke had all been praised by the 10 arbiters as true unequaled Lemeters. In other words, Luin was still slightly weaker than them. She wanted this to be his greatest failure at the banquet, shattering his belief that he was invincible. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. A commotion could be heard from a flying ship in the starry sky. A group of beautiful women were dancing and shouting excitedly. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Was this the support group? Ling Ke's appearance on Night King Planet caused an uproar. The Lingling clan was located in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and they rarely interacted with the outside world. This clan had an unparalleled innate gift, which was why they were so arrogant. Even the Day-Night clan did not dare to provoke them. Ling Ke was one of the strongest Lemeters of the younger generation, but he had always kept a low profile. No one had expected him to appear on Night King Planet. There were also some who guessed that this had something to do with Luin, as there were only 4 unequaled Lemeters in the current universe. Luin was one of them, so it was normal for Ling Ke to be interested in him. Because of Ling Ke's appearance, even more elites from the younger generation had been invited to Night King Planet. There were also many who had not been invited who had gathered in the Day-Night Flow Zone, wanting to personally witness the battle between Ling Ke and Luin. In Astral 8, Xiyu sought out Feng Shang and invited him to the Day-Night Flow Zone's Night King Planet. However, she was rejected by Feng Shang, as he did not want to move. Xiyu was speechless, so she headed to the Day-Night Flow Zone alone. Feng Shang watched Xiyu's departing figure inside. Everyone was looking forward to Luin and Ling Ke's battle, but only he knew that Luin would not appear again. He had been swallowed up by the storm, and his chances of survival were too low. Luin slept for 2 days, and his mind was slightly clearer when he woke up. He then climbed to the 3 peaks in the distance. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and continued climbing. He chose the middle peak, as it was more likely that the middle peak was the exit. He placed both hands on the middle peak, and an oppressive pressure swept over him. The pressure on his spiritual force was even stronger at this position, to the point that Luin found it hard to accept. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and he gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to climb. A day later, Lu Yin's eyes became unfocused. The pressure was too great, and he had no choice but to start reciting the Stonewall scriptures to resist the pressure. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 5 days passed. Since yesterday, Luin had lost consciousness, and the only reason he could climb was because of his instincts. After nearly a month of climbing, his physical body had maintained its instincts, but his consciousness had almost completely dissipated. At this moment, if Luin was awake and looked up, he would no longer see a tall mountain. He had already reached the peak. With a thump, Luin finally reached the peak. His eyes were only slightly open, and he seemed to see a figure in front of him. However, he wasn't fully awake and eventually collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. After Luin fainted, a figure slowly approached from not too far in front of him and finally blocked his path. It was an elegant and quiet middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind his back. He calmly looked at Luin and slowly squatted down. With a casual wave of his hand, the clothes on Lu Yin's back were torn apart. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin's back in shock. This seal doesn't belong to the 5th or 6th. Could it be? He didn't say anything else. He stood up and walked to the edge of the peak, where he looked at the golden light in the distance and fell silent. Luin didn't know how much time had passed, but he woke up with a splitting headache. He forced his eyes open and saw the elegant figure in front of him with his back to him. He was shocked. Was there someone here? He hurriedly got up, but his body was too tired and the pressure on his spiritual force made it impossible for him to stand up. He could only squat and look ahead. The elegant figure slowly turned around and calmly looked at Luin. Since the creation of this space, you are the first person besides me to reach the peak. Luin was shocked, and the figure in front of him blurred. He was still under tremendous pressure. The man waved his hand, and it was like a gentle breeze brushing past his face. Luin immediately woke up, and all of the pressure vanished. This person had easily dispelled the spiritual force pressure that this mountain had placed on him. He was an unimaginable powerhouse. Luin hurriedly stood up and slowly bowed. Luin greets Senior. The man sized Luin up. You don't belong to the 5th or 6th. Where are you from? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. It was the 5th and 6th again. He was confused. 5th? 6th? This junior doesn't understand. The man stared at Luin, but there wasn't anything special about his eyes. They were just a little brighter. Luin met the man's gaze and wanted to look away, but he found that he couldn't. His eyes seemed to be attracted to the man's eyes, and he was completely focused on them. The next moment, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he took a step back. His face went pale as he stared at the man in shock. He could finally look away. May I ask for Senior's name? Luin asked respectfully. The man retracted his gaze. You can call me Mr. Mu. Luin bowed again. Mr. Mu, this junior took the liberty of climbing the mountain and disturbed your cultivation. Please forgive this junior. Mr. Mu's gaze was indifferent, and his temperament was refined. It's fine. You were able to reach the peak because of your ability. Your cultivation is not bad at such a young age. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Luin said respectfully. He glanced at his right arm, but the monkey showed no signs of waking up. He looked at Mr. Mu and hesitated. Do you want to leave? Mr. Mu asked. Luin nodded. Please give me a chance. Mr. Mu looked at Luin. Since ancient times, you are the second person to reach the peak. You can leave at any time. Luin was delighted. However, you can also choose a second option, Mr. Mu said calmly. Luin raised his brows. Please enlighten me. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the golden light in the distance. Accept the challenge and think of a way to become my disciple. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he said without hesitation, this junior wishes to become Senior's disciple, and I hope that Senior can grant my wish. He was not stupid, and he could tell that the person in front of him was a reclusive expert. The things that such a person taught would definitely not be bad, and even if that was not the case, Luin would not be at a disadvantage. At the very least, the person in front of him was definitely stronger than him. Mr. Mu replied, It's not that easy to become my disciple. However, you've already passed the most difficult hurdle, which is reaching the peak. Since ancient times, only you have passed this hurdle. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This mountain had caused the cruiser from before to disappear upon touching it, which meant that there had to be a condition to successfully climb it. Luin guessed that this condition had something to do with the rune ancestor. His eyes had been modified by the sky platform, and he had also crossed the ocean of death. Perhaps that had been an opportunity that had allowed him to climb this mountain. The person in front of him should not be lying. He had experienced the baptism of the Rune Technology Society, been coincidentally swallowed by the storm, and had even appeared here. It was very rare for such coincidences to happen to a single person, and it was also possible that he was the only one who had managed to do so after so many years. If that was the case, then the person in front of him might be related to the Rune Technology Society. Could he be a powerhouse that had been left behind by the Rune Technology Society? The second hurdle can be difficult, but it can also be simple. You just have to show me your opportunity, Mr. Mu said. Luin was stunned. My opportunity? How? Mr. Mu's tone was indifferent. Show me everything that you have and do your best to surprise me. Opportunities are destined by the heavens and cannot be controlled, but it is also a type of strength. I do not accept stupid disciples, unlucky disciples, or disciples with bad temperaments. You may begin. Luin nodded, as he understood that Mr. Mu wanted to see what he could do. This was the first time that he had seen such a method of selecting a disciple. I'll be embarrassing myself, Luin said as he took a step forward with his right foot. Five-lined battle force appeared on the surface of his body, and purple veins covered his entire body while dark golden stripes sparkled. His battle force was dazzling against the surrounding golden light at the peak of the mountain. Luin knew that there were very few people who could cultivate five-lined battle force at his age. There had never been a powerhouse who had surpassed five-lined battle force in the history of the Astral Combat Academy. He had already reached the peak. Five-lined battle force covered his body, and Luin looked at Mr. Mu expectantly. When he saw Lu Yin's five-lined battle force, Mr. Mu indifferently said, "It's very ordinary. Although it's not bad, it's not top-notch either. Your spirit is lacking, and your achievements in this path are limited. If you want to be invincible, you must have the courage to swallow the universe and the spirit to surpass the heavens. You can't achieve these things. Battle force isn't that difficult to cultivate, so it can't be considered a fortuitous encounter." Luin retracted his battle force, and his heart sank. Five-lined battle force was not enough. There were very few Lemeters in the entire universe who could reach that level, especially at Mr. Mu's age. Just how abnormal was Mr. Mu's disciple selection criteria? Luin was unwilling to give up, and in the next moment, his domain enveloped the entire area. Mr. Mu frowned. It's crude and lacks the conviction to be invincible or the determination to win accumulated through countless battles. No matter how you use it, it's just an eye. Everything is under your control, and that's the essence of it. Those who master it can encompass the entire universe and change the heavens. Although you've comprehended it, it can't be considered a fortuitous encounter. There are too many people in the universe who have comprehended it. Lu Yin's heart sank again, as this was useless as well. However, Mr. Mu's words had reminded him of a special phrase, changing the heavens. The voice that had been left behind on the island at the end of the ocean of death had said that the heavens had been changed. The monkey had also said that the powerhouse's autobiographies had recorded that the Rune technology was a world within a world. Could all of this be related to a domain? But now was not the time to think about such things. Luin glanced at Mr. Mu. This person's standards for selecting a disciple were abnormal beyond imagination. Even a powerful clan like the Day-Night clan rarely had geniuses who had comprehended both battle force and a domain at the same time, let alone someone with five-lined battle force. After some thought, Luin raised a palm and unleashed a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm into the void, causing an intense gale to sweep through the area. This was his strongest attack. With your physical strength as the foundation, such an attack can barely be considered a manifestation of your physical body's fortuitous encounter, but it's not that rare. There are strange races in the universe that are born with incomparably strong bodies, and once they reach adulthood, they can easily use 100 stacks. As a normal person, you're not bad, but you don't meet my requirements, Mr. Mu said mercilessly. Lu Yin's heart sank even further. Mr. Mu's strongest attack was useless. Mu really had to use something that couldn't see the light of day? Mr. Mu did not rush Luin. Instead, he quietly looked into the distance as if he did not care about Luin at all. Luin gritted his teeth. His destiny had been predestined by the heavens. He had been swallowed up by the storm, and it had not been easy for him to climb up the mountain. Then, he saw the person in front of him. Perhaps this person was an unimaginable powerhouse. For the time being, Luin had assumed that this person was on the same level as Northgate Taisui. With such a powerhouse as his master, Luin had to seize this opportunity. As he thought about it, he decided to use the serious technique. Although the serious technique was not as powerful as 30 stacks, it was still a manifestation of fate. Aside from him, there was probably no one else in the Innerverse who could learn the serious technique. According to the trial master, the serious sect was far more powerful than the Day-Night clan, so it was impossible for the serious technique to be leaked. Lu Yin's only worry was that this person would tell the serious sect, which was the worst-case scenario. If that really happened, then Lu Yin would just have to expose Heizage Lian. The Cosmic Sea was independent of the Innerverse and Outerverse, and the monkey had said that even the Neoverse's great powers were afraid of the Cosmic Sea's great battle groups. Lu Yin should be able to protect himself without any problems, so he would just have to take a gamble. The moment the 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body, a trace of astonishment flashed through Mr. Mu's eyes. The serious technique comes from the serious sect, and it's one of the core techniques of the serious sect that cannot be taught to outsiders. You actually managed to learn it, which is a pretty good opportunity. Unfortunately, it's only a part of it, and the 9th star clearly does not belong to the true serious technique. This technique can be considered one of your opportunities. If you can learn the entire technique, I will immediately accept you as my disciple. Unfortunately, you will never be able to learn it if you don't join the serious sect. Lu Yin retracted the serious technique and relaxed. From Mr. Mu's tone, he did not seem to have any connections with the serious sect, so he would not betray Lu Yin. After thinking about it, Lu Yin respectfully said, "This disciple does indeed wish to learn the serious technique. That's not important to me." "Continue," Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was helpless. Continue? What else was there? There were some things that he definitely would not reveal, such as his Dianate gift, the Stonewall Scriptures, the Yu secret art, and progenitor Wushang's hide. Wait, progenitor Wushang's hide? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. When he had been swallowed into the storm, he had been holding on to progenitor Wushang's hide, and he had only placed it in his cosmic ring after waking up. Also, he had used progenitor Wushang's hide to deal with the cruiser on the beach. Had Mr. Mu seen all of this? A domain allowed one to observe their surroundings, and Lu Yin did not believe that Mr. Mu had not comprehended a domain. If he was at the same level as Northgate Taisui, then he would definitely be able to see everything that happened in this space. In that case, there was no need to hide progenitor Wushang's hide. Lu Yin raised a hand. "Mr. Mu, can this be considered an opportunity?" In Lu Yin's hand was the piece of progenitor Wushang's hide that he had obtained from the monkey. It was much smaller than his own, and he would not reveal his own piece. Even if he lost it, it would still belong to the monkey, so he would not feel any heartache. Mr. Mu's eyes flickered, and he nodded. Progenitor Wushang's item can be considered an opportunity. Remember, try not to reveal it in outer space as much as possible. The astral beasts will be able to sense it. Lu Yin was disappointed, as he did not see much surprise in Mr. Mu's expression. Even progenitor Wushang's hide had not moved him, and Mr. Mu had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. It seemed that Lu Yin's opportunity was not enough. What else could Lu Yin reveal? Lu Yin pondered. Mr. Mu looked up. "Let me remind you that you cannot be accepted as my disciple. Everything that happened here will be erased from your memories." Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he clenched his fists. He could not accept having his memories erased, as his original memories were incomplete. He could accept being heavily injured or even dying, but he would never accept having his memories erased. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute, and he decided to use everything that he knew to try his luck. He raised a fist and punched out, alternating between night and day. This was the Day-Night Fist, a fist technique that he had learned from the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone on Earth. Although it had become almost useless, it had been a manifestation of his opportunity, as no one else had been able to learn the Day-Night clan's battle techniques. Mr. Mu's gaze was indifferent. There's a powerful clan in the Innerverse called the Day-Night clan. This battle technique should have come from them. Alternating night and day can cause damage to one's spiritual force. It's a pretty good attack, and it can be considered an opportunity to learn it. However, it's not enough to move one, and it's far inferior to the serious technique. This junior understands. The Day-Night Fist is not powerful enough, Lu Yin said. Mr. Mu replied, "It's not that it's not powerful enough, but that you don't know how to use it. Any battle technique will have a huge difference in power when used by different people. When this fist technique is cultivated to a profound level, it can even change the color of space. Luin was shocked. He had underestimated the day-night fist. Mr. Mu, this junior's opportunity might allow me to become your disciple? Luin probed. Mr. Mu shook his head. Not enough. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he suddenly recalled the scene he had seen in Stargazing Deck. The ancient warship and the claw imprint that had appeared on it. For the skybeast claw to appear in that scene, he guessed that it was not as simple as what Undying Yushan had told him. Furthermore, Undying Yushan was a descendant of the Seven Quartzu surname, so Lu Yin decided to give the battle technique a try. Facing the sky, Lu Yin raised his hand and extended it into a claw. The 108 forms of the skybeast claw stirred up the void, and a bestial roar rang out. It seemed to come from the distant past, piercing through the void. Mr. Mu's gaze finally flickered once more. The battle technique of the past has already disappeared in the long river of time. For you to be able to learn it, it can be considered an opportunity. However, it's still not enough to become my disciple. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Did he really have to expose the Stonewall scriptures? Right, he still had one more thing. Mr. Mu, this junior's eyes can see things that normal people cannot, Lu Yin said. This place was definitely related to the rune technology, which meant that his eyes would be of great use. However, he did not know if Mr. Mu had considered the mutation of his eyes. Since he could climb mountains, it proved that he had come into contact with the rune technology. Regardless, he still had to give it a try. Mr. Mu looked into Lu Yin's eyes. I know that you can see rune lines. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he smiled bitterly. As expected, Mr. Mu knew. Since Mr. Mu knew, then perhaps his ability to climb mountains really did have something to do with his eyes. There was still the innate gift die, the Stonewall scriptures, and the Yu secret art. Which one should he expose? Lu Yin was conflicted. It's rare for you to have such an opportunity at your age. I won't make things difficult for you, and I'll accept you as my in-name disciple for now. We'll talk about it after you've decided whether or not to expose an even greater opportunity. Until then, you can retain your memories, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, Mr. Mu. No, thank you, Master. Mr. Mu nodded and waved his hand. A strange mass of quicksand appeared in front of Lu Yin, emitting a hazy light as it floated in the void. This is called Fatesand, and it's a gift from Master to you. You can absorb it into your body like a formcast model, and it will awaken different forms for each person. It can make you very strong or very weak, and it's very taxing on your star energy and physical strength. You can choose whether to use it or not, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin looked at the mass of quicksand in front of him in surprise. Fatesand? He had never even heard of it before, so he decided to keep it for now. He did not know how precious Fatesand was, but it could be considered a supreme treasure, not just in the innerverse and outerverse, but also in the cosmic sea and neoverse. Mr. Mu saw Lu Yin casually put away the Fatesand, but he did not seem to mind. What you just displayed did not include speed. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Disciple speed battle technique is called Flash Step. I'll use it now. He then used Flash Step to vanish. Mr. Mu said, It's not bad. Why don't you combine your aura concealing technique with your speed to achieve the effect of concealing the void? An idea flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he looked up in pleasant surprise. Thank you for your advice, Master. Disciple understands. He then activated his invisible aura technique and used Flash Step. His speed did not change, but his aura became even more restrained. This technique was very simple and practical. Lu Yin had not thought about it before because Flash Step required a foundation of star energy, and the invisible aura technique restrained star energy. The two techniques had opposite effects, but it was not impossible to combine them. As long as one had a certain degree of control over their star energy and knew the distance required for Flash Step and the amount of star energy required, then the rest could be concealed with the invisible aura technique. It sounded simple, but Lu Yin had never thought of it. Mr. Mu shook his head. It's too troublesome, but it's enough for you to use for now. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Mu expectantly, waiting for an even better opportunity. He had received a gift, but it wasn't a battle technique or a cultivation technique. As his master, he should have given him a cultivation technique or battle technique. Unfortunately, Lu Ying was disappointed. Mr. Mu simply took out a piece of jade and tossed it to him. If you encounter an emergency, crush it to contact me. However, you only have one chance, and as an in-name disciple, I won't help you a second time. Take care of yourself. Lu Ying felt like he was about to be sent away, so he quickly put the jade away and asked, Master, how can I become an official disciple? Does it have to be a lucky chance? Mr. Mu looked at the forest below the mountain. Not necessarily. There's a war spirit here that's also a Lamiter. Defeat him, and I'll accept you as an official disciple. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, filled with battle intent. He wasn't afraid of anyone who was a Lamiter. Please arrange it, Master. Mr. Mu waved his hand, and the scene in front of Lu Ying changed until he was back in the forest. It had taken him a month to climb from the Golden Sea to the peak, but it had only taken him an instant to return to the forest. Not far in front of him, a war spirit with its back facing him slowly turned around when it sensed Lu Yin's presence. Since Mr. Mu had given him this test, Lu Ying knew that this Lamiter war spirit wouldn't be easy to deal with. His eyes filled with star energy as he focused on the war spirit, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Where were the rune lines? Why were there so few? The rune lines that appeared before Lu Yin's eyes were extremely sparse, similar to the rune lines of a normal person. They were scattered and messy, and even a sentinel, no, not even a seeker, couldn't compare to them. However, this war spirit was definitely a Lamiter. The war spirit was facing Lu Ying with its eyes completely closed. It wasn't like the other war spirits that attacked without reason, but rather stood quietly in place, as if waiting for something. Lu Ying furrowed his brows, feeling uneasy. This war spirit was too strange, and he felt as if he was being seen through by it. It was as if he was immersed in someone else's domain. That's right, it was a domain. With a whoosh, Lu Yin's body moved without any wind, and his domain spread out in an attempt to counteract the war spirit's domain. At the same time, he activated the serious art and filled his eyes with star energy. After his eyes had been modified, he could use secret sidestep without a lock-breaking tool. He was confident that he could dodge any attack in this state. But before he could react, his domain collapsed and he was crushed. He was actually being suppressed by an expert of the same level. Even though it was only a domain, he was unable to resist the suppressive power. It was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Compared to this war spirit's domain, Lu Yin's was as weak as an eggshell. The war spirit disappeared without a trace, and Lu Ying subconsciously used flash to evade. However, while he was still in midair, he was struck in the abdomen by a palm. Lu Ying was shocked, and his battle force erupted as he raised a palm to attack the war spirit. However, the attack was easily evaded, and Lu Yin's entire body crashed into the ground with a loud thud. Ever since he had started cultivating, Lu Ying had rarely encountered such a situation. They were both Lamiters, and the difference in power between them wasn't that great. However, he didn't even have the ability to retaliate. Most importantly, even with the serious technique and his modified eyes, he still couldn't avoid the war spirit's palm. He didn't even know how the war spirit had struck him. Lu Ying refused to believe this, and he raised his head to look at the war spirit. He used flash to disappear and then raised a hand to attack with the sky beast claw. The war spirit easily evaded the attack without making any unnecessary movements. Even if Lu Ying changed the direction of his sky beast claw attack at the last moment, it would still be evaded. After evading Lu Yin's attack, the war spirit extended both its palms towards him. Lu Yin's eyes were fixed on the war spirit. The war spirit's palms entered the range of the serious technique, and its speed was greatly reduced. Lu Ying could clearly see the changes and immediately retreated, confident that he could evade this attack. But in the end, he was still struck. It wasn't that the war spirit was too fast, but rather that the direction of its attack was actually in the direction that he had evaded. It was as if the war spirit could predict the future. This attack style reminded Lu Ying of Starsabil. Could this war spirit be the war spirit of a certain Starsabil? Fortunately, the war spirit's attacks weren't that powerful, so they weren't much of a threat to Lu Ying. Even though he was being suppressed, Lu Ying was confident that he wouldn't lose. Of course, he couldn't win either. To the current Luin, this was the first time that a Lemmeter had been able to make him feel so aggrieved. He was confident that even if he encountered Xianxia or Mu Rong, he would still be able to make them suffer. However, this war spirit left him helpless. He couldn't hit it, and he couldn't evade its attacks either. Luin took out the giant emperor's third eye with his left hand and tried to use secret sidestep to evade, but the result was the same. The war spirit's attacks were always in the direction that he needed to evade. No matter how fast he was, unless he was faster than time, he still wouldn't be able to evade. This sort of suppression and sullenness made Luin feel extremely uncomfortable. Helpless, Luin could only try his best to evade and observe the war spirit's attack patterns in an attempt to find a way to counter it. It had to be said that Luin was very experienced in battle. Even if all of his movements were predicted, he could still rely on his body's instincts to evade. He didn't even need to use the serious technique or his eyes, and he even put away the giant emperor's third eye. Every time the war spirit attacked, he would simply choose a direction to evade, regardless of whether that direction was reasonable or not. This allowed him to evade a few attacks. However, he wasn't satisfied. Mr. Mu had told him to win, not that he wouldn't lose. In the end, Luin chose to use the same method as when he had fought Tian Ho. Both sides would be injured, but he didn't evade the war spirit's attacks. Instead, he seized the opportunity to grab the war spirit's hands and use overlaying stacks. This method had injured the war spirit on his first try, and Luin saw hope for victory. Seeing the war spirit's next attack, Luin met it head-on and forcefully endured the war spirit's palms. He reached out and was about to use 30 stacks when suddenly, the war spirit opened its eyes. He had forgotten that the war spirit had never opened its eyes. He had thought that the war spirit was blind, but now, Luin realized that he had been wrong. The moment the war spirit opened its eyes, Luin saw the world change colors. Everything in front of him became blurry, and there was a strange dull sound in his ears. Blood flowed from his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. The war spirit's arms that he had grabbed released a strange force that pushed him away, and its palms reached out once more. This attack caused Luin to instinctively tremble. This was a life or death crisis, and he had underestimated the war spirit. Its attacks with its eyes open were completely different from those with its eyes open. The war spirit's palms pierced through the void and struck the void, destroying a patch of the forest. Lu Yin's figure disappeared in front of it. The war spirit didn't attack Luin, and it didn't sense the existence of any living being. It closed its eyes and slowly turned around, continuing to wander aimlessly. Atop a tall mountain, Luin was panting heavily. His face was pale, and he looked down at the forest in disbelief. Had he almost died? He touched his ears and nose, and the scarlet blood stained his eyes. He had never thought that an attack from a Lemmeter like himself would be able to threaten his life, and it had only lasted for an instant. What kind of person was that war spirit? It was definitely terrifyingly powerful. With Lu Yin's current defenses, even a cruiser would find it difficult to kill him, but that war spirit had launched a fatal attack. A person's instinctive reaction couldn't be hidden, and Luin had truly felt death. He turned to Mr. Mu and bowed respectfully. "Master, this disciple has lost." Mr. Mu asked, "How do you feel?" "This disciple can't describe it, but I feel that this war spirit can predict the future." Luin guessed. He once again thought of Starsabil, but she shouldn't be that strong. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. Cultivation is endless. Some people practice many different types of battle techniques, while others specialize in one. It's impossible to say who is stronger, but some people truly have extraordinary innate gifts that have reached unimaginable heights. The war spirit that fought you has walked very, very far on the path of domains. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Domain? A domain can fuse with one's surroundings, enhance one's 5 senses, increase one's battle prowess, control an area, and even encompass the universe. When one enters someone else's domain, everything about you will be revealed. Those who have studied it well can predict the future, Mr. Mu explained. Luin felt a chill run down his spine, and the battle from before replayed in his mind once more. Everything about him had been predicted, and he had been beaten very sullenly. Could it be that those who had studied a domain could predict the future? This isn't divination. It's just using your breathing, movement rhythm, battle habits, and even your battle thoughts to predict your next move. This is the power of a domain. Mr. Mu seemed to have guessed what Luin was thinking, and he explained. Luin couldn't understand how terrifying a domain could be when it reached such a level. Master, this disciple doesn't understand the war spirit's final attack. Mr. Mu sighed in admiration. Strength comes at a certain price. This person studied a domain, and the price he paid was to close his eyes forever. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the sun and moon would lose their light, and everything about him would be revealed. That kind of strength accompanied the release of his domain by 1,000 times, and no ordinary person would be able to withstand it. Lu Yin's face twitched. 1,000 times release? This was too terrifying. To become blind forever in order to cultivate a domain, how extreme was this person? Lu Yin was very curious about the origin of that war spirit. Master, who was the origin of that war spirit? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu replied, a young man who was about your age when he entered. Lu Yin was shocked. He had originally thought that the war spirit was a powerhouse who had been a Lamiter for a long time and had been unable to break through to the explorer realm. There were many people like that, and as time passed, even if they couldn't break through to the explorer realm, they would still become very terrifying Lamiters. Lu Yin had never expected that the war spirit would be about his age and a Lamiter who was even more monstrous than him. Master, when was that war spirit formed? Lu Yin asked again. About 10 years ago, Mr. Mu replied. Lu Yin muttered to himself. It was very likely that the war spirit's origin had not yet broken away from the younger generation. If a Lamiter had such terrifying strength, then what about an explorer? Or a cruiser? If he wasn't wrong, then this person might be one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings, or even one of the 10 arbiters. Master, do you know the name of the war spirit's origin? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. Do you care? Lu Yin nodded. In the entire innerverse and outerverse, there are no more than a handful of Lamiters who can match me, and there shouldn't be anyone who can defeat me. I really want to know who this war spirit's original form is and how powerful it is now. Mr. Mu laughed. You're too narrow-minded. The innerverse and outerverse are limited in scope. If your vision is forever limited to the innerverse and outerverse, then you will achieve nothing. Lu Yin fell silent. Back then, that youth willingly allowed himself to be swallowed by the storm, Mr. Mu said, which shocked Lu Yin. His arrival was intentional. This person is very unique, and he did not climb the mountain. I met him once and then let him go. Now, he's probably very strong. At the very least, there shouldn't be anyone in the younger generation, including the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse, who can easily defeat him. Before the age of 40, one's cultivation speed will increase by leaps and bounds, but after that, one's cultivation speed will slow down. This is a dividing line, and the further one goes, the more time one has to rely on to increase one's power level. Some people cultivate for thousands of years and reach a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Over the same amount of time, that person's power level will increase exponentially, and the further one goes, the stronger it will become. This is the power of a domain that has reached its peak. At this point, Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. I've given you a gift for becoming my disciple, but I haven't taught you anything. Now, you can make a request to me to improve your abilities in a certain area. However, I must remind you that after this lesson ends, I will not teach you anything else until you are qualified to become an official disciple. Lu Yin quietly stood in place, deep in thought. Mr. Mu's figure distorted, and he slowly appeared in the distance as he looked off into the distance. After a while, Lu Yin made up his mind. He looked at everything he had and thought about the pressure he had felt during the battle. He looked up and resolutely said, Master, I want to study my physical body to its peak. Mr. Mu turned around, not surprised. I've said before that on the path of cultivation, there will be a price to pay if one is too strong in a certain area. That war spirit's original domain was too powerful, and it had no choice but to close its eyes and become blind forever. This is because once it opened its eyes, it could no longer control the domain that was too strong. If your physical body is too strong, then you will also be unable to control that power. Not only will it harm others, but it will also harm yourself. What price will I have to pay in order to suppress the strength of my physical body? Luin asked. Mr. Mu calmly replied, Fatesan. Fatesan? Luin was shocked. Fatesan consumes star energy as well as one's physical strength. A normal person can only absorb 1 grain, but absorbing 2 will consume an enormous amount of energy. Very few people can do it. You can use this to suppress your overly powerful physical strength, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he connected the dots and realized that he had completely fallen into Mr. Mu's trap. Mr. Mu had given Lu Yin his Fatesan from the very beginning. He had allowed Lu Yin to experience the power of that war spirit's deep understanding of domains. This had made it more likely that Lu Yin would choose to increase the strength of his physical body. Mr. Mu should have known that the most important thing for him to do now was to increase the strength of his physical body, but he did not say so. Instead, he guided Mr. Mu step by step, not tiring at all. Master, please guide me in improving my physical strength, Lu Yin respectfully said to Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu's gaze was calm. It will take a long time to reach the limits of your current realm. You must be mentally prepared. Lu Yin was placed in a difficult position. The banquet was about to begin, but when he thought about it, he realized that this was a rare opportunity, and it would be a pity to give it up for the sake of the banquet. I understand. Mr. Mu nodded, and a small withered branch appeared in his hand. It was only as long as a finger and was completely withered, but for some reason, when Lu Yin saw it, he felt as if his vitality had been completely rejuvenated, and his mind cleared up a little. From now on, unleash all of your physical strength without holding anything back. If you can't hold on, it will bring you vitality and allow your body to be reborn, Mr. Mu said calmly, and the small withered branch in his hand floated over to Lu Yin's head. The moment he touched the branch, Lu Yin's mind cleared up even more, and he felt as if he had been enlightened. He knew that this item was definitely a precious treasure. The words rebirth were not simple, but it was a pity. If he had the money, he would have used his dye to upgrade this piece of withered branch. Mr. Mu's figure vanished, as if he had never been there. Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his eyes widened as he unleashed all of his physical strength. The powerful force caused the surrounding void to ripple outwards. No matter who it was, they could only unleash their strongest power for an instant, and they would not be able to hold on for long. Lu Yin was the same, and even if he pushed his physical strength to the limit, he could only hold on for a minute at most. After that, even if he did not want to, his strength would decline. However, in order to comply with Mr. Mu's words, he held on regardless of the consequences. After a while, he felt that his body no longer belonged to him, and he did not even know how much strength he had used. Suddenly, a cool breeze flowed over his head, causing Lu Yin's body to tremble. He could feel his physical strength again, but he had unknowingly lost a lot of his strength. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and unleashed his strength once more. His veins bulged like dragons as he unleashed all of his strength without holding back, even if he could not feel his body at all. This process was very painful, and it was like a normal person running at full speed. Even if they reached their limits, they would still have to run. The withered tree branch not only brought him vitality, but also a strange power. Lu Yin could not sense it, and he did not know that what he was currently experiencing was an unimaginable opportunity. In the distance, Mr. Mu opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. You don't belong to either 5 or 6. You're an outsider. I hope you can become a gamebreaker, but it's too difficult, too difficult. A month passed by quickly, and Lu Yin continued to unleash his strongest strength just like he had in the beginning. When his strength had declined to the point where he could no longer feel it, he accepted the baptism of the withered tree branch. In the beginning, he did not feel anything, but as time passed, Lu Yin began to feel that this method of improvement was different from eating strengthening fruits. The strengthening fruit could indeed increase one's physical strength, but it was only on the surface and did not completely fuse with one's body. Any natural treasure had its pros and cons, and the strengthening fruit was no exception. Using the strengthening fruit to increase one's physical strength was like covering a thin sheet of paper with metal. It seemed incomparably sturdy, but as long as one pierced through the layer of metal, the paper would be easily torn apart. However, this method of improvement was different. It completely transformed the paper into metal, increasing one's strength from the inside out. Lu Ying still remembered that when he had broken through to the Melder realm, his physical body had become much stronger. He had fought with others many times, but the cause of his death had always been the destruction of his internal organs, while his physical body had remained unharmed. Now, he was confident that his internal organs had become much more resilient. Even if they could not reach the same level as his physical body, they would not be destroyed so easily. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ying could no longer tell if it was because he had voluntarily unleashed all of his physical strength or if it had become a habit. His consciousness seemed to be shrouded, and he could only instinctively pursue that trace of coolness that fell from the top of his head. That's enough. You've reached your limit, Mr. Mu's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Ying slowly opened his eyes, and it felt like a dream. The roar of his blood flowing could be heard in his ears, and his entire body emitted a strange light. This was something that would only appear when one's physical body reached a certain level of strength. He raised his head and looked at the withered branch in Mr. Mu's hand. His body yearned to feel that trace of coolness again, but he knew that it was impossible. He supported himself with one hand, and with a crack, the ground cracked open. Lu Ying looked down at his right hand. He had not used any strength at all, but the ground had been unable to withstand it. With your current cultivation, you cannot control all of your explosive strength. This is the price you have to pay. Even if you touch yourself, you might be seriously injured, Mr. Mu said calmly. Lu Ying frowned, and he did not dare to touch himself anymore. If he accidentally injured himself, there would be no way for him to explain. Had his physical strength really reached the point where even a Lemmeter could not control it? Previously, he had already been comparable to an ordinary cruiser. Now, could he even compete with a hunter? A Lemmeter could control a portion of a hunter's strength, so it was no wonder that he could injure others as well as himself. Master, should I fuse with the Fates End now? Lu Ying asked. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Ying. You can choose for yourself. Regardless of whether you awaken 1 or 2 grains of Fates End, their awakened form will not change. A person can only awaken one form in their entire life, and the only difference is the size. It might bring you unimaginable help, but there's also a chance that it will cause you to decline because of it. It's all about fate and luck. Lu Ying took out 1 grain of Fates End and asked, where should I fuse with it? Mr. Mu's gaze was calm. Your heart. Lu Ying did not hesitate. He cut open the skin over his heart and pressed the Fates End in. An intense pain instantly engulfed his nerves, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. The Fates End burrowed into his body like a living creature, disappearing in an instant. Before he could even think, there was a loud thump from his heart, and star energy surged out like a tidal wave. At the same time, his body's energy was rapidly depleted, and Lu Ying experienced a weakness that he had only experienced when he was a normal person. His powerful physical strength was like a dormant dragon that slowly calmed down. The light that flowed through his body quickly dimmed, and the rumbling sound of his blood flowing also gradually disappeared. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist before punching out at the void. A visible shockwave rippled out and distorted the void. Lu Ying was astonished, as the power of this punch was still greater than before, and it had definitely reached the level of 20 stacked stacks. Mr. Mu raised his hand, and another grain of Fates End appeared. You can choose to continue. Using the Fates End to suppress an overly powerful physical body is not a restriction, but rather a type of enhancement. It's just like when you close your eyes to strengthen your domain. The moment you open your eyes, you'll be able to unleash a 1,000-fold increase in strength. Lu Yin's heart raced, and he looked at Mr. Mu with a burning gaze. Master, are you saying that my physical strength can increase as I'm suppressed by the Fates End? Mr. Mu nodded. The reason why Fates End is so precious is not only because it can awaken forms, but also because it can unknowingly increase the user's physical strength. The more ruthless and the longer this strength is suppressed, the stronger the eruption will be. Although Lu Ying did not know the exact value of Fates End, just based on these 2 points, he was certain that it was far more precious than he had imagined. Without any hesitation, he cut open the skin of his left arm and fused the 2nd grain of Fates End into his body. The intense pain from before had yet to disappear, and now, a second wave of pain had appeared. This pain was enough to drive a person insane, but fortunately, this was not Lu Yin's first time experiencing it. The side effects of consuming the strengthening fruit had not been any easier than fusing with Fei-Zan, and it had even been more painful. There was also the unbearable pain of breaking through to the next realm. Some people said that cultivators were constantly experiencing pain and evolution, and Luin agreed with this point. The second grain of Fei-Zan successfully suppressed his physical strength. Luin tried it again. And he was left speechless. His current physical strength had surpassed what it had been before, and a casual punch was equivalent to 5 stacks. Mr. Mu's eyes flashed, and a trace of astonishment flashed through the depths of his eyes. At his level, there should not have been anything to be surprised about, but Lu Yin's physical innate gift still shocked him. It was as if there was no limit to Lu Yin's physical innate gift. This sort of physical innate gift was equivalent to an innate gift, and he had never seen such a thing in any other youth. This kid's future accomplishments might be even greater than he had imagined. A third grain of Fei-Zan appeared. After fusing with the third grain, your physical strength might be lower than before, and 3 grains of Fei-Zan will consume too much star energy and mental strength. You can choose whether or not to fuse with them. Luin did not hesitate. Since he had already decided to do it, he might as well see it through to the end. Besides, he was sure that he could withstand the suppression of 3 grains of Fei-Zan. As he thought about it, he cut open the skin of his right leg and fused the third grain of Fei-Zan into his body. Pain swept through him once more. Luin did not know how many people in the universe could withstand 3 grains of Fei-Zan, but it should not be many. Luin could see the shock in Mr. Mu's eyes. If not for the fact that his physical body had reached its limits, then he would have been able to withstand 1 grain of Fei-Zan at most. Mr. Mu was right, 3 grains of Fei-Zan had caused Luin to become incomparably weak. His physical strength was lower than before, and his star energy had become scattered. Even with the Serious Arts 9-fold star energy absorption speed, he could barely withstand the consumption of the Fei-Zan. He could not fight anyone in this state. "Master, how long will it take for the Fei-Zan to awaken?" Luin asked with a pale face. Mr. Mu replied, "It varies from person to person. There are many things in the universe that do not have a fixed pattern, just like how there aren't 2 identical leaves. Perhaps a day, perhaps a year, or perhaps an eternity. This is virtuoso. Before you awaken it, you won't be able to use it, and the consumption of star energy and mental strength will be extremely high. After you awaken it, you can use the Fei-Zan in battle, and your physical body will explode with power because of the Fei-Zan. Furthermore, the consumption of star energy and mental strength will decrease." Luin smiled bitterly. Someone was probably dragged to death by the Fei-Zan. Mr. Mu's eyes flickered. That's right. Some people will never be able to awaken, and they will have to constantly endure the consumption of Fei-Zan. They will be worse than ordinary people, and no matter how talented they are, they will still be dragged to death, and there will be more than one. Luin was speechless. Your disciple understands. Thank you for your explanation, Master. You spent 3 months to increase your physical strength, and 1 month to climb the mountain. In addition to the time before that, you've been in this space for almost 5 months. It's time to leave, Mr. Mu said calmly as he looked at Luin. Luin was shocked, as he had not expected to have stayed here for so long. He could not help but feel anxious. The Great Yu Empire, San Dios, and Astral 10 had not been able to contact him. Did they think that he had died? There was also the banquet. When he thought about it, Luin felt powerless. It had definitely ended. Please send your disciple off, Master, Luin said respectfully. Mr. Mu looked at Luin with a complicated expression. There are too many choices between life and death when roaming the universe. I hope that you will remain true to yourself, as only by doing so will you be blessed with opportunities. In the future, perhaps we really will be fated to be master and disciple. He then tapped out, and the void was torn apart. Luin saw a strange scene. The void that Mr. Mu had torn apart was different from the void that had been torn apart during their battle. In just an instant, Luin felt the scene in front of him change, and he appeared high in the sky amidst a blue sky and white clouds. Not too far away, there was a very familiar sight, a bomb. Boom! A huge explosion burst forth from high up in the sky, and the pressure tore through the clouds as it pressed down on the sea below. The entire sky seemed to distort from a distance, and the temperature at the center was high enough to melt metal. On a distant island, an army stared at the surface of the sea with fervent gazes. A cold mechanical voice rang out from an underground base in the center of the island, confirming the success of the experiment. Everyone in the base cheered. They had finally created a bomb that could intimidate the entire world. With this bomb, they could attack any country, and they would be the strongest. High up in the sky, Luin was in a miserable state. Mr. Mu had sent him out and tossed him next to the bomb. Fortunately, while the bomb was quite powerful, it was only limited to planetary warfare at the beginning of technological civilization. At most, it was comparable to a full-powered attack from a melder, so it posed no threat to Luin. However, no one would feel good if they had been caught off guard, and Luin was no different. He dispersed the heat and casually pressed down on the surface of the sea, creating a medium-sized tsunami that swept across the distant island. The tsunami was small and not enough to drown the island, but it was enough to drench everyone on the island. It was a small revenge. Standing high up in the sky, Luin retracted his aura and looked at his gadget. There was finally a connection. His body flashed, and he disappeared to find a place to check his messages. This planet was still in the early stages of technological development, and it had only just begun to dabble in aviation research. There were hundreds of countries of various sizes on the planet, and they were similar to Earth in terms of technology. The sea was huge, but with Lu Yin's speed that could tear through the void, he quickly reached the shore and entered a place that looked like a coffee shop. He ordered a drink that the locals considered to be very elegant and took a sip. It tasted pretty good. As expected, during the 5 months he had been in the hidden space, he had received many notifications from the Great Yu Empire, San Dios, Astral 10 Students, the 10 Arbiters Council, and the Day-Night Clan's Night King Yuanjing. The 10 Arbiters Council had not given him any missions, and they had only praised him for his report on what had happened in the Northline Flow Zone. He had not embarrassed the 10 Arbiters Council, especially when he had fought Northgate Lai alone inside the centipede's body. Many people had seen this, and there were even rumors that he had the strength to challenge the top 100 rankings. Other than that, the Divine Fist Lan Si and the scholar Wen Sansi had also contacted him, but he had not received any messages. In the Great Yu Empire, Hua Qingshan, Gavin, Garop, and many others had contacted him and sent him various reports on the war in the Great Yu Empire. Luin casually skimmed through them and frowned. The Frostwave Weave's economy had been locked down. Fortunately, Watermoon Villa had helped to stimulate the economy, or else the war would not have been possible. The economy was not Lu Yin's strong suit, or else he would not have been lacking money. Fortunately, even with the economic lockdown, the Frostwave Weave was still self-sufficient, but it would not be able to start another war. War consumed too many resources, and it was too complicated. Some resources were not available in the Frostwave Weave, so they could only be brought in from other weaves. This was the greatest effect of the economic lockdown, as the Frostwave Weave could not rely solely on space-exploring powerhouses. There were not that many space-exploring powerhouses that could be used, and the Frostwave Weave was still rather large. There was nothing going on in San Dios, as Wendy Yushan had already come out of seclusion. Lu Yin's position there was rather awkward, so it did not matter if he went or not. There was also the banquet, which had ended as expected. Luin saw the news on the internet, but there was also another piece of news that left him helpless. The internet was crazily spreading the news that he had died, and there was even a rendering of the path that he had taken in the Tempest Flow Zone and the path that the storm had taken to simulate the scene of him being swallowed up. At first, not many people believed it, but as they could no longer contact him, more and more people believed that he had been swallowed up by the storm. It had been 5 months since anyone had been able to contact him, and many people believed that he had died. The death of a young person was very common in the universe, and it was not something worth paying attention to. However, Luin had too many identities, and this news had caused some waves. Still, these waves quickly died down. After countless years of development, the universe had given birth to too many geniuses. Some of these geniuses were even born into the limelight, and there were many who were more dazzling than Luin. It was impossible for everyone's attention to be focused on Luin alone. About a year had passed since the Astral Combat Tournament, and it had long since faded from people's conversations. Many people might recognize Luin when they saw him, or they might just feel that he looked familiar, but they were no longer as shocked as they had been when the Astral Combat Tournament had ended. Furthermore, the Astral Combat Tournament had been held in a bit of a hurry. In theory, the entire universe should have been connected to the internet, and everyone should have been able to watch it. However, in reality, only a few regions in the Innerverse and Outerverse had been able to watch it. There were many places where the internet was intermittent, so no one had been able to watch it. The students of Astral 10 had contacted Luin for no particular reason other than to show their concern for him. However, Luin had noticed that Xiao Luo had contacted him quite frequently over the past month. Given Xiao Luo's personality, he would not have contacted him so frequently unless there was something urgent. Luin opened Xiao Luo's last message, and his expression changed. Something had happened to Big Pao and Little Pao in the Chaos Flow Zone. Big Pao and Little Pao were orphans that Astral 10 had adopted in the Chaos Flow Zone. Their true identities were probably the heirs of a destroyed organization. They had returned to the Chaos Flow Zone to seek revenge, but they had gone missing a month ago and could not be contacted. Xiao Luo suspected that the two had been captured or killed by an organization called Deep Crimson Hall, and they had already rushed to the Chaos Flow Zone. Luin immediately tried to contact Xiao Luo, but he could not reach him. He then contacted Michelle, but she had also gone to the Chaos Flow Zone. Finally, he contacted Old Kai. Old Kai, how are Senior Big Pao and the others? Old Kai looked at Luin in surprise. Not bad, kid. You're not dead. Luin grew anxious. Big Pao, Old Kai, how are the seniors? They're fine for now. Deep Crimson Planet is sealed, so they can't leave. What about Big Pao and Little Pao? Xiao Luo said that he couldn't contact them. Old Kai shook his head. I'm not sure. Luin frowned. Isn't the academy doing anything? Old Kai sneered when he sensed Lu Yin's dissatisfaction. Kid, the Astral Combat Academy has its own rules, and we can help you. If a student is in trouble, you can hide in the academy, and the academy will help you. However, the academy cannot interfere with the conflicts between the powers of the universe. The academy is just an academy, not a power. Do you understand? Luin was stunned, but he quickly understood. Right, the Astral Combat Academy was just an academy, and Astral 10 was just a prison. They could not help the students. I understand. I'll head to Chaos Flow Zone's Deep Crimson Planet right away. Old Kai nodded and ended the call. Luin looked at the drink in front of him and muttered to himself. This place should still be within Tempest Flow Zone, and it was too far away from Chaos Flow Zone. Even with the speed of a radiant great aurora, it would take about a month to reach Chaos Flow Zone, and that didn't even include the time spent changing routes and taking the tributary vessel. If something unexpected happened, it would take less than 2 months. He tapped his finger on the table and estimated that it would take him about a month and a half to reach Chaos Flow Zone. By then, he might not be able to help much, and he would be alone. Actually, Luin was not in a rush. Xiao Luo and Lulu were both going. Lulu was from the Mavis family, and Deep Crimson Hall would not dare to provoke her. Xiao Luo's origins were mysterious, and he was also very discreet. With him around, it would not make much of a difference whether or not Luin went. However, the most important thing right now was to contact them. Luin suddenly thought of something and quickly flipped through his cosmic ring. He found a letter of commitment from Chaos Flow Zone's Astral Mountains Alfonso. During Shenwu Continent's trial, he had forced many trial takers to sign a letter of commitment, and one of them was this descendant of a power from Chaos Flow Zone. The letter of commitment contained their contact information, and Luin was able to contact Alfonso without much effort. When he saw Alfonso's constipated expression, Luin smiled. Long time no see, my friend. Alfonso laughed dryly. Be our brother Lu, you're not dead? Luin was surprised. Why do you say that? How could I die? Alfonso pursed his lips. He had read online that Luin had been swallowed by Tempest, and he had been happy for a while. After all, Luin had information that could be used against him. However, he had not been happy for long before this kid had appeared alive and kicking, and it seemed like he had not even been injured. Brother Luin, why are you looking for me? Brother Alfonso, you haven't forgotten about this, right? Luine waved the contract in front of Alfonso. Alfonso was helpless. Brother Lu, if you have any requests, just tell me. Some of my classmates might have fallen into the hands of Deep Crimson Hall. I hope that Brother Alfonso can help rescue them. Alfonso was surprised. Deep Crimson Hall? How did your classmate offend them? Revenge, I guess. What's wrong? Is this Deep Crimson Hall very powerful? He had investigated Deep Crimson Hall, and there were only 2 hunters who were known as the Bo Duo. Within the Chaos Flow Zone, this sort of power was considered weak, and it was far from being able to compare to Elephant Star Mountain. Deep Crimson Hall isn't strong, but they're very troublesome. The Bo Duo are the type to fight to the death. Every year, they hand over a large amount of star crystals to the Relentless Slayers and hire powerhouses from the Relentless Slayers to protect Deep Crimson Planet. You might not be aware of how powerful the Relentless Slayers are, but let me put it this way, in Chaos Flow Zone, the Relentless Slayers are second only to Chaos God Mountain, Alfonso explained. Luine frowned, as he could tell that Alfonso was not lying. This was going to be troublesome, as the Bo Duo really had some tricks up their sleeves. The universe was cruel, and everyone had their own way of surviving. The Bo Duo would rather not develop themselves and only seek to protect themselves. These people were the hardest to deal with. Is there really no other way? Luine asked. Alfonso shook his head. I'm not the only successor of Elephant Star Mountain, and the resources I can mobilize are limited. The sect won't provoke the Relentless Slayers for me. But the Relentless Slayers aren't Deep Crimson Hall. They're just hired. Brother Lu, you don't understand Chaos Flow Zone at all. As long as there's a reason, even if it's far-fetched, it can lead to war. The Relentless Slayers are overbearing and ruthless, and the sect won't be willing to get involved with them. Luine muttered to himself, Deep Crimson Planet is currently sealed off. Do you have any way for me to contact my classmates? Alfonso's eyes flashed. Sure. Here's the promise agreement. Luine tore it up. How about this? Alfonso laughed. Brother Lu is straightforward. Alright, you can contact your classmates in one day. Luine nodded and disconnected the call. He felt that it was a pity that the promise agreement had been torn up, but he still wanted to make the best use of it. He just wanted to know how Xiao Luo and the others were doing and see if there was a need to go to Chaos Flow Zone. He sent a message to Xianxia and the others in the Great Yu Empire that he was safe. The war in the Great Yu Empire had stopped, and there was nothing he could do. Now, there was one more important matter, Night King Yuanjing. Luine had not attended the Night King's banquet, which meant that he had failed to keep his promise. He needed to apologize to Night King Yuanjing. However, before that, he had to inform the Ghost Monkey that the Day-Night clan had failed to rescue the third Night King, and they would definitely come looking for him again. This was probably the reason why Night King Yuanjing had invited him to the Night King's banquet. Luine could not provide any more information about the Great Realm of Nothingness, or else Night King Yuanjing would definitely think of a way to kidnap him and take him to the Astral Beast domain. However, if he could not provide any information about the Great Realm of Nothingness, then he would no longer have any value, which was very troublesome. The Great Yu Empire was currently unable to unify Frostwave Weave due to economic reasons. If the Day-Night clan removed their restrictions on Night Queen Yanqing at this time, then given her hatred for Luine, it was very likely that she would interfere in the Frostwave Weave's war and drag the Great Yu Empire to its death. Luine took a sip of his drink and glanced at his right arm. That damned monkey was still asleep. The sky quickly darkened, and the store was about to close. Luine heard the footsteps of a waiter approaching, and he rolled his eyes before disappearing. When the waiter came in, he only saw an empty private room and a completely empty drink. Where was he? Did he skip the bill? The waiter cursed under his breath as he tidied up the room. Suddenly, a group of people rushed in with solemn expressions and resolute gazes. They occupied the corners of the room, and it was obvious that they were well trained. The waiter was scared silly. Where's the person who was here just now? The leader of the group asked the waiter solemnly. The waiter trembled as he replied, I don't know. The leader frowned. Pull up all the surveillance cameras along the coastline and activate facial recognition to find the stranger. Yes, sir. Luin did not know that his gadget had a signal when connecting to the internet. Although this planet's technology had yet to reach the level where it could travel through the universe, it was still capable of recognizing unfamiliar signals. He had not activated his gadget's signal blocking function, so it was easy for him to be detected. 2 hours later, Luin was standing atop a tall tree along the coastline, deep in thought as he stared at the sea. Below him, groups of soldiers had surrounded him, and they were all pointing their weapons at him while shouting something. Luin yawned, and his body disappeared once more. Compared to this planet, Lu Yin's strength was akin to that of a god. His existence had been completely concealed by the upper echelons and recorded in secret files, just like the files of those who had seen the alien spacecraft. Luin had no interest in bullying this planet, so he reappeared atop a tall building. Coincidentally, the ghost monkey had woken up. "Monkey, I want to contact Night King Yuanjing. Is there any way to trap him again?" Luin asked. The monkey had just woken up and was still in a daze, so he did not react to Lu Yin's words. Luin was not in a hurry, and he simply sat atop the tall building and enjoyed the breeze. Soon, the monkey asked, "Seventh bro, where are we?" "I don't know, it should be some planet in the Tempest Flow Zone." "Your gadget doesn't have a location?" "I can't. It's probably broken." "That's impossible. If it's connected to the internet, then it's not broken." "In any case, how would I know?" "Hurry up and answer me. Is there any way to trap Night King Yuanjing again?" The monkey rolled his eyes. "You still want to trap him? Do you think he's an idiot?" Using the third Night King to trap him was already a huge risk. If not for Astral 10, you might have already been captured by the Day-Night clan. If you trap him again, they'll definitely kidnap you as well. Luin was helpless. "If that's the case, then I'll just tell you the truth. I've already told you everything I know about the great realm of nothingness, and I don't know anything else. That's the only way. Seventh bro, it's very dangerous to make deals with these powerful clans, especially the Night Kings. They're very overbearing, and you'd rather make them think that you have no value than make them think that you have a lot of value. The more valuable you are, the more likely they'll kidnap you." Luin did not believe that Night King Yuanjing would dare to touch him if he revealed his background. Pirate King Haizich Lian was not someone to be trifled with, but it was best to keep his background a secret as his reputation was too bad. "Right, how did we get out of that damned place?" the monkey asked, finally reacting to the situation. Luin casually answered, "We climbed to the top of the mountain, and it just so happened that there was a spatial tear, so we fell out." "Seventh bro, I'm not stupid," the monkey said after a long pause. Luin thought about it. "Alright, I'll tell you. I found a reclusive expert as my master." "I'll say it again, seventh bro. I'm not stupid." The monkey rolled its eyes. Luin was speechless. "That's the truth. I know that you're lying to me. Tell me, how did you get out?" The monkey was annoyed. "I don't know," Luin replied. The monkey believed him. "That's more like it." Luin blinked. "You believe me?" The monkey's tone was very serious. "That place isn't something that a Lemmeter can come into contact with. Only a fool would believe that you were able to walk out on your own. It's more likely that you don't know how you got out. Back then, someone was swallowed up by a storm and escaped with no memory of what happened. You probably don't know because your memories were erased." "That makes sense." Luin sighed. The monkey was pleased. "I've roamed the astral beast domain for many years, and I've experienced all sorts of dangerous places. I still have some knowledge. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of Fatezan?" Luin asked. The monkey was astonished. "How do you know about Fatezan?" "I have. I've fused with 3 grains," Luin replied. "Seventh bro, I'm not stupid," the monkey repeated. Luin smiled, as there was nothing he could do if no one believed him. "Fatezan is a precious treasure. From what I know, there are very few people in the entire universe who possess Fatezan. This thing can awaken different forms depending on the person, and it can even strengthen the physical body. However, I've only read about it in biographies, and I've never seen it with my own eyes." Luin was puzzled. You were once one of the 5 Academy Masters of the Spiritual Academy. Logically speaking, you should be one of the top youths in the Astral Beast domain. Why can't you get your hands on Fate-san? 7th bro, you defeated Tianho as well. He's the strongest in the Spiritual Academy, but you can't get your hands on Fate-san either. It's not something that just anyone can take out. Even the rewards from the Astral Combat Tournament aren't as valuable as Fate-san. I've heard that this thing can drag someone to their death. The monkey thought about it. I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. Alright, 7th bro, don't ask any more. You might not be able to get your hands on it in your entire life. Think about something more practical and figure out where we are. Luin looked up. He had just thought that any planet in the innerverse or outerverse would be under the surveillance of a powerful civilization, which meant that there would definitely be traces left behind by that civilization. All he had to do was find the place with the most legends about this planet. Soon, Luin tore through the void and left. Not long after he left, the top floor was discovered by the military, but Luin had already disappeared. His gadget could directly hack into the planet's network, and Luin quickly found out that the most dangerous place on this planet was called the Ocean Trench. It was located at the intersection of several continents and was hexagonal in shape. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Since ancient times, countless ships had disappeared from this place, including airplanes and other technological products. Anything that approached the trench would disappear without exception. The planet's most powerful nation had been constantly exploring this place, but they had not been able to find any information about it. Once, a nation had used their strongest weapon to bombard the trench, causing a tsunami that killed countless people on the coast. This had also led to the entire planet's denunciation of that nation, which had eventually led to the breakup of the nation. There were countless photos of strange spacecraft on the network, and all of them were located near the trench. Luin quickly tore through the void and soon arrived outside the trench. His eyes filled with star energy as he stared at the trench. There were many rune lines gathered in the trench, and in terms of quantity alone, it had surpassed the Lamita realm and reached the level of an explorer. This meant that there was an explorer's strength within, but it might not necessarily be a person. It could be some kind of energy, but of course, it was most likely a human. Regardless, this place posed no threat to Luin. He leaped down and charged into the sea. A huge whirlpool instantly formed in the ocean with a powerful suction force that was no weaker than a melder's. In other words, it was comparable to the power of the planet's strongest weapon. Unfortunately, it posed no threat to Luin at all. The bottom of the sea was dark, and only the bottom of the straits had a flickering light. Luin used flash to appear at the bottom of the straits, and he took a closer look. Sure enough, there was a small warship with a weapon that could fire power comparable to an explorer's. It was this ship that had gathered the rune lines of an explorer. This planet was indeed under the surveillance of a powerful civilization. It was very sad. He easily entered the spacecraft and spread out his domain. He saw a dozen or so people busily working within the spacecraft. Most of them were melders, and there were a few Lameters as well. However, there were no explorers among them. He casually grabbed a person, and under the person's horrified gaze, he threatened, "Speak, where is this planet located in the universe?" The person looked at Luin in fear, as he had never expected that someone would appear on the spacecraft. "Xingyang Flow Zone," he said with a trembling voice. Luin was shocked. "Xingyang Flow Zone? Where is it?" The person was puzzled, but he still replied, "Xingyang Flow Zone is located at the intersection of the Day-Night Flow Zone, Spirit Seal Flow Zone, and Chaos Flow Zone. It's slightly to the west of the Innerverse." Luin was shocked, as Mr. Mu had sent him all the way to the west. He had thought that he was in Tempest Flow Zone, which was too exaggerated. He felt that distance did not exist for Mr. Mu, and if the man wanted to, he could even throw Luin back to Earth. However, this place was just right for Luin to head to Chaos Flow Zone. After asking a few more questions, Luin knocked the person unconscious and hid him away. He then headed to the captain's room to take control of the spacecraft. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave this planet. As he approached the captain's room, he actually heard his own name being called. "Did you hear about the banquet a while ago? That famous Luin actually didn't go. Everyone said that he's dead." What a pity. The Day-Night clan is rumored to have the 4 strongest leaders in the universe: Xianxia, Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Luin. If Luin had been there, he would have been able to fight Ling Ke and see who's stronger. You're too naive. My friend's younger brother's ex-girlfriend's brother-in-law is in the Astral Combat Academy. He said that Luin has a grudge with the Day-Night clan, and that they're purposely putting him on the same level as Ling Ke and the others to instigate a fight. They want to use those people to suppress Luin. But Luin is on the same level as them, and he's even more famous. How can the Day-Night clan be so sure that they can suppress Luin? The reason Luin is on the same level as them is because he's rumored to have tied with the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist's record. However, another Arbiter has said that the Divine Fist's record is not true, and that Luin is still a bit off. The other 3 are different. Xianxia roams the Cosmic Sea, and Mu Rong is from the 10 Arbiters' Council. He's considered the strongest leader, and Ling Ke is from the Lingling clan. You should know how terrifying the Lingling clan is, and Luin is indeed a bit weaker than them. So you're saying that they're trying to overpraise him? That should be the case, but the Day-Night clan's plan didn't work out. Luin didn't even go and died, haha. That's true, but this Day-Night feast has raised Ling Ke's reputation by a lot. Who in the universe doesn't know his name now? Apparently, he went to the Starfall Sea to challenge an expert on the top 100 rankings. If he succeeds, he'll become the only leader on the top 100 rankings. He's too terrifying. Yeah, these freakish geniuses are really incomprehensible. Normal people don't even think about challenging someone on the top 100 rankings. It's already quite impressive for a leader to be able to withstand an explorer's attack. Those who can challenge explorers are all freakish geniuses, but this person actually managed to challenge someone on the top 100 rankings. Although those on the top 100 rankings are all from the younger generation, which one of them isn't a freak? They're definitely at the top of the explorers, and even the older generation explorers don't dare to provoke them. Right, I heard that after the Day-Night clan pushed out the top 4 experts, many young powerhouses in the universe became dissatisfied. Ling Ke went to the Starfall Sea, and so did many other young powerhouses. They want to compete with him. Yeah, our young master went as well. Forget about the young master. He can't even challenge an explorer. He'll just be there to watch the show. Yeah, it's a pity that we won't be able to see it. The Starfall Sea should be very lively. What a pity. Luin stood outside the captain's cabin and listened to the conversation. As he listened, he searched for more information about the Day-Night feast. There were many pictures online, and many young elites had appeared at the Day-Night feast. The most eye-catching one was naturally Ling Quebec. His K's mighty slash had intimidated everyone present, and Night Queen Yanqing had been nothing more than a foil. Many experts had challenged him during the Day-Night feast, but no one had been his opponent. Luin specially clicked on the video to take a look, and his expression turned serious. This person was indeed very strong, and that K's mighty slash had a strange power. This person was from the Lingling clan, a clan that Luin had never heard of before. Out of curiosity, he searched the internet, and soon, some records regarding the Lingling clan appeared. The more Luin read, the more shocked he became. This Lingling clan member was quite terrifying. The Lingling clan was an extremely rare human race. Every member of the Lingling clan could absorb another person's innate gift for their own use. They could absorb up to 10 different innate gifts, which would eventually solidify into a single eternal innate gift. This innate gift combined the advantages of the other innate gifts, and it was quite terrifying. In other words, every member of the Lingling clan was an extremely powerful powerhouse with an innate gift. Although the universe was vast, and there were many rare races with innate gifts that exceeded one's imagination, Luin had never imagined that there would be a race like the Lingling clan. Innate gifts could be chosen? And they could even be combined? This was something that Luin did not even want to curse at. Fortunately, there were very few members of the Lingling clan. Otherwise, even the Day-Night clan would not be able to compare to them. However, no matter how few members there were, the Lingling clan was still the true ruler of the Spirit Seal Flow Zone. Any member of the Lingling clan was an absolute expert. As for Ling Ke, he was an expert among experts. His K's mighty slash was an eternal innate gift that had been solidified from all sorts of innate gifts. All of this information could be found on the network, and Luin used his honor points to search deeper into the Lingling clan's records. He saw a lot of information that was not available to the average person, including the Lingling clan's shocking inherited technique, soul-splitting. The universe had been developing for countless years, and the border wars had never stopped. There was no power that could completely hide their inherited strength, and the Day-Night clan was one such example. Zhanlong Day-Night's Day-Night restoration technique had been recognized, and the Lingling clan was no exception. Soul-splitting was the Lingling clan's most powerful inherited technique. To put it bluntly, it was just a clone. Luin retracted his gaze. There was actually such a race, which left him speechless. Seventh bro, are you looking through the Lingling clan's records? The monkey was astonished. Luin asked, how do you know about them? Of course. The Lingling clan is a powerful clan that causes headaches in the astral beast domain. They have all sorts of strange innate gifts, and with their terrifying soul-splitting ability, any powerhouse is helpless against them. Fortunately, there are very few of them, and they haven't encountered any powerhouses from the Lingling clan in the past few years. Who's there? Someone shouted. Not too far away, a few people stared at Luin in shock. Luin casually pushed open the door to the captain's cabin. Inside, the two people who had been talking just now stared at Luin in a daze. They had been on this planet for quite some time now, but they had not encountered any outsiders. Start. The spacecraft. Destination, Chaos Flowzone's Deep Crimson Planet. Luin walked in front of the screen and spoke. At that moment, the people outside the captain's cabin rushed in and pointed their star energy guns at Luin. The two people finally reacted and stared at Luin. Who are you? Luin turned around, and his gaze turned cold. A whirlwind swept out from beneath his feet. This was the pressure of star energy, and everyone was instantly crushed to the ground as their star energy guns exploded. Please start the spacecraft. Destination, Chaos Flowzone's Deep Crimson Planet. Everyone stared at Luin in shock, as this strength terrified them. They did not dare to resist and quickly agreed. Luin was satisfied, and he looked at the screen. How long will it take to get to Deep Crimson Planet? We can't go. The surrounding space has been sealed off, and if anything strange happens to the spacecraft, it'll be attacked immediately, someone said nervously. Luin frowned. There's an explorer in space? Yes. Luin nodded. Invite that explorer onto the ship. Tell him that you've been kidnapped. Everyone was shocked and looked at Luin strangely. Luin glared at them, and they immediately followed his instructions. After some time, a powerful aura appeared on the spacecraft. Luin continued to look at the screen and occasionally glanced at his gadget. It was time to contact Xiao Luo, and he hoped that Xiao Luo would be able to help him. Luin did not control those people and allowed them to leave the captain's cabin. Soon enough, an explorer walked in and stared at Lu Yin's back with a gloomy expression. You're the one who kidnapped the spacecraft? Luin turned around. That's me. The explorer looked at Luin and was confused at first, but then he was shocked. He muttered to himself for a moment and then turned to the others. Take this mister to where he wants to go. The others were stunned. But our mission is to guard this planet. The explorer's tone was gloomy. Cancel the mission. Immediately take this mister to where he wants to go. Yes, sir. The others were bewildered. Luin nodded gratefully. Thank you. The explorer forced a smile and then left. Not long after, the explorer stood at the bottom of the ocean trench and watched the spacecraft leave. His eyes flickered. This person is actually still alive. He was able to survive the storm and even make it to Xingyang Flow Zone. That's too shocking. There's definitely a super powerhouse protecting him, and I can't afford to offend him. However, Chaos Flow Zone is about to get lively. I hope that he can fight with Ling Ke and see if he's qualified to be ranked as one of the 4 unequaled powerhouses. Xingyang Flow Zone was close to Day-Night Flow Zone, so it paid close attention to news about the Day-Night banquet. This was why the explorer had been able to recognize Luin. If it had been a more distant flow zone, he might not have been able to recognize him. In outer space, Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's figure soon appeared on the screen, and he beamed. "So, you're still alive." Lu Yin nodded. "How are you guys?" "Not bad, we didn't expose ourselves." "What about the two seniors? Captured?" "Don't worry, many people from Deep Crimson Planet have been captured. They were just unlucky." Xiao Luo shrugged. "Alright, I got it. I heard that Deep Crimson Planet has been sealed. Just now, a group of people were risking their lives to fight on Deep Crimson Planet. They even managed to take down a spacecraft. The seal is temporarily broken, but it will be restored soon." "Brother Lu, you contacted me at just the right time," Xiao Luo smiled. Lu Yin did not elaborate further. Instead, he said, "I'm in Xingyang Flow Zone, and I'll be in Chaos Flow Zone soon. We'll then work together to leave Deep Crimson Planet. It won't be that easy. Deep Crimson Hall has a grudge against the two seniors. They won't leave so easily if they want to take revenge." Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. The Deep Crimson Hall's Bo duo are both hunters, and they won't be able to take revenge on their own. Xiao Luo spread out his hands. "There's no other way. I can't take it anymore. The two seniors have already assassinated 4 powerful figures from Deep Crimson Hall, which infuriated the Bo duo. They sealed off Deep Crimson Planet and captured all of the unfamiliar space-exploring powerhouses." Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. "Tell the two seniors that they'll have plenty of chances to take revenge in the future. Even if they have to use force, they'll have to take them away." Xiao Luo nodded. "I'll try." Mengyu and Zhao Ilong have already snuck into the place where they were captured. They'll probably meet up soon. "We'll wait for you." Lu Yin nodded and ended the call. He then looked up at the sky. Which cultivator in this universe did not have any grudges? His enemies were even more terrifying, and they were the 10 Arbiters. Was he going to take revenge without thinking? That would not work, and he would have to take things one step at a time. Lu Yin believed that even the pirate king Heizich Lian would not be able to take revenge for them. Ignoring the 10 Arbiters' strength and background, the reason why they had such great influence was because of the myriad of organizations behind them. It could be said that the 10 Arbiters' name was connected to half the universe, and this was just a conservative estimate. This was the most attractive aspect of the 10 Arbiters' Council. It was an organization with a huge gap in power between the ages, and if Lu Yin wanted to take revenge on the 10 Arbiters, it would be difficult. Big Pao and Little Pao's enemies were the Bo duo, and if Lu Yin wanted to, he could use his own influence to deal with them. However, the most important thing right now was to go to Deep Crimson Planet. Before that, there was one more thing that he needed to do. He activated his gadget again, and Night King Yuanjing quickly appeared on his screen. He looked at Lu Yin in pleasant surprise. "Little Yin, you're still alive?" Lu Yin knew that Night King Yuanjing's surprise was not because he was still alive. If Lu Yin had no value to Night King Yuanjing, then Night King Yuanjing would not have cared if Lu Yin lived or died. Lu Yin had always placed himself in an upright position, but he still had to pretend. He apologetically said, "Grandpa Yuanjing, I've made you worry." Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin in surprise. "Little Yin, were you swallowed by the storm?" Lu Yin nodded. Night King Yuanjing's eyes flashed. "How did you get out?" Lu Yin shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. I don't have any memories of the storm." Night King Yuanjing was disappointed, but this was within his expectations. There had been others who had survived the storm before, but they had also lost their memories. "How's your body? Are you all right?" Night King Yuanjing asked with concern, looking like a benevolent elder. Lu Yin bitterly replied, "I was injured, but it's nothing serious." "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Yuanjing. It's just that Little Yin has let Grandpa Yuanjing down by not showing up on time." Night King Yuanjing waved a hand. "As long as you're fine, everything else is not important." He paused and then looked at Lu Yin. "Right, Little Yin, what else can you remember about the Great Realm of Nothingness?" Lu Yin was astonished. "The Great Realm of Nothingness? I've told you everything I know, and I didn't hide anything." Night King Yuanjing looked at Luyin expectantly. Is there really nothing else? For example, the ancient powerhouses of the Void Wanderers. Is there any way to deal with them? Luyin was confused. The ancient powerhouses of the Void Wanderers? I don't know. Night King Yuanjing stared into Lu Yin's eyes for a while before sighing in disappointment. Forget it. If you remember anything else, you must tell Grandpa Yuanjing. Lu Yin sincerely replied, Grandpa Yuanjing, don't worry. Little Yin will definitely tell you everything. Night King Yuanjing nodded and then ended the call. Lu Yin relaxed, as he had been afraid that Night King Yuanjing would fall out with him on the spot. Fortunately, these old fellows still had some magnanimity, and it could be said that they were silent. However, this meant that Lu Yin no longer had any value in Night King Yuanjing's eyes, and Night King Yuanjing would no longer restrict Night Queen Yanqing for Lu Yin's sake. Lu Yin frowned, as he had to think of a way to make Night King Yuanjing value him again. Otherwise, Frostwave Weave might descend into an endless war. A single word from Night Queen Yanqing could mobilize countless experts to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin currently had many important matters to attend to. The Great Yu Empire's economy was under lockdown, and Night Queen Yanqing was eyeing him covetously. He also had to rescue Big Pao and Little Pao, and he also had to come up with a plan to make money. All of these matters were very important, especially money. He needed to reach the peak of the Lamita realm in the shortest amount of time possible. He did not want to slowly accumulate power like everyone else and take a few years to reach the peak of the Lamita realm. If Lu Yin did not break through to the Explorer realm, then there would always be an insurmountable barrier in the universe. Exploring the universe was the goal of a cultivator. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, and in the end, he decided that after rescuing Big Pao and Little Pao, he would think of a way to raise his own lockbreaker rank. Not only would he be able to earn money, but he would also be able to raise his status. Perhaps he could even chat with Madame Nalan and borrow the Nalan family's enormous wealth to support the Great Yu Empire. Right, there was also Bushtree Planet. As long as he had the money, that planet would be the fastest place for him to increase his power. As he pondered this, the spacecraft unwittingly entered the tributary Arkansas. After crossing the tributary, he arrived at the Chaos Flow Zone. The tributary arc was not as large as the Astral River arc, but it was not small either. It could carry no less than 10,000 spacecraft, and the small warship that Lu Yin had seized was just a very ordinary one. As he watched the Astral River tributary roar, Lu Yin began to yearn for the cosmic sea. Yi Xingchen's reputation had been built there, and not many people had seen his strength before. However, just the fact that he had been able to roam the cosmic sea was enough to rank him as one of the top 4 Lameters of the younger generation. This showed just how dangerous the cosmic sea was to the innerverse and outerverse. The monkey was right, Lu Yin should find some teammates and form a team to venture into the cosmic sea. If a man did not explore the cosmic sea, then there would be no passion in his life. On the Ark, numerous spacecraft were fixed to a track. Once they reached the other end of the tributary, the track would extend and allow the spacecraft to depart. Generally speaking, very few people would leave their spacecraft and enter the track, but there were exceptions. The track was very safe, and there were many special services on the Ark alongside the track. Many people were very enthusiastic about such things. Lu Yin stood in the captain's cabin and looked outside. From time to time, a spacecraft would fly by, and almost every one of them had a beautiful woman on board. Lu Yin was a little tempted, as he had never experienced such things before and was not interested. He suddenly thought of Ming Yan and wondered how she was doing. After being separated for so long, did she still have feelings for him? He looked at the information on the dark mist weave on his gadget. Mafioso Planet, Battle Street, and the 9 allied nations were still entangled with Dark Star Gorge. It seemed that they had reached some sort of agreement, and things had calmed down quite a bit recently. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as he felt that he should add fuel to the fire. Suddenly, Lu Yin saw a familiar figure. He was confused for a moment, but then he remembered. Wasn't that the Mad Viper Knight? Back when he had robbed the Night Pirate Group, he had unintentionally injured Shuade Knight, which had led him to the pirate port and Driftcharge Planet. At that time, the Mad Viper Knight had escaped, but Lu Yin had not expected to meet him here. Lu Yin did not hesitate to chase after the Mad Viper Knight. He shuttled through the tracks at high speed as he chased after the Mad Viper Knight. He did not know why, but he just wanted to get rid of this person and avenge Shude Knight, even though he was the one who had injured her. The Mad Viper Knight was different from when he had been in the Outerverse. He had actually broken through to the Explorer realm and was now riding a spacecraft alone as he flew off in a certain direction. Luine chased after him from a distance. He was not worried about being discovered, as the Mad Viper Knight's abilities could not detect him. Not long after, the Mad Viper Knight appeared in a dark alley beside the track. Two figures walked out in front of him and hid in the darkness. Luine leaned against the wall and used his domain to restrain his aura. The tribute will be delivered at 723, Xianxia Street on Malu Planet. Are you ready? A low voice asked. The Mad Viper Knight replied, we've been ready for a long time. Of course we're ready. This time, we won't be surpassed by any other region, the other person said. That's good. The captain doesn't tolerate losers. You should know that. The figure then turned and left. The other figure looked at the Mad Viper Knight. Are you really ready? The Mad Viper Knight replied, I'm ready. Don't worry. The Innerverse isn't like the Outerverse. With your strength, it'll be difficult for you to gather enough tributes. You're on your own now. The figure then left. The Mad Viper Knight did not linger either and immediately left. Luine did not make a move. 723, Xianxia Street on Malu Planet had piqued his interest, but what interested him the most was the word tributes. Didn't tributes mean money? He thought about the Mad Viper Knight's identity as a pirate and realized that he should be offering tributes to a stronger pirate group. This was interesting, and he might be able to get a big one. Luine left while recalling the image that he had seen on the Mad Viper Knight's clothes. He searched for it on his gadget, but he could not find it. Not long after, Luine returned to his spacecraft and used his honor points to search the network. He found the image, which represented a powerful pirate group, the Blackbeard Pirates. If there was light in the universe, then there would naturally be a dark side as well. Pirate groups were the representatives of this dark side, and the Blackbeard Pirates were definitely the representatives of this dark side. Chaos Flow Zone was a place where the dark side of the Innerverse was concentrated, and the Blackbeard Pirates were the uncrowned kings of Chaos Flow Zone's pirate groups. Any pirate group that made a living in Chaos Flow Zone would have to pay tribute to the Blackbeard Pirates. In return, the Blackbeard Pirates would provide a certain level of protection. Of course, this depended on the size of the tribute. Luine had never expected the Mad Viper Knight to have joined the Blackbeard Pirates. Since he was qualified to carry the Blackbeard Pirates emblem on his back, he must have offered something incredible. Unfortunately, if he had kept the Mad Viper Knight, the emblem would have been his own. The Blackbeard Pirates were the uncrowned kings of the Chaos Flow Zone's pirate world, and their strength was evident. Pirates were a loose group, and Xianxia could use his influence to control a portion of the pirate groups, such as the pirate groups that had attacked the organizations that supported Puyo. However, it was impossible for him to control all of the pirate groups. The so-called Pirate King was only the strongest in name, and that did not mean that he had absolute authority. Clearly, there was no way that this Blackbeard Pirates would obey Xianxia. In other words, there was no need for Linley to feel any pressure when robbing them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up with excitement, as he was just in need of money, and they had just delivered it to him. However, he still had to be careful. It would be fine if the other party was just an explorer, but if a cruiser appeared, then he wouldn't be able to make a move. Otherwise, he would be easily surrounded and killed. The Blackbeard Pirates were able to rule over the entire Chaos Flow Zone, and there might even be an almighty enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. Even if Luine had to take action, he could not leave any loose ends behind. This was something worth looking forward to, and Luine was excited. When the tributary arc came to a stop and extended its orbit, Luine had the warship change its course and head straight for Malu Planet. He had previously checked, and Malu Planet's position had not deviated too much from its original route. At the same time, the Mad Viper Knight's spacecraft was also heading towards Malu Planet. Malu Planet was just a planet that had just begun to develop technology, and it was even more backward than the planet that Luine had landed on. It had not yet been connected to a spacefaring civilization, so there was no space station. Luin sat in his personal spacecraft and set a landing spot. With a rumble, he left the warship and entered Malu planet's atmosphere. The warship then returned to where it had come from, as there was no need for them down there. His personal spacecraft crashed into a huge hill. And the hatch opened. Luin casually pushed the spacecraft 100 meters into the ground before covering it up with soil. The landing of his spacecraft would cause a huge commotion, and it would definitely attract attention. Luin did not want his spacecraft to be towed away by others. He checked the direction, as he had already checked a map of Malu planet before landing. His body quickly disappeared as a crack appeared in the void. Malu planet gave Luin the feeling that it was a budding technological civilization. This planet had only recently learned how to manufacture firearms, and it was very ancient. 723, Xianxia Street was a place that resembled a church within a city. Luin did not know if any experts from the Blackbeard pirates had arrived, so he restrained his aura and put on the planet's clothes. He stood in the distance, his eyes filled with star energy, and he saw a huge amount of rune lines condensing. This was a cruiser. Luin retracted his gaze, not daring to look any further. He had not expected the Blackbeard pirates to send several cruisers to receive the tribute. This was troublesome, as he could not deal with so many powerhouses. Furthermore, there might be even more powerhouses arriving. The Blackbeard pirates were indeed powerful. Luin did not dare to stay any longer. Even with the invisible aura technique and his domain, he was still not at ease. His physical strength far exceeded the limits of this planet's natives, and his heartbeat could be easily detected. Fortunately, he had not gotten too close, or else he would have been discovered. Luin sighed as he left the hall. It was impossible to rob an existence like the Blackbeard pirates, but it was a pity that the tribute would definitely exceed his expectations. Wait, if robbing this place was impossible, then what about other places? For example, the landing spot. Luin activated his gadget and scanned the surrounding terrain. He had chosen to land in a hilly area, and the others had done the same. Given that they were in a hurry to hand over the tribute, they would definitely choose to land in the closest place to the city. The city was surrounded by plains, hills, and forests in the distance. In that case, these were the three most likely places to land. Most people would not choose hills, as compared to plains. Forests were more likely since trees were more suitable for concealment. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he did some calculations. With the city as the center, his gadget's detection range did not extend to the forest. In other words, if there was a battle in the forest, his gadget would not react. As long as his gadget did not react, it would be fine. He quickly left. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the edge of the forest where a spacecraft might have landed. He sent out a palm strike at the void, using the strength of a normal emitter. He wanted to see if there would be any reaction from the cruisers. If there was no reaction, then his robbery would not attract any attention. If there was a reaction, then he could just escape. With his invisible aura technique, cruisers would not be able to detect him, and even ordinary hunters might not be able to detect him. The worst-case scenario was that he would be discovered, and then he would fight. As long as he did not reach the hunter realm, Luin had the ability to protect himself. If his luck was really bad, then a hunter would descend. Mr. Mu's token was not just for show. Although it could only be used once, it was still a life-saving item that was absolutely foolproof. He waited for a while, but there was no reaction from the cruisers. Luin thought for a moment and then attacked again. This time, the power of his attack surpassed that of an ordinary explorer, but there was still no reaction. He sighed. This place was safe, and even if a battle broke out, it would not attract the cruisers' attention. None of the cruisers had comprehended a domain, so they could only be considered ordinary cruisers. Not long after, Luin looked up from the top of a large tree in the forest and excitedly looked up at the sky. Several red dots were crashing down, these were spacecraft descending. One of the targets was the forest, and there were other spacecraft landing in other directions as well. Fortunately, several spacecraft had landed at the same time in different directions, so they would not attract the cruisers' attention. Since they had appeared on Maru planet at this time, they were definitely offering themselves to the Blackbeard pirates. Luin hurriedly hid himself and stared at the sky, preparing to launch a sneak attack. After all, any pirate group that could survive in the Chaos Flow Zone was not weak, and it would not be easy to win an open battle. Boom! The ground shook as an enormous shockwave set the forest ablaze and swept out in all directions. A small spacecraft crashed into the ground, and the hatch opened to reveal a valiant-looking middle-aged man walking out. There were dozens of people behind him, most of whom were Lemeters, but there were also sentinels and melders. There were even 2 explorers in the group. The valiant-looking middle-aged man was a cruiser. "Captain, we'll wait for you here." The valiant-looking man nodded and took a step towards the city. Luin did not hesitate. This person did not have many rune lines, and he could not compare to the cruiser who had been thrown into the storm, so he could deal with him. The valiant-looking man had just walked out of the forest when he was greeted by many residents who were carrying water to extinguish the fire. The valiant-looking man did not care, and just as he was about to walk past them, a resident blocked his path with a terrified expression. "Sir, may I ask how large the forest fire is?" "Sir, please help us extinguish the fire." The valiant-looking man glared at the resident. Scram! The resident grew anxious and tried to pull the valiant-looking man back. Killing intent flashed in the valiant-looking man's eyes, and he casually waved his hand. In his mind, this person should have been killed by the shockwave, but the next moment, he felt that something was amiss. This person had actually grabbed his arm, and his strength was abnormally strong. The valiant-looking man immediately knew that things were not good, and his first reaction was to dodge. However, it was too late, and his chest was struck squarely by a palm. The continuous overlaying stacks shattered his organs and sent him flying into the forest. The valiant-looking man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned red. He flipped over and immediately donned his ring armor. Luin used flash to appear behind the man and struck out with 30 stacks again, not giving the man any chance to cause a commotion. The man was shocked and tried to dodge, but his organs had been severely injured, and he could not move his body. He was viciously struck again, and this time, he was sent flying into the ground. Fortunately, he was wearing his ring armor, or else this strike would have killed him instantly. Within the forest, 2 attacks descended towards Luin, but he easily dodged them. The Skybeast Claw easily defeated 2 explorers, and the remaining people could not even withstand the pressure of Lu Yin's star energy and were knocked unconscious. Luin walked over to the sturdy man and looked down at him. This man was worthy of being a pirate, and his reactions were extremely fast. If it had been a normal person who had been ambushed by Luin, they would have already died. Luin squatted down and removed the man's cosmic ring. He took some of the man's blood and immediately headed towards the hills. As for the sturdy man, Luin did not kill him. After ensuring that the man would take at least 2 days to awaken, Luin left. Luin returned to his personal spacecraft and immediately activated it. He only relaxed when the spacecraft rose into space, and only then did he have time to pour out the contents of the ring. Luin was ecstatic when he saw the contents of the cosmic ring. There were actually over 1,000 star essence inside, which was too exaggerated. If converted to cube crystals, that would be over 100 million star crystals. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, as he had never seen such a large amount of wealth before. He estimated that even Lulu would not have so much money on her person. As expected of a pirate group with a cruiser overseeing it. And this was just one pirate group. Who knew how many pirate groups had offered tributes to the Blackbeard pirates? Luin did not even dare to imagine the amount of money that so many pirate groups had gathered. The Blackbeard pirates were much wealthier than the Great Yu Empire, and they lived up to their reputation as the uncrowned kings of the Chaos Flow Zone's pirate world. These pirates offered tributes once a year, and even if there were only 100 pirate groups, the Blackbeard pirates would still have a fixed income of 100,000 star essence each year. This was the true way to make money. Luin suddenly thought of Heizij Lian. He was the pirate king, so he should have even more money. It seemed like he should head to the Cosmic Sea sooner, and there should be a lot of gifts there. Aside from the star essence, the sturdy man's cosmic ring contained ordinary medicine, weapons, and so on. Luin did not care about these items and casually flipped through them, afraid that he would miss out on something better. He even activated his serious art. The moment he activated his serious art, he discovered something unusual. There was a small tracking device hidden within the 1,000 star essence, and he had not been able to detect it with his domain alone. He had needed to combine his serious art with his modified eyes. In other words, he had needed to reach the level where he could use the secret sidestep technique to discover this tracking device. Luin was about to destroy it, but his hand stopped in midair. His eyes flashed, and he put away the star essence and the tracking device. Unfortunately, it was not the Mad Viper Knight who had landed in the forest. But if it had been the Mad Viper Knight, then he might not have been able to obtain so much money. It was impossible for all the pirate groups to offer the same amount of money, and there was at most a bottom line. The Mad Viper Knight was just an explorer, so it would already be quite good if he could offer up more than 100 star essence. Luin was rather excited as he looked at the sky. He had never received such a huge sum of money before, and his confidence had soared. "Seventh bro, your robberies are quite nimble. Do you do this often?" "Were you a pirate in the past?" the monkey asked curiously. Luin laughed, as he was in such a good mood that he didn't care about the monkey's words. "Seventh bro, now that we have money, can we buy a better spacecraft?" the monkey asked again. Luin looked up. Right, he had forgotten that his current spacecraft was too ordinary and wasn't of a high enough grade. He wanted to buy a radiant-grade Aurora. How much would it cost? It was about 10 star essence, which wasn't expensive at all. The Blackbeard pirates definitely had a very fast spacecraft, and with this spacecraft's speed, they might not be able to smoothly escape to Deep Crimson Planet even if they had 2 days of buffer time. Besides, the cruisers must have seen the spacecraft landing in the forest, so it might not take them 2 days to discover them. Luin immediately searched for the most prosperous planet nearby and changed directions. When Luin entered outer space again, his spacecraft had been replaced by a radiant-grade Aurora. With the speed of a radiant-grade spacecraft, it only took him half a day to reach Deep Crimson Planet, which was 10 times faster than before. By the time Luin reached Deep Crimson Planet, the sturdy man had yet to wake up. A day had passed, and the Blackbeard pirates had been too confident in themselves and had let their guard down. Deep Crimson Planet was still sealed off, and only people could enter and not leave. Luin parked his spacecraft at the space station and tried to contact Xiao Luo, but he couldn't. All of Deep Crimson Planet's signals had been blocked, and Big Pow and Little Pow had thoroughly angered the Bo duo. They were willing to seal off the entire planet just to find them. Deep Crimson Planet's capital was called Honda, and it was where the Bo duo resided. Luin wasn't in a hurry to find Xiao Luo and the others, so he went to Honda instead. With his ability to restrain his aura, his power level could not be detected. He snuck into the kitchen of Deep Crimson Hall's headquarters and then hid the star essence with the tracker inside before leaving. Now, all I have to do is wait for the Blackbeard pirates to attack. Luin looked out into space and sighed. The monkey sighed in admiration. "Seventh bro, that's a good move. But aren't you afraid that Deep Crimson Hall will clarify things?" "How?" "The location is at Deep Crimson Hall's headquarters, and they blocked off all signals. The last place the Blackbeard pirates received signals is Deep Crimson Planet. If they want to pinpoint the location, they'll have to attack Deep Crimson Planet. At that time, I'll be able to contact Xiao Luo and take them away. Deep Crimson Planet is so big. Will the Blackbeard pirates and Deep Crimson Hall have enough time to escape?" "It'll be difficult." The monkey was suspicious. Luin muttered to himself, "It won't be difficult. They're not too far away, and the Bo duo are doing so poorly. They definitely haven't comprehended a domain, and they can't constantly use their star energy to observe their surroundings. The range that they can observe isn't very large. Deep Crimson Hall has captured so many people, and they'll have to catch Big Pow and Little Pow right under their noses. So Big Pow and Little Pow aren't too far away from Honda, right?" The monkey suddenly understood. Lu Yin's lips curled up into a smile. Logically speaking, that was indeed the case. Fortunately, not everyone could comprehend a domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe doing anything. Back on Shenwu continent, Lu Yin's actions had been discovered by Ming Zhaoshu. This was the power of a domain. Without a domain, even a hunter would be blind, and their range of observation would be limited. Not long after Lu Yin arrived on Deep Crimson Planet, the fierce-looking man regained consciousness. He was taken home by a nearby resident, and he endured his injuries to contact the Blackbeard pirates. For many years, the Blackbeard pirates had dominated the Chaos Flow Zone, but they had never been robbed. Now, their tribute had actually been stolen. This was not only a humiliation for the fierce-looking man's pirate group, but also for the Blackbeard pirates. In an instant, the Chaos Flow Zone's Blackbeard pirates were mobilized to track down the signal, vowing to make the robber regret it for the rest of his life. The hunter who had been enjoying himself on another planet was even more furious. He was in charge of collecting the tribute from this area, but such a thing had actually happened. He had become the laughingstock of the entire Blackbeard pirates, and he would not let this matter rest. He would not let that bastard off. Found it. The signal disappeared in this area. One of the pirates placed a star chart on the screen, and a spot on the chart glowed red. The hunter looked over and narrowed his eyes. Deep Crimson Planet, the Bow Duo sure have guts. Contact the boss and tell him to leave this matter to me. If I don't get my tribute back, then I'm not human. He then leaped up and charged into outer space. On Deep Crimson Planet, within Honda's capital, Luin found a slum to hide in and decided to roll his die. Now that he had money, he wanted to roll enhance. He still had a strengthening fruit that had been upgraded to a gold color and half of a white fruit in his cosmic ring. He did not plan on using the strengthening fruit, as his physical body had already been upgraded to the limit. He could not advance any further in the Limiter realm, so he wanted to upgrade the white fruit instead. His mentor had said that the white fruit was filled with vitality, and that it could even bring the dead back to life if it was old enough. Of course, this was a bit of an exaggeration, but Luin believed that if he raised it to the same age as the strengthening fruit from before, then even if it could not bring the dead back to life, it could at least prolong his life. Right, he suddenly remembered that he still had his universal armor, but he did not know if it could be upgraded. There was also Progenitor Wushang's hide, which he did not know if it could be upgraded into a complete hide. He also did not know how many pieces of Progenitor Wushang's hide had been broken into. Some were large, some were small, and it was almost impossible to gather all of them. He was overthinking things. Luin felt as if he had been possessed. He wanted to upgrade everything, so why hadn't he thought of throwing himself onto the screen to upgrade himself? Who knew, he might even be able to level up. This was the slum, and Luin used his domain to blend into the surrounding environment and restrain his aura. He did not have to worry about being discovered by hunters. Suddenly, his domain distorted, and another domain appeared. Lu Yin's eyes snapped open. He turned to look to the west. At the same time, Xiao Luo looked up from the west, and his lips curled up. It was a familiar domain. Luin had arrived. Luin also felt the familiarity of this domain. It was Xiao Luo, and he could not help but laugh. Deep Crimson Planet was so large, but they had actually bumped into each other. The slums were huge, and Lu Yin's domain did not cover a large area. At most, it covered a third of the slums, which meant that both he and Xiao Luo were coincidentally within this third. Soon, Luin pushed open a shabby wooden door and entered. He saw Xiao Luo, Lulu, Michelle, Zora, Coco, Dark Void, and Hui Day Night. Alright, not a single one was missing. They were all here, and he was surprised to see that even Dark Void and Hui Day Night were here. This was strange. Brother Lu, you're here. Coco was pleasantly surprised. The others looked at Luin as well. He was a powerful addition to the group, and he was equivalent to a cruiser in terms of power level. It seems like we have the same idea. Xiao Luo beamed at Luin. He was always like this, except for when he was with Silver. Luin nodded at Coco and the others before looking at Xiao Luo and shrugging. I was worried about where to find you guys. If I'm not wrong, the place where the two seniors were captured is not far from here. Xiao Luo nodded. How about it? Do you want to rest for a bit before thinking about how to save them? Meng Yu and Zhao Ilong have already snuck in, and they're right below Honda. Luin was shocked. Underground? There's a huge mine below Honda, and it's about 1,000 meters below the surface. Everyone who was captured was sent down there, including the two seniors. The place where we contacted Meng Yu and the others is right below me, Xiao Luo explained. Luin looked down and saw that his domain had penetrated 1,000 meters deep. There was a commotion, and as expected, there was a huge mine below. What's the plan? Luin asked. Lulu rolled her eyes. What plan? We were just waiting for you. There are 2 hunters, and we can't escape on our own. Is the academy that confident that you can come? Luin was puzzled. Lulu grinned, and a money bomb appeared in her hand, which she tossed around. Luin pursed his lips. It was no wonder why the academy was so relaxed. With the money bomb's power, the Bo duo might not have been able to withstand it. As long as they were used properly, they might even be able to avenge their seniors. He did not doubt Lulu's wealth at all. She definitely had more than 1 money bomb. How many do you have? Luin could not help but ask. Lulu raised her head. Guess. Luin tossed her 50-star essence. Here, take this. Lulu caught it in shock. So fast? Everyone else looked over in shock, as those were star essence, not star crystals. 50-star essence was equivalent to 5 million star crystals, which was a huge sum for a student, but Luin had actually been able to take it out. Luin raised his head. It's just a small sum. Earning money is easy. Lulu carefully sized him up. Not bad. Looks like I'll consider charging you interest the next time you borrow money from me. Luin gritted his teeth. If he had known earlier, he would not have spoken. 7th bro, who told you to run your mouth, the monkey said. Xiao Luo, tell Mengyu and the others that they're ready. When Deep Crimson Planet falls into chaos, they can escape. Everyone was shocked. Chaos on Deep Crimson Planet? Is that your backup plan? Michelle asked. Luin smiled mysteriously. Something like that. Don't ask too much, it won't be long. Coco immediately ran over and stared at Luin. Brother Lu, tell Coco. Coco won't tell anyone else. Luin laughed heartily and whispered into Coco's ear. The Blackbeard pirates, she cried out. Luin was speechless. Everyone else looked at Luin in shock. Michelle's eyes flashed coldly as she stared at Luin. Rumors say that you're related to pirates. Is that true? Luin rolled his eyes. Don't make wild guesses. I have nothing to do with pirates. I just happened to receive news that Deep Crimson Hall stole some treasure from the Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates will be arriving soon, so it has nothing to do with me. Michelle clearly did not believe him, and she frowned at him. I hope you don't have anything to do with pirates. Otherwise, I'll tell my sister and ask the 10 arbiters to remove your identity. Luin frowned and looked at Michelle. His tone turned cold. It's none of your business. Michelle glared at him, and the atmosphere fell silent. Although the members of Astral 10 had been getting along well for the past year, they still weren't on good terms. Dark Void didn't talk to anyone, Hui Day Night was alone, and Michelle was the same. Everyone knew that she hadn't come to Astral 10 with pure intentions and had even harbored some enmity towards them. Even though she no longer had any intentions of suppressing Astral 10, she still couldn't change her stance. She was used to acting from the perspective of the 10 Arbiters' Council, and her tone sometimes sounded a little arrogant. However, Luin did not indulge her. He had even dared to take liberties with Wendy Yushan and Mira, let alone Michelle. Coco hurriedly tried to smooth things over and pulled Luin to the side. Michelle sat quietly at the side. Xiao Luo walked to the window and looked up at the sky. Deep Crimson Planet was soon in chaos. Brother Lu, there's something that's very troublesome. According to the methods of many large factions, it's very likely that the captured people have placed tracking signals in their bodies. Even if we save the 2 seniors, escaping will still be a problem, Xiao Luo said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let's save them first. This is our only chance, and there won't be a next time if we miss it. Right, Coco, why are Dark Void and Hui Day Night here? Luin asked curiously. Coco replied, it's a mission from the academy, and the rewards are pretty good. Luin understood, no wonder. It seemed that the academy wasn't just not interfering, it was just using a different method. With Michelle, Hui Day Night, and Lulu's status, even if they were captured by the Bo duo, they wouldn't dare to kill them. This was enough to ensure their safety. Luin suddenly felt sad for the Bo duo. Their enemies were destined to never be destroyed, and they had to suffer the consequences of their revenge. Furthermore, they had attracted the Blackbeard pirates. It was a sad sight. He didn't chat with Coco for long before Lulu walked over and sent the girl away. She looked at Luin seriously. Tell me the truth. Did Undying Yushan leave anything behind? Luin was confused. Undying Yushan? What does that have to do with you? Lulu stared at Luin. Don't play dumb with me. You really don't know? Luin shook his head. What should I know? I've looked into it. When the palace was sealed, you were the only one who entered. Undying Yushan also left you a ring of authority. There should be something special about that ring. For example, you might be able to obtain something through it. Lulu stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Luin snickered. It seemed that Lulu hadn't gained anything from the Great Yu Palace and was planning to lay her cards on the table. You should ask Wendy Yushan about that. She was the last person to leave the palace. By the time I returned, it had already been cleaned up. Lulu's eyes flickered, and she rolled her eyes. She smiled slyly. Are you short on money, Luin? Luin nodded. If you tell me Undying Yushan's secret, I can give you a lot of money. You don't care about 50 star essences, but what about 100? 200? Or you can become a permanent VIP at the Mavis Bank and get an interest-free loan from them. The loan amount is over 10,000 star essences, Lulu enticed. Luin was tempted and immediately nodded. Alright, I'll tell you the secret. Lulu was stunned. He had agreed so quickly that she didn't dare accept it. Then tell me. Luin was disdainful. You want to trick me? What if I tell you and you can't do it? Lulu glared at Luin and activated her gadget. Tell me. As long as the secret is big enough, I can apply to the clan. That's more like it. But before that, let's make a deal. Luin looked at Lulu expectantly. How many money bombs do you have? I want to buy them. Lulu raised her brows and looked at Luin arrogantly. You want to buy them? You're insulting me with money. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Luin felt like Lulu was glowing when she talked about money in front of a Mavis clansman. Ahem, I know you don't lack money, but I do lack money bombs. Why don't you give me some? Luin probed. Lulu pouted. Although she was rich, money bombs weren't cheap. She wasn't stupid, so how could she give them away for free? How many do you want to buy? Money bombs are so expensive, so you probably won't be able to buy too many. Forget it, I'll just buy a few, Luin muttered to himself, but his voice was just loud enough for Lulu to hear. Lulu's hair stood on end when she heard him, and she immediately tossed out 30 money bombs. This number of money bombs blinded both Luin and the monkey. F***CK. 50 star essences for one. How much is that? 1,500 star essences? Super rich woman, the monkey shrieked. Luin was stunned. He knew that Lulu was rich, but did she really have that much money? Old Kai had offered a price of 100 star essences for 3 money bombs, which meant that the total amount of money bombs here was 1,000 star essences, which was exactly the amount that Luin had managed to snatch from the clan. This little brat had taken out so much money without batting an eye, and it was definitely not all of it. Luin looked at Lulu in a different light, as if he was looking at a god. Lulu raised her head proudly. She had never been afraid of money before, and if there was a competition among the richest students, she would definitely take first place. There was no doubt that she wouldn't even care if the rest of the students ganged up on her. She was invincible in this field. 7th bro, please keep her. You're short on money, and she's rich. You're a match made in heaven, the monkey cried out. Luin pursed his lips. I'll buy 6. Lulu was shocked. You can afford them? Lu Yin's face turned ugly. Yes. Lulu casually handed 6 money bombs to Luin and then extended her hand. Chenghui, 300 star essences. Luin looked up. 300? Wasn't it 200? Lulu looked at him with disdain. 50 for one? Haven't you learned math? Old Kai said that it was 100 for 3, Luin said. Lulu's brows rose, and her face twitched. She could clearly feel an unpleasant aura gathering around her. Were you scammed? Lu Yin's eyes widened. Lulu's gaze turned cold. Of course not. I know that it was 100 for 3, but I should have made a profit if I sold them to you. I have Undying Yushan's secret, Lu Yin said confidently. Lulu's face turned ugly, and she snorted. Give me 200. Lu Yin grinned as he handed over the money. He could guarantee that Lulu had been scammed. Old Kai hadn't given her a discount, and this brat had refused to admit it. Fortunately, otherwise he would have been scammed as well. However, Old Kai's ability to judge a person's price was truly disgusting. Lu Yin definitely couldn't show off his wealth in front of Old Kai in the future, or else he would be scammed. Tell me, Undying Yushan's secret. Lulu put away the remaining money bombs unhappily and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's face turned solemn, and he looked at her seriously. I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. Lulu nodded, and her gaze turned cold. Don't worry. Okay. Lu Yin took a deep breath and said seriously, Undying Yushan likes women with long hair, thin legs, and small breasts. Lulu was stunned and stared at Lu Yin, unable to react for a moment. Well, what did you say? Lu Yin looked around like a thief and whispered again, Undying Yushan likes women with long hair, thin legs, and small breasts. Lulu suddenly punched at Lu Yin, but he caught it with his hand and felt his palm shake. What strength! This brat had gotten stronger again. Hey, why did you sneak attack me? Lulu gritted her teeth. That's the secret you wanted to tell me? Lu Yin was furious. Isn't that enough? Aside from you and me, no one else in the universe knows this secret. Lulu was furious. You bastard. She tried to pull back her hand and punch him, but her fist was caught in his and she couldn't move. Coincidentally, Coco returned at this moment and cried out when she saw the scene, Brother Lu, Sister Lulu, when did you two get together? She couldn't be blamed for her misunderstanding, as their posture was just too ambiguous. Lu Yin's back was facing her, and he was tightly holding onto Lulu's fist. From Coco's angle, it looked like Lulu was about to fall into his embrace. Lulu's face turned red. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Coco's cry attracted the attention of Zora and Xiao Luo. Even Michelle and Hui Day Night looked over. Lu Yin awkwardly let go and took a few steps back. It's just a misunderstanding. Lulu glared at him. This isn't over. Just you wait. Lu Yin wanted to say something else, but Xiao Luo smiled from nearby. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Lu Yin was speechless. It really is a misunderstanding. After this incident, Lulu hated Lu Yin even more. She swore that she would teach this bastard a lesson the moment she had the chance. She had never realized how shameless he was before. Seventh bro, you're on your own if you offend a woman. The monkey cackled. Lu Yin was helpless, as he did not want to, but he really wanted a money bomb. With Lulu's wealth, it was impossible for her to buy one, so he could only accept this. He could not really reveal Undying Yushan's secret, right? Fortunately, Lulu did not harbor any ill intentions. At most, she would take some malicious revenge, but he could just coax her in the future. The group did not stay in the slum for long before the sky split open with a loud bang. Lu Yin and the rest stood up. They're here. Let's go. Outside Deep Crimson Planet, the hunter who had been in charge of the Blackbeard Pirates tribute looked down with a vicious gaze. Soon enough, two hunters tore through space and appeared. They were the Beau Duo. Who are you? Why are you attacking Deep Crimson Hall? Beau Lauda barked as he stared ahead vigilantly. The hunter raised his head and spoke in a gloomy voice. I'm Ramu. The Beau Duo, you're quite bold to touch the Blackbeard Pirates' belongings. The Beau Duo looked at each other in shock. You're from the Blackbeard Pirates? Ramu sneered. Still pretending? You're courting death. He then raised a hand, causing the void to distort. Surging star energy transformed into a sharp wind that swept through the heavens, slicing through space as it extended towards Deep Crimson Planet. The Beau Duo hurriedly moved to block it, as this move was enough to destroy Deep Crimson Planet. At the same time, a riot broke out beneath Honda. Big Pao, Little Pao, Mengyu, and Zhao Ilong incited the captives to rebel. Several cruisers from Deep Crimson Hall tried to suppress them, but they encountered Lu Yin, Xiao Luo, and the others. A chaotic battle erupted beneath Honda, and the ground soon cracked open. A cruiser from Deep Crimson Hall was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch. Both of his arms were broken, and his eyes were filled with shock. There were not many Limiters in the universe who could challenge a cruiser. Xiao Luo, Lulu, and the others were not weak either, and they worked together to block a cruiser. Big Pao and Little Pao madly attacked the Deep Crimson Hall's powerhouses. Among the captives, a considerable number of them were explorers, and they fought fiercely against Deep Crimson Sun. Honda became the battlefield. In the starry sky, the Bo duo received the report, but they had no time to care about it. Lamu's combat power was higher than theirs, and he kept saying that they had snatched the tribute. They did not even have the chance to explain and could only resist. Beneath Honda, Lu Yin grabbed cannon. Let's hurry up and leave. Deep Crimson Hall has a good relationship with the Relentless Slayers, and the Relentless Slayers experts will arrive soon. Big Pao nodded without hesitation. Alright, let's go. The group quickly rushed towards the space station. Fortunately, Deep Crimson Planet's space station was not too far away from Honda, and the group quickly took action to snatch the spacecraft. Aside from Honda's group, many other spacecraft flew into outer space, and a battle broke out at the space station. Deep Crimson Planet had been sealed off for a long time. Many people had wanted to leave long ago, so this was the perfect opportunity. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew into outer space, but before they could get very far, they were destroyed. Deep Crimson Hall's cruisers had sealed off the region and prevented anyone from leaving. Even so, there were still many spaceships that shot into space in a futile attempt to escape. Most of the people who had been captured on Deep Crimson Planet were from the outerverse, and they had tried their best to enter the innerverse in order to become stronger. However, they had been captured by Deep Crimson Hall and turned into miners. These people had no background, and they had thought that they would never be able to escape. They had never imagined that there would be a chance, and they would not let go of it even if they died. In outer space, 2 cruisers from Deep Crimson Hall led more than 10 explorers to attack a spacecraft. From time to time, a spacecraft would explode, and from time to time, powerhouses would appear to fight against the Deep Crimson Hall experts. When he saw this scene, Lu Yin had no choice but to give up on his personal spacecraft and join up with Xiao Luo and the others. Only by working together would they be able to break out of outer space. They had seized a small spacecraft that was inconspicuous, but it was not very fast either. As soon as it entered outer space, it was discovered by a cruiser from Deep Crimson Hall, and the cruiser raised a hand and launched an attack that could destroy the void. Lu Yin did not move. Big Pao and Little Pao stood at the top of the spacecraft and tried to block the attack. Together, they could kill a normal cruiser, so blocking the attack was no problem at all. The cruiser had not expected to be blocked, and he immediately felt that something was amiss. There were very few people on Deep Crimson Planet who could fight against a cruiser, and these people were the ones most likely to be able to kill the cruisers from Deep Crimson Hall. Perhaps this was the person they were looking for. With that thought in mind, the cruiser immediately gave chase and notified everyone from Deep Crimson Hall. Inside the spacecraft, everyone looked at the screen as a series of battle numbers appeared. Everyone's power levels had broken through 10,000, and 2 of them had broken through 50,000. They were the cruisers from Deep Crimson Hall. Lulu, it's up to you. Lu Yin shouted. Everyone looked at Lulu. Lulu's expression turned ugly, and she glared at Lu Yin. Why aren't you going up? Are you a man? I don't have as many as you. Lulu was furious, and she put on her universal armor before walking up to the top of the spacecraft. Big Pao and Little Pao looked at her in shock. Why are you here? Lulu was in a bad mood, but she did not explain. Instead, she pulled out 2 money bombs and aimed one at the cruiser in front of her while the other aimed at the cruiser who was chasing after her from the right. She poured her star energy into the bombs, and 2 rays of light instantly shot out and killed the 2 cruisers. This scene was shocking, and no one from Deep Crimson Hall dared to move. They all looked at Lulu in fear. Lulu raised her head and said, "Let's go." Then, she returned to the spacecraft. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other in shock, as there was actually such a powerful weapon. The people from Deep Crimson Hall could only watch as the spacecraft left, and they did not dare to chase after it. Elsewhere, Ramus tore through the seal on Deep Crimson Planet and landed at Deep Crimson Hall's headquarters. He followed the signal and found the star essence in the kitchen. The Beau Duo's faces were pale. Immediately retrieve the surveillance footage and find out who hid this thing in the kitchen. Ramus was not stupid. If a star essence with a tracking device had been placed in Deep Crimson Hall's kitchen, then that meant that the culprit had already known about the tracking device. In other words, Deep Crimson Hall had been wrongly accused. Ramus casually crushed the star essence and then looked at the Beau Duo. He growled, "Find that person immediately. Otherwise, your Deep Crimson Hall will be buried with him." So what if they had been wrongly accused? The Blackbeard pirates were tyrannical, and regardless of whether they had done anything wrong, they could forget about escaping if they were implicated in this matter. The Beau Duo were sullen, but they were helpless against the Blackbeard pirates. At that moment, a video was transmitted to them. It was the scene of Lulu using her money bombs to kill 2 cruisers. When they saw this, the Beau Duo were enraged. Deep Crimson Hall did not have many cruisers to begin with, and now that 2 of them had died, it could be considered a blood feud. Ramus also saw the video, and he frowned. Strange, why does this weapon look so familiar? It feels like I've seen it somewhere before. Ramus, the people who robbed your tribute should be the same group of people who caused trouble on Deep Crimson Planet. Their goal is to escape, Beau Sr. said. Ramus narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that it's the people on that small spacecraft? It must be, Beau Jr. said. Ramus sneered. Do you know how strong the pirate captain was? He was a cruiser, and his body was severely injured. Tell me, is there an expert on that small spacecraft that can heavily injure a cruiser? Beau Sr. replied, but this weapon can instantly kill a cruiser. A weapon is a weapon. The pirate captain was heavily injured by a single person, and it was a palm strike. It has nothing to do with the weapon. There are only 2 explorers on that small spacecraft, and the rest aren't even explorers. Are you trying to tell me that a Lemaitre can heavily injure a cruiser? Ramus obviously did not believe him. Then tell me, was it Xianxia, Mu Rong, or Ling Ke on that spacecraft? They could only think of 3 Lemaitres who could defeat a cruiser. In their minds, Luyin was already dead. The Beau Duo could not answer. Your Deep Crimson Hall has offended too many people, and you have plenty of cruisers as well. The other party definitely wants to use my Blackbeard pirates to destroy you. Let me tell you this, if you can't find the tribute within a month, then we'll do as the other party wishes and destroy you. This is the Blackbeard pirates' way of doing things. Ramus then left. Pirate groups did not follow the rules, and they only followed the pirates' rules, which was to rob. As for Deep Crimson Hall, it was worthless in their eyes. However, they would not let go of anyone who dared to use the Blackbeard pirates. Within a month, Deep Crimson Hall would not be the only one searching, they would do the same. They would focus on investigating the cruisers that Deep Crimson Hall had offended. As they watched Ramus leave, the Beau Duo did not stop him. Immediately ask Mr. Fengamo to act and intercept that small spacecraft. We can track the signal of the escapees and send a request to any friendly organizations along the way to seal off space. Regardless of whether they're the culprits or not, they killed 2 of my cruisers, and we have to avenge this grudge, Beau Sr. said gloomily. Beau Jr. acknowledged the order and immediately left. In outer space, inside the small spacecraft, Big Pow and Little Pow were grateful for the rescue. Seniors, what kind of grudge do you have with Deep Crimson Hall? Coco asked. They only knew the general gist and did not know the details. The 2 looked at each other, and then Little Pow answered, we were born in an organization called the Blackfire Hall. The Blackfire Hall and Deep Crimson Hall are enemies. Originally, both sides were similar in strength, and neither could do anything to the other. However, the Beau Duo invited an expert from the Relentless Slayers to exterminate my Blackfire Hall. We were lucky enough to be rescued by Astral 10, but everyone else from the Blackfire Hall died. Everyone fell silent. The struggle between the universe's powers was cruel, and no one could say who was right or wrong. If the Blackfire Hall had been strong enough back then, they would have definitely exterminated Deep Crimson Hall. The Bo duo are both hunters, so it's still too early for you two seniors to take revenge. Wait a bit, at least until you become cruisers, Luin advised. The two felt bitter. You're right. We were too impatient, and we even implicated our juniors. Lulu magnanimously waved her hand. It's not a big deal. Just treat it as a vacation. The others looked at her strangely, as she did indeed have the qualifications to say such words. Even if she was captured by Deep Crimson Hall, so what? As soon as she announced her name, the Bo duo would have to send her away. They did not dare to offend her. Everyone, let's stop chatting. The path ahead has been sealed off. Let's think of something, Mengyu spoke up as he stared at the screen. Lu Yan's gaze immediately turned to Hui Day Night. You go. Hui Day Night was stunned. He hadn't said much since the start and had kept a low profile. He hadn't expected Luin to notice him so suddenly. The others looked at Hui Day Night as well. The characteristics of the Day Night clan were too obvious, and they were not to be trifled with. Who would dare to offend them in such close proximity? Hui Day Night was helpless. He walked to the screen and faced the powers that had sealed off the region. Soon, the spacecraft left. The Day-Night flow zone bordered the Chaos flow zone, so it was normal for a Day-Night clan member to appear here. Normal people wouldn't dare to provoke the Day-Night clan, and of course, no one dared to impersonate them either. The Day-Night clan hated impersonation, and they were merciless. Hui Day Night, sit in front of the screen. There will be many blockades along the way, Luin said from afar. Hui Day Night was helpless, but he didn't refute Lu Yin's words. Everyone, I think it's best to change directions, Xiao Luo suddenly said with a stern expression. Everyone looked at him. I've received news that the Bo duo have already contacted the Relentless Slayers. Hunters are blocking our path ahead. Hui Day Night can intimidate these small powers, but he can't intimidate the Relentless Slayers, Xiao Luo said. Everyone shivered. With hunters around, it wouldn't be easy to escape. He opened his star chart and looked at it for a while. We can only escape in this direction. The other directions will either be sealed off by the various powers, or there will be experts from the Relentless Slayers. Senior has a tracking device in his body, so we can't avoid them. This is the safest direction, Xiao Luo said. Everyone looked in the direction Xiao Luo was pointing and saw 3 words appear on the star chart, Starfall Sea. There was a mystical place in the Innerverse called the Starfall Sea. Rumor had it that it was an ocean, but it was different from the Astral River or the Cosmic Sea. It was a real ocean made of water that submerged an entire region of space. Regardless of whether it was a planet or a continent, everything was submerged in the ocean. Rumor had it that the Starfall Sea's water would wash through space every once in a while. It was rumored that weapons that didn't belong to this region of space could often be found in the Starfall Sea's water. There were even battle techniques that were rumored to have originated from ancient times. It was rumored that the Starfall Sea had a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 500,000. It was rumored. In short, there were too many rumors about the Starfall Sea, and no one knew if they were true or false. Countless people in the universe wanted to venture into the Starfall Sea. That place was a paradise that attracted experts, because there were many people who shocked the world after coming out of the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin's deepest impression of the Starfall Sea was the Undying Manual. Back when Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan had roamed the Starfall Sea, they had both changed their names to become the Undying Duo. Undying Yushan had even charged into the top 30 of the top 100 rankings, shocking the universe. It was precisely because of the Undying Manual that Undying Yushan had been heavily injured, and he had been lucky enough to escape and return to the Great Yu Empire. He had been coveted by many Innerverse powers for many years, which had prevented him from unifying the Frostwave Weave. It could be said that if not for the Undying Manual, the Great Yu Empire would have already unified Frostwave Weave. Luin still had a deep impression of the Starfall Sea, but he had never learned much about it. He had never thought that he would be so close to it. The Starfall Sea was west of the Chaos Flow Zone. It's a little dangerous for us to venture into the Starfall Sea with our strength, Zhao Ilong said. He was from the Myriad Swords Peak, which was located in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone. It wasn't too far from the Starfall Sea, so he knew a little about it. Those who are qualified to venture into the Starfall Sea are usually space-exploring powerhouses. Because the Starfall Sea is constantly being eroded by rivers, a spacecraft can't withstand them. It's not that easy to enter a planet either. Only space-exploring powerhouses can barely protect themselves. I heard that you can coat a spacecraft at the entrance of the Starfall Sea with a film that can block the river's erosion, Zora said. Zhao Ilong shook his head. That's too expensive. Luin looked up and then decisively looked at Lulu. The others immediately reacted and looked at her as well. Lulu raised her brows and sneered. Zhao Ilong, what did you just say? Expensive? Zhao Ilong's eyes twitched. Pretend I didn't say anything. Xiao Luo clapped his hands. Everyone, we have no other choice. No matter what, there's only one direction, and that's the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, if the experts from the Relentless Slayers catch up to us, we might be fine, but the two seniors will definitely die. Big Pao and Little Pao's faces sank. Let's just take our personal spacecraft and leave. Without us, the Relentless Slayers and Deep Crimson Hall won't make things difficult for us. It'll take some time for the tracking signals in our bodies to be removed, and we definitely won't be able to escape during that time. Xiao Luo solemnly replied, it's too late. We've definitely been targeted. The Relentless Slayers are Chaos Flow Zone's most professional assassin organization, and they're extremely secretive. They don't fear anyone, whether it's the Astral Combat Academy, the Lockbreaker Society, or Shamrock Enterprises. They even dare to touch the Day-Night clan and the Matus family. The Chaos Flow Zone's reputation isn't just for show. Here, the powerful clans can only intimidate small organizations like Deep Crimson Hall, and they're completely useless against the Relentless Slayers. Chaos Flow Zone has always been filled with killing. It's not like the Relentless Slayers haven't assassinated Day-Night clan powerhouses before. They don't have any scruples, Michelle added. Coco was shocked. Sister Zora, they even dare to assassinate the Day-Night clan. Aren't they afraid of being surrounded by the Day-Night clan? Zora smiled bitterly. This isn't the first time that the Day-Night clan has surrounded them, but the Relentless Slayers are too secretive. At most, the Day-Night clan can destroy their trading sites on the surface, but they can't eliminate them completely. Furthermore, any foreign powers that enter Chaos Flow Zone will be resisted, and Chaos God Mountain won't sit idly by. In short, Chaos Flow Zone has no rules, but it also has the biggest one. Luin slammed the table. Since that's the case, let's head to the Starfall Sea. No one objected, as Lu Yin's prestige was the highest amongst everyone present. Since he had already made his decision, no one else would object. Furthermore, this was the only path they could take, as the other paths would definitely be blocked by the Relentless Slayers experts. Big Pao and Little Pao thanked everyone once again. The small spacecraft could house over 100 people, and there were more than 10 rooms, which was more than enough for each person. Luin sat in his room and looked at the stars. He touched his heart, left arm, and right leg. The Fatesan had already fused together, so there was no longer any pain. However, he did not know how long it would take for them to awaken. Mr. Mu's words had been quite frightening, as he had said that some people would never awaken, which left Luin at a loss. His physical strength and star energy had been tied down by the 3 grains of Fatesan, and his current strength could not even compare to when he had fought against Tian Ho in the Tournament of the Strongest. He hoped that he could awaken, but he did not know what it would be like. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Luin said. It was Zhao Ilong, and when Luin saw him, the first person he thought of was Wendy Yushan. She was the senior sister of Myriad Sword's Peak. Brother Lu, do you have some time? Let's talk? Zhao Ilong looked at Luin with a complicated expression. Luin nodded and gestured for him to sit. Zhao Ilong did not sit, but instead walked over to the window and looked at the stars. He seemed to be organizing his thoughts, but he was unable to speak. Luin was amused. Do you want to talk about Wendy Yushan? Zhao Ilong turned around and looked at Luin seriously. What's your relationship with her? Luin thought about it. Kinship. Zhao Ilong was confused. What do you mean? Kinship, I guess. Why? Are you close to her? Luin asked. Zhao Long shook his head. She's the senior sister and the strongest disciple of Myriad Swords Peak. I'm not qualified to be close to her. I'm here to tell you that it's best if you don't pursue her. Lu Ying frowned. What's wrong with me pursuing her? Zhao Long sternly replied, we're classmates, and I don't want to see you die. Lu Ying raised a brow. What do you mean? Zhao Long thought about it. There's a rumor in Myriad Swords Peak that they accepted the senior sister at the request of someone. She's from the Outerverse, and no matter how talented she is, Myriad Swords Peak would not give her too many resources. However, her cultivation at Myriad Swords Peak has been smooth sailing. Although no one knows the reason behind it, it's rumored that it has something to do with someone. Who? Lu Ying was curious. Zhao Long shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but it's rumored to be one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. 10 arbiters? Which one? I don't know. Only the sect master and the older powerhouses of Myriad Swords Peak know. None of us disciples know. Rumor has it that the senior sister is the 10 arbiters' chosen wife. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he felt displeased. Although he did not want to do anything with Wendy Yushan, seeing her become someone else's wife would definitely make him uncomfortable. This was a man's possessiveness, especially after he had given her the secret art. The way she looked at him had changed, and Lu Ying did not want her to leave with someone else. Is it the 10 arbiters that Wendy Yushan follows? Lu Ying asked. Zhao Long shook his head. I'm not sure. It's just a rumor, and it's hard to tell if it's true or not. If there really is an arbiter who admires the senior sister, then she wouldn't have been injured in the Ross Empire. Lu Ying nodded, as that was true. If it had been him, he definitely would not have watched his beloved be injured by someone else without doing anything. However, Wendy Yushan was from the Outerverse, and she was indeed taken care of by Myriad Swords Peak. The Innerverse looked down on the Outerverse, so it was impossible for her to not be taken care of. Lu Ying glanced at his gadget, and he suddenly wanted to contact Wendy Yushan. Zhao Long had left, as he had only told Lu Ying this out of camaraderie. Whether or not Lu Ying listened to him had nothing to do with him. Although Lu Ying was strong and talented, no one believed that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters were supreme existences among the younger generation. Lu Ying looked at his gadget and opened the page to contact Wendy Yushan. He wanted to contact her, but he did not know how to start. Speaking of which, he did not seem to have any relationship with her. Other than an engagement that no one recognized, Lu Ying still felt displeased, especially when he thought about the way Wendy Yushan had looked at him in San Dios. He really wanted to ask her if she had any admirers. Wendy Yushan was so beautiful, so it was normal for her to have admirers. Puyu was one of them, but the 10 arbiters were different. Puyu's status paled in comparison to theirs. Lu Ying could ignore Puyu, but he could not ignore the 10 arbiters. His hand hung in the air for a long time, but Lu Ying could not make up his mind to contact her. 7th bro, don't ask any more. You'll feel sad if you ask too much, the monkey said sympathetically. Lu Ying did not reply. Some things are better kept to yourself. What if people compare you to one of the 10 arbiters? How embarrassing, the monkey gloated. Lu Ying blocked off his right arm, this guy's mouth was really foul. Knock knock knock. There was another knock on the door, and Lu Ying looked up. Come in. Hui Day Knight entered, and he looked at Lu Ying. The Day Knight clan has already removed the restrictions on Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Hui Day Knight replied, Night King Elder Night King Yuan Jing had previously forbidden anyone from the Day Knight clan from participating in Frostwave Weave's war. However, that restriction was removed a few days ago. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. This old man had burned the bridge after crossing it, and he had immediately turned hostile after realizing that Lu Ying was no longer useful. This restriction was removed by the elders of the Night King clan, but you don't have to worry too much. The Night King clan has many restrictions on the clan, and new restrictions are often introduced. It's not guaranteed that anyone will notice. Lu Ying did not have high hopes. Night Queen Yanqing's hatred for him ran deep, and she was probably watching him closely at all times. Perhaps the removal of the restrictions was her doing. Otherwise, even if Night King Yuanjing had turned hostile, he would not have acted so quickly. At most, he would not have interfered. If Night Queen Yanqing really wanted to interfere in Frostwave Wu's war, then it would be troublesome. The Great Yu Empire was already facing problems due to the economic blockade, and if a day-night expert were to appear, then the Great Yu Empire might not be able to survive. Hui Day Night left after relaying the news. Lu Yin muttered to himself. He could not allow the Great Yu Empire to suffer because of his grudges. Knock knock knock. There was another knock on the door, and Lu Yin raised his brows. Come in. A delicate fragrance wafted over as Michelle walked in and looked at Lu Yin indifferently. Lu Yin looked at her. What is it? I just contacted my sister. She knows that we're going to the Starfall Sea, and she wants me to remind you of something. Lu Yin had a bad premonition. What is it? In the past, Undying Yushan caused many murders in the Starfall Sea, so he has many enemies. Those enemies might come looking for trouble with you, Michelle said. Lu Yin's heart sank. Why was there so much bad news today? It can't be that bad, right? It's been so many years since Undying Yushan roamed the Starfall Sea. Most of our enemies are definitely gone, but we can't rule out the possibility that there are some who have a blood feud. Can you guarantee that none of the Interverse organizations monitoring the Great Yu Empire came from the Starfall Sea? Michelle asked. Lu Yin immediately thought of the one-armed hunter who had ambushed him. When Undying Yushan had been on the verge of death, many powers from the Interverse had appeared. Lu Yin wasn't in a good mood. He couldn't possibly have to foot the bill for Undying Yushan, right? He suddenly felt that going to the Starfall Sea wasn't a good idea. Michelle left as soon as she finished speaking. She was here to deliver a piece of bad news. Lu Yin didn't close the door, as he felt that it was better to leave it open. Now that he heard someone knocking on the door, he felt an indescribable sense of panic. Unfortunately, leaving the door open was useless, as Xiao Luo had also arrived to deliver a piece of bad news. The Relentless Slayers sent Feng Yamo, a hunter with a power level of over 150,000. Lu Yin blinked. Really, bad news was coming one after another, and he couldn't stop it. Then what do we do? Xiao Luo was helpless. We can only rely on luck. With Feng Mo's speed, we might not be able to safely escape to the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin exhaled, feeling rather sullen. He had many identities that made others apprehensive, and even the Day-Night clan had to consider whether or not to kill him. However, the Relentless Slayers had no such apprehensions. This sort of assassin organization and pirate organization didn't have to worry about identity issues, which was the most disgusting thing. The stronger the clan, the more they had to put on a show. Even if the Day-Night clan was tyrannical, it was still the same. After all, they didn't dominate the universe, and the dark powers didn't care. How do you know so much about the Relentless Slayers? Lu Yin looked at Xiao Luo curiously. Xiao Luo casually answered, a clan brother is in the world of assassins and is very familiar with the Relentless Slayers. He told me. Can he issue missions to the Relentless Slayers? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Xiao Luo nodded. Just change your identity. Why? Who do you want to kill? Who's on the way? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Xiao Luo didn't react. Lu Yin whispered something to him. Xiao Luo looked at Lu Yin in amazement. You're quite quick-witted. This should buy us some time. Then we'll have to depend on your clan brother, Lu Yin said. Xiao Luo nodded and left Lu Yin's room. Lu Yin turned around and closed the door. There shouldn't be any more bad news, and even if there was bad news, it wouldn't be related to him. Monkey, did you translate the text? Lu Yin asked in a low voice as he unblocked his right arm. The monkey lazily answered, no, I said that I can only translate one word. The other words are too ancient. Give me a year. I can't wait. I'm going to use it, Lu Yin said with a cold gaze. The monkey was stunned. Use it? How? What do you mean? Lu Yin activated his gadget and directly contacted Night King Yuanjing. This time, Night King Yuanjing took a long time to answer the call. What's the matter, little Yin? Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin with a smile. When he saw Night King Yuanjing's smile, Luin suddenly understood that the decision to cancel the Day-Night clan's influence in the Frostwave Weaves War had been made by this old man. Night King Yuanjing was using this method to pressure Luin and see if he could get more useful information out of him. Even though the Day-Night clan was certain that a mere cultivator like Luin wouldn't know anything about the great realm of nothingness, this was their way of doing things. They were cautious and watertight. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Grandpa Yuanjing, do you still remember the centipede that appeared in the Northline flow zone? Luin asked respectfully. Night King Yuanjing's eyes flashed. Centipede? Of course. This matter had a huge impact, and the Northline flow zone was currently bustling with activity. The Day-Night clan, Lingling clan, Sword sect, Divine Grade Hall, Blaze Realm, Ross Empire, and many other powerful organizations had gathered to explore the centipede's body. Even that old freak Northgate Taisui couldn't stop them, and he didn't even dare to stop them. However, Night King Yuanjing wasn't in charge of this matter, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Luin respectfully answered, I was one of the first people to explore the centipede's body, and I saw some scenes that I wanted to tell Grandpa Yuanjing about. I want to repay Grandpa Yuanjing's kindness in protecting little Ian for so long. Night King Yuanjing's expression turned serious. What scenes? 5-spear dismemberment, Luin said. Night King Yuanjing calmly replied, we saw that scene. But there were words beside the dismemberment. Does Grandpa Yuanjing know about them? Luin slowly asked. This was his bargaining chip, and he wanted to use these words to obtain protection. He didn't even consider the value of these words, as they were ancient artifacts, and no matter how valuable they were, they would disappear with time. However, an ancient clan like the Day-Night clan still needed them, as this was a cultural inheritance. Grandpa Yuanjing's eyes trembled. There were indeed rumors of words, but no one recorded them. Little Ian, did you record them? Luin nodded. I was lucky enough to record them, and I'm willing to offer them to Grandpa Yuanjing. Night King Yuanjing laughed heartily and looked at Luin in admiration. Good, Grandpa didn't dote on you in vain. Not bad at all. I heard that you even stole 3 spears from Northgate Lai. Not bad, little Ian. Luin smiled. I have to thank Grandpa Yuanjing for protecting little Yin's Frostwave Weave. Otherwise, I might not have been able to compete with Northgate Lai. After all, he's an expert on the top 100 rankings. Night King Yuanjing smiled and nodded. Don't worry, little Ian. Protecting Frostwave Weave's peace is our Day-Night clan's responsibility. That was the case in the past, and it's the same now. Nothing will change. Luin relaxed, as this was exactly what he wanted. I'll make a copy of the words and give it to Grandpa Yuanjing. Night King Yuanjing nodded in satisfaction, as he was not worried that Luin would lie to him. The Day-Night clan had ancient artifacts, and it was easy to tell whether or not the words were ancient. However, it seemed like this kid really didn't know about the great realm of nothingness, or else he wouldn't have revealed the words. Unfortunately, it seemed like he would have to think of another way to save the third Night King. Luin quickly made a copy of the words and placed it in front of the screen so that Night King Yuanjing could see it and film it. After concluding his transaction with Night King Yuanjing, Lu Yin's face sank. He did not know how long the words would protect Frostwave Weave. Perhaps a few months, or perhaps half a year. 7th bro, this is an endless cycle. The Day-Night clan is overbearing, and the old man's promise will only last for a few months at most. It definitely won't last for a year. At that time, you'll have to come up with something that can attract his attention, or else the Day-Night clan will still interfere with Frostwave Weave. Can you guarantee that you'll have something that can attract the old man's attention? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. We'll see when the time comes. From the moment he had contacted Night King Yuanjing, this endless cycle had begun. Unless he surpassed the Day-Night clan one day and broke free from this restriction, the Day-Night clan would always use Frostwave Weave to extract his value. It was extremely difficult to surpass the Day-Night clan, but there was another way, which was to expose his background. Heizage Leon's existence was enough to make the Day-Night clan wary, but if he did that, then he would no longer have a foothold in the Innerverse and Outerverse. A pirate like him would not even be allowed to stay in the 10 Arbiters, let alone the 10 Arbiters. 7th bro, I think that we should find another powerful backer, the monkey suggested. Lu Ying grumpily replied, nonsense. Of course I know that, but where are we going to find one? Rely on the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's heart trembled. Relying on the 10 arbiters was one option, but even so, it was not enough to make the Day-Night clan wary. Night King Zhenwu's existence was the most overbearing even among the 10 arbiters, and he had even stepped into the border warfront. Day-Night Flow Zone, Night King Planet. Under the cover of moonlight, Night Queen Xianxia sat quietly beside a piano within an ancient castle, playing a low melody. One figure after another entered the castle and knelt before Night Queen Xianxia. These figures all had the power level of a cruiser, and there were at least 10 of them. All of them were from the Day-Night clan. Night Queen Xianxia continued to play the music, and as more and more people gathered, the music grew deeper and more somber. Suddenly, the music stopped, and Night Queen Xianxia looked at the music sheet with excitement. I have a mission for all of you. Head to Frostwave Weave and slaughter every space-exploring powerhouse in the Great Yu Empire. Don't let a single one escape. Yes, the kneeling crowd replied. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up into a cruel smile. The clan had finally removed the restrictions on Frostwave Weave. She wanted to act as soon as possible and make Lu Ying regret it for the rest of his life. She would not immediately destroy the Great Yu Empire, and she would play with it slowly. Although these people were only cruisers, the Day-Night clan's cruisers were not something the Outerverse cruisers could compare to. If they worked together, they could challenge a hunter, and if they sent a few more hunters to deal with the Great Yu Empire's hunters, it would be enough to slaughter the Great Yu Empire's upper echelons. Suddenly, there was a soft beep, and Night Queen Xianxia looked at her gadget. Her expression changed, and an intense chill appeared in her eyes. She immediately opened the message, and soon, Night King Yuanjing's image appeared. Elder Yuanjing, why did you restore the restrictions on Frostwave Weave? Night Queen Xianxia suppressed her anger as she asked. Night King Yuanjing's tone was gloomy. You don't need to know. I will explain to Zhenwu. The restrictions will continue. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes went wide. What is your relationship with Lu Ying? Night King Yuanjing did not waste any more words with her and immediately closed the screen. To a powerful clan in the universe, the most important thing was always their inheritance. The Day-Night clan valued the ancient text that Lu Ying had handed over, as it represented their culture and inheritance. Even if the text's contents were worthless, the text itself was worth studying. Night King Yuanjing had proposed to the Council of Elders in exchange for not interfering in Frostwave Weave's war for a period of time. This deal had curbed Night Queen Yanqing's killing intent, but Night King Yuanjing had not told Lu Ying exactly how long it would take. This meant that he could break the deal at any time. Night Queen Yanqing looked at the hazy moonlight outside and trembled with anger. This was the third time. She had wanted to attack Lu Ying 3 times, but she had been restrained 3 times. Fine, she would wait. She did not believe that the Council of Elders would protect this person forever. One day, she would trample him beneath her feet. At this moment, not only was Night Queen Yanqing shocked, but Hui Day-Night as well. He had been the one to inform Lu Ying about the removal of the restrictions that affected Frostwave Weave's war, but it had only been a short while since then, and now those restrictions had been reinstated. What exactly had Lu Ying done? At this moment, Lu Ying had become incomparably mysterious in his heart. It was no wonder why this person had dared to oppose the Day-Night clan in the trial zones. Behind Lu Yin's group, a radiant great aurora shot out from outer space with Mr. Feng Yamo of the Relentless Slayers on board. He had accepted Deep Crimson Hall's request to capture Lu Ying and the others. Although Feng Yamo did not know the details of Lu Yin's group, they had shown their faces on Deep Crimson Planet, and their images had already been sent to Feng Mo's gadget. With his strength as a hunter, it was impossible for him to conceal his appearance. Although the cosmos was vast, there were not many habitable planets. With the Relentless Slayers' methods, they had long since investigated whether any spaceships had landed on habitable planets. This was not just the Relentless Slayers' method, it was also the method of the universe's various major powers. Otherwise, no one would be able to find them if they simply hit on a planet. With Feng Mo's strength, it was very easy for him to sweep through a planet with his star energy. Even if it was an uninhabitable planet, he could still quickly investigate and ensure that no one could hide. The relentless slayers could only track the signals of Big Pow and Little Pow. The others did not have any signals to track, so they could only search. The cosmos is vast, but there's only one escape route for you. Feng Mo's eyes were cold as he stared ahead. As they passed by a planet, his star energy transformed into a gale that swept through the planet. The explorers on the planet were shocked and trembled, not daring to resist. Very quickly, Feng Mo swept through the entire planet and continued onward. If it weren't for the fact that he had to search planet by planet, he would have caught up to them long ago. After all, a Radiant-grade spacecraft was 10 times faster than a normal spacecraft. At this moment, Feng Mo received an assassination commission. The mission location was in the opposite direction, but it was not too far away. He hesitated for a moment, but after looking at the high bounty on the commission, he changed directions and headed towards the mission location. A space-exploring powerhouse's physical body had changed in order to adapt to the universe, and they needed to circulate star energy to maintain their life. Otherwise, their physical body would begin to deteriorate. This was the so-called exhaustion period. Generally speaking, a normal explorer would need to consume at least 10 million star crystals to complete a cycle without entering the exhaustion period, which was the equivalent of over 100 star essence. As a hunter with a power level of over 150,000, Feng Mo would need to consume at least 10,000 star essence if he wanted to maintain his body and not enter the exhaustion period. This was just the most basic consumption. The battle techniques that he cultivated consumed even more star energy than a normal powerhouse's, and this number would increase exponentially. This was a terrifying amount of resources, but it was only used to maintain his body's condition. In addition to that, he also needed to cultivate, break through, battle techniques, trade, and so on. Although he was a hunter, he was actually very short on money. Otherwise, a dignified hunter would not have become an assassin. There were many powerhouses in the universe, but they all had their own helplessness. Even a powerful clan like the Day-Night clan was not as extravagant when it came to resource allocation. The Mavis family was an exception. Feng Mo was puzzled when he saw the mission information. The target was just an explorer, so there was no reason for a hunter like him to take action. However, since the target had specifically asked him to take action, he would not refuse since they were not too far away. With the speed of a Radiant-grade spacecraft, it would take him at most 2 hours to catch up to that group of people, and a round trip would only take him a few more hours. Feng Mo confidently headed towards the mission location. 2 hours later, the mission location was right in front of him. Just as Feng Mo was about to enter the planet's atmosphere, the mission suddenly changed. He frowned, as it was not common for missions to change. However, the employer would definitely compensate the assassin accordingly, provided that the assassin had to complete the mission. Otherwise, the compensation would not be valid. Feng Mo looked at the mission location and saw that it was only an hour away, so he could make it in time. With the speed of that group of people's spacecraft, it would take them at least 10 days to reach the Starfall Sea. Feng Mo confidently set off. Luyin and the rest did not stay idle. They changed their route and headed towards the closest and most prosperous planet. Their goal was to buy a small Radiant-grade spacecraft. As for the money, they had to raise funds. Lulu had money, but she was not stupid. Why should she pay for everything? Besides, Radiant-grade spacecraft were not cheap and cost at least 50 star essence. The idea was good, but it could not be realized. The students had no money, and Coco, Zora, and Hui Day-Night were all poor. Xiao Luo simply raised his hands, indicating that he was willing to be searched by Lulu. Luyin actually wanted to do the same, but he had money and could not hide it. In the end, he and Lulu shouldered the majority of the costs and raised funds to buy a small Radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft. They then rushed towards the Starfall Sea at 10 times their original speed. Feng Mo did not know much about Lu Yin's background, so how could he have guessed that a group of youths could afford a Radiant-grade spacecraft? It cost at least 5 million star crystals, and only the heirs of great powers could afford it. If they were, then there would be no need for them to hide. He did not know that Lulu did not care if they hid or not, as she wanted to protect Big Pow and Little Pow. On the other side, Feng Mo arrived at the mission location, but the mission target had changed again. Feng Mo was not stupid, and he immediately guessed that there was a problem. Someone must have been deliberately delaying his pursuit, which surprised him. Who would know so much about the relentless slayers that they could even track his movements? Feng Yamo wanted to continue, as the mission could not be changed so frequently. It could only be changed 3 times at most, and after that, he would receive compensation. However, the location of the mission this time was too far away. Once he started carrying it out, those people would definitely not be able to catch up. In the end, Feng Yamo weighed the pros and cons and gave up on the mission. He rushed towards the Starfall Sea and gave up on the mission. On the small Radiant-grade spacecraft, Xiao Luo put away his gadget and looked at Luyin. Feng Yamo is chasing us. Luyin nodded. That's not surprising. He's been in the universe for so long, so it would be strange if he didn't notice anything amiss. He's quite decisive, and it looks like Deep Crimson Hall paid a heavy price. Not far away, the others also knew about Feng Yamo. Little Pao said, the powerhouse from the relentless slayers who helped Deep Crimson Hall destroy the Black Fire Hall was Feng Yamo. It looks like his relationship with Deep Crimson Hall isn't shallow, Xiao Luo commented. Little Pao's eyes flashed coldly. Half of Deep Crimson Hall's resources were used to support him, so their relationship is naturally not shallow. At that moment, the spacecraft's alarm sounded, and everyone looked towards the command deck. Michelle frowned and said, there's a nebula up ahead. We need to change course. Everyone looked at the screen as the route constantly changed. Finally, a new route was set. Everyone's heart sank when they saw the new route, as it would take 7 hours to reach the Starfall Sea compared to the previous route. 7 hours? Feng Yamo won't catch up to us, right? Coco was worried. Michelle looked at the route. The time isn't the main issue. It's that the new route will take a detour, and that's the distance that Feng Yamo will be able to catch up to us. That means that Feng Yamo might catch up to us at that distance, Luyin said. Michelle looked at Luyin. Or we can change our destination and not go to the Starfall Sea. Northwest of the Starfall Sea was originally an endless weave of the Outerverse. Unfortunately, that area has been taken over by the technocracy, so we have no other choice, Xiao Luo said. Luyin smiled bitterly. There's no other choice. Let's go to the Starfall Sea. Hopefully, we'll be lucky and not be caught. Everyone had no choice but to agree. There were no records of Fate-san on the network, and even if Luyin used his honor points to search, he still couldn't find anything about it. 7th bro, are you looking for Fate-san? Didn't they say that it's a precious treasure that you might not be able to obtain in your entire lifetime? Let's be more direct, even the top 10 of the top 100 rankings might not have it, the monkey said. Luyin calmly replied, I have it. I fused with 3. The monkey didn't believe him. Forget about 3, a normal person would be burning incense to thank the gods for even 1. Luyin sat down cross-legged and fully activated his domain. His eyes filled with star energy as he looked at his heart, left arm, and right leg. Rune lines gathered in these 3 areas, and the more rune lines there were, the greater the influence of the universe. These 3 areas gathered all of Lu Yin's star energy and mental energy, and they also locked down his physical strength. The number of rune lines gathered there exceeded his own. He did not know when it would awaken. Luyin silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. There were only a dozen or so hours left until they reached the Starfall Sea, which was a very short amount of time. He actually wanted to take a nap, but reciting the Stonewall scriptures would have about the same effect. However, Luyin had not expected that the moment he recited the Stonewall scriptures, his heart, left arm, and right leg would suddenly heat up and become scalding hot. This heat did not affect anything else, but it made him feel like he was in a furnace, which was unbearable. He hurriedly stopped reciting and panted heavily as beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. What was going on? How did the Stonewall scriptures affect the Fate-san? The range was too wide. Luyin muttered to himself as he listened to the monkey's questions. He immediately shielded his right arm, as this was the reason why he had fused the Fate-san into his left arm. He had been afraid that shielding his right arm would affect the fusion process. No, he had to try again. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. If the Stonewall scriptures could speed up the fusion process, then that would be perfect. As he recited the Stonewall scriptures, Luyin once again felt the pain of being in a furnace. With his physical strength, he would not have been affected even if he was thrown into the sun, but now, he felt like he was about to melt. No, he was truly melting. The Fate Sand had melted into his body, but they had not fused at all. The 3 grains of Fate Sand were like a lock that locked down his physical strength, and they had not truly begun to fuse. If they did not fuse, then they would not awaken. Luin rejoiced that he had recited the Stonewall scriptures and allowed the Fate Sand to begin the fusion process. Otherwise, he might have been dragged to death. 3 grains of Fate Sand were enough to trap him in the Lamita realm forever. The painful fusion process continued, and Luin endured the burning as he sensed the Fate Sand. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the Fate Sand in his heart was gradually changing forms. Once this process ended, it would awaken. He was looking forward to what form the Fate Sand would take. A powerful weapon? A spiritually connected treasure? An obscure ancient painting? Luin could sense that the Fate Sand in his heart was changing forms the fastest. No matter how much Fate Sand fused with a person, they would only have one form. This meant that when the Fate Sand in his heart completely awakened, the remaining 2 grains would only increase in size or power, and they would not change into other forms. After an unknown amount of time, Coco's excited voice sounded from outside the door. "Brother Lu, we've arrived at the Starfall Sea. Come take a look. It's so spectacular." Lu Yin's ears twitched as he heard the voice, but he did not respond. He could sense that his Fate Sand was about to awaken. Unconsciously, Lu Yin's domain spread out and covered the entire spacecraft. Aside from Xiao Luo, who sensed Lu Yin's domain, the others did not, and they all excitedly looked into the distance. The Sea of Fallen Stars was famous throughout the universe, and there were too many legends about it. The entrance to the Sea of Fallen Stars itself was very unique because it was filled with huge seaweed. It was indescribably huge, and it looked like pieces of land floating in the starry sky, covering an endless distance. Beyond the seaweed was the Sea of Fallen Stars. There, the starry sky seemed to have a fault, and endless water surged violently, flowing into the distance. No one knew where the water in the Starfall Sea came from, and no one knew where it ultimately flowed to. Its origin was a waterfall that flowed from an unknown place in the starry sky, and its end was a reverse waterfall that flowed to an unknown place in the starry sky. This was a mystical place. In the past, there had been experts who had searched for its origin and end, but to no avail. The entire Starfall Sea was like a depression in the starry sky of the universe. It was like a huge lake, with 2 waterfalls at the head and the tail. To those who were visiting the Sea of Fallen Stars for the first time, this place was quite spectacular because the rivers flooded the starry sky and concealed the stars. Within the spacecraft, Hui Day Knight was excited. "If we want to enter the Sea of Fallen Stars, it's best to coat our spacecraft with a layer of seaweed. Otherwise, we'll be easily torn apart by the currents." Lulu raised her head and took a step forward. They had discussed this before, and since she had the money, she would do it. Besides their spacecraft, there were many other spacecraft sailing around. The closer they got to the seaweed, the slower they slowed down as they prepared to board it. Suddenly, a boundless pressure swept over them like an astral storm, causing all of the surrounding spacecraft to tremble. Everyone's expressions changed, and they looked behind them to see a radiant great aurora speeding towards them without slowing down at all. At the top of the ship, a man was staring at Lu Yin's ship with a murderous expression, a sneer on his face. Xiao Luo and the rest narrowed their eyes. "Speed up and board the seaweed." It's Feng Yamo. There was no need for him to say anything, as Mengyu had already accelerated at full speed. However, it was difficult for them to escape Feng Mo's pursuit, even if the seaweed was right in front of them. Feng Yamo raised a hand, and a suffocating killing intent filled the area. The spacecraft closest to him immediately exploded. This was the power of a hunter, and it shook the heavens. Xiao Luo and the rest felt their scalps go numb. Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other and immediately tore through the void to appear at the top of the spacecraft. "Feng Yamo, we killed the people from Deep Crimson Hall. If you want to kill us, then kill us. There's a Day-Night clan member in this spacecraft. Do you dare to attack us?" Feng Yamo coldly replied, "I can choose not to attack, but aside from you, there's one more person I want to take away." He then waved his hand, causing Lu Yin's image to appear on the void screen. It would be too easy for Deep Crimson Hall to investigate Luin, as he was the only one who had entered Deep Crimson Planet to meet up with Xiao Luo and the rest. Feng Yamo, do you know who he is? Little Pao shouted, but before he could even speak, he was suppressed by Feng Mo's star energy and was unable to move. My mission is to accept a commission. I don't need to know who he is, Feng Yamo replied coldly. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the spacecraft. It was a money bomb. Feng Mo's expression changed slightly, and he tilted his body to the side, easily dodging the attack. He then looked at the spacecraft in confusion. What a familiar weapon. Inside the spacecraft, Lulu distributed a money bomb to each person and then waved her hand. Explode. The next moment, beams of light shot out and filled the void. 2 of them were aimed at Feng Mo's spacecraft. Feng Yamo was furious, and a small blood-red knife appeared in front of him. The blood-red killing intent sliced through all of the beams, and the remaining power continued to shoot towards the spacecraft. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, as this was Feng Mo's innate gift. Even a hunter's attack could not be blocked. Lulu gritted her teeth, and her eyes turned fierce. It seemed as if she was preparing for something. Xiao Luo's face sank, and his eyes were as dark as a canyon. The others were overwhelmed with shock, as they could feel the aura of death looming over them. At that moment, there was a loud noise from the spacecraft as Luin smashed through the transparent metal of the spacecraft and stood in front of everyone. He stretched out his palms, and a strange light flickered. This was his Fate Zan, and the awakened Fate Zan was changing its form. Not only did its awakening affect Lu Yin's body, but it also restored a portion of Lu Yin's physical body. His muscles swelled, and he grabbed the transformed Fate Zan and viciously slammed it into Feng Mo's blood-red knife. Under everyone's gaze, the ball of light transformed into a clump of dirt. In that instant, Lu Yin was stunned. Everyone else was stunned as well, including Feng Yamo. Feng Yamo was dumbfounded. Using a clump of dirt to block his innate gift? Was this an insult to him? Lu Yin had never thought that his Fate Zan would eventually turn into a clump of dirt. What was this? Feng Mo's blood-red knife's attack had already been within Lu Yin's domain, and based on his perception and the number of rune lines that his eyes had seen, he was certain that his Fate Zan would be able to block the attack. After all, this was just a casual attack from Feng Mo's innate gift. However, being able to block the attack was one thing, and how to block it was another. Using a clump of dirt to block the attack was embarrassing even for Lu Yin. His Fate Zan had awakened. Into a clump of dirt? Lu Yin had yet to react. The blood-red knife collided with the clump of dirt, and a strange scene occurred. Even though Feng Mo's casual attack was still a hunter's attack, it had actually been blocked by a clump of dirt. The blood-red knife gradually disappeared, and a strange power that ordinary people could not sense followed it. Even Lu Yin himself could not sense this power, and it was similar to how Yun had affected the trial zones when she had attacked Han Chong during the Tournament of the Strongest. This power clearly existed, but no one could sense it. It was as if it had been isolated from the outside world. Feng Yamo stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin was clearly a Lamiter, but he had actually blocked his attack. This was impossible, as even someone in the top 50 of the top 100 rankings would find it difficult to block his attack. With the pressure of a hunter's star energy, this kid should have been crushed to pieces before even getting close to him. How had this kid managed to do it? This was too ridiculous, and it toppled Feng Mo's understanding of cultivation. Lu Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood. His Fate Zan was indeed a precious treasure, as it had blocked his attack. However, the backlash still caused him to cough up blood. Fortunately, Feng Mo's attack allowed the spacecraft to successfully enter the seaweed. According to the Starfall Sea's rules, no battles were allowed above the seaweed. This was a rule that even almighty enlighters did not dare to break. Once they entered the seaweed, Lu Yin and the others would be safe. Feng Yamo watched helplessly as Lu Yin and the others crashed into the seaweed. There was nothing he could do, and his eyes were cold and filled with an indescribable fear. This Lamiter had blocked his attack, and even though he had relied on that clump of dirt, the backlash had not killed him. This kid was an absolute freak, and he had to be killed. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. With a bang, a corner of the spacecraft exploded. Everyone was thrown onto the seaweed. The clump of dirt turned into a stream of light and entered Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin spat out another mouthful of blood and then looked up at Feng Mo with bloodshot eyes. He grinned, as he had managed to block a hunter's attack. Even if the hunter had only casually attacked and had relied on his Fate San, so what? Lu Yin had still managed to block the attack. Who else in the Lamita realm could do the same? Yi Xingchen? Mu Rong? Ling Ke? Could they have done it? Brother Lu, are you all right? Coco hurriedly ran over to support Lu Yin and asked with concern. Zora, Mengyu, and the others stared at Lu Yin in shock. He had actually blocked a hunter's attack, which was too shocking. This should not have happened. Had the 10 arbiters possessed such monstrous strength when they had been Lameters? They could no longer place the 10 arbiters in a peerless position, as this person's performance was too monstrous. Compared to Zora and the others' shock, Xiao Luo and Lulu's shock was completely different. They had recognized that clump of dirt as Fate San. F*CK. 7th bro, you really do have Fate San, the monkey boasted. At this moment, Feng Mo's spacecraft entered the seaweed and arrived right after Lu Yin and the others. He stared at them coldly from nearby. Xiao Luo and the others did not have the time to be shocked, and they stared at Feng Mo warily. Lulu even held 2 money bombs, ready to attack at any moment. However, their worries were unnecessary, as Feng Mo did not dare to make a move here. Chaos Flow Zone bordered the Starfall Sea, and they knew how terrifying that place was. The rule that no fighting was allowed on the seaweed had been set by the Sea King, and no one dared to violate it. When they saw that Feng Mo did not make a move, they all sighed. He doesn't dare to make a move, or else the Sea King will teach him the meaning of regret, Hui Day Knight said. Lu Yin relaxed, but the pain in his abdomen suddenly swept over him. He looked down and saw that his skin had been torn apart by the recoil, and his chest was covered in blood. Ah, Brother Lu, you're injured. Coco will give you a shot, Coco hurriedly said as she took out a large syringe. Lu Yin immediately refused, I have medicine. He then took out a special medicine from Shamrock Enterprises and swallowed it. Coco was disappointed. Lu Yin stood up with Coco's help and walked out of the spacecraft. He stepped onto the soft seaweed, and when he looked around, he saw many people staring at him in astonishment. The seaweed was very large, and it was not much different from a city with countless buildings. At that moment, a man wearing a sky blue ring armor landed in front of Lu Yin's group. You've damaged the seaweed. Either pay up, or you'll be punished for fighting on the seaweed. Lulu casually tossed out a Crystal Mavis Bank card. Pay up. The man was stunned by her extravagance, but then he tossed the card back to Lulu. I'm not paying. How much? Xiao Luo asked. 5-star essence for the maintenance of the seaweed, the man said. Everyone was shocked. This thing is that expensive? That's 500,000 star crystals. The man arrogantly replied, this was planted by our Sea King's dome. Aside from the Starfall Sea, there's no other place in the entire universe. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Lulu's mouth twitched, and she casually tossed the man 5-star essence. The man took the money and left without even looking at the group. He was very arrogant from start to finish. That guy doesn't respect us at all, Mengyu said unhappily. Hui Day Knight was apprehensive. He has the right to do so because he's from the Sea King's dome. The Sea King's dome? Mengyu was puzzled. He was also from the outerverse like Lu Yin, so he did not know much about the Starfall Sea. Furthermore, information about the Sea King's dome was not something that could be found on the internet. The Sea King's dome is the ruler of the Starfall Sea, and it rules over the entire Starfall Sea. The master of the Sea King's dome is the Sea King, and his words are like the heavens in the Starfall Sea. Even outside of the Starfall Sea, no one dares to disobey the Sea King. It's rumored that the Sea King's power level exceeds 500,000, Xiao Luo said seriously. Everyone was horrified, as the strongest amongst them had been Big Pow and Little Pow, but they had suddenly become explorers with power levels that had broken through 10,000. What did it mean to break through 500,000? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. 500,000 envoys? Alright, we need to move the spaceship to a berth and get someone to code it before we can enter the Starfall Sea. The longest we can stay in the seaweed is 3 days. That means that after 3 days, we can either enter the Starfall Sea or leave, Michelle said. She had some understanding of the Starfall Sea. In the end, Hui Day Night led Mengyu, Zhao Ilong, and the others to a berth. Luyin, with Coco's support, followed the group to a bar in the distance. Coco did not forget to give Luyin an injection, but he had only sustained superficial injuries that were not serious. He refused to agree no matter what, leaving Coco very disappointed. Feng Yamo continued to stare at them from afar, making them feel as if there was a dagger at their backs. There were many people on the seaweed, and the bars were built by people who could stay there permanently. The application process was very troublesome, but once one was successful, they would be completely protected by the Sea King. They would not have to worry about their former enemies, as no one would dare to attack them on the seaweed. The entrance to the Starfall Sea was one of the happiest places in the Innerverse, as there was no need to worry about the strong preying on the weak. Luyin and the others were split into 3 groups and sat down in the bar. The lights were dim, and there was no loud music. Everyone tried their best to be quiet, which was quite different from the usual bars. As soon as they sat down, Lulu impatiently asked, "Luyin, where did you get Fate-san?" Beside her, Xiao Luo also looked at Luyin curiously. Michelle, Coco, and Zora did not understand, as they had never heard of Fate-san. "That's right, 7th bro, where did you get it?" the monkey asked. Luyin swirled his wine glass. "Someone gave it to me." Lulu was shocked. "Who would be so generous as to give you Fate-san? That's a supreme treasure of the universe." "Sister Lulu, what's Fate-san?" Coco asked. Xiao Luo explained, "It's a treasure that can fuse with one's body and awaken a form that is most suitable for them. It's very mysterious. Fate-san almost doesn't exist in the Outerverse, and it's rare in the Innerverse as well. Perhaps the 10 Arbiters have it, or perhaps they don't," Lulu said solemnly. Everyone was shocked, as even the 10 Arbiters might not have it. It was truly a supreme treasure, so where had Luyin gotten it? Michelle's gaze was fixed on Luyin. She knew a little more than the others, and it was very likely that Luyin was in cahoots with the pirates. Even though he had used some other method to lure the Blackbeard pirates over, they could not completely disassociate themselves from the matter. There was also the matter of the Outerverse Darkstar Gorge being cleaved apart by a super powerhouse. Her sister had told her that Luyin's background was not simple. Luyin rolled his eyes. "Don't exaggerate. How could the 10 Arbiters not have it? Even if they didn't, it would only be because they didn't want to use it." Lulu retorted, "I'm not exaggerating. My Mavis family only has a few grains of Fate-san, and we've never given up on collecting them even after so many years. Do you think I'm exaggerating?" Luyin's heart skipped a beat, as it seemed that this thing was even more precious than he had imagined. It was no wonder why the monkey had never believed that Luyin had Fate-san. Even with his honor points, he could not find any information about it on the network. "7th bro, I've told you before that Tian Ho is the strongest person in the Spiritual Academy and Skymander's disciple, but he still doesn't have Fate-san. You should know how precious it is. I only learned about it from a powerhouse's autobiography, and I can tell you that the hunter who attacked you definitely didn't recognize Fate-san. Speaking of which, it's not surprising that someone from the Mavis family could recognize it, but how did that Xiao Luo know?" Luyin was the exact opposite of the monkey, as he had always been certain that Xiao Luo knew much more than he did. That guy had hidden himself very deeply, but fortunately, he did not harbor any enmity towards Luyin. Furthermore, when he had blocked the hunter's attack, Luyin had noticed that the rune lines on Lulu and Xiao Luo's bodies had been abnormally condensed. There was only one explanation for this abnormality: they were preparing to block a hunter's attack. Luyin could still believe that Lulu could block a hunter's attack if she used her innate gift, but what about Xiao Luo? His secret piqued Luyin's interest, as they both had primeval surnames. "Brother Lu, your Fate-san's awakened form is very novel. Congratulations." Xiao Luo suddenly laughed as he looked at Luyin. To the side, Lulu blinked as she thought of that clump of dirt. Then, she burst into laughter that was full of ridicule. Luyin was helpless. His Fate-san had awakened into a clump of dirt, and it was real dirt. There were no other traces of it, which left him speechless. "Alright, stop laughing. At least its defenses are very strong." Luyin sighed. Xiao Luo's gaze turned serious. Brother Lu, I'm not mocking you. Although Fate Sand is a precious treasure, it can't make up for the difference between a limiter and a hunter, much less a hunter with a power level of 150,000. Your Fate Sand's awakened form was able to block Feng Mo's attack, which is unheard of. Perhaps it's not what we see, but rather something that we cannot comprehend. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. If an awakened form of Fate Sand could block a hunter's attack, then it would defy the common sense of the universe. That was impossible, but why had he been able to do it? Although Feng Mo's attack had a power level of less than 70,000, it had still carried the pressure of a hunter. Lu Yin had charged out without thinking, which had been unwise. However, he still could not believe that he had been able to block it. Now that he thought about it, he had only charged out because Feng Mo's attack had not condensed enough rune lines, and he had believed that he could block it. But could it have also been because of the Fate Sand's effects on him? Lu Yin pondered this. He desperately wanted to communicate with other people who had fused with their Fate Sand and see if this thing could affect his subconscious. Or perhaps, it had the ability to block a powerhouse's pressure. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why he had charged out in a hot-headed manner without feeling any pressure at all. Alright, let's think about what to do next. Feng Mo will definitely not let us go, and he'll definitely chase us to the Starfall Sea. Killing is not forbidden there, and on the contrary, there's a lot of killing there. We definitely won't be able to escape, Michelle said solemnly. Lu Yin looked up. It's simple. Feng Mo's target is me, Big Pow, and Little Pow. The three of us will split up, and he can only chase after one of us. There's a 90% chance that he'll chase after you, Michelle said. Lu Yin fell silent. She was right. Feng Mo had only wanted to capture him alive for one reason, to hand him over to the Blackbeard pirates. The Bo duo were not stupid, and they could easily figure out that Lu Yin was most likely the one who had robbed the Blackbeard pirates. Of course, they were not completely sure, so they had paid the price for Feng Mo to capture him alive. Feng Mo's biggest target was definitely Lu Yin. Feng Mo's cold gaze was still not too far away, and he did not bother to hide it. He sat down 10 meters away from Lu Yin's group, and his gaze was completely focused on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's head hurt. If he had known this would happen, he would have changed his appearance after entering Deep Crimson Planet. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine as Feng Mo stared at him. He called the bartender over and pointed at Feng Mo, "Give that brother of mine a drink as well." Feng Mo sneered. "You won't be able to escape. Come with me obediently, and I'll spare your life." Lu Yin smiled in a friendly manner, but then his head hurt again. He didn't know if there were any experts from the Lockbreaker Society or the 10 Arbiters Council on the seaweed. If there was really no other choice, Lu Yin considered revealing his relationship with Heizage Lian. The Relentless Slayers would definitely not dare to make a move against Heizage Lian. Heizage Lian was not from the Day-Night clan, he was a pirate king, and he had many tricks up his sleeve. However, that was the final step. Lu Yin took a sip of his wine. At this moment, Big Pow ran over and sat beside Lu Yin. He excitedly whispered, "I've thought of an idea. Feng Mo definitely won't dare to make a move against us." Everyone was surprised by Big Pow's words. What idea? Big Pow's lips curled up. Have you heard of the Sea King's son-in-law selection? The Sea King's son-in-law selection? Lu Yin and the others were confused, as they had never heard of it before. Little Pow, Meng Yu, and the rest also came over. Big Pow smiled mysteriously and then whispered, "I just went out to make some inquiries. Something big has happened in the Starfall Sea recently, and it's the Sea King's selection of a son-in-law. The Sea King wants to marry off his most beloved daughter, and this event has a huge impact. Many of the Innerverse great powers have sent people to participate, hoping to marry the Sea King's daughter and form a relationship with him. What does that have to do with us?" Coco was confused. Big Pow grinned. "Do you think that the Sea King will let anything happen to his future son-in-law? Are you saying that you want to participate in the Sea King's son-in-law selection?" Big Pow nodded. "I've heard that the Sea King's son-in-law selection will be held at certain intervals at the entrance of the Starfall Sea. As long as you qualify, you'll be able to receive the Sea King's protection and head to the Sea King's dome. This is our chance to escape." With the Sea King's protection, even if the entire relentless slayers were to come, they wouldn't dare to make a move against us, let alone Feng Mo. Everyone muttered to themselves. This was a good idea. However, there is a problem. Big Pow's tone became low. Everyone looked at him. Big Pow ran his fingers through his hair and spoke with a hint of melancholy. I already said that this is the Sea King's son-in-law selection, which means that I'll have to marry into the Sea King's family and live in the Sea King's dome from now on. That's not something I can accept. You guys are fine, but I have to think of a way to qualify for the selection. Little Pow face-bombed. Coco widened her eyes and looked very innocent. Senior Big Pow, your confidence caught us off guard. He remembered that Big Pow had been like this the first time he had seen him. Michelle's tone was cold. Don't worry, you won't even qualify. Big Pow's mouth twitched. What a joke. I'm so handsome, so how could I not be qualified? Let me tell you something, I've heard that there are 2 conditions for the Sea King's son-in-law selection, and you'll be qualified if you can fulfill one of them. He paused for a moment before continuing. The first condition is strength. The Sea King doesn't like weaklings, so you have to be under the age of 25 and be close to a cruiser in order to qualify. Everyone was shocked. Zora could not help but say, there aren't many people like him in the universe. Only Brother Lu is qualified among us. Big Pow replied, don't be hasty. There's still a second condition. The corner of his mouth curled up. The second condition is to be handsome. The Sea King has decreed that being handsome can make up for any shortcomings. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this even possible? Judging by looks? In a normal family, looks were very important, but this was the Sea King. That can't be. Is the Sea King that shallow? Luine was astonished. Big Pow replied, that's how it is. As long as you're handsome enough and not too weak, you'll be able to qualify for the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Now, you know why I'm so confident. It's so frustrating, as no one can compare to me when it comes to handsomeness. Coco blinked. Big Cannon, you don't have to worry. You definitely won't be qualified. Big Pow rolled his eyes. This little girl has no sense of beauty. Speaking of handsomeness, I have a certain level of confidence, Little Pow said with a serious expression. Blind confidence, Zola mocked mercilessly. That's still confidence. Little Pow's expression became even more serious. Mengyu and Zhao alone couldn't help but look at each other. Luine didn't like this topic. He could only be described as sunny and a little handsome, but he definitely wasn't at Xiao Luo's level. In terms of looks, there were a bunch of people who could leave him in the dust. Let's investigate this again. If the Sea King's son-in-law selection is real, then this is indeed a path to take. Big Brother Lu, are you not confident? You're very handsome. Coco looked at him. Michelle sneered. She would never forget Lu Yin's words. He had actually said that she couldn't compare to her sister, which was unforgivable. Her sneer was ear-piercing to Luine. Well, everyone's sense of beauty is different. Some like sunny and handsome guys, while others like muscular guys. Maybe the Sea King's daughter likes something different. It's better if we investigate further. That's true. Let's go. The person who's going to pick up the Sea King's son-in-law is on a nearby patch of seaweed. With our speed, we'll be there in half an hour. Let's leave the spacecraft here for the coding, Big Pow said. The group then stood up and glanced at Feng Mo before heading to the other patch of seaweed that Big Pow had mentioned. Feng Mo sneered, this group definitely wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. He immediately followed, but he was stopped before he could even take a few steps. It was the bartender. Sir, please pay the bill. Feng Mo pointed at Lu Yin's group. They ordered this drink. I didn't even drink it. The bartender's face darkened. Please pay the bill, along with your friends. Feng Mo was furious. It was no wonder why that brat had ordered a drink for him, he had been waiting for him here. This group of people had actually refused to pay the bill and wanted him to pay for it. Feng Mo wanted to leave, but this was the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and he knew the consequences. Even though he was a hunter was nothing to the Sea King's dome. Helpless, Feng Mo paid the bill and hurriedly chased after them. He definitely wouldn't let this group of brats off. Flying was allowed above the seaweed, and it wasn't prohibited. Each patch of seaweed covered a large area, and even with the group's speed, it took them more than 10 minutes to reach the next patch of seaweed. They were still 10 minutes away from the location that Big Pow had found out about. Luin sighed as he looked at the buildings around him. The universe really did have everything. There were so many buildings that if one didn't look at the ground, they would have looked like planets. Who would have thought that these buildings were built on seaweed? He was suddenly very curious about what was beneath the seaweed. Feng Yamo followed them at a leisurely pace, not bothering to hide his cold-killing intent. Luin turned around and met Feng Mo's gaze. Is the commission money that Deep Crimson Hall gave you enough for you to spend your time here? If you can't complete the mission, then you'll lose everything. Feng Yamo sneered. You won't be able to escape. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I guarantee that if you capture me, your relentless slayers will be in big trouble. It doesn't matter. Let's capture you first. Feng Yamo was not threatened, as the relentless slayers would have long since closed down. Lulu looked at Feng Yamo and asked, how much did Deep Crimson Hall give you? I'll pay double. Disdain flashed through Feng Mo's eyes, as he didn't believe her at all. Lulu became unhappy. Hey, you pauper, I'm talking to you. Feng Yamo was furious. Little girl, be careful of your words. Do you dare to provoke me? My name is Lulu Mavis, she said proudly. Feng Mo's voice faltered, and he looked at her in shock. You're from the Mavis family? Lulu raised her head. Tell me, how much is the commission? I'll pay double. Feng Yamo no longer dared to underestimate Lulu, as he recalled that she was the one who had paid for the coating of the small radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft that these people had taken. Also, these people had only taken an ordinary spacecraft at the beginning, but they had switched to radiant-grade Auroras midway. Such an expensive spacecraft had been changed at such a young age, so it was quite possible that she was from the Mavis family. The Mavis family was not something that he could afford to offend. The relentless slayers could ignore the Day-Night clan since they could hide from them, but they definitely could not ignore the Mavis family. There was a Mavis bank in every corner of the universe, and a considerable amount of their money was stored there. Even if the Mavis bank did not dare to casually freeze their accounts, they would still need to withdraw their money, and as long as they did so, they would be easily discovered. Feng Yamo looked at Lulu and decided that he could not touch her, but he also decided to ignore her. The relentless slayers had their own rules, so how could they be instigated by a target? Seeing that Feng Yamo was ignoring her, Lulu snorted. Pauper. Feng Mo's eyes narrowed. He was furious, but he did not show it. Compared to the Mavis family, the entire relentless slayers were paupers. Even though he felt indignant, this was fate. Feng Yamo, offending both the Mavis family and the Day-Night clan with a single commission isn't wise, Michelle said as she looked behind her. Feng Mo's eyes turned cold. And who are you? Before Michelle could speak, Coco jumped out from the side. She's Michelle, the younger sister of Red Lotus Witchbow Mira from the 10 Arbiters Council. Feng Mo's eyelids twitched, as this was another person that he could not afford to offend. Mira was still manageable, as he had heard of her before. Although her innate gift was powerful, she was not a threat to him for the time being. However, Mira had the backing of the 10 Arbiters. Even though he did not know which Arbiter it was, the 10 Arbiters represented an incomparably large power. Once that power approached the Chaos Flow Zone, he would be in trouble. Just like the Day-Night clan, although the relentless slayers did not care too much about them, if the Day-Night clan was determined to cause trouble for them, they would still suffer heavy losses. It was best not to provoke such an enemy if possible. Alright, I can't touch this girl either. Michelle spoke up. Feng Yamo, you'd better be clear about who you're dealing with. Feng Mo's gaze turned gloomy as he looked at Luin. He had already investigated Lu Yin's identity when they had been in outer space, and this was the main reason why he wanted to capture Luin alive. This person could not be killed by Feng Yamo, or else it would be troublesome. There's no need to say anything else. Those two must be killed, and I'm going to capture this person as well. Feng Yamo did not want to waste any more words with them. The more he heard, the more powerful their background seemed to be. Luin stopped Michelle from speaking and looked at Feng Yamo. I must remind you that none of us are simple people. including the two you want to kill. They have Astral 10 behind them. Think about it, is it worth it to offend the Mavis family, the Day-Night Clan, the Astral Combat Academy, the Lockbreaker Society, the 10 Arbiters Council, Windrift Hall, Myriad Swords Peak, Vast Dearth Sect, Shamrock Enterprises, the Ancient Xia Clan, and the Ancient Lu Clan for a mere commission from Deep Crimson Hall? Is it worth it? Not only was Feng Yamo shocked by Lu Yin's words, but Michelle and the rest as well. They hadn't realized that they represented so many different powers when gathered together, and each one of them sounded rather terrifying. Wait, what were the Ancient Xia Clan and the Ancient Lu Clan? Feng Mo's eyelids twitched. Brat, don't think that you can protect yourself just by making up some random names. Lu Yin sneered. Think about it for yourself. He then turned around and told everyone to ignore Feng Yamo. At this moment, Feng Yamo hesitated. He had never heard of the Ancient Xia Clan or the Ancient Lu Clan, but they sounded grand and had a hint of an inheritance. It was very likely that they were legitimate clans with primeval surnames, similar to the Sword Sect's Lu family. He knew about the others, but what did Shamrock Enterprises, Myriad Swords Peak, Windrift Hall, and the Vast Dearth Sect have to do with these people? How could there be so many of them? If these people really had so many powers behind them, then Feng Yamo felt that this commission was not worth it. But then again, he did not plan on killing these people. Besides those three, he did not plan on paying any attention to the rest. Yes, as long as he did not harm these people, he did not care how many clans they represented. That was what he thought, but Feng Yamo still felt uneasy. These people represented too many powers, so much so that it made his scalp go numb. In front of them, Coco asked softly, Brother Lu, what are the Ancient Xia and Lu clans? Zora, Michelle, and Mengyu also looked over. Lu Yin answered matter-of-factly, I tricked him. Coco blinked. It sounds like the real deal. Beside them, Xiao Luo laughed. That's because the Xia and Lu clans are both primeval surnames. You're used to hearing about primeval surnames, so it's natural for you to think that they exist. Brother Lu, he's still following us. It seems like he hasn't given up yet. Coco looked back. Lu Yin grunted. Don't worry about him. We'll participate in the selection. After his scare, it was guaranteed that Feng Yamo would not dare to kill anyone. If they were lucky, they would be able to escape the selection. However, the Bo duo were troublesome. With the Blackbeard pirates pressuring them, it was very likely that they would be forced to come personally. They were not Feng Yamo, who could withdraw at any time, but they would definitely not let him go. Thus, they still had to participate in the selection. At the very least, they had to delay until the tracking devices in their seniors' bodies were removed. More and more people gathered around them. The seaweed was not arranged in a straight line, but rather spread out in all directions. This meant that the people on the surrounding seaweed had all gathered here to watch the show. Even if they could not participate in the selection, they still had to watch. In the distance, a majestic ship was anchored. It was not a spacecraft, but a real ship. It exuded an austere aura that seemed to be entwined with a powerful force, causing everyone who approached to keep quiet out of fear. From a distance, countless people were gathered below the ship, and even more people were gathering. All around them were cultivators wearing blue ring armor. These people were directly under the Sea King's dome, and they were the Sea King's subordinates. The Sea King's dome was the strongest overlord of the Starfall Sea, but almost all of its soldiers were Lemeters and explorers, which puzzled the crowd. However, Hui Day Night explained, it's because no one dares to attack the Sea King's dome. Countless people were gathered below the ship. There were too many people in Lu Yin's group, and even if they qualified, each person could only bring 4 people with them. Thus, the group was split into 3 groups, Lu Yin, Lulu, Michelle, and Big Pao, Xiao Luo, Dark Void, Mengyu, and Coco. The last group consisted of Hui Day Night, Zhao Ilong, Little Pao, and Zora. As he walked through the crowd, he could hear the discussions of the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Have you heard? Experts from the top 100 rankings have appeared at other entrances, someone said. Lu Yin and the rest stopped and listened attentively. The top 100 rankings attracted the most attention no matter where one went. I've heard that it's Qin Chen. He's ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings. Not only that, but it's rumored that Northgate Lai has arrived as well. 2 experts from the top 100 rankings have arrived. Someone else spoke up. It's not just the top 100 rankings, even the unequaled Lemeter Ling K has arrived. He originally wanted to challenge someone, but he just so happened to arrive in time for the Sea King's son-in-law selection. These people are only on the surface. Who knows how many experts have gathered here from the shadows, as well as the heirs of great powers? If the Sea King's son-in-law selection hadn't been so harsh, then the number of experts that would have been attracted would have increased by several times, or even dozens of times. Yeah, there are very few people under the age of 25 who are close to becoming a cruiser. Lu Yin had not expected Northgate Lai, Qin Chen, or even Ling Ke to come. This selection had indeed attracted a considerable number of powerhouses, but Northgate Lai had already surpassed the age limit. The Sea King's conditions had been set just right. In truth, due to his memory loss, Lu Yin did not even know how old he was, but he should not be older than 25. Big Pow and Little Pow were exactly 25 years old, and their true strength surpassed most explorers. They could barely hold their own against a cruiser, but they definitely would not be able to challenge a cruiser. In other words, the two of them did not meet the qualifications. Those who qualified were at the same level as the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders, but they also had to break through to the explorer realm. Only one kind of person could reach this level, and that was the top heirs of great powers, such as Lu Xiaoqiu. It was normal for top heirs to reach the cruiser realm with the strength of an explorer. Above that were the experts on the top 100 rankings. The Sea King was very picky, and those who had obtained the qualifications based on their strength were all very strong. The Starfall Sea was located in a remote area, and it was unknown how many experts it would attract. Regardless, 2 of the top 100 rankings had already appeared. There was also Ling Ke, whose strength was comparable to those at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. He was also just a Lemeter, and like Lu Yin, he was also quite difficult to deal with. Let's go. The receptionist is on the ship. Big Pow was very excited, and he pushed the group aside as he rushed forward. Lu Yin and the other 2 followed, and they soon arrived at the front of the ship. A group of Sea King's dome soldiers blocked the group's path, and a young man stood below the ship with an ugly expression. On the ship, there was a young and beautiful woman dressed in disdain. Her eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. You dare to come out with such a face? You're not just embarrassing yourself, you're embarrassing your parents and your unborn child. No, someone like you can't even find a wife, let alone a child. Hurry up and scram. You're tarnishing my eyes. Lu Yin and the others had just arrived when they heard these words, and they looked at the woman on the ship in shock. Someone beside them whispered, "This maid's mouth is too poisonous. She's not bad looking, or else she wouldn't have dared to come out." "Shoo, lower your voice. She's the maid of the Sea King's daughter, and she represents the Sea King's daughter. Her aesthetic standards should be similar. But her mouth is too poisonous. Listen, she scolded so many people recently, and she's the successor of a great power. There's nothing we can do about it. We have to endure when facing the Sea King." At that moment, another man walked out and pretended to be confident with his hands clasped behind his back. He bowed to the beautiful woman. "Hello, Mississippi, I can't get better when I see you." "You disgust me," the woman said. The man was stumped for a moment before he awkwardly left. Soon after, another person walked out, but before he could speak, the beautiful woman covered her eyes. "My eyes hurt." That person's mouth twitched, and he left. One after another, none of them caught the woman's eye. They were all scolded until they doubted their lives, and none of them were repeated. Lulu looked at Big Pow. "Senior, it's your turn. Go." Big Pow's face twitched, and he coughed. "Actually, I think we should prepare a bit more. Things like temperament." Before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away by Lulu. After that, a wave of merciless yet poetic insults burst forth. Big Pow returned with a pale face. "It's my fault for being born in this universe." Lulu laughed. To the side, Michelle suddenly laughed and looked at Lu Yin. "It's your turn." Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "I want to gain the qualifications for strength." "You can try." Who knows, she might like someone like you, Lulu urged. Big Pao also pushed Luin, but he did not budge. Go, Junior. Senior has high hopes for you. Luin sneered. He would rather die than go. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and no one dared to step forward. On the ship, the beautiful woman disdainfully said, "A bunch of ugly people." The more Luin looked at her, the more he felt that this woman was asking for a beating. Suddenly, there was an uproar from the crowd, and a man walked out with a smile on his face as he looked at the beautiful woman. Luin and the others were shocked when they saw the man. He was just too handsome. Men could be as handsome as women, but this was relative. There was a kind of handsomeness that could attract other men, and it could even turn them gay. One such man had appeared in front of him, and then he boarded the ship. Behind him, the beautiful woman stared at him with infatuated gazes. The crowd broke out into an uproar. A sentinel trash can even board the ship? How disgusting. Isn't the Sea King's daughter afraid of torturing him to death? Rumor has it that the Sea King's daughter is ugly, so she's looking for a handsome guy. I heard that too. The Sea King wants to change the genes of the next generation, so she's been looking for a handsome guy for a long time. No, I have to change my appearance. I want to be the Sea King's son-in-law. You're asking for it. Do you think she can't tell? Someone was discovered a few days ago and was beaten half to death. He was an explorer, but he didn't dare to fight back. His face was even disfigured. The super handsome man boarding the ship caused an uproar, but it also made people even more afraid to step forward. The contrast was too great. It wasn't until half an hour later that someone who had just arrived stepped forward. I'm curious about your parents. Where did they get the courage to send you out to scare people? You don't look too bad. You didn't make me vomit. Your face is a biological weapon. What are you laughing at? You look like you're going to get rich. Our Sea King's dome doesn't lack money. I'll have to trouble you to leave in a round way, just like your face. Did a cucumber become a spirit? Even Luin was impressed by this woman. She had listened to his lecture for a few hours without repeating a single sentence. Strange, why haven't Hui Day Night and the rest come out yet? Just as he thought of Hui Day Night, he walked out. Luin looked over and saw that he seemed a little apprehensive. Hui Day Night was actually quite good-looking. The Day Night clan had good genes, and his black and white hair gave him a unique charm that made him very popular with girls. This was also the reason why Hui Day Night had wanted to qualify for the Sea King's dome. But now, he was apprehensive. He looked at the beautiful woman and felt like he was waiting for judgment. The crowd was in an uproar again. There was actually a Day Night clan member here. Everyone knew that the Day Night clan did not marry outside the clan. The Sea King was looking for a son-in-law, so the son-in-law would definitely marry into the Sea King's dome. For a Day Night clan member to appear in such a situation was too daring. Was he trying to betray his clan for love? The beautiful woman was stunned as well. She had not expected a Day Night clan member to appear either. She looked at Hui Day Night in shock. Your courage is commendable. Hui Day Night secretly sighed. Fortunately, she had not scolded him. Her tone was rather gentle. But courage cannot be compared to looks. Let me give you a piece of advice, look in the mirror when you go out in the future, she said in a gentle tone. Hui Day Night wanted to retort, but he was too stunned to say anything. More importantly, he was afraid of being scolded again, so he turned around and left. Luin and the rest looked at him sympathetically. How pitiful. Suddenly, a huge force slammed into Luin from behind, and he was pushed away. It was Lulu. This brat was willing to do anything just to see Luin make a fool of himself. The beautiful woman looked at Luin. Lu Yin's heart sank when he saw the disdain and mockery in the maid's eyes. He immediately shouted, I want to obtain the qualifications for strength. The beautiful woman had just opened her mouth and was about to spit out a bunch of insults, but she was interrupted by Luin just as she was about to spit them out. She looked at him in astonishment. Strength and qualifications? You're only a Lameter, and you want to compare yourself to a cruiser? Is there something wrong with your brain? Or did you drink too much? Luin raised his brows. This girl's words were too harsh. I'm confident. Hurry up. The pretty girl narrowed her eyes and stared at Luin. Alright, wait. At that moment, a soldier from the Sea King's dome walked up behind her and whispered something. The girl was shocked, and she looked at Luin again. You're the Luin who's been called an unequaled leader? Everyone stared at Luin in shock. Not everyone could bear the title of an unequaled leader. Ling Kei's appearance had caused quite a stir, and now, Luin had appeared as well. Wasn't it rumored that he had died? Luin nodded and relaxed. It was good that they knew each other. The pretty girl sized Luin up, and her tone became much gentler. However, her eyes were filled with displeasure, as he was delaying her performance. Alright, you're qualified. She then tossed a medallion to Luin. With this, you can board the ship for 5 days. Thank you. Luin accepted the medallion, but he did not immediately board the ship like that handsome guy. Instead, he returned to the crowd and glared fiercely at Lulu. Lulu stuck out her tongue and thought that it was a pity. Michelle also felt that it was a pity. Big Pow also felt that it was a pity. In the distance, Hui Day Night and the rest also felt that it was a pity. Even Feng Mo felt that it was a pity. After Luin, a few more people appeared and were mercilessly scolded back. The crowd realized that the girl's words were even sharper than before. In the crowd, Coco's eyes widened as she looked at Xiao Luo. Brother Xia, aren't you going? Xiao Luo smiled and nodded. He then stepped out of the crowd. Everyone rejoiced in Lu Yin's misfortune and was prepared to hear even more insults. The girl's words were very interesting to the onlookers, but they were disappointed. However, this time everyone was disappointed. The woman looked at Xiao Luo and his warm smile, and her heart softened. She gave him a command medallion and said gently, with this command medallion, you can board the ship at any time within 5 days. Xiao Luo nodded and smiled faintly. Thank you. With that, he returned to the crowd. Countless people looked at him with reverence. Was this guy really that handsome? Or was there something else going on? Coco worshipped him to death. Hui Day Night and Big Pow, in particular, looked at Xiao Luo with unfriendly gazes. If Hui Day Night fails, then 4 of us won't be able to board the ship. Feng Mo is still watching from behind, so that won't do, Luin said in a low voice. Big Pow lowered his head. It was all his fault for being ugly. Where are the others? Lulu asked. Luin felt helpless. Others? Little Pow? Dark Void? Mengyu? Zhao Ilong? These people weren't even as handsome as Hui Day Night. At the very least, Hui Day Night's hair color was eye-catching. I'll give it a try. Lulu's eyes were filled with excitement as she stared at the beautiful woman in the distance. Luin was startled. Don't do anything rash. Lulu snorted and left with her head held high. Michelle calmly replied, let her try. She might succeed. She's a girl, Luin grumbled. Michelle calmly replied, how do you know that the Sea King's daughter doesn't like girls? Luin was stunned, but he couldn't refute her words. Forget it. If Lulu wants to try, then let her try. It's not like her life is in danger. Besides, the Mavis family's innate gift is very mysterious. With your appearance, you've opened up a new direction for human growth, the direction of the beast faction. Are you sure you're 25 and not 52? Calling you 52 would be a disservice to people your age. Suddenly, the beautiful woman fell silent. Below her, an indescribably handsome woman with red lips and white teeth appeared. It was Lulu, who had changed into men's clothing. Everyone stared blankly at Lulu. Is this a woman? How can a woman do this? Lulu's appearance stunned the beautiful woman. Just as she was about to speak, Lulu's eyes flashed with an emerald light and she smiled. Sister, love has no boundaries, right? The beautiful woman nodded blankly. Yes, love has no boundaries. She then raised her hand and handed Lulu a token. Lulu smiled playfully. Thank you, sister. She then ran off. From start to finish, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? The beautiful woman's body trembled as she regained her senses. Her face flushed red. How could she have given her token to a woman? It's over, it's over. Her reputation has been ruined. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. She then returned to the ship. Below the ship, everyone was still in a daze. Soon after, there was a clamor of discussion. Some said that the Sea King's daughter actually liked women, while others said that she liked both men and women. All sorts of rumors began to spread. Behind the crowd, Feng Yamo was also stunned. Of course, he had also asked around about the restrictions of boarding the ship. The 3 people in the group had all received tokens, which meant that they could all board the ship. His efforts had been in vain, as no one dared to touch the Sea King's ship. Lulu purposely raised her head and smiled as she passed by Feng Yamo Popper. Feng Yamo clenched his fists. If this was not the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and if this brat was not from the Mavis family, then he would definitely kill her. The atmosphere in the bar was a little strange. Lulu had already changed back into her female clothes and was happily drinking her fruit juice. Hui Day Knight glanced at her from time to time, feeling very upset. He had actually lost to a woman. Big Pao was quite magnanimous, and he would occasionally praise Lulu. We'll be heading to the Sea King's dome in 5 days. We can only stay here for 2 days at most, and then we'll have to board the ship. What about the ship? Meng Yu asked. Lulu waved her hand and decided to throw it away first. He had paid for the ship, but he could not bring it along. He could leave the ship behind, but would the other party be willing to do so? When he thought of this, he turned to look at Lulu. Xiao Luo seemed to have thought of something as well, and he looked at Lulu as well. Lulu blinked and looked at them warily. What do you want? Can I trouble you to tell that woman to let us bring the ship along? Luin asked. Lulu frowned. No, I'm tired. If we don't bring the ship and the Sea King's dome doesn't send us off, then Feng Yamo might block us at the Starfall Sea. Lulu thought about it and agreed. With the speed of a Radiant-grade spacecraft, it would not be easy for Feng Yamo to catch up to them. As long as they put some distance between them and the Sea King's dome, Feng Yamo would definitely be able to catch up to them. They had not really thought about participating in the selection, they had only wanted to find some protection in the Starfall Sea. It was just an umbrella. Alright, I'll try, but I might not succeed, Lulu said listlessly. The innate gift of the Mavis family was not that easy to use. Try your best. Otherwise, one of us will really have to stay behind and become a live-in son-in-law, Xiao Luo joked. Lulu rolled her eyes. Although he was confident in his own strength, he wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could defeat the top experts of the top 100 rankings. There would definitely be experts ranked in the top 80s participating in this selection, and Luin might not necessarily be able to defeat such a powerhouse, especially if he didn't use his Fate-San. However, if he did use his Fate-San, he was confident that he could defend against the attacks of the top experts. After all, he had even blocked one of Feng Mo's attacks. However, blocking was just blocking, it did not mean that he could win. He did not expect a piece of dirt to defeat those powerhouses. Half a day later, Lulu returned. Unfortunately, she had failed, as the maid was on guard against Lulu. The group did not hide their actions from Feng Yamo, as they could not do so even if they wanted to. Although hunters did not have domains, their star energy could cover a wide area. As long as they wanted to, they could instantly sweep through an entire planet. It was just that they would not use it under normal circumstances. With Feng Mo's ability, Lu Yin's conversation could not be concealed. He walked out of the bar and used his gadget to contact the Bo Duo. For a hunter with a power level of 150,000, it was quite painful to be unable to capture the group of people in front of him. He could easily subdue them all in an instant, but he did not dare to do so. The word handsome could not be accurately defined. Everyone's sense of beauty was different, but regardless of the differences, Lu Yin and the rest felt that the maid of the Sea King's daughter had an extremely high sense of beauty. Any man with power or money would want a beautiful woman. With a beautiful woman, even if her genes were not as good, the next generation would not be too ugly, and the generation after that would be even better. As long as they did not decline, their appearances would only improve. Thus, the heirs of the various great powers who had the qualifications to come to the Starfall Sea, as well as the young elites, would all be good-looking. But in the maid's mouth, the word ugly had been rephrased in various elegant ways. She expressed it incisively and vividly, as if there was no such thing as handsome in her eyes. This scene was quite interesting from the ship's perspective. Luin leaned against the ship's railing and watched the beautiful maid's merciless criticism. He did not know why, but he felt a little happy. The ship was very tall, and from the deck, one could see very far. Big Pao came to Lu Yin's side and looked into the distance. It looks like Feng Yamo won't let this go. Lu Yin nodded. They had all seen Feng Yamo, who had not concealed his presence and was coldly glaring at them. He did not believe that this group of people could become the Sea King's son-in-law. As long as the selection ended, he would be able to capture those who needed to be captured. Lu Yin was puzzled. Feng Yamo is a hunter with a power level of 150,000. Why is he so loyal to Deep Crimson Hall? Can Deep Crimson Hall afford such a price? It's very strange. Big Pao frowned. The sharp taunt stopped, and the pretty maid was thirsty. She asked someone to bring her some water, and an extremely handsome man carried the drink over to her with a smile on his face. He politely offered it to her. The pretty maid's eyes lit up, and she happily took a sip. Thank you. The handsome man smiled and proudly swept his gaze over the crowd below. He smiled again, and it had to be said that this person was indeed very handsome. He even attracted a bunch of screams from the girls. I really want to kick him off the ship. Big Pao gritted his teeth, feeling very unconvinced. He had always believed that everyone had different tastes, and he was quite confident in his own appearance. Lu Yin laughed. Don't worry about him. At this moment, the handsome man turned around to look at Lu Yin and Lu Yin with a disdainful sneer on his face. He slowly walked over, and as he passed by the two of them, he calmly said, Don't even think about it. Let's go. You people are just putting on a show for this selection. The Sea King's true target is someone with the most outstanding appearance like me. He then sneered and left. Big Pao's eyes were spitting fire. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat him up. You'll be violating the Sea King's dome's rules if you do anything. This person wants to reduce the number of competitors as much as possible. Are we just going to let it go? Big Pao was furious. Lu Yin smiled and pointed ahead. Lulu had walked out in men's clothing and was blocking the handsome man's path. When the handsome man headed north, she headed north. When the handsome man headed south, she headed south as well. Hey, are you blind? A good dog doesn't block the way. Lulu shouted. The handsome man was furious. You. What do you mean you're so ugly? Who let you on? Where do you think this is? The ugly man's club? Lulu shouted back. The handsome man's eyes widened and he pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? I'm ugly? Lulu scorned and pointed at Feng Yamo in the crowd. Even that old man is more handsome than you. Everyone looked at Feng Yamo. Feng Mo's expression changed. The handsome man was furious and pointed at Feng Yamo. How can this ugly guy compare to me? You're insulting me. A cold killing intent flashed through Feng Mo's eyes as he stared at the handsome man. Lulu raised her head. He's more mature and charming than you. That old guy is already in his coffin. What charm is there? He can only wait for death, the handsome man roared. Feng Yamo clenched his fists, unable to hide his killing intent. You're right. Lulu suddenly agreed and nodded before walking away. The handsome man snorted and returned to the ship without even looking at Feng Yamo. Below the ship, the crowd looked at Feng Yamo with sympathy. He had been scolded for no reason, which was really unlucky. Feng Yamo had already added the handsome man to his list of people he had to kill. As long as this person was not the Sea King's son-in-law, he would definitely kill him. 2 days later, the Sea King's dome ship left the entrance of the Starfall Sea and headed towards the Sea King's dome. As the ship left, quite a few people followed closely behind. Following the ship from the Sea King's dome would increase their safety by quite a bit, and Feng Yamo was no exception. During this time, the beautiful maid had given out more than 10 tokens. Aside from Lu Yin's token, which had been obtained through his own strength, the rest had all been given to handsome men. Of course, Lulu was an exception. This was only one of the entrances to the Starfall Sea. Countless tokens had been sent out from the other entrances, and this was not even the first batch. All of the Sea King's Dome son-in-law selection ships set off at the same time, heading towards the Sea King's Dome. Hearing about it was one thing, but when they actually entered the Starfall Sea, they finally felt what it meant to be shocked. The entire Sea of Fallen Stars was located in a spatial fault. After traveling for half a day from the entrance, they arrived at the fault. Looking from afar, there was a huge and boundless depression in front of them. It was as if a part of the starry sky had collapsed. Further away was the Sea of Fallen Stars, the place where rivers flooded the starry sky and gave birth to countless legends, the Sea of Fallen Stars. The word fall was perfectly explained at this moment. The ship crashed into the spatial fault, and it took a full 5 minutes before it actually hit the surface of the sea. Luin did not know how to describe the scene that he had just seen. Who would have thought that there would actually be a sea in outer space? It was completely different from the Astral River. The liquid of the Astral River was filled with all sorts of energies, and even Luin would have a slim chance of survival if he had fallen into it. However, this was a real sea, and there were all sorts of strange fish swimming within. Above them was a boundless dark starry sky, and below them was a starry sky as well. Within the sea, there were planets. Aside from the people from the Sea King's Dome, everyone else on the ship stood on the deck and watched. This was the first time that most of them had come to the Sea of Fallen Stars, and they were all shocked by the scene before them. Seawater roared past and dripped onto Lu Yin's hand. Luin pinched his fingers, it really was water. Everyone, the journey from here to the Sea King's Dome will take 13 days. During these 13 days, everyone will understand what the Sea of Fallen Stars is, and you will personally experience its grandeur. You will also experience the Sea King's greatness. Do your best to fight for it. Who knows, the Sea King's son-in-law might even be among you, the beautiful maid said proudly as she stood on the deck. Finally, she added, although it's almost impossible. Everyone had personally experienced this woman's venomous mouth, so no one paid her any mind. Luin scanned his surroundings. There were quite a few people standing on the deck, and there were others at the stern and center of the ship. There were dozens of people in total, but there were less than 10 who had actually obtained a medallion. He was the only one who had obtained one through his own strength. Hey, if I become the Sea King's son-in-law, will the maid of the Sea King's daughter be married off as well? Someone on the deck suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned, and even the soldiers of the Sea King's Dome looked over. The pretty maid blushed and glared at the deck. On the deck, Big Pow, Little Pow, Zhao Ilong, Lulu, Coco, and Zora all stared at the handsome guy from before in shock. Big Pow was especially shocked, and he gave him a thumbs up. Bro, you've got guts. You've taken a fancy to her so quickly. Everyone stared at the handsome guy. The handsome guy was confused, but when he saw the pretty maid's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly explained, I didn't say that. Big Pow patted the handsome guy's shoulder and said with admiration, Bro, you're a man. If you dare to do something, you have to admit it. It's normal for you to have thoughts about her. Just like how you told me that the woman in red had a perky butt. You're a real man. On the deck, the red-clothed woman's expression changed, and she glared at the handsome guy. In front of her was an extremely handsome man who had also obtained a medallion, and he had an unfriendly gaze as well. The handsome guy was on the verge of tears, and he wanted to explain himself, but he was only a sentinel. How could he push Big Pow away? The pretty maid snorted and turned to leave. She had originally had a good impression of this person, but she hadn't expected him to be so frivolous. The handsome guy wanted to call out to her, but he was stopped by Big Pow. Big Pow was all smiles and seemed amiable, but in the handsome guy's eyes, this person was quite hateful. If this guy became the Sea King's son-in-law, he would definitely teach this person a lesson. The commotion quickly ended, and the handsome guy slipped away, not daring to appear again. The pretty maid didn't appear again either. He had wanted to ask more about the legends of the Starfall Sea, especially the Undying Manual. Forget it, there was plenty of time in 13 days. There were quite a few spacecraft following behind the Sea King's Dome. Just like the ship, they floated on the surface of the sea, not daring to overtake it or lose track of it. Feng Yamo was the same. When are you guys arriving? Feng Mo's voice was cold from within the spacecraft. He was in a bad mood, and he had been in a bad mood recently. Bo Da's voice came from his gadget. We just arrived at the entrance. We still need 2 more days to finish the coding before we can go in. Alright, but don't forget what you promised me. Those people don't have simple backgrounds, and I don't even know if they're worth it, Feng Mo said in a low voice. Mr. Feng, you'll have to decide for yourself if they're worth it, but since you've already entered the Starfall Sea, you must have thought things through. Don't worry, we'll definitely give you that item, Boda replied. Feng Mo immediately ended the call and stared coldly at the Sea King's dome. The journey would take 13 days, and with the Sea King's son-in-law selection, the results would be revealed in at most half a month. At that time, that item would be his, and he grew excited as he thought about it. The Starfall Sea's scenery was unique. Standing on the deck and looking down at the bottom of the sea, one could see more than one spacecraft passing by. In the Starfall Sea, whether it was on the surface or in the sea, there was a path. Look, there's a giant planet at the bottom of the sea, someone exclaimed. It was the woman in red. Everyone looked at the bottom of the sea, and they could faintly make out a giant planet. The handsome man following the woman in red leisurely said, there aren't many planets in the Starfall Sea, because any planet that can safely exist in the Starfall Sea must have a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. Many people were shocked, and Luin was no exception. He had never known that such a thing existed. Powerhouses with a power level of over 300,000 were rare even in the Innerverse. Even Enlighters with a power level of over 200,000 were hard to come by, let alone 300,000. Why was the Starfall Sea so common? When he saw that many people were looking over, the handsome man was pleased. Every once in a while, there will be a sea current that will wreak havoc in the Starfall Sea, and any unprotected spacecraft will be instantly torn apart. Similarly, the planets in the sea will also be washed away by the current. Only powerhouses with power levels of over 300,000 can withstand it and protect the planet. Otherwise, it will also be destroyed. No wonder. Does that mean that there's a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 on that planet? Little Pao asked. The handsome man nodded. Definitely. Luin and the others looked over. A power level of 300,000 was equivalent to standing at the peak of the universe, and they did not know when they would be able to reach that level. I wonder how strong the Sea King is, Luin muttered to himself, looking forward to it. At this moment, the pretty maid walked over and heard Lu Yin's doubts. She arrogantly said, don't casually speculate about the Sea King's strength. It's at a level that you will never be able to comprehend. So, you can understand? Luin was puzzled. The pretty maid paused and rolled her eyes at Luin. Didn't they say that you died? How are you still alive and kicking? Luin pursed his lips. Did you see me die? The pretty maid paused again and frowned at Luin. Your words are quite infuriating. They're not as pleasant as your insults. Luin pouted. He did not care whether or not he would offend this girl, as he did not actually want to become the Sea King's son-in-law. He still had Ming Yan waiting for him. The pretty maid snorted. Of the 4 unrivaled leaders of the universe's younger generation, 2 of them have appeared in the Starfall Sea. I'm very curious as to who's stronger, you or Ling Quebec. Luin was astonished. Many people say that Ling Ke is stronger since he's from the Lingling clan. Don't you think so? So what if he's from the Lingling clan? Just because he was born into a good family doesn't mean that he'll always be strong, the pretty maid said. She then looked at Luin with a disappointed expression. It's a pity that we can't test this on you. You're clearly not Ling Ke's opponent. Why is that? Luin was curious. Because he's handsome, the pretty maid replied naturally. Luin was speechless. In the end, he had not escaped the fate of being mocked. How many handsome men do you guys lack? Luin could not help but ask. The pretty maid looked up and seemed to be thinking very seriously. Luin hurriedly said, all right, don't think about it. I don't want to know either. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of the Undying Manual? Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I'll be adding a new chapter at 2 p.m. Thank you all for your support. She wasn't surprised by Lu Yin's question, as it wasn't the first time someone had asked her this question. Of course I've heard of it. It's a legendary technique from the Starfall Sea, but no one has ever obtained it. Not even the Sea King? Luine was astonished. She rolled her eyes. Hold on, I'll help you ask the Sea King. Her sarcasm left Luine speechless, but he still wasn't satisfied. Thank you, but please help me ask if I can borrow some money. She stared at Luine, and he stared back at her. After a while, they both laughed at the same time. You're an interesting person. Those who participate in this selection either pretend to be virtuous or lower themselves to curry favor with us. You, on the other hand, dare to make me angry. Luine casually replied, marriage is destined by the heavens. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not, you can't force it. She snorted. I think you just don't have the confidence, so you gave up. Or are you hiding from your enemies? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously glanced at Feng Mo's personal spacecraft behind them. This girl was quite shrewd. Looks like I guessed right. You're hiding from your enemies, she said smugly. So what if I am? I have the qualifications. She nodded. Yes, you do have the qualifications, and I personally confirmed it. In order to prove that my judgment isn't bad, you have to do your best in this selection. You can't be defeated by the others, or else I'll lose face. Why should I? Luine rolled his eyes. Her lips curled up. I can tell you everything you want to know, such as the Undying Manual. But you don't know. I'm lying. I know some things. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. All right, I'll do my best. She grunted. That's more like it. All right, I'll tell you. The Undying Manual does exist, but there's a 90% chance that it's been taken. Why are you so sure? Luine was astonished. She explained, there are many legends about the Starfall Sea. Although they're vague, they have some basis and aren't randomly made up. The same goes for the Undying Manual. The basis for its circulation has disappeared in recent years, so the Sea King speculates that it's been taken. When did this happen? How would I know? Those proofs are illusory, and nobody knows when they appear or disappear. Otherwise, they would have been taken away a long time ago. The proofs of the Undying Scripture have been missing for a long time, and the Sea King is only now guessing that it has been taken by someone for a long time. It had been a few hundred years since the Undying Duo had ventured into the Starfall Sea. Could it really have been Undying Yushan who had taken it? That shouldn't be possible. If he had, he would have definitely left it behind before he died. He had even left behind the Yu secret art, so there was no reason for him to destroy the Undying Manual. Someone else must have taken it. Of course, it's also possible that no one took it away. Perhaps after a day, a year, or even 100 years, the basis for the legend of the Undying Scripture will appear again, said the beautiful maid. You'll be old by then. The beautiful maid was furious, her eyes spitting fire. Luine smiled and waved his hand, distancing himself from her. The beautiful maid was furious. Ugly, disgusting, blockhead, idiot. In the distance, quite a few people looked at Luine with admiration. This bro was truly awesome to be able to anger this woman to such an extent. How many people would celebrate once word got back to the entrance? Over the next few days, Luine and the rest only saw one planet. Just as the handsome man had said, there were very few planets in the Starfall Sea, and there were no uninhabited planets either. Those planets had long since been torn apart by the current. On the deck, Luine was enjoying the breeze when the ship's alarm rang out. Everyone returned to their cabins, the current had appeared. In the distance, surging seawater covered the entire starry sky, as if a heaven-devouring beast was roaring towards them. This was the first time that the group had seen the current, and they all went pale. It was like a normal person facing a 1,000-meter tsunami. The helplessness and despair could not be concealed, and even the handsome man was trembling in fear. Luine stood in his cabin and watched the current sweep towards them. His eyes filled with star energy, and he saw an unimaginable number of rune lines. Blood flowed from his eyes, and Coco cried out beside him. Luine hurriedly lowered his head, deactivated his star energy, and wiped away the blood. When he looked up again, he saw the same thing as everyone else, the current had already arrived. There was a limit to the number of rune lines produced by mountains, rivers, and land, buildings, and scenery. This was because they would not have any influence on the universe itself. However, when this current surged past, the energy it produced was far too great. It was just like how a tsunami on a planet could tear apart a steel cruise ship. The power of this current was enough to tear apart a planet. It was no wonder why a planet needed a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000 to protect it. Only such a powerhouse could withstand the instantaneous erosion of the current. The ship of the Sea King's dome bobbed up and down as it was washed away by the current. Everyone inside grabbed onto something that was fixed around them in order to stabilize themselves. Many people were trembling in fear. Would the ship be able to withstand such a force? Outside the ship, a transparent membrane was being squeezed and deformed. Strangely, this membrane, which clearly did not have a strong defense, was actually able to withstand the force of the current's erosion. It was truly miraculous. It wasn't just the ship of the Sea King's dome, many other spaceships behind them were also swept away by the current. Fortunately, they had already been coated and were able to safely survive. The current's erosion lasted for a full hour before it ended. At this point, the sea level had changed, and the ship of the Sea King's dome was no longer sailing on the surface. Instead, it was now sailing at the bottom of the sea. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe now. Coco patted her chest, her face pale. That was so scary. I thought I was going to die. Zora hugged Coco's shoulders and comforted her. Michelle looked out of the ship, her eyes bright. Her sister had been here before, and now it was her turn. This really isn't a place for humans to live. There are still people living in this broken place. I really have to hand it to you. Big Pow sighed. Little Pow hurriedly gestured for him to keep quiet. Not too far away, the pretty maid glared at them. Big Pow smiled awkwardly and quickly ran away. Ugh. Suddenly, there was a strange sound. Everyone looked over and saw that someone had vomited. The pretty maid's expression changed. Get out. You're not allowed to vomit in the cabin. That person's body went limp. And he could not move at all. He was carried out by the soldiers of the Sea King's dome. Everyone was astonished. Cultivators could get seasick? The pretty maid was disgusted, and she immediately left. Not only could the membrane block the currents, but it could also isolate the seawater. Everyone could still go to the deck and enjoy the scenery of the Starfall Sea. Luin arrived at the deck and saw the person who had just vomited crazily. He silently turned around and headed to the stern of the ship. There were already quite a few people at the stern of the ship, and when Luin arrived, he brushed past a man. He suddenly reached out and pressed down on the man's shoulder, causing the man to angrily turn around and look at Luin. His expression changed. Luin? Luin retracted his hand, as he had not expected to meet someone familiar here. I remember that you're called Sun Jiong. Back on the Shenwu continent, a bunch of people had been forced to write a pledge agreement, and Sun Jiong had been one of them. However, Sun Jiong's pledge agreement had long since been used up. The Sun family had helped the Great Yu Empire accuse the Ross Empire of starting a war, and the pledge agreement had ended at that time. Actually, Luin had been thinking about how to obtain more pledges, but he had not expected to meet Sun Jiong again. Sun Jiong was not happy to see Luin, as the scenes from the Shenwu continent kept replaying in his mind. This person was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Brother Liu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Luin smiled. I've been on this ship for a few days now, but why haven't I seen Brother Sun? Have you been in your cabin all this time? Sun Jiong nodded indifferently. Yes, I've been to the Starfall Sea before, so I've been cultivating in my cabin. But why have you come to the Starfall Sea, Brother Liu? Also, I heard that you were swallowed by a storm, but you didn't die. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Rumors. They're all rumors. Someone made them up to deceive me. If that's the case, why haven't you gone to the day-night banquet? Sun Jiong asked, and then he sneered. I forgot. Ling Ke is there, so it's understandable that you haven't gone. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. He then left without looking back. Luin frowned as he watched Sun Jiong leave. This person's attitude was very vile, but it was a pity that he had already used the agreement, so he was not restricted in any way. Seventh bro, this guy is asking for a beating. Back then, you forced a bunch of people to write an agreement, but Xianxia and Xianxia didn't care about it. This guy's attitude is very problematic, and he's also very sarcastic with his words, the monkey said unhappily. Luyin did not get angry, as everyone had a different view of things. He activated his gadget and looked up information on the Sun family. He was quite surprised when he saw that the Sun family was located in the Ascension Flow Zone. He had known this for a long time, but he had not known that the Sun family was most famous for a strange battle technique known as the mechanism technique. The so-called mechanism technique was different from technology. Technology had limitless possibilities, but it was still an external source of power. Even the technocracy, which had been left behind, had countless advanced technologies, but they could not replace human cultivation. If one wanted to become stronger, they would need to undergo modifications. The mechanism technique was different. It specialized in using a small amount to gain a large amount of power. It treated star energy as intricate components that could be combined together to produce a qualitative change. Simply put, when others fought with star energy, they could transform it into something else, such as wind or fire. The Sun family, on the other hand, could transform their star energy into intricate components. The principle was the same, but the way they fought was completely different. This was just one application of the mechanism technique. The Sun family's mechanism technique was famous throughout the universe. Not only could it be used in battle, but it could also be used to create defensive mechanisms, tomb traps, and so on. It had a wide range of uses, and it was completely different from technology. The mechanism technique piqued Lu Yin's interest, but it was a pity that the Sun family had tried their best to avoid contact with the outside world in order to protect the mechanism technique. They rarely sent their family members out, and they were not interested in the conflicts between the great powers of the universe. Thus, Lu Yin was unable to understand them in depth. However, why was the Sun Jiong participating in the Sea King's son-in-law selection? Lu Yin had specially observed him, and this Sun Jiong was very handsome. There was no doubt that he had a command token. 13 days passed quickly, and during this time, there were 2 ocean currents that passed by 3 planets. When they passed by the 3rd planet, they coincidentally encountered an ocean current. This time, the crowd saw a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. The vast and terrifying undulations frightened Big Pao, Mengyu, and the rest so much that they could not speak. This was not Lu Yin's first time encountering such a powerhouse, and he had even been killed by an elder of the 7 courts. At 2 p.m., I'll add a new chapter, Dragon Boat Festival. I wish all the brothers success. Thank you for your support, brothers. When he thought about the 7 courts elders, Lu Yin recalled that there was a Neo-Human Alliance stronghold in the Starfall Sea. He had asked the pretty maid for a star map of the Starfall Sea to study. Brother Lu, come and take a look. It's so spectacular. Coco exclaimed from the deck. Lu Yin walked out of the cabin and looked into the distance. The starry sky was no longer dark, and there was a sky-blue radiance in the distance. Beneath the blue radiance was a towering mountain surrounded by layers of white clouds that looked like ribbons. Faint rainbow-colored lights occasionally flashed through the clouds. The mountain was conical in shape, and it became narrower the higher one went. Sunlight from an unknown source shone down on the mountain, making it feel warm and cozy. Large patches of greenery adorned the mountain, and it was full of life. As the ship quickly approached, the group could see the mountain clearly. A white waterfall flowed down from the top. It was a river, and mist rose from it, making it seem like a fairyland. Every time the river flowed a certain distance, it would split into 2 branches that flowed horizontally, and the water would flow into the mountain stream. At the very back of the mountain, ripples appeared in the void that spread outwards in layers, as if someone was beating a drum in the void. The mountain was very large, wide, and wide. From the moment they saw the mountain until the sunlight shone upon it, it took them a full half an hour to reach it, and there was still some distance between them and the mountain. Everyone, congratulations on arriving at the Sea King's dome, the pretty maid said proudly, her expression full of pride. It wasn't just her, the soldiers on the ship also looked on proudly. This was the Sea King's dome, the master of the Starfall Sea. Although it was only a single mountain, it suppressed the entire Starfall Sea. Everyone stood on the deck and looked at the mountain with burning passion. This was no ordinary mountain, it was clearly a divine mountain. Luin tried to slowly fill his eyes with star energy to look at the Sea King's dome, but it only lasted for a moment before his eyes stung. He didn't dare to look at it again, as the Sea King's dome had a huge influence on the universe. It was just like the mountain that Mr. Mu was on, and Luin didn't have the ability to look at it carefully. The closer they got, the more they could feel a boundless power sweeping through the area. It was gentle, but it was filled with a supreme dignity, as if it was a true deity. Actually, the Sea King was a deity to them. It wasn't just them, even the Enlighters felt like they were facing a deity when facing the Sea King. There were still many spacecraft following behind the Sea King's dome, as they were all here for the Sea King's dome. The Sea King's dome did not forbid outsiders from entering, but of course, they could only enter a limited height. Feng Yamo sat in his spacecraft and stared at the Sea King's dome in shock. He had been here once when he was younger, and that experience was still unforgettable. He had originally thought that, with his current power level of 150,000, he would feel different when he faced the Sea King's dome again. However, at this moment, he knew that he had been wrong. Regardless of whether it was when he was younger or now, or even hundreds or thousands of years later, when he faced the Sea King's dome again, he would still be filled with the same reverence and fear. The Sea King's might had shaken the universe. He was an absolute powerhouse of the universe, a powerhouse that these people could not comprehend. The seawater of the Sea King's dome was different from other places, as it had a faint layer of golden sunlight to it. Only when they arrived at the foot of the mountain did they truly feel the vastness of this mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. It did not look like a mountain at all, but more like a vertical continent. At the top of the mountain, the waterfall fell vertically, bringing with it a roaring sound. The beautiful maid stood at a high vantage point and looked down at the crowd. The Sea King has decreed that he will officially select a son-in-law in 3 days. During these 3 days, you may roam around the Sea King's dome with your medallion. All expenses will be reimbursed by the Sea King's dome. Luin suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing. Reimbursed? He had heard that. The others did not really care about the reimbursement, as they were all here to participate in the selection. Who would be so shameless as to ask the Sea King to foot their bill? They all held back their energy and prepared to perform well. At the very least, they wanted to show off their magnanimity and class. However, Luin was different. His gaze towards the Sea King's dome immediately changed. It was a good thing that he had come, or else he would have suffered a great loss. Lu Yin's reaction startled the beautiful maid, and she rolled her eyes at him. She then led the people who had obtained the medallion through their handsomeness away from the ship, as they could directly go to the upper levels of the Sea King's dome. This treatment made Luin feel unbalanced. There were definitely more good things in the upper levels, but there was nothing he could do about it. There were many harbors at the foot of the Sea King's dome that were used for docking spaceships or large ships from the Starfall Sea. As they stepped into the harbors, the bustling scene left everyone astonished. There were not many planets in the Starfall Sea, which meant that trade was not flourishing. However, what appeared before everyone's eyes was an incomparably prosperous harbor. In the distance, there was an eye-catching building that was a branch of Shamrock Enterprises. Even further away, there were many well-known organizations in the universe that had set up branches at the Sea King's dome. Most of the people here are here to explore the Starfall Sea. There are too many legends about the Starfall Sea, and many people want to obtain them. Actually, there aren't that many people at the Sea King's dome, but the Greyweed continent has the most people. Countless powerhouses and mercenaries from all over the universe have gathered there. Someone nearby introduced. Luin walked along the harbor by himself and looked up. He was about to head up when Lulu caught up to him. Luin was flabbergasted. You didn't go with that maid? Would she dare to take me? Lulu retorted. Luin thought about it and agreed. Everyone's goal was to come to the Sea King's dome, not to become someone's son-in-law. No matter how bold Lulu was, she would not dare to challenge the Sea King's authority, much less that maid. The Sea King's dome prohibits fighting, so we're very safe. Luin looked back, but he did not see Feng Yamo. However, he did not believe that Feng Yamo had let them off and had simply hidden himself. During these 3 days, Luin thought about it and decided to roll his die and use star essence to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Lamita realm. But should he go shopping first? That was a problem. In the end, Luin decided to go on a shopping spree to prevent any accidents from happening. After all, they only had 3 days. "Lulu, what do you want to buy?" Luin asked as his eyes scanned the area with a look of anticipation. Lulu thought about it. "The Sea King will reimburse me, so it would be a waste not to spend. Let's go to an auction house." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lulu with approval. An auction house was a good place. The two hurriedly asked around and then teleported to the largest auction house halfway up the mountain. "Pick one." Luin and Lulu arrived halfway up the mountain and looked at the large auction houses on the east and west sides. Lulu chose the west side while Luin went to the east. They could not kill each other. The scenery of the Sea King's dome was beautiful, and the people who lived here were simple and honest. At least, that was what Luin saw. He had taken quite a few things on his way up the mountain, and as long as he flashed his token, everyone would be very enthusiastic. Thus, he felt that the residents of the Sea King's dome were very simple and honest. However, his biggest worry right now was that his cosmic ring was not big enough. Even though Northgate Lai had obtained his cosmic ring from the Starfall Sea, it was still not big enough. As he chewed on a fruit that was a specialty of the Sea King's dome, Lu Yin's token flashed, and he easily entered the auction house. Due to the Sea King's son-in-law selection, many disciples from great powers had gathered at the Sea King's dome. There was not a single one, and even if they were rich, the auctioneer did not need to raise any emotions. Any item that was put up for auction would cause a fierce competition. Anyone who could open an auction house halfway up the Sea King's dome was not simple, and the items being auctioned were naturally not bad. Luin saw something good the moment he entered. A harmless perceptive intermediate source box. The auctioneer will personally test it, and it's absolutely harmless. The auction will now begin. The starting price, 300 star essence, the auctioneer shouted. Very quickly, many people started bidding, and each time they flashed their tokens, the price would increase by 10 star essence. Lu Ying used the Sea King's token to enter the auction house's VIP room, which was much higher class than the main hall below. There was no need to flash a token, and there was a button on the chair that could be pressed to increase the price. There were no less than 10 types of fruit and drinks placed in front of him, and there were even beautiful women accompanying him. However, Lu Ying rejected all of them. Although he did not care about the Sea King's son-in-law selection, it would be a provocation for a participant to run over to someone else's territory to flirt with another woman. He did not dare to provoke the Sea King. Lu Ying pressed a button and joined the bidding. Very quickly, the price climbed to 500 star essence. There was no fixed price for a perceptive intermediate source box. Some could be sold for sky-high prices, while others could be sold for very low prices. It all depended on whether or not there was anyone who wanted it, and there was no way to clearly set a price. Lu Ying did not even look at the price and continued to press the button until all of the auction house's employees were called over. He respectfully said, "Sir, there's no one else bidding, so you don't have to press the button anymore." Lu Ying grunted. It did not matter since he did not need to pay for the source box. As for how much it had cost, did he even need to know? He just needed to tell the Sea King. The next item up for auction was universal armor. It was not an ordinary universal armor, as it was fused with metals from the cosmic sea. It was abnormally sturdy and could even defend against a hunter's attacks. Lu Ying did not believe this, as it was just like the black hole Great Aurora spacecraft. In terms of strength, it could indeed defend against an attack with a power level of 100,000, but hunters were not idiots. They had innate battle techniques, and a spacecraft would not be able to withstand their attacks. It was just like how that hunter with 2 crippled arms had attacked Lu Ying. Still, being able to defend against an attack with a power level of 100,000 was not bad, so Lu Ying casually bid for it. Lu Ying continued to bid for a few more items. Although they were not very useful, the Sea King was rich. However, his frequent bidding had already attracted the attention of the auction house. They sent someone to confirm his assets, but the person was sent away by the Sea King's token. This incident reminded Lu Ying of something. If the Sea King found out about the situation and refused to acknowledge it, then Lu Ying would have to fork out his own money. That would not do. After thinking about it, Lu Ying immediately became low-key and tried his best not to buy anything that was useless. the auction house returned to normal. On the other side, Lulu was different. She was much more unrestrained than Luine, and she did not even press the buttons. Instead, she directly shouted and successfully bid for items that were twice the price of others. This scared the auction house so much that they immediately sent someone to inquire about her, but they only heard one sentence: "Do you think that the Mavis family doesn't have money?" This sentence left the auction house speechless. The Mavis family was synonymous with money, and after finding out that Lulu was from the Mavis family, the auction house became even more enthusiastic and treated her like a grandmother. This was a good opportunity to make a fortune. Lulu was pleased with herself. She would not fork out any money since she had the Sea King's token. The Sea King should be quite rich. Even the Sea King himself did not know that at this critical juncture of his son-in-law selection, someone's goal was to spend money, and they were even spending it happily. Third update: thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. The curtains of the universe are about to open. Compared to Luine and Lulu, Big Pow, Little Pow, and Big Pow were much more well-behaved. They could not use the medallion, so they had to pay for whatever they wanted. With their financial abilities, they still had to consider the price of the items they wanted. For the next item, please decide for yourselves whether or not it's worth purchasing, as no one knows what it's used for. All we can say is that this item came from the Astral Beast domain. The auctioneer waved his hand, and a beautiful, tall, and pale woman walked out with a black box covered by a white cloth. The auctioneer walked over and lifted the cloth. A disgusting piece of flesh appeared before everyone's eyes. There were still traces of blood on it, and lightning occasionally flickered around it. Everyone was confused. What was this? The auctioneer covered the box with the white cloth again. The auction will now begin. This is a piece of flesh that contains lightning. The starting price is 100 star essence. Someone shouted from below, "Hey, do you think that you can just sell something for money? You don't even know what it's used for, and yet you're asking for 100 star essence? Only an idiot would buy it. Isn't that right, everyone?" That's right. You don't even know what it's used for, yet you're still asking for such a high price. Take it down. Take it down. The auctioneer was helpless. Everyone, the owner of this piece of flesh has requested for our auction house to sell it, and we can't refuse. After all, he's a powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000. The crowd was astonished, but they did not kick up a fuss. An enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 was indeed a powerhouse in the universe, and they rarely showed themselves. At this moment, someone from one of the VIP rooms made a bid, and the auction began. Everyone else looked at each other, and some did not care about 100 star essence and raised their hands to bid. After all, this was an enlighter's item. There were too many rich people in the universe, and anyone who could come to the Sea King's dome was rich. Everyone was willing to spend 100 star essence to buy this piece of flesh for research. The auctioneer relaxed, as it was fine as long as the item did not go unsold. A new round of bidding began, and in the end, it was won by someone from one of the VIP rooms. Someone recognized that the VIP room had purchased quite a few items, and they were curious as to who was inside. Not long after, Luine received the piece of lightning flesh. He was naturally the first to bid, as he had done so because the ghost monkey had asked him to buy it. "Tell me, what is this thing?" Luine asked. He looked at the lightning flesh inside the box, and he felt disgusted. The monkey excitedly replied, "Seventh bro, your luck is pretty good. This is the Void Thunderbeast's innate gift of lightning." The Void Thunderbeast's innate gift of thunder? That's right. It's precisely because of this strand of thunder that the Void Thunderbeast was able to escape through the void. The person who provided this thing isn't simple, as they were able to kill the Void Thunderbeast and even cut off its flesh. Just as the auctioneer said, this person might be an almighty enlighter. "What do I need this for?" Luine asked. The monkey rolled his eyes. "Idiot, of course you're going to escape. Release your lightning, and you'll be able to travel through the void like a Void Thunderbeast. Of course, how far you'll be able to escape depends on how strong the Void Thunderbeast was when it was alive." Luine was delighted. "You mean I can use it as well?" "Of course. It's equivalent to an extra life. Your luck is too good. Now, you don't have to be afraid of Fongamo chasing you anymore. You can just shake him off easily, the monkey laughed. Luin sighed in amazement. This was indeed a good item, and it was worth it no matter how expensive it was. Soon enough, the auction house took a break midway through the auction, and all of the items that he had obtained from the auction were delivered to him. He merely waved the Sea King's medallion around, and the items naturally fell into his pocket. Luin did not linger and left the auction house to head to the next one. He could not be too conspicuous. At the auction house in the west, Lulu did the same thing as Luin. She waved the Sea King's medallion vigorously and then stored a pile of items into her cosmic ring before swaggering away. Manager, should we report this to the higher-ups? No need. Every month, all of the shops send their bills to the Sea King at the top level. But that Mavis girl bought too much. I'm afraid that the Sea King will blame her. You're overthinking it. The Sea King is rich. Looking down from the waist of the Sea King's peak, one could see everything at a glance. Countless buildings were arranged in a trapezoidal formation, and there were forests, waterfalls, and fields. It was a picturesque scene. This was a paradise. Luin wondered if he could bring Ming Yan here to settle down once things were settled down. No, if he wanted to stay here, then he could not be too conspicuous, and he could not offend the Sea King either. In that case, he should buy fewer things, and he could not be the most conspicuous one. At that moment, Lulu walked over with a smug look on her face. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw her, and he hurried over. How much did you buy, Lulu? Lulu was on guard. What? Mine. I know, I bought quite a bit as well. I bought everything in that auction house, Luin said generously. Lulu was shocked. Everything? Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of offending the Sea King? Luin laughed. The Sea King is a super powerhouse with unlimited resources. Why would he care about this little bit of money? The more I spend, the happier he'll be. Is that so? Lulu was suspicious. Luin replied, of course. Think about it carefully. The richer someone is, the more likely they are to spend. Lulu thought about it and realized that he was right. Did that mean that she had bought too little? No, she could not embarrass the Mavis family. She looked up and saw another auction house on the other side of the mountain. I'm leaving. See you in 3 days. Luin grinned and waved. Perfect. With Lulu in front of him, the Sea King would not notice him. This girl was from the Mavis family, so the Sea King would have to get her even if he wanted to. He would just casually buy something and not attract too much attention. Luin also looked into the distance. Since Lulu had gone in that direction, he would head in the opposite direction. The Sea King's dome was a conical mountain that led in all directions. Not long after Lu Yin's ship arrived, another ship arrived. However, this ship was not in the same direction as the Sea King's dome and had deviated slightly. Given the size of the Sea King's dome, this small distance was already very far away. The Sea King's dome had 5 waterfalls, which were known as the Skyfall Cascades. The 5 Skyfall Cascades represented the 5 main directions, which were also the destinations of the 5 ships. Lu Yin's ship was heading southeast, while the second ship was heading southwest. Just like Lu Yin's ship, when the ship docked, a maid led a dozen rather handsome men to the upper level of the Sea King's dome. It was worth noting that there were 3 people on this ship who had obtained the right to choose a son-in-law based on their strength. One of them held a simple wooden flute with an indifferent expression as he calmly walked into the harbor. The other 2 were obviously together. There were very few people who could approach the strength of a cruiser at such a young age, and there might not even be one in an entire weave. Now, there were 2 of them, which attracted quite a bit of attention. Many people tried to guess the identities of these 2. Very quickly, one of the 2 was recognized, Lan Yu, one of the top experts of the Greyweed continent's younger generation. He had the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings and was an influential figure in the Starfall Sea. He also had another identity, he was the younger brother of the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist. Lan Yu's appearance was not unexpected, as there had long been rumors that the Greyweed continent wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Sea King's dome, but the Sea King had never agreed. Now, Lan Yu wanted to marry the Sea King's daughter based on his own strength. However, although Lan Yu was strong, he was not an expert on the top 100 rankings. In the eyes of most people, the ones who could truly reach the end were the experts on the top 100 rankings, such as Xianxia. As for the person with Lan Yu, he was quickly recognized. His name was Lan Dao, and he was a genius powerhouse that the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist had recruited for the Lan family. He had always followed Lan Yu, and his reputation in the Greyweed continent was not low. More importantly, he was a leader, which shocked many. In this selection, many people saw that the two of them had a chance of winning. At the very least, aside from the experts on the top 100 rankings, no one would be able to match them. Lan Yu brought Lan Dao into the Sea King's dome, and they were informed that all expenses would be reimbursed. However, the two of them did not take this to heart, as they did not lack money. Not long after Lan Yu and Lan Dao arrived at the Sea King's dome, a large ship stopped in the northwest. The surface of the sea quickly froze, and a man with a cold expression walked onto the Sea King's dome with a long weapon on his back. Very few people revealed their weapons, as they usually kept them in their cosmic rings. Thus, the man's strange attire attracted quite a bit of attention. Fortunately, there were many strange people around, and they were not the first batch to arrive at the Sea King's dome to participate in the selection. There had already been a group of people who had arrived before them, and they were quite lucky. They had just arrived, and they only needed to wait 3 days before the selection began. On the ship, the maidservant led a group of handsome men away, and Xianxia appeared on the deck. His appearance caused quite a few people to cry out in surprise, as the top 100 rankings was too famous. The Sea King's criteria for selecting a son-in-law was to be under the age of 25, and most of the top experts on the top 100 rankings were over the age of 25. In other words, Xianxia was considered the strongest. At the harbor, a powerhouse's eyes burned with passion. Xianxia from the Heavenly Network, I'll definitely defeat you in this selection and step into the top 100 rankings. The appearance of an expert on the top 100 rankings caused quite a few people to want to challenge him, but they also knew that they could not casually make a move. After all, the top 100 rankings was a true assessment and not a sham. Ling Ke had also arrived, and he had boarded the large ship in the northeast. He was a genius, and not only had he obtained the qualifications for his strength, but he had also obtained the qualifications for his appearance. The Lingling clan's innate gifts were extraordinary, and whether it was in terms of appearance or battle prowess, they were all outstanding. Ling Ke was one of the best of the best. Along the way, the maidservant's gaze never left him. He was like a beacon of light in the darkness, and wherever he went, he would be noticed. The Nightfall banquet had raised his reputation to the peak, and he had stepped on Lu Yin's name to get there. This time, he had come to the Starfall Sea with the intention of challenging an expert on the top 100 rankings, but it just so happened that the Sea King's son-in-law selection was taking place. Xianxia and Northgate Lai had both arrived, so he had immediately rushed over. He wanted to step into the top 100 rankings, and a mere Lu Yin was not worthy of being his stepping stone. Experts from all over had gathered at the Sea King's dome, which attracted countless people. To the Starfall Sea, this was a grand occasion. There was only 1 day left until the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Many screens appeared in the sky above the Sea King's dome, and they all showed scenes of the Skyfall Cascade. Everyone guessed that the selection might be related to the Skyfall Cascade. At this moment, Lu Yin looked at the items in his cosmic ring and felt a little vexed. There were too many things, and the ring could not hold them all. It seemed like it was time for him to break through to the peak of the Lamita realm. He turned to look at an extremely stylish villa not too far away. This was the most expensive residence on the mountainside. He had not rested the previous day because he had been sweeping the goods, but today, he was going to enjoy himself. On the other side of the villa, a group of people walked over. The leader was an old acquaintance of Lu Yin's, Heart Phoenix. As a descendant of the Phoenix family, he was extremely handsome, and he had easily won over the maidservants. He should have been in the upper levels of the Sea King's dome, but the upper levels were not as lively as the lower levels. Heart could not stand the boredom, so he came to the mountainside. It was already late, and he wanted to find a place to rest. Heart Phoenix was just about to enter the villa when he suddenly paused when he saw Lu Yin. The moment he saw Lu Yin, Heart Phoenix's expression turned ugly. He hated this person, This was the person who had snatched away his top sentinel mission from the Astral Combat Academy. After that, Heart Phoenix had flirted with Xiyu, which had led to his first real battle with Luin. Heart Phoenix had been utterly defeated, and even though he had entered the most dangerous training grounds of his family and successfully emerged, his strength had only increased to the level of an area master. Heart had never let go of this person, and he wanted to defeat him, but he knew that it was impossible. This was especially true after the tournament of the strongest. Even his brother had said that he could not defeat this person, so he had tried his best to keep a low profile. He had not been as arrogant in the Astral Combat Academy and had instead come to the Starfall Sea to participate in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. He had not expected to meet this person here. When he saw Luin enter the villa, Heart's expression changed, but he eventually decided to leave. He really did not want to meet this person. This person seemed easy to get along with on the surface, but in reality, he would never lose out. He was also a little two-faced, so Heart felt that nothing good would come out of meeting this person. Luin did not know that he had scared Heart Phoenix away. At this moment, he was still admiring the villa's extravagance. The villa was extremely large, and its back was against a mountain wall. Beautiful flowers and plants were planted everywhere, and mist filled the villa. There were people crushing star crystals around the perimeter of the villa 24 hours a day, allowing the star energy within the villa to surpass that of the outside. Luin had never seen anyone who dared to do such a thing. He estimated that staying in such a place for a night would definitely be expensive, but that had nothing to do with him. The Sea King was rich. Luin lived in the best courtyard in the entire manor. The pavilion was built in an imitation of the ancient era, and it had an antique charm to it. There were even explorers standing guard outside the courtyard, and there were also machines operating within the courtyard that perfectly combined the ancient style with modern technology. It was very comfortable to look at. This is the life of a rich person, Luin sighed. Seventh bro, you're a rich man now. If you resell everything that you bought yesterday, you'll be able to earn several times more money, the monkey said. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as he liked those words. He originally had 800 star essence on him, but the things he had bought the day before had totaled more than 5,000 star essence. This was star essence, which was a huge sum of money. If he wanted to earn it all by himself, even if he robbed the Blackbeard pirates again, he still wouldn't have enough. Let's not talk about such happy things. Monkey, did you manage to translate the words inside the centipede's body? The monkey was helpless. No, it's very difficult. Too difficult. Lu Yin's face sank. It's been so long, but you still haven't translated it. I think you must be slacking off. You need to be punished. He then blocked off his right arm. At this moment, the monkey's heart was crumbling. After blocking off the monkey, Luin instructed the explorers outside the courtyard to not let anyone disturb him. He then raised his hand, and his die appeared. It was time to roll it. It had been a long time since he had rolled the die, and this time, Luin was not careless. He placed his cosmic ring aside before rolling the die, as he hoped to roll enhance instead of enhance. If he rolled enhance, then no matter how much money he had, it would be gone in an instant. He tapped the die and watched it slowly spin before finally stopping. The number that appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes was 3. He was excited, as his luck was so good. 3 enhance was a very good number, and 800 star essence was enough for him to squander. 2 screens of light appeared, and Luin tossed the remaining half of the white fruit onto them. He did some calculations and remembered that he had used up 35 star essence to upgrade the strengthening fruit to the point where it could become a spirit. This one should be about the same. Luin generously tossed out 30 star essence, and the white fruit was visibly restored to its original form. It then continued to change, and the light that it emitted became softer and softer. Soon after, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Following this fragrance, the grass beneath Lu Yin's feet actually began to grow at a crazy pace, and the fishes in the courtyard's water all shot up as they stared at the white fruit. Luin was shocked, and he hurriedly used his star energy to seal off his surroundings as he looked at the screen. When all 30 star essence had been used up, the white fruit had become like a ball of liquid. Even Luin could see that it was flowing with life, and he wanted to take a bite out of it to feel it. This was what the trial master had said, it contained the vitality of life. This white fruit was definitely worth a lot of money, and based on the time it had been growing, it should have been over 10,000 years old. Lu Yin hesitated over whether or not he should continue upgrading it, but in the end, he decided to continue. He thought about it and tossed out another 10-star essence. He had already surpassed the strengthening fruit's upgrade limit, but this white fruit had not reached its peak yet. This was because it had yet to develop the same instincts to avoid danger as the strengthening fruit had. Only the ability to avoid danger could be considered top-notch. Actually, Lu Yin didn't think that it was top-notch either, as a true top-notch fruit might have become a spirit. When 60-star essence had been consumed, the white fruit suddenly emitted a gentle light that distorted the void around it, and its sweet fragrance became even stronger. Lu Yin took a whiff, and his entire body felt energized, as if he had taken a stimulant. He also heard a strange sound in his ears, but he didn't know what it was. Could it be the rhythm of life? He had a feeling that this fruit was about to be able to avoid danger. He had already used 60-star essence, and if he continued upgrading it, he would need to use at least 40-star essence. In other words, upgrading this white fruit to the point where it could avoid danger would cost him over 100-star essence, which was 3 times more than the strengthening fruit. This also proved that this fruit was much more valuable than the strengthening fruit. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Since he had money, he might as well upgrade it. He didn't know if the Sea King's token would allow him to take out a loan from the Mavis Bank. If he borrowed a few million star essence at a time, the Sea King would probably personally come after him. With a whoosh, the white fruit tore through the void in an attempt to escape after being upgraded. Lu Yin was already prepared, and he reached out to grab it. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. As he watched the white fruit struggle in his palm, Lu Yin stored it in his cosmic ring. He had used up 100-star essence to complete the upgrade, and he didn't know how great its effects would be. Even if it couldn't bring someone back to life like the trial master had mentioned, it should be close. This was something that could save his life. He still had 700-star essence left, and it would probably take him about 10 million star crystals to reach the peak of the Lamita realm, which would be 100-star essence. However, the two required different amounts, and to be safe, he would need to use around 150-star essence. In other words, he would have more than 500-star essence to spend. He should upgrade something else. Right, the money bomb. He didn't know if this thing could be upgraded, but he was looking forward to it. He immediately took out a money bomb and tossed it onto the screen. He then tossed out a cube of star essence, and under his expectant gaze, some of the money bomb fell off. Lu Yin was delighted, it was useful. The money bomb already had the power to destroy a powerhouse with a power level of 100,000. Now that it had been upgraded, Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing how much power it would have. He immediately tossed out more star essence and watched as the money bomb fell onto the next screen, continuously upgrading itself. There were no changes on the surface, but Lu Yin could sense that the metallic sphere inside had changed. Its color had deepened, and it now resembled the starry sky. Just looking at it made his scalp tingle. He upgraded it 5 times in a row and used up dozens of star essence, but it did not upgrade anymore. He felt a sense of insecurity when he touched the money bomb, and it was not a good thing for its user to have such a powerful weapon. This upgrade was about right. He didn't know how powerful this money bomb was, but he really wanted to test it out. He had 6 money bombs, and he had upgraded 3 of them. There were still 3 that he hadn't touched, just in case the upgraded money bombs ended up being useless. The upgrade of the 3 money bombs consumed another 200-star essence, and Lu Yin only had about 500-star essence left. It really was too expensive, but it was worth it. Upgrading items would definitely fetch a sky-high price. What else did he need to upgrade? Lu Yin flipped through his cosmic ring, as there were too many things that he needed to upgrade. However, there was one thing that he needed the most, his universal armor. With a powerful enemy like Feng Mo lurking outside, Lu Yin needed to have sufficient means to protect himself. He had been too naive in the past, believing that having a high status would make others afraid of him. In reality, there was more than one way to kill someone, and some people didn't need to worry too much about killing others. They could still rely on themselves. He took out the universal armor that he had obtained from the auction house. It could withstand attacks with a power level of 100,000, which was definitely enough for a Lemeter. However, Luin had offended too many people, and 100,000 was not enough. He wanted to be able to withstand attacks with a power level of 1,000,000, but that was not realistic. Universal armor was different from ring armor, as ring armor had a requirement of the wearer's strength. If the wearer's strength did not meet the requirement, then wearing it would only bring disaster to the wearer. Universal armor did not matter, as it was just a vessel that could travel through space, similar to a spacecraft. Luin placed the universal armor on the upper screen and generously tossed out 100 star essence. He was still sparing no effort when it came to preserving his life. He watched as the universal armor was upgraded again and again, but the 100 star essence was only enough to upgrade it twice, and it was not enough for a third upgrade. The consumption of star essence was much greater than that of the white fruit and the money bomb, and it was no wonder that this was an item with a power level of 100,000. Luin tossed out another 100 star essence, and the universal armor was upgraded 2 more times. He touched the universal armor that had been upgraded 4 times and slapped it with all his might, but he couldn't even leave a mark on it. He put it on, and thankfully, there were no abnormalities. After thinking about it, he tossed in another 100 star essence. This time, the armor had only been upgraded once, and the 100 star essence had almost been completely used up. Luin estimated that he would need at least 100 to 200 for the next upgrade. No, he was out of money. He only had 320 star essence left, and if he upgraded it any further, it would be difficult for him to reach the peak of the Lemeter realm. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to forget it. He'd upgrade it next time since he still didn't have enough money. He fervently looked at the die, as 3 pips really made him look forward to it. He estimated that if he had the support of the Mavis family's wealth, then he could upgrade the universal armor to the point where even the Sea King would doubt himself. Luin watched the 2 screens disappear inside. He took out a cube of star crystals and crushed it. He watched as the die recovered, and he tapped it again. This time, it was 1 pip. There was a thump, and a stone fell out. Luin smashed it with a punch. Who would put a stone in their cosmic ring? That person must be crazy. He tapped it again, and it was 2 pips. 2 pips was a rare material that had been decomposed. It didn't seem to be of much use to Luin at the moment, but that might not be the case in the future. He still had one last chance. If he didn't roll 4 pips, then he would have to wait for 10 days. Logically speaking, 4 pips should be easy to roll, so Luin took a deep breath and tapped it again. He watched as the die slowly stopped spinning. 4 pips, and he relaxed. He instantly pinched his cosmic ring and entered the time-stop space. It was still a familiar space, and in the distance, the number slowly decreased. Luin crushed 100 star essence and tossed 1 cube towards the number, increasing the time he could stay in the time-stop space to 90 days. Compared to his current cultivation level, it would take him more and more time to improve. In the past, he'd only needed a few days to make progress, but now, he might not even be able to make progress in a few months. The further he progressed, the greater the time required. Perhaps by the time he broke through to the hunter realm, each cultivation session would be measured in years. Luin crushed 100 star essence, and dense star energy spread out. He took a deep breath, and 9 stars revolved around his body as he began to absorb the energy. Star essence was purer than star crystals, and coupled with the 9 times faster absorption rate, the star energy within the time-stop space surged into Lu Yin's body like a vortex, allowing him to absorb more and more star energy. When he had first broken through to the Lemeter realm, he had used up 1,000,000 star crystals. Now, with his crazy absorption of star energy, he had long since surpassed the amount he had absorbed in the past. It was as if his body had no limit. He had previously guessed that he would need 10,000,000 star crystals to reach the peak of the Lemeter realm, but as he continued to absorb more star crystals, he began to feel that even that might not be enough. As he absorbed more star energy, his strength grew as well. He was no longer a simple realmbreaker, but rather a realmbreaker who had crossed 2 realms. His power level might not be comparable to a cruiser's, but his true strength had long since surpassed the average cruiser's. After using up 100 star essence, Luin opened his eyes and crushed another 50 star essence to continue absorbing star energy. By the time he had consumed another 50 star essence, he still could not sense the peak of the Lamita realm, so he continued. Cultivation required resources, and only battle techniques needed to be comprehended. The most difficult part was breaking through to the next realm. From the initial Lamita realm to the peak of the Lamita realm, one only needed sufficient resources. Lu Yin's greatest hurdle was breaking through to the Explorer realm. He did not know that breaking through to the Explorer realm would be even more difficult than he had imagined, as he had a seal that even the crazy headmaster had found difficult to break. Lu Yin crushed another 50 star essence and looked at the time. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed, and he had no idea how long he had been absorbing star energy. He had been absorbing star energy at 9 times the normal speed, so he could only imagine how slow the others were. From this point alone, he could see how difficult it was for the younger generation to become an explorer and how unreachable the 10 arbiters were. Perhaps the 10 arbiters' star energy absorption rate far surpassed his own, Lu Yin suddenly thought. He was only at the elementary level of the serious technique, so what about the advanced level? The more stars he simulated, the faster his absorption rate would be. He could not imagine how fast the disciples of the Sirius sect could absorb star energy. Could there be a disciple of the Sirius sect among the 10 arbiters? Lu Yin did not think too much about it, and he focused all of his attention on absorbing star energy. When there were only 20 days left, his star energy absorption rate finally slowed down, and he neared the peak of the Lamita realm. Another 2 days passed, and his star energy gradually filled up. Lu Yin opened his eyes. He had reached the peak of the Lamita realm, but just like a melder breaking through to the Lamita realm, he would need to replenish a large amount of star energy in one go before he could become an explorer. This was because no one could truly fill up their star energy, it was just an illusion. He raised a hand and clenched his fist. A powerful force was displayed as he punched out with 30 stacks, which tore through the void. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, he had recovered. The 3 grains of Fate Zen had sealed his physical strength, making it difficult for him to even use 30 stacks. Now that he had reached the peak of the Lamita realm, he had finally recovered his peak power level. Once he used the Fate Zen, his physical strength would be unsealed, and he would be able to reach at least 35 stacks. When all 3 grains of Fate Zen were used at the same time, the seal on his physical body would be unsealed. Lu Yin did not know how many stacks he could reach, but he was certain that he would definitely surpass the Divine Fist. The Divine Fist's record might have been fake, but it was impossible for it to be so exaggerated as to surpass Lu Yin's current strength. After all, the 10 arbiters were still humans, not gods. The other 2 grains of Fate Zen awakened rather slowly, and Lu Yin did not deliberately recite the Stonewall scriptures. He was not in a hurry and wanted to take his time. He estimated that he would be able to awaken them within the next few days, and he was afraid that there would be side effects if he constantly used the Stonewall scriptures to speed up the awakening process. There were still 20 days left. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then raised his hand. A dark clump of dirt appeared, it was the Fate Zen that had awakened near his heart. The moment this clump of dirt appeared, Lu Yin's heart thundered. His powerful physical strength transformed into a stream of light that engulfed his entire body, causing the void to tremble. He clenched his fist and punched out. 30 stacks was even more powerful than before, and his shockwave palm was now 50 times stronger than before. The overlaying stacks path required the help of a powerhouse, but the shockwave palm did not. 30 stacks 50-fold shockwave palm. At this moment, Lu Yin had truly surpassed his previous peak. With the addition of this clump of dirt's defense, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat an expert ranked around 80 on the top 100 rankings. If he shamelessly defended himself, then he could withstand an attack from an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings. After all, he had even blocked a single attack from Feng Mo. Although it had been a casual attack, its strength should be about the same as an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings. In other words, even if I can't defeat an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings, those experts won't be able to defeat me either. How shameless, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he laughed. Unfortunately, he could not use his Fate Zen too frequently. It was a supreme treasure of the universe, and if he used it, others would recognize it and conduct an in-depth investigation into his background. Lu Yin was afraid that they would find out about Leon's armada and everything he had done in the past. If they found out that a piece of paper with the surname Liu and a blood debt of 72 lives had caused the 10 arbiters to take action. In the remaining 20 days, Lu Ying planned to properly stabilize his current strength and familiarize himself with how to use the black dirt. When the number disappeared, 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. The scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he returned to his courtyard. After 3 months of cultivation, he felt somewhat unfamiliar with the courtyard. Only a second had passed in the real world. He had already reached the peak of the Lamita realm, and it would probably take him a long time to break through to the explorer realm. The most important thing for him to do next was to earn money. With money, he could do many things. He only had 120 star essence left. Once upon a time, 1,000,000 star crystals would have been enough to make him go wild with joy, but now, 10 million star crystals was not enough. He had improved. He suddenly thought of Feng Yamo. Even if Feng Yamo handed him over to the Blackbeard pirates, Lu Ying would not have the money to pay him back. Unless he sold all of the items in his cosmic ring that the Sea King had reimbursed him, that would be a huge sum. He had to think of a way to get rid of them, as he could not use so many items on his own. Speaking of which, 5,000 star essence should not be much to the Sea King, but how many items had Lulu bought? Lu Ying was curious. According to the rules, the Sea King's son-in-law selection would take place the day after tomorrow, which meant that there was still 1 day left. Lu Ying planned to buy another 5,000 star essence tomorrow and keep the total price under 10,000 star essence. This way, he would not attract the Sea King's attention. Right now, he planned to rest, as he was really tired. The air in the Sea King's dome was very comfortable, and there was a refreshing scent that refreshed the mind. At this moment, the sunlight had already disappeared, and the Sea King's dome had turned into night. The temperature was slightly cooler. Elsewhere on the mountainside, Big Pow, Little Pow, and the others did not have the time to rest. It had not been easy for them to get to the Sea King's dome, and they wanted to enjoy themselves, even though they did not have much money. Michelle was very rich, but the prices at the Sea King's dome were too high, so she had only bought a few random items. Coco and Zora walked together with Michelle. Although Michelle looked cold on the outside, the group had become much more familiar with each other after being on the run. They all understood that Michelle was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although Big Pow and the others did not know what Coco had seen in Michelle, it did not stop them from getting closer and closer. Sister Michelle, look. The clothes at the Sea King's dome are so beautiful. Coco happily ran into a clothing store. At the entrance, a robot welcomed them with a toast. The store was filled with the unique blue clothes of the Sea King's dome. They were the same color as the sea, and the intensity of the colors would change with the sunlight. They were very beautiful, and the patterns on the clothes seemed to be alive. Michelle's eyes lit up, as the clothes were indeed beautiful. The store owner immediately went forward to enthusiastically promote his products, and Zora immediately went forward to haggle. They had no choice, as the prices at the Sea King's dome were just too expensive. If they did not haggle, then it would be a problem for them to eat later. Michelle was looking at a particular piece of clothing with a delighted expression. No woman could resist the temptation of beautiful clothes. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Her pupils shrank, and she immediately rushed out of the store. Not too far away, she saw a man holding a wooden flute slowly walking past. Sister Michelle, what's wrong? Coco and Zora walked out and looked at her in confusion. Michelle was shocked. Why is he here in the Starfall Sea? Who? Zora asked. Michelle lowered her voice. Murong. Murong? Coco and Zora exclaimed. Almost everyone in the younger generation had heard of Murong's name. There were 4 unequaled Lameters in the younger generation, Xianxia, Ling Ke, Lu Ying, and Murong. In the past, they had not been very famous, and everyone's attention had been focused on the top 100 rankings and the 10 arbiters. However, with the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest, the universe's network had gradually connected. Lu Yin's name had spread throughout the universe, and their names had begun to spread. Of the 4, Xianxia was in the Cosmic Sea, Lu Ying was well known, and Ling Ke had also appeared at the Nightfall Banquet. The most mysterious of them all was Murong, who had joined the 10 Arbiters Council a long time ago. Compared to Yi Xingchen, Mu Rong was much more anticipated, as he had joined the 10 Arbiters' Council at a young age, and one of the 10 Arbiters had claimed that he was unequaled among all Lemeters. This was not just the Lemeters of the younger generation, but rather all the Lemeters of the older generation. Such a claim showed just how much confidence the 10 Arbiters had in Mu Rong. After all, even though Lu Yin had tied the Divine Fist's record, he was only considered an unequaled Lemeter among the younger generation. There were many top Lemeters in the older generation, and these people were not convinced. However, the 10 Arbiters' words were like a benchmark for Mu Rong, so they had to accept it even if they were not convinced. Why is Mu Rong here at the Sea King's Dome? Is he here to participate in the selection as well? Zora asked. Michelle's eyes flickered. She did not understand either. It was rumored that Mu Rong had experienced an unforgettable love and had vowed to never marry again. Why would he appear at the Sea King's selection? With Mu Rong here, Lu Yin would be in trouble. Although Lu Yin did not plan on marrying the Sea King's daughter, the two were considered equal by countless people in the universe, so they would definitely be compared. Right, there was also Ling Quebec. Lu Yin was in danger. Coco, tell Lu Yin that Mu Rong has appeared, Zora said solemnly. Coco nodded and hurriedly activated her gadget. In the courtyard, Lu Yin was resting when he received a notification. Mu Rong's. This is interesting. Lu Yin didn't know if this Mu Rong was really that invincible, but a trace of battle intent rose within him. The upper echelons of the Sea King's heavenly mountain lived in the upper echelons of the Sea King's subordinates. On the banks of the Heavenspan River, a tall young man stood there quietly, looking at the roaring waters of the river. He lifted his hand, and the water splashed onto his palm, bringing with it a cooling sensation. Behind the young man, a woman with a veil over her face appeared. Although her appearance could not be seen, it was difficult to conceal her ethereal and beautiful temperament. She slowly walked out of the void and arrived beside the young man with a single step. I never thought that this son-in-law selection would attract the famous Starsabel, the young man said indifferently, his gaze unwavering. The veiled woman was Starsabel, but she was not the student leader of Astral One from the Astral Combat Academy. Instead, she was the space-exploring Starsabel. She had once sent out invitations throughout the universe, and even the 10 Arbiters could not ignore her. She had once asked all of the universe's top geniuses for a single question, but she still could not obtain a perfect answer. Her beauty had stunned the heavens. Who were the most famous people in the universe? Many people would say that it was the 10 Arbiters, but below them were not the experts of the top 100 rankings, but rather Starsabel. There were rumors that whoever obtained Starsabel would obtain the future, because she represented the future. The universe had undergone a revolution, giving birth to the 10 Arbiters, 10 monsters. Starsabel, who was from the same generation as the 10 Arbiters, was also a monster. Hi Dashao, you still haven't answered my previous question, Starsabel said. Her voice was graceful and gentle, and it caused the roaring Heavenspan River to calm down. The young man was the son of the Sea King, Hai Dashao. He was an absolute expert ranked 7th on the top 100 rankings. I don't want to answer your question, Hai Dashao casually replied. Starsabel's eyes were indifferent as she looked up at the screen in the sky. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry Chi-Chi. Hai Dashao, what do you think? Hai Dashao looked at her with disdain. None of them are qualified. Starsabel smiled. Is that so? But I've seen a different future. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. Hai Dashao's eyes widened, and he glared at Starsabel. Stop trying to be mysterious. Your so-called foresight is just a calculation. At most, you can see the details that others cannot and use them to calculate the outcome. Do you really think that you represent the future? I'm not Tai Yuanjun, and I don't believe your nonsense. Starsabel did not mind. Let's wait and see. Hai Dashao snorted. I know who you're talking about. Qing Wu, ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings. He thinks that he's hidden himself well, but as long as we enter the Sea King's Dome, he won't be able to hide from us. Indeed, he's the strongest out of everyone, but so what? He's not worthy of marrying my sister. Starsabel did not refute his claim, and her lips curled up as her eyes sparkled like the starry sky. The sun shone down on the Sea King's Dome once more. Luin waved the Sea King's medallion around as he walked out of the manor and headed in a certain direction. He had already decided on a place to visit the day before, and now that he had rested up, he headed straight for his destination. There were quite a few auction houses halfway up the mountain, and Luin walked in. He only came out after 3 hours, feeling refreshed. He had bought a few more good items that might not be of any use to him, but they could be sold for quite a bit of money. Luin spent the entire day at the auction houses, and the total amount of items he had bought had already exceeded 8,000 star essence. In all honesty, he felt a little guilty, as he was afraid that the Sea King would find out. As long as it did not exceed 10,000, then it would be fine. Beep 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 beep. Lulu's voice sounded from Lu Yin's personal terminal. Luin, how many good things have you bought? Luin asked, what about you? Me? Hee, the total is more than 10,000 star essence. Lulu was pleased with herself. Luin was stunned. Even though he had guessed it, he was still shocked. Lulu was too ruthless, and she had already spent more than 10,000 star essence. I'm about the same. Is that so? I thought that you wouldn't dare to buy anything. After all, you're a poor person, and you have a lot of misgivings when buying things. Lulu mercilessly mocked him before hanging up. Luin was speechless. What did she mean by that? Was she intentionally mocking him? He raised his head and looked to the side. This auction house should be the last of the day's gains, so he walked in. As soon as he entered the auction house, the noisy atmosphere caused Luin to unconsciously frown. He had already visited all of the large auction houses, and this one was considered a small one. It was not as stylish as the previous auction houses, but he was not picky. He entered the private room and leisurely looked down. The next item is. Luin yawned and sipped on his drink in boredom. There was nothing that he was interested in. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a little special, and its origins are even more special because it comes from the astral wilderness, the auctioneer shouted, causing many to cry out in surprise. Even Lu Yin's attention was drawn to the item. The astral wilderness was a star domain that humans had yet to explore. No one knew how vast the universe was. The human domain, the technocracy, and the astral beast domain all had intelligent civilizations that had intersected with each other. Outside of that was the astral wilderness. Countless people had explored the astral wilderness, and there were often rumors that intelligent civilizations had been discovered there. There were also extremely dangerous astrological signs, and so on. In short, the word unknown was humanity's greatest understanding of the astral wilderness. Humans feared the unknown, so they did their best to forget about the astral wilderness in their daily lives. Luin had never expected to see an item from the astral wilderness in this small auction house. The auctioneer had whetted everyone's appetite, and as the crowd cheered, he took out a transparent metal object. Within the metal was a strange-looking gun. Are you looking to die? You're actually trying to fool us with a broken gun. Old man, I think you don't want to stay in the Sea King's dome anymore. It's just a broken gun. Astral wilderness? I can buy countless of them with a single sentence. Countless curses were heard, but the auctioneer wasn't surprised. He raised his hand and gestured, everyone, no matter how bold this auction house is, we wouldn't dare to lie to you. This gun really does come from the astral wilderness, and... He paused for a moment and then smiled. This gun's power exceeds 80,000. That one sentence shocked everyone. Lu Yin's body stiffened, and he looked over in shock. How was this possible? It was just a gun. Currently, the most powerful gun in the universe only had a destructive power of 20,000. After all, the gun was small and the materials used were limited. It was not like a warship that could launch an attack with a destructive power of more than 100,000. I know that it's hard for everyone to believe, but our auction house has already demonstrated it for everyone. The auctioneer clapped his hands, and a screen appeared. It was a scene of a person lifting a gun and firing it. A bullet shot out from the gun, and it was a very ancient method of attack. It was a physical bullet, and the moment the bullet came into contact with its target, it would explode and produce a huge destructive force that distorted the void. On the side, the power level indicator continued to rise until it finally stopped at 80,000. Everyone fell silent, as the gun really did have a destructive power of 80,000. Suddenly, the crowd grew excited. The gun was small and did not attract much attention, especially when used against powerhouses. No one would care about a gun, but if this gun had a power level of 80,000, then it would be a different story. Even a peak cruiser would have the confidence to speak with such a weapon. After all, there were not many hunters in the universe, and it was not easy to encounter one. Explorers and cruisers were different, and they were often encountered. A gun was equivalent to having a peak cruiser protecting you. "Are you selling this gun or the technology to make it?" someone asked from one of the VIP rooms upstairs. Everyone looked at the auctioneer. The auctioneer replied, "We're selling this gun. We don't have the technology to make it, and the powerhouse who provided the gun also obtained it by accident in the astral wilderness." "How many bullets can this gun fire?" someone asked. "There are dots of light on the handle, and each dot represents a bullet." "There are 23 left," the auctioneer said with his head held high. Many people gasped. 23 bullets meant 23 attacks with a power level of 80,000. That was more than enough for most people. "Cut the crap and start selling," someone said impatiently. The auctioneer smiled. "All right, let's begin the auction for this gun. However, before we start, I must remind everyone not to try to disassemble it. This gun's manufacturing technique is very strange, and rashly disassembling it will easily destroy the gun and cause the internal bullets to explode. Aside from hunters, there shouldn't be many people who can survive 23 bullets with a power level of 80,000. Many people paled, as it was obvious that they had been planning to disassemble the gun, but they had been frightened by the auctioneer's words. Actually, most people were not stupid. If they could obtain the technique, then the auction house would not sell it. If they dared to sell it, then it meant that they could not obtain the technique. Let the auction begin. "The starting price is 500 star essence," the auctioneer shouted, and the bidding continued. Although 500 star essence was expensive, many people would rather spend that money than save their lives. It didn't take long for the price to soar to over 1,000 star essence. Everyone who dared to participate in the Sea King's Dome's auction was rich, and Luin sighed. At this moment, he felt that Old Kai's price for the money bomb was too good. The money bomb's power level was over 100,000, and 3 of them were only worth 100 star essence. Luin felt that he had misunderstood Old Kai, as the man was not that greedy. After the price broke through 1,000 star essence, it slowly came to a stop. This was already a huge sum, as the Blackbeard pirates would only be able to offer 1,000 star essence to the Blackbeard pirates. 1,200 cubic meters. 1,300, 1,500. The bidding gradually died down, and only the VIP rooms were bidding. The crowd below could only watch the show. It was not that they could not afford the price, but that the price had already exceeded the value of the gun. A gun without the technique was not worth that much. Finally, the room to the left of Luin raised the price to 2,000, but no one dared to bid. Luin made his move and pressed a button to increase the price by 50. The crowd did not expect anyone to compete, and neither did the room to the left. He immediately increased the price by 200 star essence, as if he was determined to obtain the gun. Luin pressed the button again. The other party increased the price by another 100. This process repeated until the price finally reached 3,000 star essence. Many people were shocked, as this price was enough to hire a peak cruiser as a bodyguard for a period of time. During that period of time, there was no limit to the number of times a person could attack. The price far exceeded this gun, and the price was still rising. 4,000 star essence. The person in the room on the left was clearly impatient, and he immediately raised the price. Luin did not mind, and he pressed the button to add another 50. "Come on, let's compete with money. You're competing with the Sea King. Forget about this gun, even the entire Sea King's Dome belongs to you. Seventh brother, this gun won't be of much use to you, right? Why must you buy it?" After Luin had broken through to the peak of the Lamita realm, Luin had removed the seal on him. The monkey had been sealed off for 3 months, and he had been so angry that he had not spoken for an entire day. Now, he could no longer hold himself back. Luin replied, "I bought it for Ming Yen to protect herself." The monkey rolled his eyes, as he really hadn't expected this. Have you thought it through? You've already spent more than 10,000 star essence. Aren't you afraid of attracting the Sea King's attention? What's there to be afraid of? Lulu surpassed that long ago. She'll probably surpass 20,000 in a day, Luin said casually. Ghost Monkey thought about it and agreed. The one on the left didn't expect Luin to continue competing and raised the price by another 500, but Luin continued to press the button unhurriedly. This was the life of the rich, buying without asking for the price. The crowd below was stunned, as this price was too high. Since the establishment of this auction house, such a high price had rarely appeared, and even the auctioneer had stopped. Thud, thud, thud. Come in, Luin said casually as he looked down. The person who had arrived was from the auction house, and he tactfully asked Luin to provide proof of his assets. Luin immediately took out his token and waved it, but the other party simply left and went to another room. The price had already risen to 5,000 star essence, and Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. Was there a need to spend so much money on a gun? He had the Sea King reimbursing him, so did the other party? That would be troublesome. If he continued to compete like this, he wouldn't be able to obtain a result even by the next morning. If the Sea King wasn't reimbursing him, then there was only one explanation: the other party either knew the origins of the gun, or they were confident that they could disassemble it and study it. If they could, then the value of the gun would not be simple. The strange thing was, why didn't the owner of the gun sell it at a larger auction house? There would definitely be people who would want to buy it and study it, and the price would definitely be very high. Thud, thud, thud. There was another round of knocking, and this time a young man entered. He was stunned when he saw Luin, as he clearly recognized him. Lu Yin's reputation in the universe was quite high, especially among the younger generation. Oh, it's Representative Lu, the young man greeted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If this person called him Representative Lu, was he from the 10 Arbiters Council? And you are? I'm Sun Tao from the Sun family from the Ascension Flow Zone, the young man replied politely. Luin suddenly understood. I was wondering who could be so rich. So it's the Sun family that's competing with me for that gun. He pressed on the button and continued to compete. Sun Tao awkwardly replied, we didn't expect Representative Lu to be here either. If we had known, we would have definitely come to visit. Lu Yin's goal was obvious: he wanted Luin to give up on the gun. Luin had interacted with Sun Jiong before, and the gun wasn't that important to him. Actually, he could give it up, but Sun Jiong's attitude towards him on the ship had left a bad taste in his mouth. Although Luin didn't mind, that attitude made it clear that they weren't on the same side. There was no need for them to be friends, and they would fight for their own things. Luin also had use for a weapon with a power level of 80,000. Brother Sun, you're too polite. The Sun family even helped the Great Yu Empire denounce the Ross Empire, so we're all on the same side. Sun Tao's eyes lit up, and he was about to speak when Luin continued, right, Brother Sun, can you do me a favor? Give up on that gun. It's very important to me, and we're all on the same side. I'm sure that Brother Sun won't refuse. Sun Tao was stunned, as Luin had taken the initiative to speak. He thought about it and said, Representative Lu, you should know that the Sun family specializes in mechanisms, and that gun is also useful to the Sun family. I wonder if Representative Lu can make things easier for us? If you have any problems in the future, you can contact the Sun family. Luin snickered inwardly, as Sun Jiong's attitude towards him had explained everything. Sun Tao didn't have as high a status as Sun Jiong, and his words were nothing more than empty promises. He was just toying with Luin. That's difficult. This gun is also very important to me. He pressed the button again, and the price outside had already risen to nearly 6,000 star essence. Sun Tao's expression turned ugly. Representative Lu, can't you give the Sun family some face? The Sun family did help the Great Yu Empire in the past. Brother Sun, you haven't forgotten what happened on Shenwu continent, right? I was the one who saved your Sun family's successor, Sun Jiong. Why don't you make things easier for me and consider it as repayment for saving Sun Jiong's life? Luin smiled. Sun Tao took a deep breath, and his face sank. If that's the case, then we can only use money to decide who's better. Luin nodded and took out the Sea King's token. Yes, let's use money to decide who's better. Sun Tao was stunned when he saw the token. How could they compete? Even if they gave up the entire Sun family, they still wouldn't be able to compete with the Sea King. He had accompanied Sun Jiong here, so how could he not know that the Sea King's token could be used for expenses? Sun Jiong also had one, but he was truly participating in the selection, so how could he lose it? Even if he wanted to use it now, it was too late since Sun Jiong wasn't around. Representative Liu, tomorrow is the day of the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Aren't you afraid of angering the Sea King by wantonly squandering the token? Sun Tao couldn't help but threaten. Luin waved a hand. You're overthinking things. What kind of person is the Sea King? Why would he care about a mere few tens of thousands of essence? It looks like the Sun family isn't that wealthy after all. Poverty has limited your imagination. Sun Tao was furious, but he was also shocked. From what Luin had said, this person's bottom line was actually a few tens of thousands of essence. They hadn't brought that much money with them when they left. Fine. Since Representative Liu isn't willing to give the Sun family face, I'll report it myself. Take care, Representative Liu. He then turned and left. Luin sneered, as this was his personality. If Sun Jiong's attitude towards him was bad, then he wouldn't be friendly. If Watermoon Villa had asked him to give up, then he would have done so without a second thought. Sun Jiong could only blame himself for having such a bad attitude towards him. Although he had taken advantage of the situation when he had forced those people to sign the agreement, he had still saved them, so it could be considered a transaction. Well done, seventh bro. I just can't stand that Sun Jiong, but you've also offended a family, the monkey commented. Luin smiled. There are too many families in the universe, and I don't need to wander around if I'm afraid of offending others. I've even offended the Day-Night clan, so why should I be afraid of the Sun family? That's true. In the end, the spear was sold for 6,700 star essence, which was a sky-high price for the item itself. Even if Luin didn't have to pay for it himself, he still felt his heart ache. Including this spear, he had spent a total of 15,000 star essence over the past 3 days. Fortunately, he hadn't spent as much as Lulu, as she had definitely spent more than 20,000 star essence. Luin walked out of the auction house and looked up at the sky. It was already dark, and the Sea King's son-in-law selection would begin in about 10 hours. These past 3 days had been very fulfilling. Within the auction house, Sun Tao watched Lu Yin's departing figure with a gloomy expression. Behind him, a middle-aged man said, "The family had ordered us to bring the item back. Now that it's in his hands, it'll be difficult to get it back." Sun Tao coldly replied, "It doesn't matter. This person definitely won't be able to become the Sea King's son-in-law. As long as he leaves the Sea King's dome, he'll have a chance." He suddenly thought of something, and his lips curled up. Just as Luin was about to return to the manor to rest, a giant screen of light rose into the sky and blocked out the sun. Everyone looked up and saw the scene of the 5 skyfall cascades on the screen. There were several names at the bottom of each skyfall cascade, and Luin also found his name. It was at the bottom of the southeastern skyfall cascade. At the top of the skyfall cascade was a gate, and behind it was a spear that had been stabbed into the ground. Those who traverse the skyfall cascades and pull out the Sea King's trident are qualified to become the Sea King's son-in-law. A loud voice boomed throughout the Sea King's dome, causing the Starfall Sea to churn. Everyone was excited. Was the Sea King's son-in-law selection beginning early? End of chapter 443. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.